What's up, guys? How we doing? You guys wore Apocrypha out. Crazy night last night or what?
It was a crazy night last night. Did you get in on that whole thing with Shines?
I didn't know. I just woke up. What happened?
Oh, damn. Okay, get ready, because I'm pretty sure she's initiated this crazy-ass thing about space and water. You'll see. You'll see.
Minkowski space or
Just space,
pseudo-Roronian force space?
outer space and the medium of it and water. You'll see. I'm sure she'll be back in soon to talk about it.
Who shines?
Yep.
Oh, no doubt. Awesome.
Did you guys know that Hitler was in anti-disinformation league yesterday?
Say again?
Hitler, he was in Shane's Discord.
What? What are you saying?
Getting me right?
I still no. I still didn't hear you. What, say it again. Say it with your chest.
I think that Hitler was in Shane's disc, I think is what I heard.
Yes.
Whatever that means. What does that mean?
You know the dude Hitler, right?
No. Which room is Shane's room? What's that called?
The anti-disinformation league.
I thought they got rid of that.
No.
Oh, okay.
Got deleted though, that's true.
I don't think anyone really goes there anymore.
But then made a new one.
You know what I hate, man? I've said it before. I hate it when people call Discord rooms by the name of the owner's name. That's so stupid. I mean, like, a lot of people call this, no offense, Geo, but a lot of people are like, yeah, go over to Geo's. A lot of people don't know who the fuck Geo is. You know, call it Earth Awakenings, or you could go over to let's use a big one here, 24/7 Discord, right? That's how most people know that place. But does anyone call it Helios? No, because it's stupid.
Well, I already said this information leaked twice, so I thought maybe if I say Shane, to understand it more quickly.
Okay.
It's like playing hints, you know.
Right.
My bad. I was busy. What happened now?
You know, stuff. You know, all the stuff. You know. The stuff. Wait, you tell me you don't know about the stuff? You haven't heard about the stuff? Stupid.
You can just like
What are you guys talking about?
the food cell. among the best players in the world, which is D3, offering a leading to pretty
Yo, who keeps
complicated
joining? What's up,
possessions.
man?
So
Chirality, how you doing, man?
I'm alright, Dumbo. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing okay.
You guys talking about anything?
I don't think so, man. It's been pretty quiet. That's why I called you up to see what was up.
Taking it easy, man. Just got to work. Just waiting for somebody to say something wrong or stupid.
Yeah, that's
Just
right. That's right. I could be that person. I could be that guy.
Go for it, man.
No, I don't want to, but I'm sure I could.
Alright.
You're at work right now?
Yeah, 8 a.m. Yeah.
Hell yeah, nice. No, it's for me. It's 5 a.m. right now. I'm up late.
You're about to leave for bed or for work.
No, I'm not. I've been up all night. I'm sleeping in the middle of the day type of shit.
You been up working or Discord?
No, I haven't been working. No, not
What you
at
been
all.
doing all night?
I've been talking to people, and it has been worthwhile, dude. No good conversations either.
That's fucked up.
It is. It's totally messed up, man. You should be glad you're at work.
So, I gotta ask, man, are you a flat earther?
I'm not a flat earther, dude.
Why not?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, I've followed the flat Earth for like 5 or 6 years, and I'm not a foe. Like, I'm not an anti-flat earther whatsoever. Um, I just haven't been convinced that the Earth is flat. You know, but
What
I
would
respect it.
what would you need to be convinced that it's flat?
It's just it's not like a reality to me. Do you know what I mean? And I partake in like a lot of the different places that flat earthers go. Like I understand what they're saying, but when it comes down to it, like the actuality of the earth being flat or not, I just disagree. I don't think it is. But so that's like that's hard to convince me of that. Um and it's harder because I agree with you guys on like a lot of circumstances, like with what's going on with NASA and whatnot. But I just don't think that it comes down to the Earth actually being flat. You know what I mean? And on top of that, like I have a big problem with measurement, and I studied physics, personally. But what they do, in physics is measure, right? And that's the globe model, right? That comes out of measurement. And I see measurement as what it is, and flat earthers are trying to measure also. And I just don't think that like I think they're doing like a secondhand job at it. You know what I mean?
Yo, man, my bad, bro. I was talking to my secretary. I didn't hear much of what you said.
No worries, dude. No worries.
But I get the gist of it. You understand the flat Earth arguments. It just doesn't sway you enough. Which is fine, It's not easy to let go to let go of the globe.
No, yeah, definitely not. I'm not really like huge stuck on the globe. Like I don't care. You know what I mean? But I look at people measuring, right? Man measuring with thought, um, and looking at like the universe, right? And trying to explain it all away, right? And I think that's wrong. Um, but in the same way, like that's my fun. That's where I stand my ground. It's not like on the ground of like, oh, they're wrong for it being curved or flat. It's they're wrong for the fundamental basis of like how they're approaching, right, what they see. And I think that like a lot of flat earthers can agree with that, but I don't think that they want to, right? They want it to be flat instead, just like globers want it to be a globe. And like to me, like I could care less whatsoever.
Maybe it's not a thing of wanting it to be flat. Maybe flat is just like some sort of symbology to just symbolize the fact that the government's a lying.
They are
We
lying.
could be
They're definitely lying.
we could be triangle earthers, box earthers, whatever. It's just not what they
Right.
tell us it is.
Yeah. No, they're for sure lying, man. Could I ask you, like, what proved to you that the Earth was flat, or like, where's in your discourse of discovery, like, how do you come upon this? Truth.
I try to do a test using Schumann resonance, right? The general idea is the amount of time it takes for a Schumann resonance signal to
Right.
move through the wavelength, the wave path between the ionosphere and surface of the Earth. It should correlate with the diameter of the Earth, and it didn't. So that was a big red flag.
Okay, I'd have to look into that. Schumann resonance is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So that discrepancy was enough. You were like, it's done.
Was that there was also I don't know if you've heard of Afterglow or Gegenschein.
No, never heard of him.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense on a globe. There's that. There's also there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot, man. There's that test they did where they were shooting neutrinos underground somewhere in the Midwest. I forgot where. And when they did the test using the Earth as a globe model, somehow these neutrinos travel faster than light. If you map Earth as flat, they don't break the speed limit of light. So there's that as well.
For sure, man. For sure. I still hold out like the idea that it could be flat, right? In I don't block that, but it's just that from what I know, right? I have a lot of accumulated knowledge, having studied physics. What I know, like, can find a way to explain away these types of things. You know what I mean? So, it's more difficult for me to be convinced. But I definitely come into like all engagements with an open mind, and not even just like classical like, oh, I have an open mind, but literally like, the Earth may be flat, maybe, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, I'm just I'm just a floater around here. Like, I don't, even if the Earth were proven to be flat, right? It's like there are still problems to be solved, right? And those problems are more important to me than like the shape of the Earth, right? I think that's where it comes down to.
Could you give an example of one of these problems that are more important than the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. So essentially, like, what people are doing, like what you're doing, what a glober is doing, right? What a human being is doing. They are causing problems, right? And it might be like really simplistic. Like, even if the Earth were flat, or if it was round, right? There's still going to be a person out there that says, or what somebody believes in, right? What they think is true, right? Doesn't matter. There's still somebody out there who says, they've gotten patted on the back, and like their parents have told them, hey, like, Timmy, you're a good cook. You're a really good cook. Don't, and this guy, he might like harbor that, right? And he identifies with that, right? He says, like, you know what? I'm not all these other things, but at least I'm a good cook, right? That's natural, right? Apparently, it's natural for it's just easy, right? Then somebody comes along and says, hey, Timmy, you know what, dude? Like, you're a shit cook. And this kid gets offended, right? He gets hurt. And he's liable to, like, punch the dude in the face that said that he was a shit cook. But that interaction between people, like just that simple like description, is what we're all doing, right? And it's unnecessary. Meaning that, like, basically, his parents didn't know, this kid didn't know, but this kid identifying with being a good cook was totally unnecessary. Meaning that, like, he could actually cook good food, right, without actually identifying as quote unquote a good cook. And then, nobody would be able to hurt him. But instead, he decided to think that he's a good cook as well as cooking good food. And now, he's about to punch somebody. So it's this whole like identification in the human mind, right? Which causes all of the unnecessary problems that go on in the world. And all of the bullshit between everybody, right? And I think, like, the truth of somebody's action can be there and be fine. But once they move themselves into thought, right, and identification, then all the problems start. And in the same way, like, it doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat or whether it's round, or, it's going to come down to the fact of, like, actually the nature of your action, right? Like, what you believe in, right? How, what your divisions are, how that separates you, and how you don't see that. And those are the most important things that solve that, that is where, like, all the problems in the world are soluble. It's not in, like, a contest of, like, oh, but we knew this and you didn't know this type of thing. And that's where, like, once it gets into that area of things, I get very bored. You know what I mean?
I hear you, but then what brings you here? Then what keeps you coming back here?
interesting conversation, interesting people. It's hard to find them, you know. I'm not here just to talk in circles about the flat Earth. That's for sure. I mean, I will if I want to, but like, no.
Well, what are the topics you find most interesting?
Life, man. Life. Your own, anyone's personal journey in life, if they're like genuine, you know, and they can talk about it. Doesn't matter like whether they believe the flat Earth or not. I find that the most interesting thing. It's not asked for, you know. Like I'm not asking everyone to do that or whatever. But like, you know, also on top of that, what else do I find interesting? It's like I find the topic of thought itself very interesting, and that's one of the topics that like I like to try to dig into things, you know, or bring up, because you know, I don't know. I think people take their thinking for granted, as if it were like some semblance of the truth, you know, or you know, believing in some sense that it can ever actually garner the truth, right? And it goes back to the same thing, we're like measurement itself, you know. But I mean, I'm being very you know, translucent in what I find interesting. It's all these types of things. It's measurement, it's thought, the nature of those things, right? And how, you know, seeing them for what they are, right? Seeing like a measurement for what it is, that it can never be like, it can never encapsulate the whole thing, right? It's just one picture, right? It's one fragment. And in the same way, like every thought that we have is that. And we exist within this wildly beautiful universe that may be flat, right? Or may have some other, you know, dimensionality to it, right? Where it's not so clear cut, like that measurement is God, right? Or is the truth. So, you know, I like having conversations that open things up to that have a little bit of wisdom in it, and not just like going around with like fact-based type of like bullshit. You know what I mean? That's all. What about you, though, dude?
What about me? What are you asking about?
What do you like? All right, I'll ask you like a good question. Where's your path gone, and how has it taken you to this place? I guess in some way, like, what is like this path? You know, what questions have you asked that led you to this, to here, right?
Why do governments lie to us? What is the truth behind the lie that they keep feeding us? That's what's led me here, because
For
like-minded
sure,
people like me trying to figure out what that truth is.
for sure.
I don't think any of us have found it yet, but you know,
No,
we keep looking.
and I think like that's the place that a lot of us have started, myself included, right?
Yeah, I mean, what keeps me coming back is, you know, now, I mean, I've made friends here, you know, and I don't really come here for like the arguments and whatnot. It's just to hang out with friends while listen to people talk while I'm at work. Because I mean, the arguments are kind of played out, you know, like we having the same arguments we had 5 years ago. Just, you know, maybe small nuances have changed, but it's basically the same 7 arguments, you know. Measurements for curvature, how does water stick to the edge of a ball, how do planes, you know, planes and the atmosphere, you know, same things. Moon landing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. So, what do you think about the idea that everything's electrostatic in nature?
I think that it has like a strong bearing, like, towards truth. Um, I don't think that the gravitational theory is correct. In fact, like, you know, it's just there are things that currently in the gravitational theory that break it. Um, and you know, most people won't ever actually investigate those types of things, but they do exist. Um, and in a lot of like, descriptions, they it's it's more aligned with like supernatural things or paranormal things or parapsychological or like you know that's something that breaks the laws of physics, and those things actually do exist. Now, whether or not you can explain them with like a different theory, right? Like, an electric universe or whatever. I don't really buy into that. Like, I'm not really sold on that. Um, but I know these things do exist, and that our current models are not, you know, enough, right, to encapsulate like actually what goes on the Earth. They do their job well, but they don't. It's not a full picture. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Dude, I mean, I've followed my own journey and my own path in life, and like it's taken me where it's taken me, right? But the things that I've learned through it, um, have been showing me, a light or a corner of like of the world that is just, or of the universe of life, itself, that's so much different than what obviously, the mainstream model or idea of like our daily lives are, right? um, yeah, man. Well, I mean, there's a lot I could say about it, but like it's all like personal experiences and also just like storytelling type of shit.
Yeah, right.
It's out there though, man. It's like it's not out there. It's like it's around us all the time. Um, and I think that we're the biggest blocks to it. In fact, like in a very deep way, like we are like deeply, like all the time blocking it. Not just like individually, but like massively. Like on a mass scale. like if somebody said, right, somebody told you the story, right, that they saw somebody do something impossible, right, and they were like a very credible person, whatever, this person levitated, right, was sitting over here, levitated, floated across the room, and sat over there. How would you explain that, right? Even within like the electric universe or the flat Earth model or whatever, right? You don't have an explanation for that.
It's some act of God thing. I don't know.
I couldn't hear that. Sorry.
You said you would just say it's an act of God then, if it's something that can't be explained.
No, the person's doing it. It's not. It's within their own, their own will, right? It's not. God has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, like the person snapping his fingers and then you see a flame above his hands. Like you would just call that an act of God, right?
Why would you call it an act of God, though?
Because it can't be explained. It's a
But
miracle.
that's not good enough. You know what I mean? Because this person can explain it.
Okay. So they are able to explain how they're able to do that impossible thing.
That's correct. And
Okay.
how they explain it, let me just like give you like a step into this direction. How they explain it is essentially along the lines of, breathing, right? And basically, what they mean is essentially non-thinking. Meaning like full attention and awareness and sensation. All their senses, being activated. And through breathing, right, they can draw in this energy that exists, which is probably a non-physical energy, which has been described in ancient cultures all over the place, that you can't measure, right? That physics can't measure, that science can't measure, that flat earthers can't measure, but that does exist in the air, in the human body, everywhere. And through that control of breathing, they are able to conduce themselves into a state where they can float or do other things that completely break the laws of physics. What would you say about
I mean, I would say then that clearly these laws of physics ain't as concrete or absolute as we think they are. And
that? Right.
that, there are not laws in the context of, like legal laws that are unshakable and unchangeable.
Right. That's my feeling.
Yeah, but I mean, if you put it that way, that's not something fantastical or magical, because that happens all the time. I mean, that's a given. The laws of physics are not absolute or universal. It's just laws we've created due to our perspective or viewpoint of reality. But we know that these laws aren't laws written by whoever it is that created the universe. It's just laws we've come up with.
I missed the first part that you said, but this is the laws that we created, is what you said afterwards.
Yeah, laws of physics. It's laws created by me.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, plenty of laws of physics have been created, and they have a particular reason for being created, which is to measure, right, where a cannonball is going to lie, or where, what some other piece of mass is doing. Do you get me? It's not. Those are just the laws of physics, right? And they change all the time.
Yeah, they change based on whatever new evidence or observations being made and presented, right?
But they can't encapsulate certain things, no matter how hard they try.
Exactly, yeah. Like, I mean, if there's a phenomenon we haven't seen or been exposed to yet, we're not going to have a law of physics for it.
No, but even if you're exposed to it and try to describe it, right, it's not going to be. It won't actually work. Like, it's not your understanding. It's been a long time coming. Like, there have been a lot of physicists, there have been a lot of laws trying to understand nature, trying to understand reality, even before mathematics. And, the way that people go about understanding these things has never been, there's no way to grip it. Do you understand? You kind of get what I'm saying. It's just, it either is there, and it's only there when you're not trying to grip it. That's the law.
Hmm?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel science isn't as absolute as we make it out to be. And laws and theories change all the time. And, I agree with you. There could be phenomena we see that we don't have proper laws for to encapsulate them. But
there's every day, even in like non, eccentric idea, phenomena, but like everyday motion, everyday action, when you're driving your car, when you're thinking about, your family, all of that is beyond the laws of physics.
definitely, yeah, feelings, emotions, bonds we make with people, dreams, consciousness itself. That there's no law or
Yeah.
a theory of physics to explain it. But I think it all just speaks to the idea that we don't really know what's going on. We were just kind of thrown in here. I mean, you're just born into a world you have no idea about. You spend your whole life trying to keep the flow under your feet as stable as possible. Trying to gain understanding of the world around you, make sense of things. That's what we kind of do our whole life.
Yeah. Depends on what you do, though, right?
Are you religious much?
No. I'm not personally, no. I mean, I respect, well, I don't know if I can say that I respect religion, but I see, what it is. And I'm not like fighting it.
You're on the fence Catholic. I can tell.
Oh no, I can see the Pope's face, right? And that's enough for me.
All right, fair enough. You're on the fence Jew.
No, I see people, right? I see man, right, and what they're doing, and when they're operating within a belief structure, right? I see the limitation of it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
And it's not that I don't respect those limitations, because they may be, 1,000 years in the making, right? Which deserves a lot of respect. But I see what it does to other people's minds, right? Other
Right.
children that are brought into the world that also partake in those belief systems.
Right.
That it is, until it ends, right? It's unnecessary.
It will never end. Do you respect people's belief systems in a religious sense, even if you disagree with them?
I respect all people, I no matter what. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good. Some people don't. A lot of people don't. Like even in this community, if you want to call it a community. Yeah.
No, I don't want to call people. I don't want to base people off of their anything, right? Their belief systems, whatever it is. Like that is only like just a temporal thing, right? You just do that for like the moment, but then later on, after the moment, you realize, these people, they're human beings, right? And they're they're trying to, understand what's good, right? And trying to find a route in life for themselves, right? Um, and you know that journey is respectable, not what they think about, any particular conclusion that they have.
Well said.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you. Yeah. A lot of people have lost that level of humanity, and they think that some people should basically die because they don't believe in what they believe in. So, even on Discord, sometimes I hear people say a lot of disgusting stuff, just because of people say things that they don't believe in. And like, well, why don't you go die? It's like, okay, crazy radical Islamic person. No offense against anyone here who's Islamic. But, yeah, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I don't know.
No, you're all good, man.
No, own it.
Yeah, but I think most people know what I'm trying. I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Attitudes. Now I'm going to prejudge you. All right.
It's just like so much disrespect for just general life. Like you said, you're a human being, just like me, just like everyone here. We're all human beings, different belief systems, different upbringings, different opinions about things. But at the end of the day, we're all the same thing.
Somebody will get that kettle. What's up, Mr. T?
God damn, that was a hot one. That was a hot one.
Having that English breakfast.
That was a hot one. That was a hot kettle. Hot kettle.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Confirmed.
Now, did it call the pot black? Not necessarily.
Yeah, we don't.
Not necessarily. I mean, it got mad. It got loud. It got hot.
It expressed itself. It let you know how it was feeling.
You're right, but it never got hypocritical, did it? At any given time, it never did it. It didn't get hypocritical. It maintained composure, and at no time did it become hypocritical.
I think it just came into Discord to let off some steam.
Ha! Good one.
Santiago,
Yeah, man.
what are your thoughts on metaphysical? The metaphysical. Do you have ideas or thoughts on the metaphysical?
Oh yeah.
The difference between the physical and the metaphysical, and do you think you could articulate your ideas or opinions on the line between the two, where they merge? Is it a gradient? What do
They're
you?
totally separate, but I could articulate it if I want. You know, if you ask that question, essentially, like what is like, I'll just, you know, for everybody here, I'll just say, like, in my own journey in life, you can take it for what it is, but I'm going to say this, right, which is the thing that is the most missed opportunity in the entire universe, right, in the mind of man, is the unknown. Okay. And we all are controlling. We all look at the world that we live in. I don't know what this world is, right? I mean, you're born here, you're told things about it. You know, your mind is full of memories, it's full of experiences, it's full of knowledge, and that knowledge tends to translate what you see. Okay? But a mind with no accumulation, that is clear, that sees its accumulation, right, for what it is and ends it instantly, easily, without any effort whatsoever, something new happens. And that new thing that happens is the unknown. Okay, so now that's a gift. That's a little trick that, if you want to, you can play with the universe and understand. Okay. But you can never even play with that or understand anything on that, in that direction, if you don't first, you know, realize that order, right, is a mind with no accumulation. Meaning, like, when you see something and you think something about it, that's all on you. That's you. That's only you. And that is, you know, you can explain it in a million different ways. It's your separation from God, from the universe, from everything. It's on you. But seeing something without that translation is like seeing something when you're not there. That is the gift. That is beauty. And people say, like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think it's in the eye of the non-beholder. And we're only lucky enough to be able to be in that state to actually do that. It's not like that you can have it, right? Because if you have it, you're the beholder. It's total humility. It's just, I mean, you can wrap yourself around this. There are a million ways to try to articulate, this connection that you're talking about. But I mean, I've said enough.
Yeah, stop over talking people. God. You just wouldn't shut up. Other people are trying to jump in and you kept going. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's really late for me right now, and so like I'm live.
No, literally nobody else is talking. I agree with you. The eye of the beholder is a beautiful concept, in my opinion.
I was saying the eye of the non-beholder.
What does that mean?
That means that beauty is everywhere, right? When you're not there.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Well, the other direction is to say that beauty is there when I decide that it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could go unnoticed. Is that the idea?
No,
well, I think kind of what you're saying is that maybe somebody's tainted mind or consciousness can overshadow the inherent intrinsic beauty of something. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's right. And that beauty has an intelligence to it, which is beyond, anything that you can think. Right? And like if you only ascribe to like the train of thought that's in your head and you only want to correct that train of thought, that's what mostly like what we're doing, right? Even people who go on walks in nature, that's like, they're just in their head internally trying to figure out something, trying to solve some problem or whatever. But that problem might be easily solved in a wholly different way when all of that discourse, all of that, toiling over thinking is done with. And it's not just like, so simple as that. It's like, it's something that's totally new, right? It's the concept of newness. And how do you see something that's actually new? That is like the hard reality, right? Which is like, you can't. Which is, you can't unless, what right, is gone. Or at least has stopped, to allow a breath of like fresh air in some sense. But all this like parapsychological kind of, mystic stuff that comes in, that is irrelevant compared to like, the point, which is that if there's which is like the I don't want to say the law, but like the defining, measure in the sense, which is like, what is the accumulation in your mind? And how is that translating what you see? Right? And can there be no accumulation? And then what will you see? And the only way to find that out, because otherwise you're just going to see accumulation. The only way to find that out is the only path is to see what your accumulation is. And not toil in thought or analyze or whatever.
But it's going to be different. Could be different for everyone, though, inevitably.
I'm sure it would be, yeah.
Yeah, and it has to be that way.
It's kind of like would you say that you're born or you come into this world with a clear vision or a clear glass in which to see this reality from, and hour by hour, day by day, those who have been here and formulated their opinions as to what this place is are then starting to impart that onto your glass in which you view the world from, tainting it in some way, shape, or form. And
Your parents, your friends, everybody.
And we're all viewing through this glass that has slowly been stained by the interactions that we have and the things that have been imparted into our consciousness to slowly stain that glass to where we're viewing the world in our own color of glass that is particular to us, but stained that way by our environment. So it could be very similar to others, though never the same. And you're what basically within this analogy, you would be saying the real work is to go back and really start to scrub away the staining of the glass to get it back to clear.
Nope, you've done a lot of the work right there just by seeing, right? Which is like all of the thing. Seeing the nature of thought itself is really the key, which is that thought is fragmentary in nature. That it can never be the truth ever. And once you stomach that, once you kind of understand, all the curves and edges of it, but like you instantly see, whatever you think, right, is not actually it, right? Then you can see, there's no blame, there's no who put this thought in your head, right? There's no my parents put me on the wrong place set. There's no any of that, right? It's just, this is my thought right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's your consciousness becoming self-aware enough to just be able to analyze things and be like,
it has no analysis whatsoever.
It all comes down to consciousness. Every time you self-awareness, I should say.
I wouldn't put any words on it, to be honest. It's just.
But we have to call it something, or else nobody will know what the hell they're talking about.
I know. But for me, I'm just saying it's just C. That's what I'm calling it.
C?
Just C, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like you see a thought, right? That thought comes up. You can see where it came from. You
like
can
see your own thought you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And don't control it, because if you control it, right, you're not actually seeing. You're seeing how you want it to be.
But you know what's amazing? Even if you try to control it, then you could look at yourself trying to control something uncontrollable.
No, this is like a lot. If you do this, right, whenever you want to, I don't want to put more ideas onto it. I really don't.
What was that? Did you spill a drink or something? Uh-oh. Someone spilled something. Sounded bad. Sounded real bad.
I knocked a cup over.
I knew it. Could hear it.
Yeah, hand wave. But no, I don't. I think like putting more and more ideas onto it.
Oh, yeah. Literal hand wave. Ha! Good one. That's fucking funny. Literal. Oh my god.
Yeah, literally hand wave.
Hand wave. That's so funny. I've done it before in real life. I've never made that connection before. Good one. Good one. Clever.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I don't necessarily know.
No, you know the whole hand. No, I'm gonna just assume you know exactly what the hell you just did.
Oh no! I moved my hand, right, and knocked a cup.
I know, but please tell me you know about like hand wave arguments and all that, right?
Yeah, but that's not what I was talking about.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it an accident that you made that joke? That was hilarious. You just like hand waved.
It wasn't.
Knocked a cup over. Oh my god, that's. It doesn't matter.
An accident, yes.
Okay, anyway, it's funny. Oh my goodness. Right, go on. Like, I mean, we were talking about and I got frog throat voice. I mean, man, it's insane. There's no end to it when you start to like think about your own consciousness and then your own thoughts, and you're like, oh wow, why did I just think that? And then you're like, well, how did I just think about myself
but
thinking?
see,
I mean, it comes to a point you
no,
come to a baseline of thinking.
that's still thought,
Okay, wow.
right?
What is consciousness? Like, I
No,
mean, I've been thinking about this shit since I took the first time I took mushrooms when I was like
I'm just
16
talking
years
about
old.
like seeing thought, not thinking about your thoughts. That's a whole different thing. That's just a bunch of other accumulation. Just for the love of God, just seeing one of your thoughts. That's all. Whenever you want, like in your own privacy. I mean, fuck it. Like, go take a walk somewhere and just have like a break in your, dilemma in your whole personhood, and just see one of your thoughts.
That's like elementary to me. I mean, like I look at my own thoughts all the time. I'm not sure I'm clear on what you're talking about.
I don't think it's elementary.
Okay, well maybe for some people, maybe
it's like it's so elementary, right? That we
maybe
don't
it's
know how to
different for everyone. All I know is like I
What if
live
he's
in
the
a
Holmes
state.
to Watson, bro? Who knows?
I live in a constant state of analyzing my own thought
I'm
process.
not talking about analysis.
It
sounds a little
no
woo-woo,
analysis
bro.
whatsoever. Analysis is like a red flag immediately.
It's not woo. Whoever said that, it's not woo at all.
No, I know. There's some. There is. Agree. Like this Bible does say, do not rely on.
You're cutting out, my guy. Was it me?
It says, "Thou shalt not woo."
No, it doesn't.
It also says woo.
It doesn't
Thou
say
shalt
that.
not woo.
No, y'all shall woo, because that's how we're gonna fucking experience the next level of our of consciousness, like our awareness, our understanding of the world that we live in. You have to woo. Y'all shall woo.
That's what I'm against. Like I'm totally against that. And
why?
I've never been saying anything, supporting that.
Anyway, people go, okay, the word.
Just to be clear, we're talking about the Wu-Tang Clan now, right?
The Wu-Tang
yeah,
Sword.
Yeah, of course, Wu-Tang Clan. 100%.
Wu-Tang's for the kids.
No, just see, right? Don't woo. Just see.
We're trying to enter
when you see you're wooing, you're automatically going. That is a red flag, right?
Nope, that's wrong. It has a very negative connotation attached to it, and
what
and that term in itself, yeah, and it is a red flag for a lot of people. But I mean, I think it's almost like a slang term to define something that's misunderstood, which still might have a lot of legitimacy to it. Like, what is
because what I first said was the nature of thought, right, is the most important thing.
Right.
If you don't correctly understand that, then you're going to analyze. You're going to woo yourself into forever.
Well, I guess that's where this conversation started. Neither of us understand thought fully, do we? The nature of consciousness. You don't understand it, in my opinion. I don't. Right. You think I understand it, and so we're here talking about it. What it means. What is it even?
Did you say that I think that you understand it?
No, I said I doubt that you think I understand it.
Doubt. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know if you do. I don't think that you do.
I don't. I will straight up admit it. I don't understand it either. But I don't think you do.
How could he?
I don't think you do either.
I'll tell you.
So I'm trying to get on level playing field here with you. We don't know what the hell it is.
I'll tell you my understanding of it, and you can tell me. I'm not claiming that I fully understand it. Okay.
Okay, I'll try. Yep. Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, this is not like I don't want to have like a a showdown, but like
Me neither.
essentially, my understanding of thought is that it reflects memory, right? Which memory is knowledge, and what you record, right? Your brain is always recording something. What you capture from that recording, right, gets put into memory, and probably like majority of other things that you're recording also gets put into memory, right? So that's your experience.
Hot mic, yeah.
Some of it is like a hard form experience, like I remember this. Some of it is like in the background, but that is all that thought can reflect, and that is all that thought can use to, and we're using that tool, right, of thinking to describe or to explain what we're actually seeing in the present moment, and that is a fault. That is not intelligent.
By fault, do you mean it's like a weakness?
No, meaning that by doing that, you're blocking yourself off from like actually garnering intelligence because of thinking being limited.
Okay.
Six.
I was just quick question. You said you thought that unconsciousness, or I can't remember the exact word you thought is the word you used, I think, had to be related to memory. I kind of disagree with that because I think thought is actually more interactive with what's actually happening in the current moment. I do believe that memories exist. We all know that, and but thought, I think, is way more interactive with the here and now and our current experience.
Right.
And memories are just something that are just like storage spaces, like hard drives.
You're imagining that your thought right now isn't based on your own previous experiences, which it is.
It's integrated.
How do you prove
sure.
that memories exist?
I can prove it because I remember being 5 years old. I can fucking prove my address. I know exactly where I lived, and I could pull it up on Google Maps right now if I had.
Shut up! You're an AI. You were programmed to think that.
No, same. But I'm saying, how do you actually know that they exist, though? What does it mean to exist? You said memories exist.
Do you remember something?
What is
You
Lion?
know what? I think, therefore, I am. If I'm not a computer
Lion,
program,
do you remember anything? Do you remember your phone number?
I remember my childhood phone number personally.
That is called the memory line.
Yep. The area code
6.5.
It was called area code 403-529-1897. That was my old phone number when I was like 5 years old. I still remember it.
I'm not going to sit here and try to prove to you memories exist when you have them at every second of every moment of every day.
I know I do. I'm saying, though, we're talking about something ethereal, untangible. You can't weigh it. You can't physically hold it. How do you know it exists?
How do you know you exist?
Well, then I'll ask
it's untangible. It's a philosophical question I'm asking you.
Yeah, sure. They don't exist in the same way as like a physical object does. No. But in a sense, it's worse, right? Because it's not actually real, right? It's a fragment. It has a fragmentary nature. It's not actually the truth. It's not actually the full picture, right, of what you remember. It's only just a slight picture, a small fragment of like the actuality of things. And you're using that, right? We are using that in order to base our reality off of, in order to base like who ourselves are.
You know what? You know what's most important? You are here now. So yes, you had memories and past experiences, but that was in the past. That doesn't exist anymore. In the future, that doesn't exist either because it hasn't happened yet.
That's what I'm saying.
You're literally just whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're sitting or laying or walking, whatever the fuck anyone's doing. This is literally all that's happening at this moment, and that's all that really matters. This is it. This is it. And today is probably
How do
could
you know?
potentially be
How
an
do you know?
incredibly important day in your life because you can make all sorts of crazy choices if you
Right.
wanted to.
Right, which you might be doing right now.
Well, I don't think chatting on Discord is going to be a significant moment in my life, but I do value this conversation. But I'm just saying that, like,
No, I'm just saying.
I doubt that I'm going to do something
Discord.
crazy today that's going to change my life.
No,
Probably
on
not.
Discord or to cook some miso soup or whatever you want. You know, that's just a choice, right? But it's a choice regarding the vast world of opportunity, right, or possibility in the existence of the universe, and you're making that choice.
Totally.
It's just like when you see something, right, or when you're walking around, right, there is the truth of the universe that you're also not seeing, and
yes,
you're not actually asking the correct questions in order to find out whether there is a relationship between you and that thing. Instead, you're assuming, right, this is true, right, this is my relationship, or this is who I am, or this is what I'm doing, right, or this is all that I'm doing, right.
There's a lot of ways to think about it.
It dwindles down. All that I'm doing is just talking on Discord, right?
No, but it's more than that because we're human beings having interactions. Like, but to go back to the choices thing that you were saying a second ago, not making a choice is a choice in itself, obviously. If you don't want to do anything significant, that is a choice that you have made.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and no one can stop you from doing that. People can convince you to not do that. People here's an example. Like some people are always just like, "Come on, do something with your life." You know, you fat ass. You just sit there on the couch eating potato chips all day, watch movies. You fucking loser. Why don't you go ahead and do something with your life? And like by him or her not making that decision to like improve their life, that is a choice and a decision that they've made. And so it's kind of everything is a choice, you know. What is not a choice? Everything is a choice.
So did you choose to grow up in Paraguay?
I grew up in I don't know if are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Did you choose to grow up in Paraguay?
No. I'm Canadian, but I did not grow up in Canada.
Did you choose to grow up in Canada?
Did you literally think I was from Paraguay? That's hilarious.
No, but, I use it as a ridiculous example.
That's fine. Yeah, or Japan or whatever.
You're
right. I didn't choose this, but in the situation I found myself in, I had a series of choices to make, and it's like a menu, like a restaurant menu. There's certain things you can do. You know, what do you want to do?
Yeah, but
who created that restaurant? Not everything in life is a choice. But
who created that restaurant?
I
get what we don't know about that, but I thought we were talking about choices that an individual could make. You know.
So you said that you chose to work in a restaurant. Who created the restaurant?
God. God made that restaurant.
God did, okay.
Mm-hmm. Or the universe.
Are you sure it wasn't other human beings and their choices?
Well, I don't think that other human beings created this world that we all live on.
They didn't create nature, that's for sure.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
They did do things to nature, right, to create certain other things.
Yeah, like what? Give me an example.
Well, like cut forests down to create, room for civilization. Pour cement over areas to pave them, that kind of thing.
Chemtrails. Yeah. You're right. It's not a perfect world we live in, but at the beginning, some nature did create this world that
No,
we live
what it comes down to is that you haven't actually asked the right questions to be, have a connection to nature whatsoever.
in. Okay.
Right?
Says the guy who thinks he's got all the right questions.
No, I'm just saying, like, on a good note, right? Like, imagine, if somebody said, and this is something that I heard that I was affected by, and you guys might not be affected by it, but I'm just going to say it. I'm going to repeat it for you. But like, somebody says like, "Hey, I have a connection to the universe," right? Or somebody says rather, if you did have a connection to the universe, right? How would you find out? That's a good question. The one person that just assumes that they do, innately or whatever, that's just blah 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 nonsense. But the person who asks, like, do I have a connection with the universe, and how would I actually find out?
I have one way of finding out.
Or somebody tells you that you do, right? And then you ask yourself, how do you find out?
I know the answer to that, but I'm not going to start here and start spouting about it or tell other people what to do. But I would say this really quickly in response to that. I would say that I've had my own little personal experience with things, and I'm sure a lot of other people have too. I can't teach it to anyone. I'm not going to tell anyone what to do or think, but it's had an effect on my life. And this is the point. The key point is that like there's this weird thing that's happened to me, and I don't know how else to describe it other than what we're talking about. And I'm going to keep riding that energy because it feels like incredibly special, and so that's
Can I say something
important to me.
before I had to mute because I'm at work? I can't really talk, but I just want to make this clear for anybody hearing. I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily because I understand that your position is kind of complex, and I don't even understand it myself when you talk, bro. But if I'm understanding correctly, right, this verse in the Bible is kind of pertinent to this conversation. Colossians 2:8. See that no one takes you captive by philosophy, right? According to the elemental, depending on translation, it says
That's a
elemental.
good start from the beginning, but yeah, go on.
So the elemental rudiments of the world, right? What it's saying there, it's when you look up at the interlinear in the Greek, it's talking about like the worshiping or the like, Gaia and the elements and nature and the universe and water, air, sun, wind. People worship nature, not the creator. And it was big back then, the idea that nature is God or the universe is consciousness, is God itself. And Paul is warning people, beware lest somebody takes you captive through vain philosophy of the elemental spirits of the world, right? And this kind of sounds like that's what you're doing. It's vain philosophy. It's like
Right.
it doesn't have actual substance. It resembles, right? It resembles wisdom from God, but it's not.
Well, it's not my wisdom, I meant. And just like the truth is not your thought ever. That's just a fact. And we can both agree on that, whether you disagree with me on some point or not.
That's yeah, I just feel like I can't listen to how you're thinking after a period of time.
That's all good.
like I guess I can hear you question things for a bit, and I'm like, I just feel like it's such a you retrogress anything that might be progressive. So anything good that gets brought up, it's like you can pull it back into where it's just not important anymore. And in a way, it appears like you're doing something philosophical, or it appears like you're doing something that somebody with a philosophical background or degree might do. But I don't think that it's a substitute for anything that's progressive or actually revelatory of anything. If you're going to couch it back in something else that's more primally like anchored in something that you know that you can't know or change, then
Right.
it basically creates a point at which any effort made to kind of converse with you feels in a way futile in nature
Well, it's not futile
for me,
because I'm a
but
person
I can
like
only speak
you.
for myself.
No, I'm a person like you. Like, you know, I'm fallible, right? I'm not like I'm just saying these things, right? But I don't think that these are arguments that people have heard before. So I'm saying them, and it's not me, you know, that's claiming to, be like the example of this, right? It's just it's a counter argument for, when somebody says, like you say, they're going to step in this direction and say, well, this may be the truth, right? I'll question that, right?
I think you have a conception of what you have expectation about what you should receive in this enlightenment that you seem to be pursuing. However, it's blinding you to the perception of any kind of enlightenment, seemingly to
I'm
me.
with you.
But that's just one man's
I'm
opinion.
listening to you, but like, but why do you say that? And explain to me, or where does
Th-
that come from?
th- all anything that I feel like has been revelatory has been effectively a very simple event that I then understand in a greater way in context to other things that are also very simple. Um, these are realizations. I'm not sure if you're like precluding somewhat of the simple function of nature to reveal itself to you rather than you chasing so hard after it. And that's just my philosophy, I guess, if you will.
Wait, I'm the one that's chasing hard after it.
Yeah. Like
I'm not.
like you should be able to use your intellect in order to extract some kind of like understanding
Wouldn't
from
you
it, which
agree
is
with that?
true. I mean, to some degree we
Wouldn't
need to
you
do
say
this.
that using your intellect to extract something is chasing hard after it?
I guess I'm saying you're trying too hard, maybe.
What? Wait, how am I trying any harder than that? Because that's trying hard, right? That what I was talking about was literally having, a mind with no accumulation, which it means,
I mean, I cannot operate in this space with you because I already understand that there is accumulated time of speaking to you. You know, the encumbrance is of your encumbrance. I effectively, and other people may have no perceptible uh, problems,
have you
no
have you ever
counterflow.
looked at when you look at a tree, right?
You see, I don't. There's no counter to what I'm saying.
What do you
But like, you're going to bring up a comparative example. You're going to try. You're just. Do you even know what your example is, or are you just going to just try to walk me to a tree? You see what I'm saying? It's like it feels like I don't trust that you're that good at philosophy to lead me any fucking where.
You
So
can
like, I
walk
don't.
up into a
Go ahead.
tree and you can talk to the tree and you can be like, "Hello, tree," and then you sit down below the tree and you gain wisdom from the tree.
There you go. So much of it we can get out of conjecture or trying to dice up like what effectively we can know or cannot know. And yet we do know what we know for whatever that's worth. You could spend
Right.
a half hour trying to carve that up too.
No, it's simple. What it's worth is mechanical. It's only worth
Yeah.
something if you can gain, you know, a mechanical.
I mean, if you really have like a very Nietzschean sort of like aspect to your understanding of the ways and means of existence, then I
Well, no,
suppose
I
you
mean,
might be agreeable. But I don't feel that way, and I feel that everything plays kind of like a larger
think
role
about
of everything.
actually look at it like all that you know, right?
No, stop it.
All that you can measure, right?
I don't want to. This is no. Don't walk me, please.
Hold his hand and walk him through it.
Speak from your knowledge, but don't try and lead me through some shit I'm already rejecting. It's not going to help. It's like trying to tell me a joke, expect me to laugh at the end where I've been cringing the entire time you're telling it. Maybe we're not the best partners for conversating then. I'm not certain. I'm just basically making a critique about the general way in which like I hear your conversations go, and I'm just saying it's difficult for me to listen to you endlessly swirl this kind of eternal question that can never really be answered, but you're sure that you can't answer it, or even if somebody else answers it to pretty decent satisfaction, that you find a way in which to make it so that whatever that they said was kind of valueless. And ultimately, I feel that's kind of like a magnet tar pit trap, if you will. But that's just me.
Okay, man. So where does that leave you?
It leaves me wanting for better convo. Drinking coffee, sorting coins. Over and out.
Oh, shit, yeah, you can't compete with anyone drinking coffee. Oh, no, for real. I don't drink coffee every day, but when I do, don't fuck with me. Don't do it. Don't come at me. Don't you do it. Don't do it. Yeah, coffee will give you a good extra 10, 20, 30 IQ points for sure.
I mean, it comes back to what you're saying earlier. In a way, you know, it's just you can't perceive what you're doing yourself. I mean, as aware as you are, Santiago, surely you're not capable of perceiving what my thoughts or possibly anybody else's thoughts might be. Listening to you, question things, and I think it's appealing because questions are nice. It's good to ask questions. I just think that there's like a point at which it would be nice if you were like, oh, okay, you know, like we're chill. But I feel like I just feel like you're in like this Nietzsche kind of dark night of the soul thing, like where you don't really think that there's any like internal philosophical, like intrinsic value to things in and of themselves, and that you kind of like, but then you like kind of preach that too. So I'm confused by your positionality here. That's all.
Dude, my position was impossible in the first place. Okay. What I'm saying is like a mind with no accumulation, right? That's impossible. We have accumulation. Now look at it. That's all that's the next thing that I'm saying is just look at it, right? I do that.
I don't think like that you can define what like I can understand that I can blank my mind state out to where like
I'm not saying,
effectively
that's not what I'm saying.
right. So
Like I just
why would you say that that's impossible to do then?
because
Like, why do you begin with something I'm effectively going to disagree with?
because if you
I don't
begin
know.
with if you begin with the possible, then it's just everything that we already know, right? That's all the knowledge,
What?
that's all ideas, that's all how you interpret things normally. That's in the realm
I
of
just
knowledge.
can't even.
There is something beyond knowledge, right?
I can't even with you right now. I'm aware of that, but I don't know how you're getting to that. It's almost like you're dislodging any kind of intuitive understanding that could be made on this idea. By
I'm
am I right? Am I off my shit, Lightwater? Tell me.
I don't think that we're like
Yeah.
I don't want to continue this, but like all that I'm saying for you is that thought is fragmentary in nature. That's it.
Okay,
Right.
no, I believe thought is totally continuous. So everything you say, I'll just disagree with. but I might be off my shit. That's possible. Other people can tell me that.
That's
I
fine. That's
will
where I'm
listen to
holding
them.
my ground. I'm just saying thought is fragmentary in nature. Okay.
The nature of your thinking is fragmentary. Yes, I agree with you.
All thinking, every single thought.
All
that
of your
everybody
thoughts are
has.
fragmentary. Yes, they are.
No, yours too, man. But the
All right,
thing
don't talk about my thinking, please.
I'm going to, because it's my thinking as well. It's the same.
That's okay. I'm being offended right now.
It's like salt, right? It's not your salt and my salt. It's sodium. It's salt.
You have no fucking clue, dude. Sorry.
No, you don't know yourself.
Who's this fucking guy?
But Santiago, based on your previous statement, you're coming at him saying he doesn't know himself, but then you're trying to claim that his thoughts are yours as well. Effectively, a dissolution of the idea of self to begin with, but then coming back at him saying he doesn't know himself.
Right, because
It's kind of contrarian, man.
No, he's composed of thoughts. I'm not trying to like swing. Like this is what we are. We are.
That's your
Like,
belief.
How are you going to come back at me with that being an incorrect analysis of what literally just took place within the past few sentences that were exchanged there?
Because I don't think that I was being, I had any discrepancy in what I was saying, which is that you don't know yourself. Right? I mean, to me, in saying that was literally what I meant was you haven't actually looked into, the nature of yourself, which is thought.
In your opinion.
But it's okay, in my opinion, sure.
Yep. Your thought.
And what is wait? No,
all is
your
thought
your
is
opinion?
that
How is your opinion different from mine?
Your thought is that all is thought, and nothing more, right? That oneself can only be defined through their thoughts. Is that your opinion?
Not necessarily, no. But I mean, but largely, yes.
I feel like this is the scene in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and you're teaching me to surf, and I'm doing more, and you're like, do less. No, do more. You're doing too much. No, do more. Do less. You need to do less.
Well,
No,
I
you're doing
asked you
too
a
much.
question, but you didn't answer it.
Yeah.
So how is your definition of a person different than mine? My opinion.
There's many different definitions of person.
Okay. What is your opinion of what a person is? If you're going to judge mine based on a simple explanation, which is that we're composed of thoughts.
I don't know if I'm judging your person. Maybe I am judging your person, because to me, a person is a persona.
What is a persona?
A persona is a mask, and I think that's a lot of what you convey to others, right? Or do you think we all wear a mask, that no one is genuine?
What is genuinity?
I'd be curious as to what your definition of genuine would be.
Do you think that
Do you think anything's genuine?
No, do you think that your experiences and thought, as we've had this discussion, we've gone over that thought reflects your memory, right? And that is fragmentary in nature. Snacks doesn't agree. He thinks that it may be different. But do you think that your thoughts can be genuine?
Do you think that I have
No, let's say
understanding
you have a partner.
similar to yours,
What?
that thoughts are fragmentary? Do you think that I share that opinion?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because if you say that thoughts are holistic, right? That they encapsulate everything, or they're magical, or whatever, I don't care. I've looked into. I know, quote unquote, myself, right? My action, which is like which is how I understand thought.
Which is how you understand self as well.
I understand self because of it's through thought that I understand self, my friend.
Oh, you think and then you understand self? I got you. Okay. That's an interesting way to go about it. Hey, man, I guess everybody's built differently, aren't they?
Right. We're not, but go on.
I guess also what some people call thinking, other people wouldn't call thinking.
What
Would
do
you
you
agree
call
with
it then, Snacks? What would you
But
call it?
like, don't you think?
No, I'm asking you, what would you call it? How do you understand yourself?
What I'm saying is that some people would say, I thought of that when they really didn't think of it. Kind of like the idea was already there 90% of the way. Somebody else kind of gave it to them. They thought, which means that they meant to say that they decided on that.
Okay. So
People use words all fucking wrong. And I'm not saying that you're immune to this.
I'm trying to use words though, you know. But it doesn't matter. I'm asking you also to use words. So explain to me, right? Describe to me how you understand self.
Or maybe you could just explain how you define self.
I already did.
Great.
It's your experience. It's your particular collection, right?
I'm glad you're trying to rationalize your own existence here. This is cool. You know what I mean? That's fine. You do it live on the air. I don't care. But what I'm like, myself is an evolving concept, and it always has been, and it's never stopped, and it will never stop. And you can try to stop it by like putting things in pigeonholes and fucking your weird terminology and shit, and that's fine. You go ahead and try to do that, but you know, I doubt you'll be successful at converting me over to your line of thinking.
That's good, dude. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm happy that you feel that way, and I think that's good.
You're reacting to me is I have to make it meaningless. You know, you have to be of no value.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, right? I'm using words over here to describe my own experience. You're translating it in whatever way you want, and you're defying it, right? Which is good. You're saying no, right? Your description is not what I am, right? And that's perfectly correct. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever, dude.
I don't care if you do, though. I mean, you can go ahead and have all types of problems if you like.
I'm just letting you know, man.
Well, what kind of watching noise? Whatever, someone's making a noise.
Regardless, though, like
E.T. or hot mic, bud.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I just got back. I'll go on mute. My bad.
You know, I'm not trying to target anybody here, right? You guys, you know, are asking me questions. I'm not, you know, obliged to answer them. Snacks are kind of, you know,
I'm sort of a shit to you, and I'm sorry about that. I wish I could be a better person.
Because it's in conversation, right? That you've expressed yourself, and like I have nothing. I'm not like opposed to what you're saying, man. But
I'm just capable of being this good of a person. Yeah. If I'm less than that, I'm sorry. You know.
You can say whatever you want, man.
No, I enjoy the fact that you two are having a slight conflict as it's being played out by two lizards called anoles on my tree. As I see them posture, and one moves the other towards the base of the tree further down from where he resides. It's kind of like the battle on the tree being played out through your guys' voices. And Snacks, I feel like you're the green guy in the battle. There's a green anole and a brown anole.
Yeah, that's funny, man.
Sorry, just as you guys mentally and verbally joust, I'm watching that play out with lizards on a tree. Anyways,
I mean, there's an entirely mechanistic way I could like look at things. There's an entirely human way, emotional way I could look at things. I mean, there's ways that things happen, like where I'm like, man, there might be something that's a crazy Italian magic luck shit, whatever the fuck they got going on with their hand signals and shit. I don't know. Like, there are experiences that I catch the edges of things, and I'm like, man, that must be something else that's existent in reality as well, you know?
Yo, you guys have heard that when that dude called the Sophia employee,
Robert Bassano.
I guess.
You talk about the guy that called and was like, "Hey, I'm looking at these missions," and called somebody that had to do with the Hubble, right? And was saying, "Isn't this just Sophia?" Is that what you're talking about?
Well, he called, Nicholas Veronico from the Sophia Science Center, and he was just saying like, look, they sent this ground observatory, Sophia, and Hubble all released this same picture on the same day. And then he said there's an international database and it has everything, like the Apollo missions, everything. But it doesn't have anything ever documented for Hubble.
I've heard this before. This is from a few years back.
Yes.
Yeah, a long time ago. Robert Bassano is the guy's name.
Okay. Yeah, this is very audit. What we need to do for audit NASA. He goes from department to department, asking them the questions, relaying the information from each department. And dude, none of them know anything. They're all compartmentalized and ignorant.
Dude, one of the best is when he calls the guy who's in charge of like Hubble mission. He's like, "Have you ever had eyes on Hubble? Do you know where Hubble is?" kind of thing. And the guy's like, "No." It's like, "So you tell me you have this $1 million telescope and you guys have no eyes on it? You've never seen it? You don't know what's going on up there?"
Yeah, he mentions that in this conversation, saying that he said that him or no one on the team have access to actually seeing Hubble. But his channel got deleted, so I'm trying to find the videos. I guess this guy found the one. Hey, you see the Stanford graduate? He basically tells the guy he's come to the conclusion that Hubble doesn't exist.
Yeah, he basically said Hubble is Sophia.
Yeah, he straight up tells the dude. He's like, he's not just saying that either. He's like, went through all the research, right? I mean, this really tripped me out because this is exactly what I think Odd and NASA should do, just like frequently. Because I think they.
What about Sophia though? What's the significance of that?
Sophia is like that is like a plane that goes up to 45,000 feet high, and they use different optical instruments to look at the sky, and it turns out that it has like, it's basically what they're calling Hubble
Sophia.
They're calling
right.
they're calling Sophia Hubble. It looks like, and like they would have just had different ones doing the same thing back in the day. Yeah, like there's no actual logged documentation of Hubble going up in the official international database. It's just super sketchy. None of the people there can verify anything that supposedly worked there. They never even actually see it. And then he was going through everything, and he found that Sophia released like the same exact picture on the same day.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was thinking more of like the etymology of that name. Because you know how they name all these shuttles and ships? What was the last one that they named?
Artemis. The moon.
Artemis.
Yeah.
They all have a code, reasoning.
Yeah. Which is super weird, obviously.
Yeah, they're all like Greek and Roman gods or whatever, like Sophia. Right?
So,
yeah. I mean,
Sophia is like a Gnostic.
Good.
No, I was just going to say Sophia, isn't that like the Gnostic wisdom or Greek wisdom?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the Greek word for wisdom. Sophia.
What is so funny, dude, is like, it's like all the fanboys, they just sit here and they think it's totally not weird that they name everything after Greek gods.
Oh, I mean, what about, should we name it Sally or Jennifer? What else should we name it?
Yeah.
Something related to what it's doing. Why are you personifying it anyway?
Good morning, Left Lane. How you doing?
Good morning, fellas.
You know what else is weird, dude? Is like they call the moon missions. They named it after the sun god.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Weird.
they're just carrying on a tradition that the Greeks and Romans did.
Then why are they
Doing all
naming it
these
the
things.
moon mission after a sun god?
Yeah, Artemis and Apollo are twins, right?
I don't think they care too much after which god they name it after. I just think they think it sounds cool.
Oh, that's not what they say. See, you guys don't even know the official stories. They said that they actually have a team that decides the names based on the historical importance and then in relation to what it specifically the mission is or what the object they're naming in space is, including asteroids.
Okay.
So why name a moon mission after sun god?
That's what I've never gotten an answer to that one. You know, have never had direct access. He finds out that Sophia and Hubble released the same picture on the same day. He then calls the Sophia head, or one of the guys that works at Sophia, and then he just proceeds to tell them like all this information about how there's no actual international documentation. Like there's a federal, what's it called, Aeronautic International, some database or something like that, and there's no actual documentation of it going up at all. And then he tells the Sophia guy, it looks like this is just our platform that we use.
Well, what about the fact that we still get Hubble imagery that is supposed to be still up there functioning? Sophia is in the boneyard. It's retired.
Left Lane, is that a serious question? You think?
No, yeah, it is. It is. Yes.
Oh, okay. You think they couldn't make another plane, Left Lane?
So now they've got a secret plane with a radio telescope on it that's actually filling in for Hubble.
Wait, you think that would be like insane or something?
I don't know. Doesn't
You think
really
it's
make
like-
good sense to me.
What doesn't make sense is that your response to the fact that they released the exact same picture on the same day is to just change the subject.
Yeah, if you got a link to that, I'd like to see that.
Okay, yeah. Like, so what do you think about that, though?
Well, I would have to look into it. It would, maybe have a little red flag waving on it if there was, if it was valid. It would.
Again, this is a Stanford graduate that actually wrote an algorithm for NASA to help them actually determine what it is that they're seeing in the sky when it regarded to high energy, low frequency bands. He went through all of the research to find out what's going on with Hubble, and just to look for the specs to actually engineer artificial intelligence algorithm interpretation of the observations. And
Didn't Robert Bassano also discover that the specs on the Sophia telescope are virtually the same as the Hubble?
they're like identical, yeah. Yeah. And he asked the employees about this, and they know nothing about it. They're like, we don't actually see the Hubble. We don't have direct access to the Hubble. Like the lead of the Hubble team, and he's like, me or no one on the team has direct access to it. Never seen it. The lead, and then he goes to the international database, the FIA, Federation of Aeronautics International or whatever. And it has everything, right? It has the Apollo missions, all these different missions, all these supposed missions in space. And NASA, it never got anything from NASA regarding Hubble, which was, I think, the biggest mass they sent at the highest altitude for the first time ever, supposedly. They didn't get, I don't know if that, like, as in to stay out there. And they never even logged it. He talked to the head or the highest person up he could get to at each one of these departments. He went and talked to the actual Federation of Aeronautics International, right? And They're like, yeah, NASA never even, I don't have anything. He searched the database. He's like, we don't have anything from NASA at all whatsoever regarding that. You might need to call
Why did
NASA.
he go and talk to these people? If I could ask that question.
Because he found out that they released the same picture on the same day and have identical specs, and that there's no verification of the Hubble itself. He was literally just trying to build an algorithm to help them to like figure out what's going on in their observations in the sky.
How did them releasing, the Sophia and Hubble image interfere with him building an algorithm?
Says I'm not doing this with you at 10 in the morning, dude. Like you're like contrarian weirdo vibe here. Like you do this every
I
time.
think he's just asking questions.
No, he does this every time. He's just trying to somehow ask like skeptical questions as to how the story
Not
doesn't make
skeptical,
sense
man.
or something. Like just
I'm
go watch.
genuinely curious who this person was, right? As a Stanford grad, like I'm trying to put myself in his position, right?
He was trying to, dude. He was writing algorithms to interpret the observations, and he had already built one for NASA, right? He built one for NASA, and they thanked him for it and actually asked him who he was and where he got it because they were so impressed with it because it helped them interpret high energy and low frequency waves at the same time from the same observation. He was working on finding a way to be able to interpret the information where you had blind spots in the optics, where you're looking at something but can't see it. He was creating an algorithm to be able to actually interpret the data and interpret the missing parts of what they're looking for. So what he's doing is going through each different observation, each different optical specs, the specifications, and everything that he could to help compile his machine learning artificial intelligence algorithm to help them out. And what he discovered was that there was no verification of Hubble, and that he ended up coming to the conclusion that what people are calling Hubble, in fact, our platform is just Sophia. They sent the same pictures out at the same time with the same exact specs. He talked to the head at Hubble. He talked to the head of the entire team, said none of them have direct access. He went to the international database, which is where he goes to check everything. They didn't have any record at all anywhere of allegedly putting Hubble up in the sky.
All right, word. I'm just trying to garner like what information you're bringing to the table, like and where it comes from. But I don't know. Like, I'm curious, like where you found this, But go on.
It's a documented conversation with a NASA employee, dude.
I'm not skeptical, man. Like I'm just interested. That's all. But anyways.
Well, sorry that I'm impatient with you, but it does seem like you kind of always just want to like poke holes in things. Like, well, what does it matter though?
I agree though. I'm with him. I want to learn more than anything.
But Santiago was within 30 seconds of saying, but what's it matter?
No, I said I do that, but that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, well then I'm sorry.
I'm curious as to learn more about this subject. That's fascinating.
Yeah, but like I want to know what the people that are so confident of everything that NASA tells them, like how are you digesting this information? Like that's what I want to know. Does it not make you pause at all? Like not even for a second, you step back and be like, wow, this guy that was a NASA fanboy, he's a space fanboy, and is literally creating algorithms just to help NASA interpret their information, diligently researching this, and then unexpectedly discovers this, then continually goes to the top people he can reach at each department just to get clarity because he believes the story and reluctantly has to come to the conclusion that it's actually not a legitimate story and our high altitude optics are actually coming from planes. And that there's no legitimate verification whatsoever that Hubble's actually out there taking pictures 355 miles up. This isn't a flat earther that's like, I want to prove NASA's line. This is like someone who...
What's his name?
I guess Nate knew his name. Robert Pisano.
Rob Pisano. Okay.
My boy, yo, Robert Bassano.
Because like we're about to do the same type of thing with Odd at NASA, and I'm like, yo, this is like a perfect example. You call, you're professional, you're cordial, you're not talking about flat Earth, you're just asking like, what's the word? Good faith questions, and going from department to department and just trying to verify it. But yeah. I don't know. I could never hear this information and just like unhear it. I guess to me, what's very interesting is the ability to compartmentalize hearing this and being like, oh, there's nothing here.
Can I ask you a question really quick? You were saying something about one of the people working at Hubble. They didn't really know what the hell was going on. You said that like just a few minutes ago. Can you repeat that part if you don't mind?
The lead of the Hubble team, like the head of the Hubble team, told him specifically that like he doesn't have direct access. He's never seen like direct access to any of the Hubble shots or information. Like he doesn't get direct access, and no one on the team has ever seen it. The actual official Hubble team at NASA, including the head, said they did not have direct access, and no one had ever had that access on the team. Then he's like, wait, what the? And he goes and looks further into Hubble, and there's no documentation of that thing ever even allegedly going up into space. Then he finds out it has the exact same specs as the plane that we sent.
So it sounds like somebody like
Well,
the head of Hubble's team is probably sitting there doing absolutely nothing most of his day, probably gets a really decent salary, and doesn't say jack shit about the fact that he does absolutely nothing because he's getting paid a decent amount of money to do it. So why would he blow the whistle, right?
Yeah, he was saying that basically he just collects data for the last 30 years and he's never actually seen the apparatus he supposedly sent up.
Right.
He admitted that and had like this aha moment on the phone with him, like, oh fuck, maybe it's not up there.
Like Bassano had all the pictured dates, and when he asked them about flights, it said like that there was no data for that, but that Sophia had records.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew all the
the phone
SPS
call
missions.
in the live stream.
You guys may know more than me, actually, because I've only seen the conversation with Sophia. He begins to allude to his conversation with the Hubble guy. I'm glad you just sent it. I'm downloading it, by the way, because they've been deleted. His channel's been deleted. So
Tierra La Plana, you may also find his resources on.
Wait, what?
No, his channel was Planete Veritas. If you want to Google that,
Right,
you
but
might
Planete
find other
Veritas
places it's been posted.
Also, yeah, but then later Tierra La Plana, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's up with this guy now?
I don't know. Okay, so
I think he's been
about
MIA.
4 or 5 years ago, he sent us all of his data. Like he literally dumped a hard drive on a Google and he told everyone to download it. So like Jose Mesa and myself and a couple other people were in a private group where we were trying to go over his information. And then he just like fucking, and then he wanted to pay us money to like go to Africa or some shit. And like he just disappeared. So I don't know.
Yeah, see, like I think that when you start doing stuff like this, there's power in numbers, right? He's like a lone soldier out there. That's why when you have hundreds of people and everything's being logged, I can export all the communications onto hard drives. We have encrypted, like as protected comms being set up as humanly possible, right? Then it's much safer. And this is what's crazy to me is like that's a very real concern, and the ballers don't can't even grasp that. Like as I'm launching out at NASA, I'm like literally having to put in protections to try to prevent something happening to anyone. How insane is that? Like, so what all did they talk about with the Hubble thing? I can watch it obviously, but it's an hour long. I'm really busy. It's whatever. Did he call anyone else? He called the guy at Hubble. He called the guy at Sophia. Do you guys know if he ever called anyone else?
I think he tried to call after that, but they started making phone calls to each other to like prep them to deflect phone calls like that.
Wow. See, and that's what's so crazy, man. Because like, what are they gonna do without it, NASA?
Yo, Austin.
Yeah.
Yo, you talked about protection, right? Dude, you're dealing with one of the biggest secret occult societies, right? NASA, mob in the world, dude. You ever actually like? Aren't you ever scared for your life, dude? In
No.
the business that you're about to start, dude, audit NASA, like they're gonna come right after you, bro.
Yeah, but I'm good. Like, Yaz got my back, bro. You know, I had Secret Service
Yeah,
follow
I
me
get that.
around. Yeah, it's all good.
Yo, wait, honestly, like I'm not a you know, Christ follower or whatever, but I think good thoughts for you, bro. Because like, yeah, man, you're like jumping right into this.
Someone has to.
With it, all due respect, did you say you had Secret Service following you around, or
Yeah, when I was in DC, Secret Service followed me and Chris around.
like in your favor?
No,
No,
they were
okay.
trying to go undetected, but they're dumb. So anyway, I wasn't scared then. I'm not scared now. I do have a baby girl, so like that trips me out. But nah, I don't. Like I think, especially with some of the shows I'm going to be on within the year, like taking me out would be detrimental probably. I have some friends that have a lot of reach, and if something happened to me, they would use their platforms. So I think it would backfire on them.
I'm still gonna think good thoughts for you, brother.
No, yeah, thank you. But I trust you. I mean, I felt led to do this.
Yeah, I don't think you should worry about any of that whatsoever.
I'm not. But it is a real thing. Like, I'm kind of like that. Like, I just mobbed around, like the White House and the Pentagon. Right, I just mobbed right through the Pentagon. 50 no camera signs, and I'm like, okay, we'll do a live stream here then. And that's not for everyone. So that's why Chris was such an OG. He did it with me. I'm saying that to say that like I'm trying to consider everyone else that's being a part of it. But I don't think, like I said, I don't. Yeah, I guess if you're lying on this big of a scale, you have something to lose, certainly. From their perspective, I don't know. Well, what do we do? Just sit back and let them keep like brainwashing 7-year-olds into astronauts are the biggest heroes in the world? Like I'm not gonna sit back and watch it. So they're lying. They aren't going to space. That's not real. That's a lie.
We're all gonna find out, or we're all gonna be doomed. So we'll see.
They're lying so bad they had to put nautical in their name.
It may not be like the full truth of it, but they are definitely lying for sure.
That is funny. They put nautical in their name, bro. Cause I think, by the way, that they are shooting stuff up into some water. So fight me.
Oh, into water, space water.
Yeah.
That's funny. I have a friend who was talking about that last night, and she felt very passionate about the whole concept.
They do. They, in my opinion, there are different layers. So like when you go down to the bottom of the ocean, there are different density layers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, so I think it's the same thing above us.
Could be. Hey, what's it? I don't get to talk to you much. What do you think about Crow 777 and his idea from way back in like 2015-16? He's like, basically, that whole concept is maybe it's the medium,
Yeah.
I don't want to say space is water, but that's basically what he was saying.
Well, it's a fluid-like medium. It's probably like super helium or something like that, but super fluid. But yeah, Crow was just on our summit. He was saying the same thing. First, he saw the lunar wave, and he was trying to figure out what it was. And then he realized that you see this same phenomena all over the sky, not just on the moon, as in a medium.
Crazy, really? Do you know him personally?
Not so much. I'm like really good friends with Rose 777.
Oh yeah, I know about her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. Just really quickly, I want to know what your thoughts are on this. After watching a lot of those lunar wave videos, I came to the belief that it was more of a Earth-based phenomena. What do you think?
Well, I don't know
Like
if that makes sense.
a harp, almost like harp or something like that.
That's interesting. I don't know. But it for the whole sky to look like there's like a ripple going across it in a fluid-like medium, I don't think that harp would explain that. I mean,
It's like only happening on the equinox or something like that too.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
There's a specific date that the lunar waves are like recorded on, I think.
Well, Crow was saying again, like he was just at our summit, right? And he was saying when he first started, he was like, "This is a lunar phenomena." But then he discovered that you can see this phenomena all over the place. And
Wow.
and one of the ignorant things people say is that it's like from a jet. It's like a plane goes by.
It's very ignorant. I know that argument is so ignorant. Yeah.
I can't even put into words how dumb that is. He's like, dude, there's no planes anywhere close, as if we wouldn't know that. And then look at the phenomena, and then he actually has like, this is like an incredible telescope, right, for personal use. And he's like, we have it documented. We have the jets and what they do, right, and then we have what we see. They're 100% not the same. So, yeah. Anyway, I think that they're trying to get up into quote unquote space. I don't dispute that. I don't think that they really can, though. I don't think they can go very far up.
Why not?
I just think that eventually the pressure from the medium becomes so great you can't actually physically penetrate it.
It just becomes too. It's literally. It's too powerful. Like it's too.
Yeah, just like the bottom of the ocean.
It's just too intense.
You know, the pressure is so intense at the bottom of the ocean, you can't keep going down.
Okay.
I think it's the same thing, maybe like flipped up.
So down.
But not literally ocean water. I think it would be heaven.
Hey, what's the command to give somebody an official warning?
I don't remember.
Anybody remember?
I think it's in the...
Go down to mod logs and you can see or not mod logs, but mod... Anyway, I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I think it's like one of the sections. I always forget too.
Someone's about to get it.
It should literally be just like... It should be like... exclamation mark timeout. Shouldn't be.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. It's like I'm sick and tired of these guys talking about family members, talking about sisters, and that's not gonna work, guys. You better cut it out. You're not gonna be here for long, I promise you.
These people were lame, but see, what we're talking about is like changing the world, basically. Like, what we have going on out of NASA already, like a week, I guess maybe 2 weeks now. I'm not sure exactly when it was like really started up. It's like insane. It's insane what's already being put together, and I haven't even put the full team together yet. I'm basically
Good
doing
stuff, bro. Good on you.
Dude, it's like incredible, Essie. It's gonna be so epic, bro. Like so epic. Yeah, I highly encourage people to kind of participate because there's use for everything, right? Like say we're like, okay, like say this Hubble thing. Let's use this Hubble thing for example. It's like we throw the audit teams on it. It's like people emailing different portions of it, calling different people, different approaches, doing different research, looking into different contracts, looking into the history of it, then compiling it all into a single place where we can summarize very concisely and precisely what the story is. That way that you can catch them lying. What a bunch of flat earthers have been saying to me is like, why are you doing all this? Why does this matter? We know they're lying. I'm like, you're just selfish. You're like selfish and lazy and you're not doing anything. Like, this is how you actually make change is like you catch NASA red-handed. like you catch their hand in the cookie jar where there's no way to wiggle out of it. That changes everything, dude. It changes everything.
Now you see the cookie jar.
All the way, bro. I commend you. I support you 100% in this endeavor. Good on you, bro.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. Like I'm talking about to such an extent that the people in here, you guys know how they act like NASA defense attorneys, right? Where like if you're like, why did this guy's hand go through a lemon, and then they make up this big elaborate story about why it happened, or why did this guy reach out and pretend to grab a hat that wasn't there, and then went and said, they just start making stuff up to the extent where like they can't even defend NASA. That's the objective. Like these NASA fanboy defense attorneys in here, they can't even defend it. That's a game changer in my opinion. If you want to get the truth out about the Earth, I mean, pull the main source of the spell out from underneath them.
They're choking in their own cosmology, bro. They're choking in their own lies. Yesterday, Jace was telling me when I put him when I asked him what's the mechanism of this gravity of which you speak. Is it the strong nuclear, the weak? Is it this, that, electromagnetism? Is it? You know what he told me? It's a graviton. A graviton.
What?
Yep.
Oh my god! And so you made me interested in my relatively speaking stream last night, but I just like body bagged the claim of pendulums and gyros proving the Earth rotates. Like body bag.
You did? That's
Yeah.
what they're talking about in chat today. Yeah.
I body.
Unbelievable.
They're not going to articulate any intelligible rebuttal. There isn't one.
Yeah, that was a great stream. Good job.
Did you
bro.
see the video I posted where the guy clearly explains that a gyro compass can be made to point to any cardinal direction? I repeat, any cardinal direction. You can make it point east all day long.
No, you can't either.
Yes, you can. That
No,
is a
you can't.
fact. I posted the
When you
video of
turn
the
when
guy
you
saying
turn
it.
it on, when you turn the gyro compass on, and you let it spin up, and the further away from north it's pointing, the longer it takes. But it will align itself to north on its own without anybody touching it.
It will, but the reason why it aligns itself to north is because the gyroscope is manipulated. There's weights on it. There's all kinds of stuff on it. A gyro compass will not point on its own unless it's manipulated. So you can take a gyroscope, spin it, and it ain't gonna point north ever. Ever.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, but there's a mechanism inside that the rotation of the Earth applies a force, and it's the right hand rule and all that crap. You have to really dig into it. But that force that's applied causes that gyro to precess and align itself with the axis of rotation.
Negative, sir. Negative.
That's exactly what you
started.
could say negative, but you can't argue with the documents and the description of how the thing works. I mean,
So
that's the
you're
way it
saying
works.
follows
Yes, I can. You know why?
right hand rule. So it follows the right hand rule. So it's something electric. Is that what you're saying? It has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. It actually has to do with something like electro.
No, it has to do with the precession of the gyroscope. You'll have to look that up.
You said the right hand rule. How is that applicable?
Yeah, it depends on which side that you're holding the gyroscope, and you could use your hand to predict which direction it'll precess. But they call that the right hand rule as well. I've seen the right hand rule in electricity to something about spin, but
That's literally
the
where it
gyro
comes from.
is different. Yeah, the gyro's
where it comes from.
the gyro's got a
It's the
different description of it.
The electrical nature of it. So you're saying, why would they describe what you're talking about using the right hand rule when the right hand rule is literally a rule that deals with electricity?
And you could look it up, right hand rule in gyroscopes, and it'll give you a full explanation of what I'm talking about.
Real fast. I just want to bury your religion real fast, Loveline. Okay. So this is a professor of physics. And he breaks down all the math of the claim of the pendulum. Okay. And here he explains that if you actually I'm going to skip over the equation, but I'm going to read for just a second. The centrifugal and Coriolis forces are not due to interactions with the distant universe. However, in relativity, we must include this force not only the local forces like the Earth's gravity acting on the test body, but also the real gravitational force exerted by the spinning distant universe acting on the test body, because relativity literally necessitates this. This ties into the Machian principle. You come down here and he does the math. The factor 1/3 was used due to 5 times 1/15 as an equation 7. The analogous to Coriolis force is 5 times larger than the analogous to the centrifugal one. However, what is observed experimentally is a precession given by Newtonian mechanics. The relativistic prediction for the pendulum doesn't even work. Literally, the relational mechanics based on a relativistic approach doesn't even work to explain the pendulum, dude. You guys are goofy. These two numerical calculations show that general relativity does not yield the measured values of these quantities in the Earth's frame of reference. This analysis shows clearly that in general relativity, kinematically equivalent situations are not dynamically equivalent. He goes on to say, here we have defined this force to let the Coriolis term become similar to Lorenz's magnetic force. It might be called the gravitational magnetic field generated by the rotation of the set of distant galaxies. This is showing that within your own paradigm, having the Earth at rest and the entire cosmos moving around it give the exact same effects of the pendulum. And he shows all the math of it, and it would be akin to a magnetic field. And then he points out here that the flattened figure of the Earth, where they say that the Earth is basically being flattened because it's spinning. He explains here that the flattened figure of the Earth, or Foucault's pendulum, can no longer be utilized as proof of the Earth's real rotation.
Uh-oh.
The flattened figure of the Earth, or Foucault's pendulum, can no longer be utilized as proof of the Earth's real rotation. In relational mechanics, both facts can be equally explained with the frame of distant galaxies at rest, exerting a gravitational force on bodies of the Earth's surface while the Earth rotates relative to this frame, or with the Earth at rest while the distant galaxies rotate around it, exerting a gravitational force that would be akin to magnetic fields on bodies at the Earth's surface. Both explanations are equally correct and yield the same effects. It then becomes a matter of convenience or of convention to choose the Earth, the distant galaxies, or any other body or frame of reference to be considered at rest.
Yeah, but that guy never said that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, what can they say? All they can say is this dude's a crackpot or something.
But all the math's right there.
Exactly.
What's it? Is that the document you posted there where you got these excerpts from?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir. I have some more, but I have another little hammer to drop for the next show. Let's just say it's not going to be good.
Hey, so how do you explain the pendulum
Just the sky
movement, and then why it stops at the equation? I mean, at the equinox, or no, at the eclipses.
That's never. Oh, you said the eclipses, the Elias effect.
Yeah, it stops. How do you explain all that?
But that's with the paraconic pendulum and not with the Foucault pendulum, I think.
No, yeah, I know, but I'm just wondering if there's any explanation for how it's moving in the first place, what's causing it to move, and then also what's causing it to stop.
Okay,
during the
let's
eclipses.
cover this is the baller response. Okay, that's never really been verified, and then they'll basically claim other people have tried to do it many times and haven't been able to, but they can't cite that, just a talking point. But it is a big scale, so it's difficult to replicate. And that's the actual truth. But anyway, they'll say that they'll just deny what is called the Elias effect. And they'll deny it and say it doesn't happen and that it can't be verified or whatever. But from this perspective, the answer seemingly is pretty simple, right? It's actually the Earth at rest, and then the cosmos moves around the Earth, which then exerts a set of inertial forces that are not fictitious; they're real onto the Earth. And during an eclipse, since that's a celestial phenomena, there is some type of shift in this magnetic field. It acts as what they call a gravitomagnetic field, right? Whenever you have the eclipse, this is basically a shift within this field of force exerted onto the Earth. And since it's not the Earth moving, but rather the sky moving that causes it, then the celestial phenomena changes what you see because it's a shift in the energy. But on the globe that spins, nothing in the sky can change the pendulum. That would debunk the claim that the Earth is spinning, causing the pendulum to precess, because obviously it's just the Earth spinning, right? So the fact there's an eclipse shouldn't change it. So, yeah, there you go. The ballers just deny it. To me, it would just be, now as to the specifics of it, I don't know, because I think we need to replicate and get more precise measurements, and then be able to figure it out that way. We need to know more quantifiable cause effect.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
So let's imagine back in the days we have Aristotle, right? Fighting for a geocentric conception of the universe, and he would build such a pendulum, and then he would observe that the plane of oscillation of the pendulum rests from east to west like the heavenly bodies move. Wouldn't a guy like Aristotle then definitely have concluded that it's the quintessence and ether moving, which is proved by that pendulum? Isn't it just that what we accept a priori about our conception, which delivers us that result? Because if we just accept that it's the Earth rotating, and from that follows a shift of plane oscillation of this pendulum, we can interpret it that way, right? But we could also say, no, if we accept a geocentric perspective, the mechanical explanation for that wouldn't obviously be a rotating Earth. So by what parameters is this even a proof for anything, right?
Okay, so I don't know. I didn't invoke it as proof of anything. I'm destroying the claim that the pendulum proves the Earth is rotating. Even within their own paradigm, that isn't true. The
Right.
physics they claim and the math involved, and then the covariance and equivalence principle within relativity, and even within Newtonian mechanics, where he assumed that there was a fixed background of space. If you in fact have that you have space not fixed in absolute, but rather having angular momentum, and everything, the entire cosmos moves around. According to Newton, this would, his own work, his own physics, necessitate there be a real set of inertial forces. Relativity also necessitates the covariance and equivalence principle be applied, meaning that in their own paradigm, they cannot claim that the pendulum is proof of the Earth rotating. And then as it comes to the eclipse thing, obviously, if the eclipses are changing them, or if there's a phenomenon in the sky, why is stuff in the sky changing the pendulum if it's supposedly just caused by the Earth rotating? But just like I have to help my wife use them.
I get all that.
Wasn't special relativity called something to do about electrodynamics before it became the special theory?
Yeah, on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, 1915, I think.
You know what's amazing, guys?
Was that by Einstein or Poincaré?
Yeah, that's by Einstein.
Oh, okay.
I think it was 1905. 1915 would have been his general theory.
You know what's funny? When, let's say you have a gyroscope, right? Everybody knows what a gyroscope does, right? You spin it and it keeps its rigidity in space, right? Then some people grab this instrument and make it always point north. Now, does it take a genius to realize something that keeps its rigidity in space always? That's what it does. If made to point to a certain direction, it has to be manipulated to do that. Is that hard for somebody to understand? Like, no common sense, no logic, zero, gone, lost. It's like you have to explain like a little baby how these things work. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Does this gyro compass align to north even when it's south of the equator?
It always aligns to north.
Yeah,
Yes, the
interesting.
gyro compass.
The only explanation I could give to that is that the north was lower than the south. Therefore, you've always got a tilt, and or maybe the other way around. What would cause it to lean over? A magnetic inclination would cause something to lean over gravitationally or magnetically or whatever, something that we can't feel because our bodies compensate for it. But if the piece itself is leaning forward, then is there a slope?
No, you're running too far. You're running too far. First, you start off with the object in question. The object in question is a gyroscope. What does a gyroscope do? It keeps its rigidity in space. That's a fact. Not question, impossible. It keeps its rigidity in space. That's a fact. Now, they put this gyroscope and they put all kinds of fancy gadgets, weights around it to make it point north. Now, isn't it logical to assume that the gyroscope on its own will not point north? Is that not a logical assumption? The answer is yes. So then the question remains after that, why does a gyroscope, which keeps its rigidity in space, when made into a gyro compass configuration, why does it then point north? What is the mechanism by which it does that? That is the question. And the answer is it's manipulated to do so.
I thought the answer was
I
graviton.
There's no way around that. There's no way around the statement that I just made. It's physics. You cannot go around that. You can make up stories, but what I said is a fact. Sorry, guys. It just is what it is.
So how does it know to point north, Essie?
It doesn't know. It's not a conscious thing. It's manipulated. The video I posted, the
By
guy
what?
how they
What's
use weights.
manipulating it?
They use weights and all kinds of things. I posted the video. Have a look for yourself. The guy explains everything.
I've watched them build. I've watched IB Hunter's got a good video on it too, and there are others that explain. It's pretty complicated in some of them, but they explain exactly how it works.
There's no explaining, bro. You can't explain this away. You have a thing that keeps rigidity in space, right? That's its job. That's what it does. Everybody knows. Now, in order for you to make that point in a certain direction, it has to be manipulated. There's no way around that, bro. No way. If there is, tell me. Find it for me.
And it is manipulated. It is manipulated. The mechanism that's manipulating it is it's responding to the axis of rotation, which is aligning it to the north.
That's what they tell you, but it's a lie. Because if it
Not a
was,
lie.
it's a bull-faced lie. I'll tell you why. You know why it's a bull-faced lie? Because they have to manipulate it in order for it to move. So right there, it shows you that that gyroscope does not point north. Only when they manipulate it, put it into a box and call it a gyro compass, does it then point north. See that? There's no way around that, bro.
Leftlane, are you claiming that the gyro compass is able to feel the spin of the Earth?
That
what they
wouldn't
claim.
be out of line. It detects it. The axis of rotation applies the force, and I was talking about that right hand rule is sort of a mnemonic that you could use to determine which way it would precess, depending on which side you put the force on the axle. If you apply force to the axle, it'll precess, and so they
That right
got it
hand,
rigged up where that rotation, Earth's rotation, causes it to apply force to the axis of that gyroscope, and then it'll align. And if it turns past north, the force actually works on the other side and pushes it back to the north. So it just stays aligned with the axis of rotation.
Okay, if that's the case, then why doesn't the gyroscope do that on its own? Why does it have to be manipulated to do that?
It does do it on its own. You can point it to the
No, it doesn't.
northeast and fire it up, and it'll align itself to the north.
The gyroscope?
Yeah.
No, you mean the gyro compass, not
Or
the gyroscope.
compass. Yeah, the gyro compass. Yeah, you can point it, almost due west, and it'll take a while. You don't want to do that because it takes it a while to align itself. But as long as you point it in the vicinity, pretty quickly it'll align itself to due north.
That's
That's
not
after the gyroscope has been manipulated, right? The gyroscope does not align itself.
What is
on its
manipulating
own,
it, Odysee? What's manipulating it?
You tell me.
It's the mechanism that's causing it to respond to the axis of rotation.
And what does that mechanism do? It changes the orientation of the gyroscope, right?
Yes,
it's no
yes, sir.
longer a free spinning gyroscope, right? It's manipulated, correct?
Yeah, it is manipulated by the rotation. Yeah.
No, not by the rotation. It's manipulated by the weights and counterbalances.
And also that there's a weight. Yeah.
Yeah, go on, bro. Go on.
The weight on it. So it's sort of comparing the axis of rotation to the vector of down. And when those line up, there is this sort of least torque applied to it, is my understanding of it.
Yeah, it's happy pointing north.
Hey, wait, did you guys all concede that you can no longer invoke the gyroscope or the pendulum as proof that the Earth rotates?
No, I didn't.
So
no.
You guys are just going to refuse to accept it?
No, I heard you read some stuff, and it said it kind of complicated, but I wouldn't change my mind or make any firm determinations based on what I heard.
So you're just in denial, basically. Do you know what the equivalence principle is?
I would have to look at it. It's not a very complicated thing, but I can't spit it out.
Do you know what the covariance principle is?
No.
Okay. So, do you believe in the current model?
What current model?
The globe Earth.
It's a really weird question.
Oh yeah. I believe in the globe model. Yeah.
The current heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you believe in relativity?
Yeah, I can actually speak to relativity a little bit. Just within a layman's terms of your knowledge. I don't get into the equations and all the special relativity and all that stuff.
But you believe in it.
Yeah.
Hey, is the gyro compass affected by the eclipses? The gyro compass?
I doubt it.
Because then it would be similar to the pendulum, and it wouldn't necessarily be due north because of the rotation of the Earth, but maybe the rotation of the cosmos itself.
Well, I mean, there's some dude out there that claims that they are affected by eclipses, but he's the only one making that claim.
Yeah, that Elias guy.
Yes, him.
we'd have to witness it ourselves, during an eclipse, to see if the gyro compass starts freaking out.
Yeah, people have tried. People have tried, but he's the only one that's ever seen this phenomenon.
It's
No
a
one else has.
pendulum, not a gyro compass.
I'm just wondering if the gyro compass is similar, right, to the way it keeps due north.
Yeah, they're like rebutting it as if Elias said something about a gyro. I don't know.
He asked about a pendulum.
No, he didn't.
He did. Lion, did you not ask about a pendulum as well?
And he asked about the gyro compass, man.
Yeah.
Like, he just said yes. He asked about a pendulum. I was answering that.
Dude, he asked about a gyro compass.
I'm wondering if the gyro compass is keeping due north, similar to the way the pendulum can sense the alleged axial rotation of the Earth.
So you didn't ask if pendulums are affected by eclipses. My bad.
No, he was trying to see if gyro compasses do the same thing.
Oh, so you were asking that?
No, oh my god.
He just said he was asking that. So
Hey, are any of the ballers real fat? Are you guys gonna concede that you can no longer invoke the pendulum as proof the Earth rotates? Because, like, if you actually, this is what I find to be interesting here, right? Almost all the ballers believe that. They now have a document I provided to you where it shows the actual math according to your model and what you believe, both with relativity and Newtonian mechanics, showing that you must concede that if the Earth was at rest and the cosmos is moving around it, you would get the same effect in your own paradigm with your own physics. And most of you guys won't even read it.
You're talking about the Machian principle? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, he's talking about this book he posted from that Brazilian professor about.
It's about the Machian principle, effectively relational mechanics.
Relational mechanics, yeah. I mean, that is an idea that guy has. It's not a very popular idea in physics.
No, it's not an idea. He shows the actual math based on the principle of.
This can be backed by mathematics, but he hasn't provided any experimentation to back his idea.
First of all,
I'm aware of this guy in his book.
You're not aware of it. You've never read this book.
I haven't read the book, but I'm aware of him in his book. I've watched lectures that he's presented.
Okay, that's what's up. So it's not just an idea he has. He actually takes the claims of Newtonian mechanics and relativity, and shows the math based on the principle of physics and how there is an equivalence.
Which principle of physics?
Which is fine with it. I 100% agree with that.
It's like a religion. You're a religion.
Which principle of physics? You say he takes the principle of physics.
The equivalent principle and the covariance principle of relativity necessitates that you say if the cosmos moved around the Earth, it would cause the pendulum to precess.
Yeah, I mean, Whitsitt isn't making this up. This Brazilian professor does have these ideas, and he does back it up with a mathematical model. He places a lot of reliance on experiments performed by Newton and Galileo and ideas that Mach had. It's just, that's where it ends. It's not a popular idea that's backed by a lot of people within the physics community. But
also not true. Right?
It is a valid idea to hold.
All people do is try to find a way to dismiss it. It's so goofy. So, actually, it has been shown with tests. Which goes to show either you're lying or you haven't researched it. But you can show the Machian principle with different experiments.
Since that's what you.
Hey, with it.
Control yourself.
It sounded like chirality was still mid-sentence.
Maybe he has me muted.
You're getting upset with big long comments.
Do you have me muted?
Yeah, do you have chirality muted?
No.
So you just did it on purpose?
Well, you talk
so
like
then,
this.
right.
It was really, really low.
Then you pause and you're whispering. So I
whistled, but you decided to just overtalk.
I wouldn't.
It's not nice when some.
I wouldn't get upset with people for speaking slowly and deliberately. You do so as an insult all the time.
I'm
So what were you saying? It's a principle. The
Eggshells has
principle.
no intellectual value at all to provide in the conversation. Personally, I'm absolutely astonished.
So what's with the person?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to ask a question, and it sounds like you're going back and insulting people.
Yeah.
So chirality is the suggestion of this is if the cosmos revolved around the Earth, you'd still get precession of a pendulum. That kind of makes sense to me. Like there would be a huge amount of mass. If mass attracts mass, pendulum's mass, its movement.
Oh, no,
That would. I don't understand.
Definitely, Harry.
It seems like
is
it's
an idea that makes sense. I'm not trying to say it doesn't make sense or it's far-fetched. You know, it is a valid idea, and there is models, mathematical and actual models that back this. You know, it's just not a popular idea within physics.
No, it just has.
What do you think about it then,
The
Nate?
vast majority of physics. Nothing. Popularity means nothing. This is about the actual claims of Newtonian mechanics and relativistic mechanics. What he actually shows is that you can't even get the prediction using relativity, but that it doesn't even match the experimental results of the pendulum. So and the ballers love their math until the math refutes them. All of a sudden, they don't have to look at the math. They don't care about the math, and they can just dismiss it as fringe.
It's funny that this math is based on the law of gravitation. Would accept that gravitation exists.
Buddy,
I'm reading the paper right now, and it's specifically talking in the context of the law of gravitation.
Yes, this is why I specifically stated that within your own paradigm, you have to concede that the pendulum does not prove Earth rotation.
It doesn't. But what it sounds like you're saying is, in our paradigm, it could be that the Earth is rotating and that causes the pendulum to precess, or the entire cosmos is revolving around.
Yes.
Precess. I don't think anybody says pendulums prove Earth's rotation. If they do, they misspeak. It gives an indication or a suggestion towards it, because if we accept mass attracting mass, one option is the entire universe revolves around us, and a less extreme proposition that would also explain the same phenomena is that we rotate within a universe.
See, what you just did was just integrate
Where's the same?
You integrated your subjective opinion about what you think is more or less probable. That means nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means literally nothing. We're talking about how, dude, if you actually.
How can that mean literally nothing? How can that be literally nothing? Unless that's also your subjective opinion about my opinion. So either opinions are valid and I get to say my thing and your thing is invalid, or opinions are invalid and my opinion is invalid, then your opinion about my opinion is also invalid. Like, it's a dumb game to play with. It's you just walk face first in your own logic.
I promise you that if you're going to come in and virtue signal about me interrupting Nate when in fact he paused, and then you start interrupting me, I'll mute you. Okay?
Oh, you're going to play the threatening the mute game again. How mature.
You're not going to just start talking right over me like you always do, dude. You're 100% not going to do it.
Yeah, but I also really didn't pause with, like you did what you did purposefully. I don't know what you mad about.
Dude, go back and listen to the live stream, Nate, and you'll hear that you're super low and it sounded like you paused.
Yeah, Nate, I can't hear you at all, bro.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm at work. I'm not trying to talk to him.
No, it's all good. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but like I said my bad. That it's totally different than like gonna be repeatedly doing it on purpose, which is what Eggshells is about to do. So my point is that I'm not just giving my opinion. I'm actually addressing your position accurately. I am discussing what your model says, okay? And according to both Newtonian mechanics and relativistic Einsteinian mechanics, you have to say that they're equally valid. Now, if you want to go on to say, I think it's less probable that the Earth is in the center, cool, that's your opinion, and we could have that discussion, and you would probably get dunked on, but that's not really the point here. My point is when ballers say that the pendulum is evidence that the earth is rotating, that's an incorrect statement, or it's just as much evidence for the earth rotating as it is for the earth not rotating.
I sort of agree with that, Whitson. I think you could phrase it that, the precession of these pendulums is evidence for the earth rotating, or it's evidence for, the cosmos rotating around the earth. It's evidence for some sort of rotation.
Yeah. There you go. Like the same thing with the gyroscope, right? Or Michelson-Gale-Pearson. Like it is no coincidence that it coordinates with the sidereal rotation pretty much perfect. Specifically gyroscopes, right? Like the pendulum is shoddy, but I'm not even getting into that. Like the pendulum is difficult to get to work. There's a huge lack of verified evidence of it working in the South. There's literally no evidence of it not precessing at all at the equator. But just in general, my point is that whenever you ask for evidence that the Earth moves, we find out, oh, well, we can't prove that the Earth revolves around the sun unless we just look at the sky, assume it, and then beg the question. But we can definitely prove the Earth rotates. We have pendulums and gyroscopes. Well, according to your own paradigm, those are not actually evidence of the Earth rotating.
I think you've switched back and forth between proof and evidence. Like, yes, it is not proof of any one thing. Most seasoned ballers would say proof doesn't exist except in maths. All we have is evidence and interpretation of that evidence. But it's confusing me when you're going from it's not like we all go, yes, it's not proof of Earth rotating. And then you go, great, so it's not evidence of Earth rotating. It's like, well, no, it is. It's just evidence is indicative, but it's down to interpretation and gathering more evidence. Whereas proof is you don't need to gather any more proof. Once you've got proof, you've proven something. It's settled.
Yeah.
And that's why people try to be specific about the word proof in comparison to the word evidence.
Buddy, I'm colloquially using the word proof. That's a semantical diversion. It's also not evidence that the Earth rotates, because if you have quote-unquote evidence that the Earth rotates and it's equally valid evidence that the Earth doesn't rotate, then it's not evidence that it rotates.
Equally valid is down to a interpretation. Like, could it be? Is there a third possibility to throw in that the Earth rotates and the cosmos rotates, and the pendulum is interpreting both of those things?
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
What? But two things rotating doesn't make sense? Which bit isn't making sense to you?
Sure, I'll help you out here. So, how are you going to have inertial forces transferred to the Earth with the cosmos rotating if the Earth is rotating with it? You need a rotation. You need a difference in rotation to have the Coriolis force. You need the inertial and accelerative frames, which means either the Earth at rest with the cosmos moving around it or the Earth moving. You can't have the Earth and cosmos moving together, and they have to be moving together because there's no Coriolis force if they're moving together.
I'm not saying moving together, I just mean both moving. Like one could be rotating one way and one could be rotating another way. They could be both rotating in the same direction, but at different speeds. They could be rotating around the same axis, but in opposite directions. I'm just saying what about this paper that you found concludes that the equally possible other alternative is that there is no rotation. When I'm trying to say, what about this paper?
Yeah, you can't explain even the motion of the stars in the sky with any of those things you just mentioned.
I'm not trying to explain something. I'm asking you a question. What about this paper you've presented precludes both the cosmos and the Earth rotating?
A basic understanding of the observations in the sky.
About Aries' failure mixed with it.
Well, no. You can't say the cosmos are moving the opposite way in the Earth and explain the basic observations of stars that way. Okay.
How could you not? Okay, so here's the observation of the stars. The cosmos rotates at 23 hours a day. The Earth rotates it gets through 23 hours in a single sort of. You know what I'm trying to say. It does 23 hours of rotation, but the Earth is rotating the same way, the equivalent of 1 hour, giving us our 24-hour day. that would give us exactly the same observation of the stars, and it would invoke a non-stationary Earth and a non-stationary cosmos.
It would not give us the same observations of the sky, dude. What?
Yes, it would. You still get a 24-hour sidereal day. You're just doing the Earth. The Earth is doing 1/24th of the work. You could flip them around in any proportion.
Relativity kind of dictates that there's no difference between that.
No, it doesn't.
No,
That's
no,
not
there's
what
no.
relativity does.
No, he doesn't
Kind of
understand.
does.
He doesn't
I mean,
understand it. The model necessitates that either the Earth is at rest or the Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, and revolving around the sun. All of those things are needed to explain the position of the stars throughout the year.
I'm missing the bit where you're answering my question.
Okay. And this is for people that actually want to know the truth here. There basically what happened was Newton, he assumed a fixed background, like space was fixed and absolute, and that the Earth was moving around the sun within it. And so he to make his math work and his physics work, he had to introduce a set of forces like Coriolis and centrifugal forces. But he called them fictitious so that he could have the effect, but he didn't have to provide a physical mechanism because he couldn't provide a physical mechanism for that within his framework. Okay? And now if you take Newtonian mechanics and you apply it to a cosmos moving around the Earth, then that would create real inertial forces. See, Einstein or Newton didn't consider the option that it was actually the cosmos itself moving, which is why
Why would that turn a centrifugal force, as I understand it, is like you put stuff in a centrifuge, spin it around, stick stuff to the walls. I don't understand how spinning the cosmos changes that.
What?
Like you're still going to be able to have a pseudo force within that.
Okay. Oh. I'm going to show you a picture. All right. Here's your favorite thing ever, Wikipedia. It is seen that the Coriolis acceleration not only cancels out the centrifugal acceleration, but together they provide a net centripetal, radially inward component of acceleration that is directed toward the center of rotation. So if you have both centrifugal and Coriolis forces, you're actually going to have a net centripetal to radially inward towards the Earth. This, if the cosmos is moving around the Earth, is going to cause the pendulum to move. According to Newtonian mechanics, also according to relativity, you must also consider the Earth at rest with the cosmos moving around it as an equally valid explanation for the pendulum moving. Okay, and it would be called inertial dragging. It's called inertial dragging with the relativistic approach. Einstein himself acknowledges this with the Machian principle, in that it would drag the pendulum around. Someone else later came out in Einstein's life saying, oh, well, this wouldn't work, turns out, because the stars, the distant stars, anything beyond Neptune would have to be moving faster than the speed of light. So that was the supposed rebuttal of it. Okay? But, and I don't want to get too much into this part because I'm going to do this in my next show, but simply, Einstein says special relativity, there's a constant speed of light. This is the limit, the speed limit of the universe. Okay? But by the time he got around to general relativity, he had to remove that strict speed limit. General relativity allows for things to go faster than the speed of light. Most people don't know that, and that's not my problem. Like I said, I'm going to give a presentation on it next week. But long story short, both Newtonian and relativistic application requires the concession that if the cosmos moves around the Earth at rest, it would cause the precession of the pendulum, as well as what we observe with the ring laser gyro. I have many sources, not just this guy either. This whole let's dismiss this guy. Well, no, he's making a specific argument based on the physics claims of the theories and the math involved. Okay, but there is many of them. Here is another one.
I don't get how this conversation started at gyro compasses. I don't get how this would relate to a gyro compass.
And do you see what eggshells does?
Bring the conversation back to where it started.
That's not where it started.
Allow
Though.
them to check during a pause.
Dude, that's not where it started though, actually. I
Hey,
brought up the rotation. I brought up the rotation, and then SC threw in a gyro compass.
Have a wicked beard. I do lots of things. I rode to the top of a rock today on a motorbike.
Dude, what do you dude, seriously? Like once you're proven wrong, you just
see what Wizard does?
It's like you need to get a hold of yourself, man.
Yeah, I just don't get how this would relate to a gyro compass.
I brought up the rotation thing. SC threw in the gyro compass.
Cool.
So why are
How
you pretending
does
I'm
this
diverting away from the
relate to the gyro compass?
Is no one else
as
gonna check him? Is no one else in this room gonna
brought
call him out?
by SE Montreal?
Or none of the ballers gonna call him out?
I don't care who brought it up. I'm just trying to relate it to the gyro compass. I'm interested in it. I don't. Is it? Sorry. Way you go, Whitson. I didn't realize that it was like us listening to you and only the things you want to talk about. I thought it was like a room of people and we could interject and ask questions and subtly steer the conversation one way or another. Way you go, Whitson. What do you want to talk about?
Hey, is that what you do when we take your toys away from you one by one? Now you're gonna start crying?
Yeah.
You don't have your toys anymore, bro. Come on.
Like this is what's so funny, right? Like I just brought up a point. SC threw in another point. I stepped away for a sec, came back. I was just bringing up the point. I know most people don't know about it. Eggshells is trying to say that we're only allowed to talk about the gyro compass or something because
it sounds like you're saying how does this relate to gyro
I'm in the middle of
compass and
talking. You're muted, dude.
about-
You're muted. That's the 5th time you've done it. Okay, so I don't have patience for that right now. So I very simply I brought up a point. Okay, you jumped in to say, why am I talking about this? This doesn't have anything to do with the gyro compass, as if I was diverting away or something. But I brought it up. Okay, I brought this up, and then SC mentioned that. I don't have a problem with the gyro compass. From my understanding, I stepped away, and you guys talked about it for a minute. Even when I sat down, I listened to you guys continue to talk about it for a minute before I brought it back to this. Okay, so I was just making a point.
This started off with Sophia, if I remember correctly. So don't be saying we changed stuff. Yeah.
I'm not upset. The conversation's moved from one thing to another thing. I'm just trying to relate it back to one thing we were talking about. I don't understand. I'm not saying you can't talk about things with it. It sounds like you're saying I can't talk about things. Does this relate? Does this thing that you're bringing up at all relate to explaining how a gyro compass can point due north?
What did I ever say it did?
No, that's why it's a question. Otherwise, it'd be a statement.
No, it does. No.
It doesn't. Okay, cool. That's all.
You're just trying to shut down the conversation. So this is the point. The ballers don't have any actual exclusive empirical evidence that the Earth rotates at all whatsoever. And so, and then here's another guy right here, Dr. Luka Popov, a 2013 European Journal of Physics, Newtonian-Machian analysis of the neo-Tychonic model of planetary motion. And here he says in this conclusion, there's another interesting remark that follows from this analysis. If one put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, the pseudo-potential corresponding to pseudo-force will immediately be generated. That same pseudo-potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without any need for exterior forces acting upon it. So this is, again, a Newtonian approach within the Newtonian-Machian analysis. And what's so interesting about what he's saying is that it would perpetually do so. It would perpetually continue and perpetually cause this effect. And there's the PDF. So anyway, I'll just stop talking. The whole point I'm making is that the Glober's go-tos for proof of rotation or evidence of rotation actually is not exclusive evidence of rotation at all, even according to their own model and their own paradigm. And then the home run on all this says, okay, we've acknowledged that according to your own mechanics, Newtonian or Einsteinian, the Earth at rest would give you the same effect if the cosmos moved around it. Well, now we have a problem because if you look at the Michelson-Morley and the Michelson-Gale-Pearson combined, with both use the same principles and the same interferometry to measure the motion, right? Only one detected the motion, which was Michelson-Gale-Pearson detecting the sidereal rotation, which means now the only viable option to explain the two together on the table is that the Earth is at rest and there's only one real rotation, which is the rotation of the sky every day and throughout the year. So
Yes, I would agree with that, provided we also then say mass attracts mass and you can get action at a distance. So it sounds like all of these, unless I'm misunderstanding, I probably need to defer to chirality again. It sounds like all of these rely on the assumption that mass can attract mass, you can have action at a distance in that way, and then we're saying, yeah, sure, this what Whitson has posted is evidence either that the Earth rotates, or it could be equally valid for a flat Earth around which the cosmos rotates, provided you accept gravity.
No, you don't get it. But like I said right here, he explained that you can use a magnetic field. So you just use a magnetic field. Of course, instantaneous action at a distance is a U problem. That's a globe model problem. It's not a problem for me. I know that there's an ether, and so you can have instantaneous action at a distance. And if there's actually a medium exchanging the interaction, then it would be explicable. Which is what's so funny is that according to your model's equation for gravity, which is just hijacked electromagnetic effect, like it is instant because there is no variable for the time of reaction in the equation for gravity, which means it has to be instant. Right. And that's why Newton was like, dude, I can't even explain this. To think that these objects would act on each other through a great distances in a vacuum is absurd.
But the first sentence of the number 5 conclusion you posted, the analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework. That's gravity, man.
Yeah, dude, left lane. Are you not actually listening? So this is a different paper showing within your own framework using Newtonian that you have to concede that the Earth could be moving around the Earth at rest. Okay? Newton himself said this. He said the Earth could be at rest according to my theory, but there would have to be an equal and opposite reaction, a different real force acting at the same time. But what he didn't know about was the real inertial forces that would be resultant of the cosmos moving around. These physicists in modern times are now showing that that would have to happen. There would be real inertial forces. Thus, what Newton was talking about would be satisfied and the Earth could be at rest. A separate point is that whenever you do the math, you actually what you use to show this equivalence is a magnetic force, a Lorentz magnetic force, or like a field akin to a magnetic field. Okay.
Well, I've really reserved. I mean, I've listened to all the things that you say, and I've reserved comment. But I've sort of have come to a little bit of a conclusion that if Earth were flat and stationary, and the sky was causing these precessions in the Foucault pendulum and other things, then you're going to have to accept gravity as the little invisible fingers that are causing this precession.
It's so funny, right? Like I just think you guys aren't good at debate. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'll just have to reiterate my initial position for like the 15th time. I'm rebutting your guys' claim that the pendulum and the gyroscope show that the Earth is rotating. According to your own model, that isn't true. For you to then respond and say, oh, well, you must believe in gravity then, is ignorance, dude.
Now, that's all I see in all of your citations by these professors and scientists. They all refer to Newtonian physics as the mechanism.
Do you even listen to when I speak, dude?
I do. I'm listening, but it seems deviant to what I'm reading.
Oh my God. I am correcting your claim that the pendulum and the gyro are evidence that shows the Earth is rotating, because that is incorrect within your own paradigm, which means I'm stepping inside your paradigm and I am showing you how you don't even understand your own belief and you're misrepresenting it. Stop pretending I have to believe in your belief to debunk your belief. That is ignorant.
I don't think that's what's happening. It sounds like there's just two people who A, haven't said that, you brought this up, but B, are just saying what you are relying on to make this claim is something that is mass attracting mass. And it sounds like you keep just going, but your claim is, it's like, our claim is just this one thing, that what you're saying now, to be taken seriously, needs to accept that mass attracts mass. And it sounds like you're sort of dancing away from that and going to the insulting and doing the slow talking rather than just responding. Do you accept that mass maybe attracts mass? Or some similar kind of effect?
Why do no ballers check these people? Well, why do none of the other ballers step in and check them?
Seriously, what are you doing? You guys really don't understand his point and what he's doing?
They don't
From
understand
your paradigm. Holy God.
Point is, if mass attracts
checking
mass, it
your
could be an alternate
paradigm. I am
explanation.
checking your paradigm. If I'm talking about having to correct you guys within relativistic and Einstein or Newtonian physics, that doesn't mean I have to believe in it. I'm showing that you don't understand your own belief. It has nothing to do with what I believe. I'm saying that in your own belief, with your own gravity models, okay, you have to acknowledge that it isn't actually evidence showing the Earth is rotating. When you
It is.
we could,
It's evidence for two propositions.
Guaranteed you guys are going to do it again.
It's just evidence. It's the same thing. It's evidence for two propositions. I
That
think
are
there's
contradictory and
other
independent.
evidence. I think there is other evidence that makes me still lean towards the current model, but it is evidence for two propositions, both of which rely on the assumption that mass attracts mass. One is that the Earth's turning and everything else is sort of not, for a better word, or all it is. And the other is that we're stationary and everything's spinning around us, which just indeed subjectively seems like a more preposterous proposition.
That's very enlightening. Irrelevant though. So for you guys to jump in, and that's what even who was that was who was Blue Marble? Like, you guys are funny. Like, you guys are pretending that since I'm exposing your ineptitude regarding your own model, that you can then straw man me that I have to believe in mass attracting mass. You guys don't know how intellectual exchange works. You're making a claim, defending a model. You don't understand your model. I have to come teach you your own model and correct you because you're misrepresenting it. Once you're corrected, the intellectually honest position is to concede that you didn't know about this, you were misunderstanding and misrepresenting your own model. The intellectually dishonest response is to say, oh, then you must be having to believe in mass attracting mass. It isn't about my claim. It's about your stupid claim.
That's not what I said. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm not suggesting you believe mass attracts mass. What I'm saying is to present this as a proposition. It's a fallacy of the stolen concept. To present this as a valid proposition needs to accept that it is. It doesn't mean you believe it is, but it needs to be like, hey, here's this thing that debunks what you're saying that relies on mass attracting mass. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you believe in it.
It's so funny, okay? First of all, it's not the fallacy of stolen concept. I didn't invoke this as evidence of my position. What I did was show that you don't understand your own position. Of course, when it's explaining Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, it's integrating the idea of gravity. That's what it's about.
but the thing is, like on a Foucault pendulum, I could make. I have 100% confidence that I could build a small pendulum such that I could place on a Lazy Susan on a tabletop and demonstrate precession due to rotation. It's that simple. It's not like some magic thing going on.
Some magic thing? You can do experiments to show that this happens, Left Lane. According to your own physics, you have to acknowledge it happens. But you guys are religious, dishonest, and in denial. That's not my problem. Now, if you want to then change the subject to how would I explain that if the Earth was stationary in my position, it wouldn't have anything to do with your guys' interpretation of gravity, as they're both incompetent propositions. It would be an electromagnetic effect. It would actually be a force akin to electromagnetism, a magnetic field within an etheric background, and this would cause the same thing. I did not say that these papers say that, although it does specifically say that when you apply the principles of physics and the math, that it is the same as using a Lorentz magnetic force. Ironically, I invoked these sources to show that you don't understand your own belief, and your own belief refutes your guys' talking point that this shows the earth is rotating. And none of you can just put your big boy pants on and acknowledge you should stop saying that the pendulum and gyro show that the earth is rotating.
Why do you go from that? Like, it's very confusing that you go from this presentation of evidence to then go, put your big boy pants on and accept this. It's like, when I tell you what I think, you tell me that's irrelevant. You've done that about 4 times so far in this conversation. But then you go, well, you should tell me what you think and you should think something different. Like, either what I think doesn't matter, so then shut the fuck up about it, or what I think does matter, therefore you should listen when I tell you. You can't be in both places at the same time. You're like, you should change your mind based on what I think. Well, here's what my mind currently thinks. Shut the fuck up about what you think.
Eggshells, he's presenting it in a way that is from your own side. Okay? That is the only answer, is to say, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. But you never do that. Ever. Literally never, ever.
Or you would just say,
show
shut
why
the
the
fuck
math
up.
doesn't work, show why the physics principles of the equivalence and covariance principle, and then the idea of an actual moving cosmos within Newtonian mechanics, according to Newton himself. Both of these things, relativity and and Newton, would cause this same effect. Either rebut that with specificity, show why both Einstein and Newton are wrong about their own theories, and you have a better understanding, and show why the math is wrong, or just concede that your own model and your own gravity models do indeed require you acknowledge that it's equally valid that the Earth would be at rest when you get this effect.
I don't know how many times to explain this. To decide validity requires a subject. If you care about what this subject thinks, I don't think they're both equally valid, but that's because I don't rely on a single point of evidence that I haven't bothered to read to decide what's true, what's probably true and not. So then you just don't hear, right? Because you just don't understand. Why do you just? There's a real fundy mute habit you've got going, like today and quite a few other times. Like if what I say matters, then and what I think matters, then ask me about it and let's talk about it. But don't both demand I change my mind and tell me you don't care what's in my mind. You're doing it again. I just said how dumb that was as a conversational ploy, and you're doing it again immediately.
Why do none of the
Because
ballers
your
call this
responses
guy
make
out?
no
That's what's
sense,
really
Eggshells.
making me mad right now.
I don't make up my mind. I don't make up my mind about the shape of the Earth or the behavior of the Earth. Yeah, I don't make up my mind about the shape of the Earth or what it's doing in space based upon a single piece of evidence. It's like a matrix.
Do that straw man fallacy. I'm
not saying you did, Witsit. Fuck me.
You are.
You just got done saying.
I'm telling you what I think. I'm not telling anybody else what they said to me. I'm not making my mind up based on a single piece of evidence. This is me saying what I think and how I construct my thoughts. So what I'm then going to say to you is, therefore, I'm not going to change it for a single piece of evidence.
This is what you would do if you actually wanted to know the truth. If you actually wanted to know the truth, what you would do is be like, oh, I wasn't aware of this. I'll have to look into it. Maybe I should reconsider interpreting the pendulum and the gyro as exclusive evidence that the Earth is rotating, because turns out that according to my own model, that isn't true. Right? But you're not doing that. You're not doing that. You're avoiding it like the plague and repeating a bunch of vague nonsense talking points. You're not addressing the actual points. And none of the ballers are calling you out.
You care about what I think. Let's just get this straight. You want me to tell you that I've changed my mind or I'm willing to consider an ultimate. So you do care what I think. So I'm now allowed to tell you what I think, and that to be a valid thing to say. Good. Let's just remember that as I continue to tell you what I think. I am not going to change my mind based upon a single piece of evidence, because this one I can't be bothered to look into because of the thousands that have come before it that I have looked into. I've gone, oh, this is waffle that doesn't actually support the position they're making and comes from somebody who's making alternate assumptions to the person who's presenting it to me, and that they can't talk me through it meaningfully. And I didn't come to the conclusion that the Earth was turning based upon the precession of gyroscopes. I already thought it was based upon mountains of totally different kinds of evidence. And then that one popped up and seemed to fit in with the rest of them. So somebody going, hey, there's this other wacky theory that might explain gyros that doesn't explain any of the other stuff, isn't going to make me change my mind because of all of the other stuff.
It's called the theory of relativity.
This
Yeah,
is
see,
so
I don't
funny.
even understand the theory of
It says that
relativity.
mountains
Your
of
theory that does that.
He says
None of
All
my
that stuff,
beliefs.
That's a
eggshells.
lie. That
What's
is
the other stuff?
Hey,
I
Witsit,
don't.
correct me if
Well,
I'm
you guys are
wrong
talking
here,
at the
but
same
isn't it,
time.
Witsit, correct me if I'm wrong here, but isn't it true that if there's no way to determine rotation of the Earth during relativity, doesn't that contradict the pendulum as proof of rotation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like I'm showing actual math and the professor of physics and all these different physicists explaining specifically that that's the case, and that the Earth being at rest would show you the same exact effect if the cosmos was moving around it. And if you disagree, then you have to disagree with Newtonian mechanics and Einsteinian mechanics.
Or be using a simple
Eggshells,
theory.
how do you hold, Eggshells, I have a question for you. How do you hold a belief then if relativity states that there's no way to detect whether the Earth is in motion or vice versa? Why would you conclude the pendulum is proof? It would contradict relativity, wouldn't it?
I don't know how many
It'll
times
lie.
to say it. Maybe somebody get out a pen and write this one down. I do not consider the pendulum proof that the Earth is rotating. I consider it another little pebble to throw on the giant pyramid that is evidence that the Earth rotates.
So it's a pebble. It's a pebble, but wouldn't relativity?
Let me finish, and I'll let you finish. None of them, even the entire pyramid of evidence that seems to show to me that the Earth is rotating, all put together equate to proof. But if you pick one stone off that pile and go, hey, this stone could have an alternate explanation, you go, show me what pyramid you throw it on, and you throw it in a hole that's like, hey, maybe mass does attract mass, but this really belongs in a category of people who don't even believe in that, and it doesn't quite explain gyro compasses, and it doesn't quite explain a whole bunch of other things, then I go, okay, well, that's one stone. I'll just, I don't consider it proof. So if you're saying, how do you not consider this rebutting the fact that it's proof? I didn't consider it proof in the first place.
Okay, so you don't have the pendulum, you don't have the gyroscope. What is this quote-unquote mountain of evidence that the Earth is rotating that you keep baselessly asserting?
Oh, the mountain of evidence. Oh, I mean, I do still think there's a gyroscope. I asked you specifically and directly before, does this relate to how a gyro compass works? And you said, no. I'm taking your word for that.
You keep on saying gyro compass as if it's the same thing as a ring laser gyroscope.
Oh, yeah, ring laser gyroscope's also good, I guess. Yeah, so ring laser gyroscope, gyro compass.
Amongst that position,
it matches with all of the things like all of the sidereal rotation of the day and like a mean noon and all of these. God, like I'd really struggle to go through all of the reasons I think that the Earth rotates, like the sort of position of the Arctic Circle.
Do you have none, dude? There is no. That's
I really struggle.
the most concrete evidence that you have is the pendulum and the gyroscope.
I didn't even mention
everything
the
else is theoretical.
Sure, all of it's theoretical. All of it's like the world.
The rest
doing
is theoretical. Those two tools, right, to measure the Earth's axial rotation are the best evidence that you have, bro. That's what you don't understand.
Well, that's
exactly.
And
it's weak evidence at best.
Pretty strong. Yeah, sure. I think the gyro compass is one of the strongest because I always go back to an argument of competence. And if something's good at doing something, if something's right, it's probably good at it's describing the world. And then it usually goes beyond that to being really effective at something.
Wait, the gyro compass is proof the Earth rotates.
You don't just keep it in a lab and go, oh, these numbers add up. You go, oh, we install these on all of the maritime, merchant navy because they're really good at helping people get from A to B. And then I'm like, wow.
The Earth is stationary, though. So what are you talking about?
Say again, sorry? I was in the middle of speaking when you started.
It helps people assuming the Earth is stationary. So the ring laser gyroscope, this applies to the same thing. It creates real inertial forces. So as opposed to them being fictitious, they would be actual real forces. Okay.
I'm not talking about the ring laser gyroscope. I don't know why you brought that up. I was talking about the mechanical gyro compass.
Eggshells, you said the pendulum you don't consider proof of Earth's rotation, but that added to the mountain of evidence, right? You consider it to be part of that. What is the mountain of evidence?
You said ring
Pebble on
laser
the top.
gyros were good. Wait, can
I
I
would
please
say the
finish?
mechanical
Let me
gyro
finish,
compass
please.
is a sorry, Witsit, it gets really difficult when I'm in the middle of speaking and you start. I would consider the mechanical gyro compass a big
It
rock.
sucks. Like he should
Whereas
kick me here. He just does this every time. He sucks.
what, continue speaking even though you've interrupted me?
I was in the middle of trying to say something, dude, and I was trying to finish
Just
my
ask
point.
a question.
I'm trying to finish my point, dude. Okay.
There you go.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for speaking.
Okay, so when I brought up the ring laser gyro, you said, yeah, that's a good one. And you added that to your quote unquote mountain. Then when I pointed out that this also applies to that, you pretended you didn't say that and that you were just talking about gyro compasses. So then I had already asked you, how does the gyro compass show that the Earth is rotating?
The gyro compass adds to me evidence that the Earth is rotating because, as I said, the like you could even call it a fallacy, but I would say of competence. It's useful at something. People install these somewhere, and all of the people, the one person I've talked to about them, explained them very effectively, described how they're used, described all the applications they're used in, and like for anybody where you're like, oh, you want to know true south, even if you're deep underground or 100 meters, 400 meters, 600 meters under the sea, that's the tool you're going to use.
How was that
to
to
me, like,
rotation? What's that to do with rotation?
because they say it relies upon that fact. And to me, basic gyros, torque vectors make sense, and that's the principle it works on.
Wait, how do what? Okay, the gyro compass, we use it for direction.
That's how this conversation started.
That's what I thought.
That's how this conversation started because Left Flame brought it up, and he said something about the actual rotation affecting the compass.
Was he breaking up? Wasn't
the first
He's breaking one up.
direction
Like what he's saying
or
is accurate.
something. I don't know what he said.
You're breaking up, bro. You might want to try to
Left Flame, what did you say
lying
earlier?
Lion,
That's
you keep breaking
how
up.
this
Bro.
whole conversation started.
Bro, you're breaking up.
That's how it all relates.
Maybe he can't hear us.
Yeah. We agree with you, man, but go sit by your router if you can hear us. You're breaking up. Yeah, I think it's good evidence for that.
Eggshells, you just got exposed so hard, dude. You got nothing
Did
at
I?
all for
How
the
so?
rotation of the Earth. Because you got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well,
You have the
now
balls to come in here and act like we're acting some sort of way. You have nothing.
I don't know which way I said you were acting. I think that I still think the gyro compass is good evidence that the Earth is rotating. I call
Because
it an
it
argument.
works and it's useful. Good. That's great.
Yeah, that's basically it. You've nailed it because it works and it's useful.
Yeah. No, you've nailed it.
No, the
Good job.
compass aspect's not exclusive to the Earth spinning, obviously, and
Not even close.
Of course, the gyro aspect, we've just covered that. So this mountain of evidence has turned into no evidence pretty quickly.
Immediately, literally immediately.
Remember, it's just a pebble size, right? Eggshell is just a pebble size.
The gyro compass is a big old rock, like it's a big slab.
Oh, the pendulum I thought was only a pebble.
Pendulum is, I'm not talking about a pendulum. When I say gyro compass, I do not say pendulum. Put it in my mouth. In my mouth.
Dude, it's so funny. Like, we just covered that according to your own model, right? The pendulum and gyros are not exclusive evidence that shows the Earth is rotating. And if you deny this, you deny both Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics.
Not saying they're exclusive. I think any bit of evidence you pick out from anywhere that shows anything, you could find some other far-fetched, wild proposition that might suggest an alternate theory.
No, it's equally valid according to both of those frameworks of physics. The Earth being at rest is equally valid.
Yeah. If taken in isolation, if just looking at that, comparing the Earth to the stars around us and nothing else, ignoring everything else, you could definitely
when it's added to the mountain.
I'm talking, bro. Come on, man. You could
Where's
definitely
your
make
mountain?
that. What?
Hey, Witsit, are you familiar with Einstein's statement when?
Is he hard, Mike?
Real fast.
Are you familiar with Einstein's statement when he said he didn't understand the struggle between Copernicus and the Ptolemaic model?
Yeah.
Or is it
My bad,
yeah?
I
You
think Nate
read
was
that
speaking.
statement, right?
Nate was in the middle of
No, it's
speaking,
cool,
and y'all
man.
just
Yeah,
talked
that's
all
my
over him.
bad. I'm sorry, guys. That was me. My
You guys
bad,
were
man.
talking about some
I even forgot what I was gonna say. It's cool.
So
Sorry,
basically, both coordinate systems are equal according to
Data
Einstein
don't
when it comes to the Copernican model and the Ptolemaic model. The Ptolemaic model is geocentric, with the Earth stationary, and the Copernicus model is not. But both are equal according to Einstein. And Einstein says that in his writings.
Yeah, it's just funny because like in reality we all know you guys didn't know about this. That's the reality. You didn't know about it, and like maybe Nate kind of knew about it. I know some of you guys have heard me mention the mocking principle before, and I'm explaining with specificity, right? That like, dude, do I have to just start showing because this is what's goofy. It's like the reason you guys make this so tedious is you don't even defend your own belief.
That's not
Well,
true.
the problem is with this is they're already at the finish line of their model rather than starting at the beginning of the race and how their model began, and that's probably part reason is they don't know the succession of errors they had to develop the model, and that's a big indicator of obviously perceiving reality for what it is and then admitting it's beyond your senses.
Okay, so this is they just don't understand it. So this is Isaac Newton and how do I pronounce this? Principia, or how do I say it?
I say Principia.
Principia.
And it can be Principia or Principia. That's what I've heard.
I say Principia usually, yeah. So Principia, maybe. Okay, so this is Proposition 43, Theorem 22. Didn't make the final publication. I have the handwritten page as well. Okay. He says, in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets and comets, there is required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally according to the quantity of matter in each of them and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun, and thus celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest as in the Tychonic system. That's Isaac Newton. Now, what he's saying is that it requires another real force that would be equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity. Okay? Now, he didn't go on to propose one because he had to assume that the universe was fixed. It was absolute space, fixed absolute space. So then he proposes fictitious forces to explain his heliocentric assumption. Now, according to the parameters that Newton himself say right here, if you have these forces, then the Earth could be at rest, according to his own physics theory. Well, you have a real set of inertial forces being centrifugal and Coriolis and Euler forces, okay? And these will create a real physical force that would actually satisfy the parameters he lays out here, which means, according to Newton himself, and according to his Newtonian gravity, the Earth could be at rest and the whole cosmos moving around it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just using the Newtonian gravity in isolation, definitely would. So that is a possibility. But I think the point Harry is trying to make is that if we don't look at it in isolation, there are these other signs and observations and these, telltale things that tell us there's more going on. And that's the point I was trying to make with this Brazilian professor. He's just taken this framework that's already there, interpreted in a different way. It's a valid interpretation. No one's going to see and say that his viewpoint is wrong. The problem is his viewpoint then flies in the face of all physics that's been built upon these basic principles. The idea that the Earth isn't at the center of the solar system. The idea that things don't revolve around the Earth. If you want to say that that is the case, then I mean it's very difficult to fit that idea in with the rest of the body of physics. If the Earth is at the center of everything, but we still believe that the sun is older than the Earth, what was the sun spinning around when the Earth wasn't here? Like it opens up so many questions with it.
Dude,
And
how
you
do
would
you think they determined how old the sun was? Dude, they assume the sun is older than the Earth because it has to be for gravity to cause the Earth to move around it. It had to be here first.
No, that's not the only reason. I mean, there's a lot of other evidence as to why the sun is older than the Earth. I'm just saying now, if you want to say the Earth is at the center of everything, how are all of these things out there older than the Earth? Like, what were they spinning around when the Earth wasn't here?
See, what?
It opens up so many questions.
In the sky is you don't even know how old the Earth is.
Well, we have an idea as to how old the stuff in the sky is, and through dating, through looking at how long it takes the light from these places to reach us, for example.
Oh my God!
I mean, there's a lot of different methods we use to figure out how
Like
old things
Look,
are.
they're
reification
lights,
squared.
bro.
Okay.
They're
I have
lights.
no idea. Okay, so and this is the point.
Yeah.
Like none of the evidence invoked for rotation is exclusive to Earth rotation, according to your own model and your own physics within your model, both Newtonian and Einsteinian. Of course, you must stick with Einsteinian though, because Newtonian cannot explain your model. Okay, so and then in addition to that, well, you don't have any evidence of the orbit, as Einstein specifically says. You cannot directly detect or measure the Earth's orbit from the Earth, which means now what we found out is that you don't have exclusive evidence for either rotation or the Earth orbiting. So then all you're left with is to affirm the consequent, to go out and to look at the sky, to look at these different interpretations, and then just beg the question over and over, which means there's no exclusive evidence that the Earth is in motion at all whatsoever, according to your own paradigm.
I agree with it. In isolation, if you just took one piece of evidence, there's no way you could say this piece of evidence is exclusive to a rotating Earth. It could work with a geocentric Earth, but when you put the puzzles together, that's why Harry kept referring to pyramids and stuff. It's hard to make that picture combine. All of these people that came up with these ideas and principles in isolation, they were trying to say that this is a possibility, but they're not throwing away all the other pieces of evidence that tell us the Earth is moving and is rotating on its axis.
Like what?
Parallax, carbon dating of meteorites, the systems we've created for how solar systems form. All of these things. These are things that Mach and this Brazilian professor believed in.
Parallax?
Dating
Is that what he said?
Dating of meteors. That's a technique we've used to determine how old the sun is, because the general idea is the solar system formed at the same time. So if you know how old certain meteors and isotopes of the elements in these meteors are, you could determine how old the solar system is. It's a technique used that most physicists, including Mach, believed in Whitson.
So you just believe in a whole bunch of speculative assumptions, and it doesn't matter what
it's
Mach
speculative.
believed in. It doesn't matter what this guy believes in. He's not a geocentrist. The point is that I have to correct you guys on your own model because you don't understand it. And I guarantee you, if anyone's asked here at another time, do you have evidence the Earth is rotating? They're going to bring up Foucault's pendulum, and they're going to bring up the ring laser gyro. But in reality, according to their own model, that isn't actual evidence.
No, our model says it is evidence, but you are right in saying it is not exclusive to the heliocentric model. It could be evidence for a geocentric model as well.
It's
I agree
equally
with you
valid. Yeah,
it's equally valid. Yeah.
Then it's not.
But why do you?
Something.
Well, why do you have to throw in there and you don't understand your own model? Why do you do that ad hom in every statement? You have to do that.
It's not an ad hom. I'm making a specific argument, and then I'm objectively recollecting the state of affairs, which is that you don't understand it, or you wouldn't have been running around this whole time claiming that that does in fact show that the Earth is rotating.
Well, y'all always talk about you don't like being told that you don't understand, yet you do it every time you talk.
I gave you perfect, ample opportunity to articulate that you do understand, and you've shown that you do not. And it would be cool if you'd say, "I'm not."
Your only rebuttal has been words, Wissy. You've not provided
Witsit, I
any
just want to
evidence.
confirm something with you. You guys are just arguing there. Witsit, I just want to confirm. So it was when Einstein said it was equal coordinate systems between Copernicus and was it Tycho Brahe's model and Copernicus, or was it Ptolemaic?
Ptolemy.
Yeah, it was Ptolemaic. Okay. So left lane, just so you know, Einstein himself had to start with a coordinate system, and then he ended up concluding that both coordinate systems are equal. That's why relativity was born. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but I mean that isn't a thing Einstein came up with. That is an idea people had before Einstein data. You know that
No, he made a concession in his writings.
I'm talking, bro. I'm talking.
Yeah, he made a concession in his writings. Don't
but
take
I'm
from
talking data. I didn't interrupt you. I waited for you to finish. Please be respectful, man. So what I'm saying is, I agree with you that Einstein said that, but it wasn't an idea Einstein came up with. It's an idea that's been around for a very long time. You know, that is the principle of relativity. If you all, you know, it's actually Galileo that first really had that idea. That if you all, for example, you know, I'm sure you've heard of this example being under the deck of a boat. You have no access to the outside, no indications to what's happening outside of you. You can't perform an experiment to tell whether or not the boat is moving or stationary. That's, you know, that's the general idea behind relativity. That's why Einstein even took that into his equivalence principle and said, if you're in an elevator accelerating upwards, you can't see what's outside. You have no contact with the outside world, no indicators of your motion with respect to the outside world. You can't tell whether you being accelerated upwards or the force of gravity is pushing you downwards. You know,
But Nate, what
I
does
mean,
that
that's
matter?
relativity.
I understand that, Nate. What I'm saying is that Einstein had to start with a coordinate system like all scientists did. They were presented a model first.
I agree.
They presented the errors. Let me finish. They presented errors in the model. What they concluded with the errors in the model is that they cannot really do anything outside of the first primitive of it. In other words, you have to either accept what it is or create a new theory for it. Well, they can't accept for what it is. They have to create a new theory. In other words, it can't be that obvious. It can't be just what we see it to be. There has to be something greater. But then when you find out that the equivalency principle is actually backing up the idea that the original coordinate system is the same as that they created, meaning that it can be stationary or moving, and it's equal in the effects. Thank you.
I agree with you, Data. I'm not disagreeing with you at all, bro. I'm just saying that is the general principle behind equivalence, that you can't tell without some sort of outside indicator or marker, you know, just performing a terrestrial experiment, whether you are moving or the ground is moving or you know what real motion is. I 100% agree with you, Data. But that's when you look at that in isolation. Now, when you combine that with all the other things, all the other type of sciences and observations and experiment going on, you know, that the puzzle that these pieces make when put together tells us the earth is moving.
No, it doesn't. Like, this is what's so funny, man. It's like,
again, he's wrong.
You can't even name anything exclusive, right? And like,
Can I ask him a question?
Accept it, Allah, for you, bro. He put the earth in the center, buddy.
How do you determine the age of the earth?
Lion, you're breaking up.
How do you determine the age of the earth? I'm just wondering how you determine the age of the sun by the speed of light.
Age of sun by what? Lion? Hello?
Yeah, first he said he wondered how we determined the age of the Earth and then the age of the sun by the speed of light.
The age of the sun by the speed of light? I don't know how you would do that.
Yeah, I don't either.
What's any of that got to do with rotation?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I hear you guys. If we just looked at, you know, the relativistic principle in isolation and ignored everything else, you could definitely say it's not a piece of evidence that's exclusive to a moving Earth. You know, most pieces of evidence, when looked in isolation, aren't exclusive for one idea or another. You know, it can be interpreted in many ways. But when you put these pieces together, it paints one picture. I hope I didn't kill VC.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, the picture it paints, and it must be very painful for you, is that you are at the center of everything. The axis of evil. They did it twice. Now that must really, really hurt, man.
Well, the
I
thing
feel for
is,
you. I really, really do feel for you guys.
It doesn't hurt, Essie. I like the
the thing
fact
is,
that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Albert.
yeah. Well, I was going to say, when you make an observation of other things in relation to you, that puts you in the middle of that observation.
Nah, but that's not it. No, that's don't think it's that. No.
Yeah, I mean, what Essie's bringing up is valid. You know, there is this anomaly we have, which we call the axis of evil, due to I forgot what it is, but it has to do with the CMB. You know, and it's due to certain dipoles and monopoles we see within it. You know, but a lot more research needs to be put into that essay because only 2 runs have been done. They both brought up these anomalies, 2 anomalies against the thousands and millions of other runs that have been performed that don't give us these anomalies. It's not enough evidence to say there's something going on. You know, a lot more needs to be put into it, and I hope a lot more research and funding goes into this. But
Wasn't
we'll
it
see
done
what the
3
future
times
holds.
now? I think it was done
I don't
3
know.
times at this point.
So
It might be 3, but
literally, relativity and the equivalence principle proves that there is no way to detect motion through space, whether it's the Earth
I
moving or the
agree.
sun moving.
I
So
agree with you,
again,
David.
that the basis of the whole argument is futile on your part because there is no way to detect rotation, hence relativity.
Whoa. There's no way to detect rotation using relativistic principles. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you that just looking at, you know, the equivalence principle in isolation, you can't tell if you or the outside world is moving. You can't tell if the earth or the stars are moving. I agree with you. But we
So now
don't look at
you have countering evidences then that conflict relativity. So if you're going to do that, you need to disavow relativity. If you want the Earth to rotate and you want evidence of rotation, you need to disavow relativity.
No, we don't, because relativity doesn't say the Earth isn't rotating. It just says we can't tell if it's rotating. But we have these other evidence that can tell.
The whole principle of relativity is the equivalence principle, dude. An equal coordinate system, whether it's Ptolemaic or whether it's
Tell me, what
Copernicus.
does the equivalence principle say, Data?
So if you are like you use the example of the elevator, if you're in motion, you have no way to detect your motion around you. You can't determine if you're in motion, but it's the same as if you were in motion. So
but it's not saying that you're not in motion or that you are in motion. It's just saying there's no way for you to know. It's not making a
So if you're
definitive
claiming
statement.
if you're claiming to know that the Earth is spinning and you claim to have proof for rotation, then the equivalence principle is false and the theory of relativity no longer works.
Not true.
Because if you're invoking let me finish. If you're invoking rotation, you need to apply for rotation, but that's the issue, isn't it? Because if the Earth is rotation, you have an issue with Mercury's retrograde. You can't have the apparent motion of something if you're claiming that one body is the cause of it and you have no way to prove it. So if you're going to claim rotation, you have to stick with rotation and figure out why the apparent motion of Mercury is doing what it's doing. But you cannot. You need relativity to explain it.
Data. What the equivalence principle is telling us is that if you were in an elevator with no windows, you had no external indicators. You were blind. You can't tell if you're moving or standing still. But because we can see, because we have external indicators, other pieces of evidence, because the elevator we're in has windows, because we can feel the breeze of the wind on our faces, these are indicators that there is motion happening, and the motion isn't due to us. You know, it's due to something relative to us.
So again, it's a false equivalence because you're applying reality to the unseen. You have no way to test the unseen based on your objective reality. You have a false equivalence to your line of thinking.
I think you're just going in circles. Go ahead, Howard, man. I think you're trying to get in.
Well, it was talking about, putting the Earth as stationary and talking about Mars having an issue or Mercury having an issue. All the planets have issues if you consider Earth as the center. It's not explainable in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of issues come up when you put Earth at the middle and stop it moving. It's a
Here's
lot
the
of
thing: you have
things
sidereal,
geocentric models can't answer.
you have a sidereal motion plus a diurnal motion between the heavenly bodies and the background stars. If you're going to say that the Earth is rotating at a constant rate, but you have sidereal motion and diurnal motion at separate intervals, they're not going to line up the rotation. However, it's more plausible to have a stationary Earth than you have two different bodies of motion, the diurnal motion and the sidereal motion, that don't conflict because your Earth isn't rotating to cause it. The bodies independently move to the stationary Earth. That logically makes more sense than a body rotating, creating the sidereal motion and creating the diurnal motion based on rotation. You have major conflicting apparent motions that are whisked away with refraction and other things that they're not untestable. The idea is if you have a stationary body and you have multiple bodies around that stationary body, then you can easily have multitude of motions independent of the body that you're standing on, and that's the idea that I see in the conflation of conflating that we see these apparent motions and therefore we're going to use relativity. In other words, we're going to admit we don't know if the Earth is causing the rotation's causing it or the motion of the body causing it, but there's an apparent motion nonetheless, as opposing to the body being stationary. Then you have independent movement of all those bodies, and it would be logical because they all move at different rates than 15 degrees, like you claim the Earth is rotating at. So if you have a claim the Earth is rotating at that degree, then these bodies should operate in the same manner, but they don't. So if you put the Earth stationary, now it doesn't matter what those bodies do because they're independent of the rotation that you claim is causing the apparent motion.
Nice. Drop, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't agree with what Data's saying. I understand what he's saying. I just don't agree with it.
Wouldn't it be logical, though, to have apparent motions be caused independently of the earth that you're standing, or the surface that you're standing on, thereby concluding that the motions of the bodies that you're witnessing are from the bodies that are moving, instead of claiming that you have those two effects by one rotation and a tilt and a wobble, and you have different motions of the stars and bodies? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And why it doesn't make sense and why relativity was born is because it doesn't make sense. You have to have something stationary to have something moving, right? So if you don't know what body it is, you have to make the leap. Well, if you're claiming a pendulum is proving rotation, well, then it disavows relativity. So you're all like, you guys are minds is all over the map. It's either rotating or it's not. It's just that simple. And if you have all those different sidereal motions and diurnal motions, it would be better if the Earth was stationary.
I don't agree, dude.
Well, do you realize that there's a problem with like the apparent motions of the bodies, particularly the 5 planets? They do not move at 15 degrees. The sun doesn't move at 15 degrees. It's only the apparent averaging of the Earth's rotation that's given the 15 degrees, or the mean solar mean sun or clock time is given that calculation. But they're all out of whack. They don't congrue to that number. They're all independent of that, and that's why
it's an average based on 24 hours a day. I mean, there isn't exactly 24 hours in each day. It's 24 hours and a few minutes and a few seconds, but we just average it out, Data, to make life easier. If you want us to work with, to the decimal or something, then yeah, obviously we're not going to get 15 hours per degree, whatnot, on the dot. There's going to be some left over. But I mean, just to make life simple, we just work with averages and estimates. I mean, Flat Earth does it as well. Everyone does it.
I know, but these constants are wrong, right? I understand you have to start somewhere as a base, but they're wrong. And what I mean by they're wrong is they don't depict the actual objective truths of why we had to create the constant. The constant is created so we don't look at the truths of why it was created. You see, it's whisked away. If we understood that we had to create a system to understand objective reality, and that system has errors, well, why did we have to create that system? Is because, well, it's not moving at 15 degrees. It's not a constant rotation. So if it's not a constant rotation, it means that something is speeding up and slowing down. You can't have an Earth rotating at a constant rate if the motions of the bodies are speeding up and slowing down, or even going in reverse for that matter. So you have major problems when it comes to this. You cannot, unless you claim you can only claim. Let me finish. You only claim that because of relativity. You have to invoke relativity to make everything to make.
No.
Yes, you do.
We had a heliocentric model long before relativity. We can say that Earth moves at a constant rate while things in the sky speed up and slow down because those things in the sky are moving as well, Data. They're not fixed. If they're moving, then them speeding up and slowing down will not be based on whether Earth is moving or not. Earth could be standing still and they would still speed up and slow down around us. You know?
That would make more sense than invoking relativity, saying that we don't know the apparent motion of Mercury is necessarily related to the rotation of the Earth. Right?
But until we had relativity, general relativity, we didn't have a model that could explain Mercury's motion. The geocentric model couldn't explain it properly
because Copernicus put the Copernicus put the sun at the center.
Tycho Brahe's models couldn't explain it.
Tycho Brahe was Tycho Brahe was fine when combining Copernican and Ptolemaic. So when you look at that, it's fine. You're looking at now claiming where
even Ptolemy's models couldn't explain it. Ptolemy had no idea why Mercury moves the way it does.
He called it the quant. He called it the quant. He called it the quant. That's what it's called.
And the quant, after a few years, would go out of whack. After I think there was a period of I forgot how many years, but there's a period that would pass where they would have to readjust the quant because it's not predicting the motion of these celestial bodies properly anymore.
Here's what you don't understand is that. Here's what you don't understand, though. If they already knew about the quant, then mass attracting mass wouldn't have existed. A Newtonian wouldn't have come up with mass attracting mass because the quant disavows it. So
why did Newton came about, no one was using the quant anymore. No one was using.
It doesn't matter. It was observed as unusual motion according to the Ptolemaic model was stationary anyway. Mm-hmm. So. The point is that he saw that anomaly. The globe model was built off of Ptolemy's work. So why would Newton disregard when he's creating this idea of mass attracting mass? But I think he was, like I said, he was attributed to this concept rather as opposing to, creating it, essentially. So if they knew the quant, then mass attracting mass would automatically be a default incorrect, as relativity now stated later when it came along. After all those models. So again, a succession of errors until you find out, well, you have to admit you don't know if it's moving or it's not. And that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. I don't know.
Plus you're judging the geocentric model based on your gravity. So there really isn't a problem depending on what the actual truth is.
We're not, though. We're just looking at the geocentric model as it was. The people that used it during their time, even Ptolemy himself, knew. My model has errors.
We don't believe.
Just out of curiosity, guys.
I waited for both of you to finish. Jesus.
Just out of curiosity, guys, have you guys ever seen? Sorry, Nate. Just out of curiosity, have you seen?
No, but you can't say sorry and then carry on talking and not give me a chance to talk. I don't interrupt you at all, Data. I don't know if you do it on purpose.
Let's show reality talk. Come on.
Yeah, man. Even the people that were alive during that time using that model knew the model doesn't work properly. After a few years, it goes out of sync, and we need to readjust it. We need something better.
It was the more accurate model, though, until Kepler. So, I mean, I'm just saying, we don't believe in your gravity, so it's not like you can say right now that geocentrism doesn't work because you're using your gravity to judge it. That's the only point I'm making.
I hear you, but I'm not using gravity to judge it. I'm saying that based upon the mechanisms known at that time, right? During the time of Ptolemy, no one knew about forces. There wasn't such a thing called forces.
That is not true. The ancients, no, that's not true. The ancients, Nate, that's not true, Nate. From the day one, the presupposition. The day one, all the ancients had a presupposition that everything was drawn to the center of mass, center of the human being. So this idea of mass attracting mass was already there before Ptolemy, before anything. The idea is that it's called private perspective, they called it, or whatever that's what they interpret it now as. Everybody who back then was studying the cosmology and philosophy and the metaphysics all assumed that they themselves were the center of mass and everything was attracted to it. So that whole mass attracting mass comes from the metaphysics of that whole visual perspective thing.
Wasn't the reason they included the wobble and the tilt was because of things that their theory was off about? Like, didn't they increase the frequency in the wobble too? Or am I wrong about that?
Perspective can explain the 23.4 degree according to the model. Ideally, you can't get the shift and tilt with the 23.4 apparently. So they had to come up with other explanations for it. But as far as your wobble goes, claiming Draco to Polaris happened over a period of 36,000 years or something.
Hey, Witsit, are you there? Does anyone else buy into Witsit's curved visual space nonsense, or is he just like alone on that?
So
Here we go. Jesse,
Do
nice as
you
zero.
do you disavow optical illusions based on visual optics?
No, I looked up the definition for illusion and you're misusing it, but that's irrelevant. He claims
So you look up the word illusion. I'm misusing it. So when two objects move away from the observer and they appear to converge, that is not an illusion.
No, that's perspective.
So define an illusion then when it comes to perspective.
Well, let me define an optical illusion. Something that deceives the eye by appearing to be other than it is. In the case of the train tracks, you're actually seeing and perceiving the angle that the train tracks, the light from the train tracks is arriving at.
So we're seeing an optical illusion. Thank you very much.
No, an optical illusion is, let me post a picture.
An illusion is something to perceive to be happening, but it's not. Would you agree with that statement? An illusion is something that appears to be happening, but it's not. Is that what an illusion is? And if we add an optic illusion, it would indicate perspective creates optical illusions because it's based on optics by chance.
No, it's a different classification here. Hold on, let me get a
Oh,
picture.
so perspective doesn't use optics, and perspective, you can't see optical illusions with perspective?
Are the train tracks actually converging in reality?
I urge anybody right now to go to Library of Congress, type in the evolution of the scientific mind. In that PDF, it's free. They will teach you that they had to address the convergence. It was a main issue between Euclidean and non-Euclidean, and how you could perceive, well, the world you're looking at. It was a major issue. They even bring up the railroad tracks, and this is like 1929, man. So none of this conversation we're having is new. None of it's new. It's regurgitated because obviously they want a power change, and there's something wrong with fucking half of science. This is not new stuff. So if this guy's going to go and come here and be disingenuous and say that convergence is an optical illusion and we're using it wrong, you're just wasting time, dude. And if that's what you want to do, so be it. But it's on you, not on us.
So you don't support Witsit in his claims that egocentric pointing is affected by...
So egocentric distance is a normal thing. It's in robotics. They use a lot of Euclidean for it. They are developing other mathematical calculations for it.
Prevalently.
Well, you want answers, right? You're
I
really
want to
curious,
finish my
right?
question. How can you answer my question if you don't let me actually complete a sentence?
Because maybe you're unfamiliar with robotics, and maybe you're unfamiliar with the convergence point in robotics. Maybe you're unfamiliar with having to distinguish between LiDAR. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, you didn't let me
LiDAR.
finish. You're
Listen, buddy.
talking you're in the middle of my sentence.
LiDAR is Euclidean.
Hey,
Is LiDAR
moderators?
non-Euclidean or Euclidean? So LiDAR is used to take topical graphs of the Earth. If LiDAR is Euclidean, and we're taking all the imaging with Euclidean, when do I use non-Euclidean? When do I use non-Euclidean to use LiDAR? Let me know.
Hey, let him get in, Data. Don't give him an excuse. Don't give him an excuse. Go ahead.
So do you or do you not agree with Witsit that curved visual space makes it impossible to accurately point something based on egocentric pointing?
I believe that there is a limitation to the egocentric distance before the ratios become too great and inaccurate to measure 100%. That's why you end up devising calculus as a mediator in that situation when you want better accuracy. The idea is that we see in non-Euclidean in the way that we have converging lines that aren't actually happening. It's still Euclidean fundamentally as far as straight lines and angles go, but the optical illusion is done to the optics of the human eye, which we would consider non-Euclidean because parallel lines are appearing to converge when they are not. And when they are not converging, it means it's Euclidean. Hence why I bring up LiDAR, because LiDAR doesn't work in non-Euclidean. And if you're claiming the Earth is non-Euclidean, then why would we be using LiDAR? Now, LiDAR goes up to 700 miles, buddy. So if you're going to use LiDAR, or 600 miles, you're going to use LiDAR, you cannot invoke non-Euclidean for your geodesic, but then use actual Euclidean tools. It means that you're applying a mathematical construct based on a metaphysical idea of what you perceive perspective to be. And hence why you can get hyperbolic geometry creating an optical convergence point, and why they're now creating other formulas for robotics in this particular situation regarding egocentric distance.
So do you have any evidence that a curved visual space hampers the ability to accurately point via egocentric pointing?
No, the idea is that they're trying to understand optics in a way that represents the visual space that highlights non-Euclidean, the apparent convergence. We know that that's not actually happening, right? So there has to be a reason why that space is curving into a point. Well, if we apply straight lines to a curve, well, we're probably going to end up with errors at a certain distance, right? So if you're gonna know that, which they know that, they're gonna still use Euclidean because at base principle it works. But as they improve their calculations, they get better at it, and hence why they're now, well, I shouldn't say now because they haven't really applied a lot of the non-Euclidean or hyperbolic to robotics, but they're starting to. It's still all Euclidean at this present moment, but they're starting to develop other theories with hyperbolic geometry when it comes to robotic optics, and it's centered around egocentric distance. So if you're going to bring that up, you're going to have to realize that we live in an Euclidean environment, and then we judge that Euclidean environment with optics that converges parallel lines, creating an optical illusion we call perspective, or apparent size changes that aren't actually happening.
Are you aware that they were using exocentric pointing in these studies that show curved visual space?
I'm not familiar with exocentric. I am familiar with egocentric distance. It's video programming uses it, robotics uses it. Basically calculating your visual space and your spatial relationship to the object. The idea is none of that space is actually changing size, right? It's only apparently changing size. So that's an optical illusion. And so if you're going to create somebody to understand that spatial relationship, then you're going to have to use some sort of formula for it, right? So even in robotics, we're still using Euclidean for it all, but they're finding that they can use hyperbolic geometry. Well, they're starting to use, I wouldn't call it hyperbolic, but it's spherical geometry, if you will. Well, hyperbolic, I guess, is anyway. If you go look it up, it's still more Euclidean, but they are coming out with it. So they're adding it more because they're finding that there's other ways to calculate distances and spatial relationship. It's not just Euclidean between the point of the observer and the object.
So look at that picture I tagged you a minute ago, like 13 past the hour. Egocentric pointing is when you're like sighting through a telescope or sighting down a barrel rifle or something. You're sighting along something. That's how telescopes work. That's how theodolites work. That's how rifle barrels work. Exocentric pointing is when you're not sighting along the axis, but you're standing off to the side somewhere, trying to guess which direction it's pointing by looking at it kind of from the side. And all of these studies that he's given me so far, are talking about how inaccurate people's ability is to point from exocentric pointing, from not in line but off to the side. So were you aware of those two different aspects and how ridiculous it is to use exocentric pointing as a proof against the accuracy of egocentric pointing?
I haven't compared the two, nor have I read the papers. This started out with the idea of the word illusion was wrong, and whether or not we agree with hyperbolic geometry with what it says. As far as this exocentric point or ecocentric distance, I don't know the contention between the two of them. So you're claiming to not use optics, and then claim to use optics, and then compare the two of them. Like, I mean, what I mean is a device, a tool for optics rather than the human vision. Are you using, like, what's the situation? What's the scenario here? You're saying you're looking off to the side of a telescope at an object? What?
Can you look at that?
I'm not looking at the photograph right now. Just describe it.
So what they did is they set up an arrow, just like a bow and arrow, but just like a simplified arrow on a servo with a remote control, so that the people taking part in the study could aim the arrow to the left and the right using the remote control. And then they placed spheres on tripods in different areas out in this field, and asked the participants to use the remote control to point the arrow at the sphere, but not sighting along the arrow, but off to the side, up to 20 meters away. And it turned out that the people weren't very good at pointing the arrow from looking at it from the side, and they found errors of plus or minus 30 degrees in their pointing ability. And
yeah, like I said,
I'm almost done. And Witze is arguing that this invalidates the accuracy of egocentric pointing, where you sight right along the arrow. Doesn't that seem like kind of a non sequitur?
What I would suggest is it depends on distance. They obviously have, if you go look up egocentric distance, they will give you a formula for it, and they will give you a graph for it showing the arc of visual space. So they will show you that. So I don't know how accurate, when we're dealing with accuracy when it comes to that, that would be based on the tools that you're observing. If you're saying that a human being is using his perspective rather than a tool, well, you're going to end up with visual errors, obviously, because you're not going to be able to tell the distance or exactly where it's pointing. So I don't really know the contention. I mean, if you're setting up the experiment to highlight the idea that visual space can have, illusions in it, okay, great. That's the whole point of it, is that visual space is it's going to be subjected. Your visual space is going to be subjected to optical illusions based on the environment you're in, the weather you're seeing. So why are you shocked by that? Like, maybe I'm not understanding that. Like, the math is wrong. Like, you're asking somebody to judge a distance or pointing something from, not using a tool or just using visual space. Well, yeah, you're going to end up with illusions. That's the whole point of perspective. It's literally illusionary.
Well, check into this. I think you'll see a huge glaring fallacy on his part.
Well, I'm not aware of the what do you call it? Exocentric? Is it what you said? Exocentric?
Right.
Exocentric. So exocentric is what? Because egocentric is obviously from the person's perspective. What's exocentric?
Exocentric is like, well, have you ever shot a rifle, just like at the range?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. You sight right along them little iron sights, right? Or right through the telescope, right?
Sure.
That's egocentric aiming. Let's say you and a buddy were at the range, and you're teaching him how to aim the rifle. He's got the rifle. He's pointing it downrange. but you're 20 meters off to the side and slightly behind him, and you're like, okay, point it to the right a little, point it to the left a little, okay, point it up. Do you think he's going to get a bullseye on the first try? You're
I would
aiming it
I would have
for.
to I would have to say that from my experience, you'd have to be closer to the line of sight to get accuracy. If you're aiming off to the side and you're not having the gun and your visual space compared to his visual space, again, this is what highlights optics and highlights the actual position of what you conflate the horizon to be, is because even in that example, you're showing that visual space, there can be errors between the line of sight to it or 30 degrees off, like you said. So indicating that visual space does change based on the person's position to the target or to the spatial object. So in optics, if you take a camera, a certain lens, and you film a building with it, and you film it at a certain angle, the building will look all distorted. But to the individual that's not at that angle, the building isn't distorted. So you're going to have these optical illusions based on the tools you're using. And if you're using your eyesight compared to another tool, you're going to perceive. Well, you're probably going to perceive more accuracy with the telescope and the line of sight than you would with your own visual space off 30 degrees, right?
Right. So, and that's so the example I gave you of you standing off to the side and controlling the aiming of the rifle, that's exocentric pointing. Right? That's the difference. Is exo means you're outside the line of sight.
Well, that would highlight why perspective and why the horizon has nothing to do with Earth curve is because each individual's relationship to the object is based on their spatial situation from that object, and that's why you'll have different apparent sizes and different apparent shapes, right? And then you have these optical illusions. And this accentuates this argument, or this position would accentuate the idea that perspective is an illusion. You are highlighting that by showing us an actual practical example between the two processes.
So do you think that your inability to accurately point from outside the line of sight is because you're relying on depth of vision, depth perception?
Well, that would be the part of the perspective that you invoke is not an illusion, but perspective. See, I would invoke that perspective is the illusion because these sizes and these degrees that we are associated to change based on the egocentric position of the person. So if you're going to have two people staring at two different horizons or looking at two different angles, their horizon's going to be at two different places. They're not going to be at the 0 degree. One's going to be 30 degree, one's going to be 0 degree or something like that. Like you just stated, right? I mean, that's just give you an example of maybe the error that they see, but not, anyway, and just it's a bad example. The point is that they're going to see their own position because it is perspective, right? Which is nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Right. So when you're egocentric pointing, i.e. sighting right along the sights of your rifle or through a telescope with crosshairs, does that depend on your depth perception, your brain's ability or attempt to perceive or feel or know or believe a certain distance or depth?
Because you have a stadia 1 to 100 ratio. So the telescopic lens is put into a lab and tested for accuracy at the distance. So the lens you use 20 zoom, 30 zoom, 40 zoom, whatever, 50 zoom, 100 zoom, they're calibrated to whatever 1 to 100 ratio, 1 to 1000 ratio, whatever it is, it's calibrated for a certain distance in a line of sight. So you're relying on the technology of that tool that's been created using Euclidean straight line of sight. So when you're using that tool and then you take visual space from a human being, your visual space isn't tuned in to see 20, 30 times along a straight line of sight in the way that you can still see in a line of sight far away and then see the position, but obviously that tool is designed for you to line up with that line of sight. So when you're off to that line of sight, you're not using the 20, 30 times zoom, and the target is how far away you say it is, well, the person who has the tool designed to see farther is going to be more accurate in the angle. So I don't understand what the issue would be is if you're using your perspective and you're trying to determine an angle to an object, it's not going to be as accurate as a tool that you're designed to zoom in to get the angle. Doesn't that make sense?
Are you saying, I'm not sure I followed exactly. Are you saying that
I'm saying if I use a tool that has better optics than my human eye, wouldn't I get a more precise angle to the object I'm seeing?
Oh, yes.
Well, there you go. So if you're asking a human being to fire a rifle, which his telescope has been calibrated a certain distance, providing a more arc second angle, approximate, than the human eye's arc second or arc minute, pardon me, you're going to now what? Be confused with the idea that the human being cannot pick a straight line of sight based on his vision because he's competing against a tool that's designed to zoom in and create a more accurate angle? Like, I don't understand your position.
Well, my position is that sighting through a telescope with crosshairs or whatever bypasses all of the errors which are specific to exocentric pointing, where you're not sighting along the line of sight, and that therefore.
Hold on. So let's say I was next to him and I had the same gun and I had the same scope. Would I not be able to tell him the position relative to my position, where to go left or right, or would I run into the same problem?
You mean if you were looking through his scope or just looking at his gun?
We had both the same guns. One has a line of sight directly to the target. I'm off the target 20 meters. I am using the same gun as him. Now, could I then be best to tell him, based on the tool that I'm using, what degree I'm off from him, whether he can go left or right? Like if, let's say, well, I wouldn't know his position anyway. I would have to see his angle of sight anyway. Yeah, it's kind of a weird example, I think, because you would have to, you'd have to do some math for that angle, or yeah, I don't understand, man. I don't understand how you get hung up on this if one guy's using a tool and another guy isn't. You can't expect the same results. You're going to have different results and angles and accuracy if you're not using the same tool.
No, they've also done other tests to show like people standing down parallel alleys and like long parallel corridors and over greater distances. Nothing like the distances the goofy ballers try to invoke with their theodolites, which is hilariously stupid. But they've also shown with like tons of subjects all getting the same results. Them standing straight down, straight out in front of you, looking and trying to point out where the person is in the distance, and how that it actually shows characteristics of hyperbolic and elliptic perspective consistently for all of the viewers.
Even with egocentric pointing?
This is something different.
Anything to do with optics, you're going to have a visual space that's curving. Even the egocentric distance calculation and study shows you spatial relationship between the observer and where they put the blocks or where they put people. There is an arc to it, a visual arc. This is still using Euclidean to measure the spatial relationship, but on the graph, it highlights an arc. So if we're using Euclidean to show that there's an arc, then maybe we might have to change the formulation so that when we use the measurement, we're using non-Euclidean. And maybe when we devise that system, we get better results. And that apparently is what's happening in robotics, although right now it's easier to use Euclidean because it's been set up, but that apparently is the position where we're at, where there is an arc in visual space due to perspective.
Did you ever get me that?
Posting the same picture. No, I'm driving. Jesse. You're lucky I'm even communicating with you. I've already told you multiple times that I don't enjoy communicating with you because you're disingenuous. Okay, I just pointed out that there are multiple experiments. This one shows that when you look from the outside perspective, using perspective, and you try to do exocentric pointing, that it's going to actually show the illusion of spherical excess with equilateral triangle. They've also done tests with tons of subjects going directly ahead, trying to point at the people in the distance or the objects in the distance, when with verified parallel corridors or alleys, and it shows elliptic perspective, hyperbolic and elliptic perspective.
Is that the paper you said you'd get me when you got back from the gym a week ago?
Dude, I've already sent the paper in here 50 times. How about you pretend to be an adult and go look it up yourself? I'm not your dad.
Well,
I'm not your dad, Jesse. I'm not. Listen, Jesse, listen. I'm not your dad. I also don't work for you. In this weird world you live in, you think I work for you. So I must run around and get whatever Jesse wants today, because Jesse will continue to repeat misinformation prior to actually informing himself about what he's talking about until Austin goes and forces him to do it because he can't use Google Scholar. You can look it up yourself. Look it up yourself.
You said you'd get it to me. I was hoping you would, but you're saying you're not. Okay. So tell me more about it then. Did it actually show curved visual space errors in true egocentric pointing, or was it some form of exocentric pointing?
They were looking straight down a corridor in an alley.
But that's not a zero thickness line of sight. That's still a field of view. So that doesn't answer my question if it was ego or exocentric.
What are you talking? They're looking straight at a destination in the distance, dude.
Hey, yo, what's it?
Sorry, just gets on my nerves. Honestly, it's like
Yeah,
weird.
is this in the
Like
Bible?
you can just search my
Talk
name,
about
and there's
this, right?
like over 30 PDFs in here that I've already dropped about it. So
do you remember anything about the name of the PDF so I can make sure I got the right one?
they're all going to be talking about what we're talking about. Are you serious?
Well, do you remember the professor or the university or anything?
Hey, buddy, you can either use the Discord search function and actually go find the papers, or keep pretending you know all about them anyway.
Was it the Vanderbilt one that I quoted from just recently?
No, Jesse, I just said that. Jesus Christ, you're doing this on purpose. You're like literally trying to make me mad.
Well, the fact is,
you're doing it on purpose. You're doing it on purpose.
Don't fall for it.
Hey, Jesse, how's your model coming along? Have you taken a real life picture and scaled it down yet to see if it still matches real life?
We can talk about that later.
Don't forget, Jesse, to make sure it's a panoramic.
Well, anyway, the problem is, I'll be having a perfectly decent conversation with someone. We'll be talking about evidence, real photographic or video evidence, and you'll come busting in like an angry ram at 100 miles an hour, and say curved visual space debunks that, and then you'll run off, and it happens over
You're
and
just
over
a
and
liar,
over.
dude.
So,
like I think you shouldn't be allowed to talk here for a week or something.
So
right, because what in reality, no, shut up. In reality, I've dropped the PDFs explaining it with different tests over 20 different times in here. I've sent the entire list of PDFs to numerous people in here, and I've dropped them in the chat. And now you just baselessly lie and claim I just say it and then run away as if I'm making it up. Because ironically, you're the one that lies. So you project your dishonesty onto me, and you do it consistently. And then you run around talking about what I do or don't say all day, every day, till eventually I take the bait and have to jump in and correct you. Like you're like a girl in 7th grade trying to get my attention. Okay, so to say that I just run off is a lie. I actually do stuff. I don't just sit down here and defend the mainstream model we were all brainwashed with all day, every day. I'm doing stuff. So if I'm like, right now, I'm on the way to the gym again, right? Like I'm not, oh man, let me turn around and go back to the house. Jesse needs a paper he can't look up himself, even though it's already in the Discord search function.
Well, you did say that you would get it to me, and I checked the search several times for several days after that, waiting to see if you actually did tag me with anything, and I didn't see anything. If the point is, though, if you actually have evidence that egocentric pointing is influenced by curved visual space, then I want to read it. But you're not giving me any clues as to what PDF to even look for out of the thousands of posts you've made over the last however long.
And everyone, think about how goofy what he's saying is too, right? Like he's acting like there's some type of distinction here. If I'm looking down an alley and they're parallel, but it shows that they'll either converge or diverge depending on the position, the aperture, the actual height, and how far you're looking, and that it all shows curved visual space. And they used over like 300 different subjects that had no idea what the test was about to do it. The alley experiments replicated, right? He's saying that so when you look out and things are affected, where the position of where objects look like they are is affected by perspective being curved visual space. He's saying that's completely unrelated to when you take a theodolite out there and try to look and point at things in the distance. As if somehow, if you try to point at things in the distance with a theodolite, all of a sudden what you're pointing at isn't going to be affected by visual space. It's the most ignorant, just ad hoc, desperate argument I've ever heard. Doesn't even make any sense at all. None.
It does make sense though, because a theodolite is strictly egocentric pointing and does not rely at all on depth perception. And if all of
How do you line up a theodolite, Jesse?
With one eye along the line of the optical center line.
So you have to use your eye.
Or you could use a camera. You could put a camera sensor on there.
Oh, we have to use optics again. We have to use lenses. Oh, so theodolite isn't some magical robot that goes out there immune to visual space. You're using a machine based on visual space.
Well, the key here is whether or not curved visual space influences egocentric pointing. And nobody will give me evidence that it does, right? So I'm asking a valid question. Maybe there's an answer, but no one will give it to me.
You see how he just keeps repeating it like he somehow has intellectual high ground, even though his point is literally moot. It doesn't make sense. Do you guys notice that? That's his tactic. His tactic is also just represent what you say and then skate past what you say.
Yeah, I just noticed him saying, well, the proof doesn't exist because nobody will give it to me. It's like, maybe go look for it yourself, homie.
Yeah, you say you've been waiting for like days. Why would you not go? If you actually wanted to know, you'd go look for it.
Look for what? You cited or mentioned a specific document which you claimed proved your point. I don't know what document that was. You said you'd get it to me. You didn't give me the name of the publication or the people working on it. You didn't give me any way to find out what actual document you were talking about.
That's also a lie. All you do is lie, right? So, and it's bad for you, by the way. Like when you, and I know that they're like, oh, be careful with the lie. This is intentional, which means it's a lie, right? It's called lie by omission, and you're blatantly misrepresenting. I gave you no information about it. I told you the name of the experiments. They're called the Alley experiments, and they've been replicated numerous times.
Okay,
I told you the specific name of it. Why did you say I didn't tell you any information about it?
Literally heard him
lie.
At least 3 times he said the Alley experiments.
Okay, 1990?
There are all kinds of different replications of it. Do you not listen to what I say? Do you not actually listen?
Nobody's listening, dude. They're just that is a huge problem. Nobody's listening. They're just waiting to talk.
Yeah. Selectively hearing things, like
yeah, they selectively hear things. They're not like really listening to what you're actually saying. Nobody does. Not our side, not their side. Nobody's listening.
Yeah.
I listen intently, Jeremy.
There was an Alley experiment, and that it's been replicated numerous times. And then he responds with, "Oh, 1990, dude."
I'm trying to.
Dude, I said it's been replicated numerous times, so you should just go look into it.
The problem is, last time you told me to look into something, I looked into it, and it didn't say what you said it said, and I came back to you, and the point, and you're like, "Oh, well, you read the wrong one." So, how many times?
That's a lie, dude. I'm seriously I'm gonna time you out, because if you're just gonna keep on lying, then you shouldn't be allowed to do it. Okay,
I'm not lying.
So, and this is the like, it was another time at the gym I had to do the same thing with you and hold your hand like a 5-year-old. You got exposed, and then you just changed the subject. Now it's been a few days, and you're repeating the same lie that I had to correct you on and expose you on the first time. Then you just avoided it and changed the subject. So now I have to take the time to do it again, and then it's going to be a vicious cycle where you do it again in a few days. And when I'm not here, you're going to tell everyone that that's what happened. When in reality, what actually happened was I said that it's been shown with experiments, for example, that with perspective, it can equilateral triangles can appear to have spherical excess, right? And then I said that this shows that not only is visual space curved, but actually it's not a constant rate of curvature, and it's hyperbolic than elliptic. Okay, it actually shows that it's not a constant rate of curvature and visual space is curved. So if we then take that and then apply it logically, that visual space is curved, then that would mean we cannot just look out over great distances and assume that what we see is actually Euclidean, right? And then you keep on saying that what I claimed was that specifically when you use the iodolite egocentric direct aim pointing, that therefore this paper debunks that by showing that that doesn't work. And I've corrected you 50 times. I never said anything like that. And now you're back here repeating it again, Jesse. Like I'm completely beyond having patience with you because you're doing it on purpose.
And he's like, but I measured the curvature with a magnifying glass. So.
Well, I got the time code for that in the live stream. The fact is, you were telling me that long range theodolite measurements were not accurate because of curved visual space, and then you said, and in fact, there's an experiment about that, and I says,
No, stop. About what? There's an experiment about what?
Hold on, let me get the time coded link for the video.
You see how he won't answer? Because he's intentionally doing it. It's so lame, dude. It's so gay. He intentionally said about that, right? So that he can pretend what I said was specific to his claim about the Adelites looking directly at something. But I didn't say that. And I just told the whole room I didn't say that, and I corrected it. And then whenever you play the timestamp, I actually show the quote that you typed out literally supports what I'm saying. And you're going to go show it to everyone again. It's like you're just hoping that the ballers who never check Jesse, which is disgusting, just are going to believe you. As long as you go against Whitsitt, it must be true. So what I said was there are experiments that have shown visual space is curved. And then I said, in fact, there's one that showed that equilateral triangles will appear to have spherical excess. So my actual argument is that visual space is non-Euclidean, it's curved. There are many different experiments that have shown it. And in fact, in one of the experiments, they show that even equilateral triangles can appear to have spherical excess due to curved visual space. And then you strawman it and claim that I said, this experiment proves that when you look at the iodolites directly as something, that it'll actually be affected because of spherical excess or something. Like, but I didn't say that.
Well,
it's what you
did say was, yeah, and what's super funny is if you're making long distance observations with a theodolite, obviously visual space is hyperbolic, and as you go farther and farther, it becomes elliptic. And so if you're making long distance theodolite observations assuming Euclidean visual space, it's literally worthless. It just has to be wrong, the conclusion that you drew. Yeah, anyway, that's funny though. What's funny though is there's like this, an experiment has shown, right, that you can have equilateral triangles that just perspective will make it look like it has spherical excess. That's what you said, and I says, "What experiment?" And you gave me an experiment that was strictly looking at the effects of exocentric pointing, right?
Dude, you just read off something that completely verifies what I said. So are you hoping to like mental jiu-jitsu everyone in the room and like deceive them or something?
No. So anyway, I found a paper
So anyway, Austin's exposing my lies. So anyway,
you got busted, Jesse. Man.
Yeah, you just got caught, bro.
No, he clearly. I dropped the link. Anyone can watch it. He clearly equated, or he clearly used the curved visual space, the exocentric pointing curved visual space study, to argue that the egocentric pointing of a theodolite was not valid.
You see what he's doing? He's doing it again. He's just gonna keep doing it. This is why he should be banned from here.
But anyway, look, I'm trying to find the document.
But anyway, geez.
No, but
yeah, it's pretty bad. Whitsitt, he does need to not come back. But you know what, Jesse, you're doing all of us a really big favor by existing here, and creating more and more flat earthers every time you come in and visit with us. So I do appreciate that.
Like again, I'm just going to clarify again. So what I said and what I've said for weeks now, right, is there are numerous experiments, and actually this conversation is significantly more complex than the remedial recollection that all the ballers repeat and regurgitate about how we can see infinite straight lines with orthographic straight lines drawn from people's eyes and diagrams and cartoons, right? And that it's all just perfect Euclidean and proportionate and consistent all the way out. But in fact, all kinds of experiments. Now, when I say all kinds of experiments, that means all kinds of experiments. Guess what experiments do? They test different aspects of things. So all the experiments, the preponderance of all the evidence of all the experiments, there are different types of experiments showing different things. So then I said, experiments have shown consistently, all kinds of experiments have shown that visual space is actually curved. And then I said, and a lot of them are showing that actually it's not consistent. It's not hyperbolic or Euclidean or elliptic or parabolic. It's actually a combination of them based on aperture, observer height, and the distance that you're observing it through, plus conditions exaggerating the effects. And then I explained that they first thought that curved visual space would be a constant rate of curvature, but experiments have shown that's not the case. And then I added an additional point, which was, in fact, even one of these experiments showed that equilateral triangles will appear to have spherical excess, even though they're actually 180 degrees, just due to curved visual space. And when they looked at this, they actually saw that the rate wasn't a constant rate of curvature. It changes based on your perspective relative to the size of the triangle. It'll look like it has spherical excess, and that rate of curvature imposed by visual space will change.
But they were using exocentric pointing for that, right?
For the one with the equilateral triangles, yes, Jesse. Yes. And since then, multiple times I've told you there are many other experiments, including looking directly straight ahead.
Okay, let me see if what I found here is what you're trying to get me to read. This one happens to be, it says visual alleys as a function of instructions under informative and reduced conditions of viewing. As Atsuki Higashiyama, Takuma Ishikawa, some Japanese people, it looks like. University of Osaka, Prefecture, Osaka, Japan. 3 experiments were designed to explore parallel and distance alleys as a function of instructions, apparent and objective, under 3 different distance Q conditions. The main findings were that 1, the alleys for the apparent instructions were positioned closer to the median plane than those for the objective instruction. 2, in an indoor setting, the parallel and distance alleys were not different under either the apparent or the objective instructions. And 3, in an outdoor setting, the parallel alley lay inside the distance alley under both the apparent and the objective instructions. On the basis of comparison with some of the previous alley studies, it is suggested that exact control of instructions will not produce great discrepancy between the parallel and the distant alleys that are constructed indoors. Does this sound like what I'm supposed to read?
I don't know, dude. There's a bunch of them, man.
Well, this is an alley experiment, right? They had
Yeah.
alleys. Okay. Well, I will definitely read it.
Okay.
It's 9 pages, and if it's got the evidence that you're claiming, then kudos. If it doesn't, I'll keep looking.
Jesse will come back and say that I invoked this paper to claim it, and that this paper doesn't show what I said.
Well,
right? And then he'll do it. And then he'll do it for weeks, and then he'll claim he has a part of this live stream that shows I did it. And then it'll all consistently refute and expose him. But then he'll just give it a few hours, maybe a day, and then he'll repeat it again.
Well, you did tell me to just go find one. You said there was a lot of them, and I found one, and it's one. So we're good to go then. And if you tag me on something specific you want me to read, I'll read that too. Thanks.
Okay, can you stop strawmanning what I said from now on? Now that we've cleared the air and I had to come in all upset because you keep doing it, will you stop doing it now?
I never even started.
You're not gonna stop. You're not gonna stop. I have one in Telegram right here before I walk into the gym. I don't remember which one this is, but I sent it to someone.
Do you remember who you sent it to?
Yeah, that's what I'm in Telegram where I sent it to someone. I'm about to send it in here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right. What else we got, guys? Anything else? Are you guys done with this? What's it?
Well, I started setting up my 50-gallon fish tank last night. Ah, got it. Thank you, Witsit. Actually, I was thinking about putting my smaller fish tank on a spinning table.
Hey, Jeremy, did you hear about me dunking on them with the pendulum and the gyroscope?
Nah, when was that?
I did a show last night on my channel, and I mentioned it here earlier, but according to their own model, using either Einsteinian or Newtonian mechanics, they have to concede that the pendulum precession and that the ring laser gyro do not show that the Earth is rotating, and that it's equally valid that effect would be caused in their own paradigm by the Earth being at rest and then the cosmos moving around it. And I show all the math. I cite all the physics professors breaking down all the math within relational mechanics. I cite Einstein. I cite Newton himself. I cite many different professors in physics explaining it, that you would actually have you have the centrifugal and the Coriolis forces. The difference is they wouldn't be fictitious. They would be actual and real. Therefore, the Coriolis and the centrifugal would combine to create a net centripetal radially inward accelerative force towards the Earth, and that it would cause the pendulum to precess, matching the exact predictions. And in fact, this one professor in physics does the math to show that relativity cannot even be used to get the predicted value that's observed in the pendulum precession. Relativity doesn't even work, that you have to use Newtonian, and that when you use Newtonian, then you're thus required to concede that using a stationary Earth at rest with the cosmos moving around it, you can just basically treat that same equivalence vice versa based on the mechanics of Newtonian mechanics. And it would be similar to like a Lorentz magnetic force, and it would cause the pendulum and the gyro and any type of inward basically centripetal effect detected on a stationary Earth, and it's equally as valid as anything that they claim regarding rotation within their own paradigm, using both Newton and Einstein.
Well,
That
if it
they
is
can
a
never
real
even
force.
utter it again.
Yo, did Jaron pitch my thing? That Coriolis argument I had? Hold on, let me just say the thing you just said. If it isn't actual force, then they are flying the shortest path with the route, because there's no way to. Then it would actually be pushing the plane. You know what I'm saying? If it's pushing the plane, then there's nothing you could do about it. Then you just gotta fight it the whole way, right? But if it is,
Yeah. Well, if it's an actual force, and again, this is just to show that within their own paradigm, they cannot claim that the pendulum and the gyroscope are evidence that the Earth is rotating, like within their own paradigm. They just don't understand their own paradigm. But like if it's an actual force, that still is going to create a problem for planes depending on which direction you're flying, and it'd be something that you have to account for. But the difference is, especially, it's just a force come radially inward from the sky, as opposed to the Earth itself moving underneath you, right? They'll be different. They're different, especially when you're trying to land and you're trying to find a destination on the Earth itself. These will be fundamentally different. Basically, their excuses would work more so with the sky causing an effect as opposed to the Earth itself. But it's just to show, like when you ask them, what evidence do you have the Earth is rotating? We all know they only have two things that they bring up, right? And they always bring up the pendulum and the gyroscope. And according to their own model, it's equally valid to say that would happen if the Earth wasn't moving. Like they can never say that again, or they just don't understand their own belief.
that's crazy. That was on your last stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check that out.
Yeah, I dropped all the PDFs in my Telegram and in here earlier, but he shows all the math and everything. And then I'm setting them up to lead into the next Relatively Speaking stream, which will be next Monday, which is going to be so bad.
Oh, you started that? Nice.
Yeah, dude. The next one's going to be so bad for them. Like, I don't want to give it all away, but let's just say that the rebuttal to what I just said is, well, that would require the distant stars and stuff go faster than the speed of light, which means it can't be possible. And actually, further examination of general relativity shows that Einstein himself attributed a speed limit to light in special relativity, but then by the time he got over to publishing general relativity, he removed that limit, and he point blank says it in his own words. He point blank in his own words says that according to general relativity, we cannot claim that there is a definitive limited speed of light. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's awesome. I gotta go check that out. Because yeah, they've been using the pendulum and go ahead.
I just posted in chat this Shane interview with Shubil, Larry, talking about the spherical trigonometry. And he totally concedes. Shane totally kicked his ass. It was great. Jesse, if you get a chance, check it out.
Yeah. He's like, well, yeah, you make good points. I guess there's nothing left to talk about.
Like, I'm going to tape my tail to my leg and walk away. Just, yeah, turn and walk away. Silence is actually, they're like two things we really need. We need them to speak, then we need them to shut up. Both, you know, we really do need them to speak. All the experts, all the PhDs, all these people reading spectral photography, and all these people explaining that they're living in theory. And Whitson, I didn't tell you, I spent 3 hours with a goddamn engineer yesterday who absolutely was at the root of satellite technology, and it was difficult. I mean, we weren't arguing. He appreciated I knew a lot about what he was talking about, because most people he can't talk to at all. But, you know, I have to admit, he was, you know, real sure of, you know, like things that he was proud of math and prediction in terms of elliptical orbits and things, and how they had to account for precession and mark a spot on the Earth so they could get a reference point, and so they could figure out how to get the thing to readjust, and everything from propulsion to adjustments. And he was real sure of himself and really cool. He was even talking about early computers and how what he called a block design, which is kind of modular. And each device that looked like an old telephone switchboard had an equation. And so they literally plug one equation to the other, and they were modules. Each module was an equation in these early days of computers. So it was pretty interesting. He did not appear fooled. And the only thing I caught him on in 3 hours of talking in his kitchen was Coriolis. He's like, yeah, I kind of remember learning about it, but we didn't ever use it. You know, that's like the only thing that he wasn't super, super sure about, that I was roughly silly. You know, he's just like, you know, he says, you know, when we make, in his case, he didn't care what craft was taking something up, and there was lots of biddings and lots of things that didn't get contracts they didn't win, you know. But he said, you know, when it went up and you saw the results, he was, you know, as predicted, he considered that proof, you know. And you had to, it's hard to take away from him. In this case, we talk a lot of stuff. In his case, it's his entire life, literally his entire life. And he worked at all the places we talk about, which is in all the neighborhoods I grew up in, all these companies. And it's really interesting to talk to somebody. I don't know how much they're fooled or how stupid we are, you know, but there's definitely a lot of data out of what they call space. A lot of data, you know, a lot of information for us to discount. And it was interesting. He's, anyway, just like Rob Parks, this guy's a resource. If we have any real questions, I can definitely go to him. And he was smarter than fuck. As a matter of fact,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, link us up. I don't dispute that stuff can go in the sky, though. I just know that it's not free falling, changing direction around a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball flying through space. It's just objectively not doing that.
Dude's open. We can talk to him for sure. If you have any questions about especially early era stuff, guys, hands-on, full-on hands-on, fully available to us.
Cool.
He wasn't a dick at all. You know, as a matter of fact, when his dad was a plumber, and his dad wanted him to be in plumbing, and he wanted to do greater things, and he went into engineering. And when he got into the high tech NRO kind of reconnaissance work and such, they came back to him and they're like, dude, you need to know more about flight. Like, he didn't know enough about aerospace. I'm not aerospace, but aerodynamics. So he had to go to a little bit of school to be able to keep up with their language in aerodynamics. So, God, so
Okay,
dude
so
seemed
wait,
legit.
is he putting up geostationary satellites or what?
Kind of everything. He'd worked on everything over the years. Like, if you have any questions, I can definitely get him on with you or get the answers for sure. He liked talking about it. He didn't have anyone in his real life to talk about anymore. He's like 75 years old, you know?
Okay.
So he
Because like
enjoyed the shit out of it.
geostationary satellites, I mean, there's a big difference, obviously, right, in the two claims. But in my opinion, a lot of it is balloons, but not all of it is. So
Doesn't
I
seem
don't
like
dispute
it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. You're right. You're right.
I don't dispute the phenomena. I just dispute what they claim is actually happening.
He was talking about weapons delivery systems, a little more than, instead of communications, he was talking about reconnaissance and weapon systems a lot. So they were talking about like how to stay over a target if everything's processing, and how to tell the satellite to adjust for precession, because when they don't do that, they have to put up like 3 of them to make sure that there's always coverage. And that's why they
Yeah, but
usually use
the sky is moving, so like everything, like whatever the stuff in the sky is moving with the sky. Like the actual cosmos itself is moving around us.
Uh-huh.
So of course they're gonna have to adjust. They're gonna have to adjust for movement.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I was kind of talking about earlier. They've hijacked that the cosmos moves around us, and that creates a real force because of angular momentum of the cosmos going around the stationary Earth. Right? Like it's going to create a real force. There's no way that I can even conceive of physically that you could have the entire cosmos moving around a stationary Earth with that angular momentum and then not creating a real force that radiates inward towards the Earth. Right? Like think about that. Think about the immensity of the cosmos moving with continual angular momentum around a stationary Earth.
Uh-huh.
That's going to create a force.
I wonder if you could help us clear up some of our misconceptions, because they're so bold. Like, for instance, the idea of speeding up and slowing down to stay with the moon or to stay with the Earth, or to stay with the sun, doesn't work in the corkscrew model. In the corkscrew model, it's not looping like that. So like we need to stop saying that about speeding up and slowing down. Because it's not like that. It's not like we're pursuing that way. And I think also when they say we can't see the inner planets because of their position, that's also not so obvious on the corkscrew version of the solar system moving. It seems like we would be able to catch the inner planets on the edge. So I don't know how we can go about getting rid of some of the misconceptions, because as we get more newbies and exuberant people, they're going to continue to repeat the junk. And you're stepping up so much into technicalities and not whining that I just don't know how we're going to get rid of the people talking old junk.
I don't know. All I can do is try to like update the arguments the best I can and get them out there. I don't know what else I can do.
I can never thank you enough for that. I just never could. I just want you to know that.
No, yeah, thank you, man. It's all good. Like, I do agree with you. That's an important part of it. I think that there's a significant, very important truth here, and that people kind of just repeating day one Eric Dubé things is a bad look.
Thanks.
Good. But one thing's for sure, man, they're lying about the Earth being a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, flying through space. It for sure is not. For sure is not. And so we now need to just look at the phenomena and explain it and figure out what's going on in real physical reality. And that's a big task where they have 100,000 people working on this one little aspect. Then they have another 200,000 people working on this one little aspect for decades. And now we have to come along and take every aspect in this giant buffet and then interpret and re-examine everything. So it's difficult.
This drone thing that I've been talking about seems like it's viable, and I was thinking if we did it near a bridge and had a separate reference point, a fixed reference point, it could measure the height of the drone across the span from itself, from in relation to a high spot. So we're no longer measuring the height from the center of the Earth, and that way we'll get a comparison. I was told by Jesse yesterday that most likely due to barometric pressure, it's going to hug the same height based on barometric pressure. So it'll draw a line on the water. That doesn't bother us. That's what I'm trying to do anyway. Draw a line on the water and then measure if that were straight or not. So if the thing stays at 6 or 10 feet off the water, great. Let's see if it deviated from another position, a fixed reference point above.
Yeah, I talked to Lou about it and shit. He said there's no way to know if the drone goes straight or not. He's like a drone guy, I guess. But Gio had a good idea about putting a ring laser on one and doing what you're saying. Let it hug the water, whether it's curving or flat, whatever. The lasering gyro would have to tilt. And that would be
plus we can put radar on it. There's got to be several measurement tools that we can put on this to prove it. And as a matter of fact, we need to do multiple things. So I think this is low budge, can be done anywhere in almost any weather, and low budge is the key here because the fucking drones are already gyroscoped and gimbaled for a camera. I mean, they're awesome. They're already
you have no way
up.
to know if the drone goes straight.
We have several ways to try and verify that without sounding so pessimistic. Is the way
I went over them with you. There's no way to know if the drone goes straight or not.
I just know you're a naysayer to begin with, and I'm going to look into it further. The dude that shot the Flatlander stuff worked with Effie Core and Rick Hummer a lot. I'll talk to him and see what he says, and I'll see what equipment we can get here on the West Coast. If I have to do it, Matthew Learns said he'll do it with me. Otherwise, I'm hoping that they can tag team and turn it into part of the skip zone test. We're running it straight.
Yeah, I'm not a naysayer. I'm not a naysayer. I love this idea. I actually had this idea like 2 years ago, so I couldn't figure out how to get the drone to go straight. I hope you can. I mean, that would be awesome. Yeah.
Fucking hang a plumb bob. Let's hang a plumb bob from it while we're at it.
Dan, I tagged you in the chat, Dan. If you want to look into those, possibly that would help you probably.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I think we are. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Do I sound bad?
Sound like you're in the shitter. If that counts.
They're different headphones. I would assume I don't sound very good. Is it like really bad?
No. You're coming through, but
you're fine.
Okay. I don't even remember now. Sorry.
I mean, listen,
we already have tests, right? So like when we do laser tests, like whenever we do that test over the lake and then over the frozen lake, and you see all the lights that are up there above the shore at night, they want to claim that this laser, which this light, which his wife goes to right over the water, like right on the water, right? There should be like 30 feet blocking her or whatever. They want to say that it's bending around. But if you actually look, you can see that there's symmetrical reflection of the light on the water and that all the lights are symmetrical at all these different varying altitudes. So it debunks the claim that light's bending around the curve. So Taboo's test actually debunks the globe.
Absolutely. Many of his does, But I'm yelling at them, hey, just measure the fucking water for me. Let's just do it for them. Let's prove it. In other words, why wait for them to prove bending water when we can prove it's not?
Yeah, but there is no rebuttal. Like if you're claiming that the light is refracting and bending over the curve, you can't have perfectly symmetrical reflections all along the water with all the lights being in their actual positions above that at different heights. Which ones are refracting, which ones not, and why is there perfectly parallel reflections of those lights you're claiming are bending? It's over. You can't claim that the light is bending around the curve and creating perfect reflections on the
Okay,
water.
let's say it's over, and it's mostly because you're getting the language right, or we're getting the language right. The presentation's important, so maybe you can talk to Hibbler about, getting away from spec, and since he's going to do stuff more regularly, let you hammer more of this shit home and let it get pounded in, because we're really starting to have some solid force behind our blows,
Yeah, I'm also about to start producing documentaries, so
All right,
I'm
good.
also
All right, good luck. That's
I have a lot going on, but yeah, like I mean, you're not going to hear any baller chirp in and rebut what I just said about the light over the water. There isn't one. Like she went down and held the water the light right on the water. You could see it when the water's really calm. You can see it. The water has to be really calm to see it.
uh-huh.
Water's flat, right?
Do you know the early one he did with different lights at different distances, and then they all sit on the same plane in the distance? Have you seen that one? With different color lights, she lays them down. I think if we did that same thing, but it's spelled out, it's flat in the distance, like different sized letters that in the distance, when you see it 6 miles away, it says something. Your final message would be, it's just people react visually to messages, compared to lights. So I think we need to use a little bit of psychology and trickery to get people's attention with drama, that kind of drama. It's like, look, or even the words look, right? So instead of 4 lights, it's 4 letters, LOOK, something like that. So we get a little bit more drama out of the results. Because that's the thing. If we do a drone or anything else, it has to really be dramatized into a trailer type format that people like, wow, oh look, wow, here, over there, and the edits and the stupid music, and what people react to is ridiculous. But we need to achieve human connection because they don't care about geography or math. They don't. They're not gonna.
Can I ask a question? Can I sincerely ask a question to the whole community, even Witsit? How come we're avoiding, instead of looking at the sky up or down, why don't we just look like around us, like on the plane, and just figure out where we're going? Hey, Witsit, what do you feel about that? I mean, I get a lot of people don't want to answer that question. They don't want to just go.
It's not a real question. I mean, there's no form to that question. You can look around as wide as the area you're in, as big a span as you go to. Whether you go to a desert or an ocean, you can look around. What's wrong?
Yeah, but the first thing I ask is, why are they limiting my movement from north to south? Why can't I go north or south? That's just stupid. It's retarded to me. I'm a man. I'm on Earth. I believe I can move. And look, I'm governed by someone that I don't necessarily agree with.
Look at Mount Everest, right? They let people go there, and it's littered with hundreds of dead bodies. And that's what it would be like if they let you go marching across the ice. Because you wouldn't have fuel.
I don't know who's responding. What's your name?
My name's Dan. Hi.
Dan the Waterman.
Correct.
Why would they restrict our movement north to south?
I'm making
Why would they restrict our... Look, they don't restrict people from Mount Everest.
And it's littered with dead bodies. People thinking, I'm going to do what I want. It's
we have technology. We have technology beyond their means. They got to carry it on their back like oxygen to that level. We all know this. But look, we don't have to do that. We got jet airplanes. We can just go and investigate. We can go and see what's north and south.
Yeah, you think if we went to Antarctica, try to cross to Antarctica, there'd just be paths we'd just be crawling over dead bodies?
I think if you made a habit of letting people travel places like that, like they have in national parks. In national parks, they let people roam about in forest and trees, and they get killed
all the time in a myriad of ways, like just letting people go for walks on trails. That's not very dramatic.
If you sacrifice liberty for security, you deserve neither.
Well, good point. Good point. So it's too bad we can't trust things like Nat Geo, huh? Who go and do that for us, huh? Fuckers, motherfuckers.
I think we should go to the north.
That's who does those things. Those excursions are heavily financed for those things. We see them on TV, and now we know they're all full of shit.
Hey,
I sent a super
wait,
professional. Wait real fast. I sent a super professional email to the official permit email provided to get specifics as to free, unimpeded exploration of Antarctica, and they won't respond. They won't even respond to the request to have like free, unimpeded travel of 20 people. Tell us what all permits we need to do, what all information we need to provide. We want to be able to freely explore with no set limit on how long, and we want to be able to update and choose our route as we go. And they won't even respond.
Hey, hold on. Witsit, you put that in writing, right?
Yeah. In email.
Did you put a stamp on there to give it valuable consideration where they can't ignore it?
No, I just sent it.
Why not?
I'm
trying to teach you. You're a brilliant man, Witsit. You're brilliant. But until you give your documents valuable consideration, ain't no one going to consider it as valuable. They're not going to care. They don't.
How do you give it
shit.
valuable consideration then?
Yeah, put a stamp on it. See what that happens. See what happens then.
A fucking USPS stamp?
Yeah, dollar. Make sure it's an even value stamp. Lawful money. It's got to be a fact, or they're not going to consider it.
So they're going to look at the envelope, see that it doesn't have a stamp, and say, "Fuck this dude."
It's the UPU, so they only consider facts. They don't consider fiction.
Okay,
it's a world treaty. It's everybody signed to it.
Okay,
I don't.
bud,
You talk about Antarctic treaties and all kinds of stuff.
Hold on, bud. You're losing
Being a
us.
postmaster.
Listen, no one knows what you mean. So are you saying that if somebody just puts a stamp on an envelope, that means the government's going to take a look at it?
Not an envelope. It's on the document itself. It's a contract. You got to give it valuable consideration, or they're going to ignore it.
Hey,
Okay.
how do you put a stamp on an email, bro?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta kind of be like deliver the mail. You gotta have proof of delivery. You gotta know they get it. So I like to use registered mail. That's the way.
Certified
If
letter.
I want
Make
some
it a certified
information
letter.
and I mean business, I'm gonna register mail it to their ass.
Make it
I'm gonna get a
certified
number.
mail. One more time, last
and
time.
I'm gonna get proof of delivery
Jesus
in the
Christ.
process. I'm gonna get proof of delivery.
Certified letter. That's it. Certify the letter.
Well, if there's a
What I did was I just sent the email to show, hoping that they would respond and tell me all the rules, to shut down all the liars. All right, dude, I'm gonna go back to working.
Look, if you fuck with the mail, what happens? If I go and grab somebody's mail out of their mailbox, what happens?
Nothing.
Federal offense. We
No,
get it. We
felony
get it. We
charge.
get it. We get it. Yeah.
No, dude, you can go. I can go get my neighbor's mail right now if I got a screwdriver in 2 minutes.
Look, it's not the same. What's it? You got to give it valuable consideration. You have to get proof of delivery. They can
He's not trying to get it to stand up in court. He's just building a case. He's not in court. He's not presenting
They're
it.
only going to
There's
take
no
you
judgment.
serious.
There's no
you're
judgment being
serious.
made by a judge. It's being made by the people. So unless he knows what he's talking about, he can't talk. So he's just covering his ass. That's all he's doing. It's nothing.
I'm actually, the whole point was that I was just trying to get them to respond with the specific regulations and what they will or not allow. So I had in writing from them the exact rules. So all these liars that claim that they're not there can just shut up. And I have like official email exchange from the authorities themselves, specifically saying you're not allowed to explore like that. That was really the idea.
But listen, when you become a postmaster, a plenipotentiary judge, meaning you know what a contract is, and you're an ambassador and you come in peace with clean hands, you aren't here to harm nobody. They ain't going to take you serious. Because there is an authority here on the earth, the whole earth. It's called the UPU. It's called the Universal Postal Union, and they have a constitution. They have a constitution. There's There's abbreviations for every single abbreviation there is on the earth. If you look up that Constitution, if you read that and understand what the UPU is, it's a 500-page manual. And you could probably memorize it in about 20 fucking minutes. And this is what I pray. I pray to my Heavenly Father, Yah, I pray that you understand that law. If you did, then I wish there was another 90 witsits that did the same thing.
Where are you going to
Because
find some place where that has jurisdiction? Where are you going to find to apply that law? We get
it's the
that it's a
UPU.
law.
I just
It's
said
like
it. I just
admiralty
said
law.
it. I just said
We
it.
know
It's the
about it.
Universal Postal Union.
It's just not being practiced. That's why they call law
I'm part of
practice.
it. You don't think I ain't? Why do you
I
think they don't bother me? Why don't you think I don't get one piece
because
of
you
mail
have
from the
nothing to
governor?
lose. Because you have nothing to lose. Because you've gotten everything
No,
out of your name and they have no way to hurt you. That's why.
I owe no debt. I don't owe a man
I'm
on
just
the earth.
trying.
I don't care.
You were careful to make sure they had nothing to attack. If you had anything, if you were trying to do anything, you'd still be fucked. But sure, get everything out of your name and you got a chance. You're right.
Young man,
Be a
young
corporation,
man,
don't be a person. You're right. You're
just,
right. You're
just,
right. But
just
how do you function in the world?
accept the title of a man and be one. How about that? How about being a man and standing up and being the
Sorry.
dominion of the earth? Not power over another man, just the dominion of the earth. You should be able to travel. You should be able to move. And they're not gonna deny you that. They're not going to, but you
In
do have
theory,
to
you're
show
right.
your
In
authority.
theory, you're right. In fact, you're right. In practice, you have to sacrifice many liberties to be as right as you're discussing.
Look, man, I'm just trying to tell you how things work here on the earth. It's
believe
really
you.
simple. You can be like ignorant. It's really a lack of knowledge that destroys a man. It's lack of knowledge. It really is. It truly is a lack of knowledge that destroys a man.
Right. So without detail, it would be our participation in government instead of letting people be governors. We're supposed to participate in
Well, I can
government,
run it
and we're
down for
supposed
you, just like
as
witness,
part of
just
civil
like witness.
duty. In other words,
I'll
we
run it
live as
down for you. Give me
Americans
20
without
minutes.
any
I'll run
civil
it down
duty.
faster than Witsit. I'll give
I'm
you the
just saying that
whole picture.
we're generally civic duty. The whole idea of let's say NASA audits or auditing anything is because some people feel a civic duty to find out where they live and what they can do
When you
to
found your
improve it.
life upon a lie, what do you expect to get out of it? Nothing but lies. If you found your life on a lie and you're willing to accept it, then you're no better than the lie in the first place. You better start waking up, because this is not going to be a funny thing. This is not going to be easy. This is very difficult to go through. And if you found your foundation is built upon lies and you accept the lie, you're going to pay the consequences.
Okay, what you're doing is a great honor to us because you're allowing what we do with Flat Earth to have purpose. Because when people go, what difference does it make? I now kick your 20-minute speech in because that's the difference it does make. As to how
Excuse
things
me,
are.
I really don't mean to bother you, but I'm trying to talk to this young man named Witsit. Gets it. He does get it. I get it, but you've got to put some punch behind your words. You've got
Dude,
to
you need
give
to
it
DM him.
lawful
Please.
money.
Yeah, DM.
You got to give it lawful consideration, valuable consideration. Your words are so powerful.
Okay.
And the way you do it, you got to put them down on paper, and you got to go the old-fashioned way, like the post office. If you understood the whole history of the post office, you would understand exactly what I'm saying. You got to give it valuable consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Witsit put a stamp on it. Put it in the mail. There you go. Next.
Get proof of delivery. Then next.
Is
this what it
I'm
means to
done.
go postal?
You'd be surprised I might save a young man's life with going postal.
Hey
I'm
Dan,
not one of those nutcases.
hey Dan, I sent you
I'm
that
not
link.
telling mathematical problems and telling everybody how it works and this is how it works. I'm just trying to tell you.
Thanks.
Give your words some meaning. Give it lawful or give it valuable consideration. And then they can't ignore it. They have to answer. They're obligated.
Do you have a drone already, Dan?
No, not at all.
Because it has a list. There, some of them are kind of pricey, but they're like between $1,500 to $4,000. But those are the ones
Thing
that.
is, though, I live in LA. There's going to be rental equipment here.
Oh,
Like
okay.
there's going to be stuff to rent. So that'll be
True.
way easier, Even if
Yeah.
it was an expensive rental for a weekend, $500 or $600, it beats the fuck out of $6,000.
Yeah, I sent you the list of like the ones that, though, at least you'll know which ones record the elevation and the coordinates and stuff like that.
Yeah, if I
Dan.
fly in, the camera guy
Hey
comes with
Dan,
the
can I ask
equipment.
you a question, Dan? I hate to
What's that?
interrupt, but Dan, I gotta ask you a question.
Did you put a stamp on it?
Do you think I'm a meme? Do you think I'm just a you don't think everything I say is heartfelt? You don't think that I believe in
Oh, you have
Yeshua?
me so wrong. I'm the one that fights about the difference between the USPS and the USPO. I'm the one that brings that up all day long. Trust me, I'm with you. It just wasn't a long conversation. It's a matter of fact what you're saying. It's not a long, it's documentation, certified letters. Yeah, the
We
reference
don't
was
rely
how do we
on the
do it in the
preponderance
electronic
of evidence.
age?
What
Was
do we
the
have?
reference was how do we do it in the electronic age? So for instance, if they respond to your email, you have documentation. Would that hold up in court?
If we don't
Probably.
respond to a preponderance of evidence, what do we have?
Two preponderances of evidence. I don't know, man. I just believe what you're saying. I'm just saying that we have to practice it every day, just like language. And when you speak negative and things become negative, and when you speak in the right tone and the right message, you can subliminally give yourself positive energy by speaking the right things. Don't say maybe, don't say I think, be more assertive in how
Would
you
you allow a man to make you believe what you believe? Would you allow a man to make you believe something?
You're
Would you allow
talking to
that?
somebody that's so stupid that I let my world be dictated by what other people think. That's how fucked up I am.
Well, I wouldn't
That's how
allow another
fucked up.
man to make me think anything. I have to
Well, I'm telling you,
decipher. I have to discern. I have to discern
sometimes I
whether
live
it's
in their
truth or not.
world. I live in my world a lot and I create a lot, but sometimes I live in their world. When I relax, I become part of their world. And I can get caught in their current. That's why we don't watch TV anymore, because we get caught up in the programming. I don't know who's running for office or why, because I know that's an illusion of choice. That's they've given us choices, and psychologically we're satisfied by that. That's the problem. Flat earthers aren't playing psychological because we know about it and we're just like ignoring it. We can get people to pay attention. We can get people's attention by letting them speak and stumble, watching them stumble, run with them and watch them fall. And that's what we're getting done now. Again, thank God for some of these formats where we can still speak, because flat earthers are going to get laughed at first, and we're going to get extra time to be speaking, while militias and people like that are going to get thrashed on. So talk about the difference between the
I
USPS
gave you a
and the
minute, now let me
USPO.
speak. Let me
No,
retort.
talk about the USPS and USPO and tell people about it, the difference.
Let me retort.
I'm just asking you to elaborate on something that in their daily
the
life.
spinning ball in space is the only life, then I feel for mankind.
Okay, there's just no adversaries of yours here. There's no adversaries of yours here. Everyone's
Why
with
do you
you.
keep interrupting me?
Because you're not saying shit. You're not.
Why do
And
you
I'm
keep
asking you to
interrupting?
do so. I'm asking you to
Why do
tell
you keep
everyone about the
interrupting? Why do
difference
you keep
between the
over-talking me?
USPS and the
Can someone
USPO.
mute
Be
Dan?
useful.
He's
Be
obviously
useful. No, be useful. Tell us
he's
about the
spiraling.
difference. I'm not spiraling. I'm asking you a simple question regarding your subject. So what is the USPO compared to the authority you describe? And what is the USPS, which I believe to be a private company working as a subsidiary?
It's not the postal union. It has nothing to do with it. It's a corporation. Is that your answer?
Okay,
Is that what
hang
you
on.
want?
No, it's not the answer because the
You can buy
USPO
practical
is United
stamps at
States
the
Post
USPS.
Office.
I
Listen,
promise.
let's get some definitions, please. There is the USPO, there is the USPS, there's the United States Post Office, and now you're saying United States Postal Union. So I know there's the U.S. Postal Service. So I'm not
Man,
sure which is the
this is
father entity,
remedial
which is
shit.
the
You
mother
should go
entity,
back and watch
which
The
is the
Postman in
legal entity,
1983
which
or
is the
whatever it came
fighting
out.
entity. I'd like you to outline it for us.
Unlistenable.
Yeah, relax,
But
ass.
nobody wants to listen. I can leave, and I promise I'll never come back.
Am I begging this guy to speak? I'm begging this guy to
I
say
won't.
anything.
I'll never
We're
come back. I
listening,
will
dude.
never try to tell you nothing. Never
Dude,
Tell
again.
we're
us
I
listening.
won't do
about
it.
your
I
organization.
might
Tell us
talk to
how it's recognized by us
about
under
it.
these other names and the relationships between them. Oh my God. How hard is
And
that for
maybe
you?
Battle Mod gets it. I don't know why you guys don't. You know who Battle Mod is, right? Turns out we have a common ground with each other. We really understand each other, and we have a relationship already. And I just barely
You're
met
kidding.
Battle Mod. Michael is
You're
brilliant.
kidding.
But listen, just
When you
'cause you don't
finish waking
understand it
up,
doesn't
when you
make it
get your next cup of coffee
a
in your
fallacy. Just
spirit,
because you don't understand or don't
it's
get
going to
it
be
doesn't
fun.
mean it's not true.
It's
Logic.
just you're
This
not
is why I
connected
love.
to the
This is
person
why I
talking
love
to you. I
Witsit.
keep
The
trying to talk
logic
to you.
that he provides, because that's what mankind needs: is a little bit of logic running around this toilet that we live in.
I can't argue with people.
I'll tell you.
I'm just making. Well, why don't you tell me what I'm asking
I just
you?
want to
The
talk to Witsit.
relationship between the United States Postal Service, the USPS, United States Post Office, USPO, the union that you described, and the overall thing, whatever you named the initial part of this conversation. If you could outline those things, we might help us to recognize them and understand it in our daily life.
There's a thing called the federal postal court, and we go and we present the Pope of Rome with our documents, and we present them on several mountains, and we preserve the territory for our flag that we provide, and the Vatican really doesn't have any control over us because we're only speaking the truth, and they're all about fiction. It's hard to tell. I could go on. If you give me 20 minutes, I'll tell you the whole story. And it's all about
I'm not sure.
lawful money. It's about lawful money. Has nothing to do with anything else. Whatever, the whole world runs on like an oil dollar, a cryptocurrency, all fake shit.
Okay,
And
without being vague, can you compare it to Admiralty? Can you compare it to Admiralty as a law, as a rule of thumb for us and law? Can you compare it to Admiralty, please?
Yeah, it's basically the Admiralty laws.
Is it land Admiralty? Is it land Admiralty?
It's a code.
I mean, can you please
Are you a
hone
code
us in
decipher? Do you decipher codes?
on something? Just hone us in, dude. Just bring us home now. You got our attention. Just explain it. How, why,
I'm going to give
it.
it real simple to you. There's words, and they're written in red. If you open up the book, they're written in red. Those are the ones you should follow.
The book.
Those are the only ones you should
book
follow.
at Michael J. Smith's house, that book, the one his dad had on the shelf, that book.
Well,
Which
if
book
you
are
don't know what
talking
those mean, I don't even really want to talk to you, Dan. That's
You
why
don't want to talk to me, I can tell.
That's why I want to talk to Witsit, because he knows what those red words are. He knows exactly what those are. I think he's figured that out by now. Those red words are very important.
I'm glad you figured out what he figured out. I just know I have questions that are really old regarding the things I asked you, and it had to do with the United States Postal Service, the USPO, and the USPS. I was excited to know what you knew about that.
Where was the court held? Early America.
I don't
Where
know
was it held?
the word. I
Where
don't
was
know
the court
anything
held?
about the word court in this conversation.
It was at the post office.
Okay,
That's where they
there
held
we
court.
go.
That's where
You made
everybody
sense.
settled their
You
dispute.
finally got us somewhere we can be oriented. Good. Okay, so it used to courthouses didn't exist. Post offices were government
Hey Dan, where is the
buildings.
court? Hey Dan, where's the court? Where's it at?
Downtown. Downtown.
No, dum. It's within the four corners of a document. That's the court. It's a flat level surface and it's on the square. It's level. That's the court. It
Ladies and
resides
gentlemen,
within the four
these
corners
are
of a
my
document.
friends in flat Earth.
And if you don't add valuable
these are
consideration,
my
you
soldiers.
have no court.
These are my comrades.
Listen, the court resides on the four corners of a document, and it's got to be bound if it's multiple pages. And it resides on the level, on the square, within the four corners of a document. It's the contract. That's the law. That's where the law resides, within the contract.
So the good news is that everyone has different interest and skill sets, and they bring different things to the table. And we're happy. I'm happy that you're in this area. I do have questions in this area, but I've asked you 5 and 6 times
what did you say?
over.
Where was the
You
court,
won't
Dan?
mention any of the agencies I asked you about. You
Hey,
keep
Dan,
talking
where's the
about
court?
court. So I understand the root of what you're saying. I'm asking for the current representation, not the root. And I'm being logical, and I'm not even
what
being a
shape is the
dick.
chessboard? What size and what shape is a chessboard, Dan? It's square and it's level, right? It's a square and a level plane.
Mm-hmm.
The truth resides on the square and the level. And until we all show up on the square and the level, the truth will never be found.
You're right.
That's why in a court, when you walk into their court, it's on different levels. It's called hold on. It's called they're trying to separate the evidence. How would you call that? Witsit? What would you call that? If they put a different level in the court, they're not on your level, so what are they doing? They're interrupting the chain of evidence. So it's never a fact, ever. There's different levels if you walk into that legalese courtroom. Even the jury's on a different level. There's 6 jurors on one step, and they step up to the next, and there's the next step. That's called a petite jury.
What's a legal ease courtroom compared to a courtroom? What's that?
If we walk in there, 25 man, who all believe the same thing, the word of Yeshua, and we all believe in the law, and everyone agrees, then we reside on the plane, we are meeting on the square and the level, and we all agree. It's called a common law grand jury. If you've never heard of it, you
have good information and you're a good man. You may still be fucking nuts. Okay, so just we're with you. We're with you.
Right now, where they have common law grand
care.
juries in Florida,
and
I'm going to go there.
You're nutty about it. And so, can I ask you for the last time before I give up? Can you explain to me what parent agencies and what issues we need to look towards or against in terms of the United States Postal Service, which is clearly a federal entity of some kind, the USPO.
I'll tell you what they used to do to me. When I went to court, they used to put my documents over. I was claiming to be a man.
In relation to the things you're talking about.
The judge used to flip my documents over, and there was nothing on the back.
I know the story. This is a good story.
The front page is public, but the back page is private. So I would never put anything on the back of my documents. So he would just flip them over, and he didn't see a man there. No one was there on the back. So he could ignore every word that I said in my documents.
Okay, so what this guy's talking about, with very poor explanation, is there's a way a judge can turn over a document
fingerprint on the back.
And just let me explain what you're saying so they'll understand what you're saying. The judge can turn over a motion or something that's been handed to them, look down at it in front of an entire court,
you open your mouth
and say out loud, dude, let me speak for you. If the judge says out loud, I don't see anything here that pertains to this case, He's not lying. He's turned it upside down, and there isn't a letter or anything. So a good lawyer stamps the back of every document, so he can't be outwardly lie with good faith in the wording. So he was or wasn't lying when he said, "I don't see anything here that
Battle
appears
mod, and I suggest
but
every
it's not
single
about whether there's a man
believes in the
attached to
truth
it. It
to
has
quit
nothing to do
interrupting
with
me.
that."
Let me speak. I gave you time. I
No,
shut
I'm
my mouth.
explaining what
Now
you're saying to
let me
people because you're
retort.
too kooky to make any fucking sense.
Dan, please let me retort.
What, did everyone
I
understand
battle
him?
mod some contracts, and it's just contract law. It's not nothing. This ain't rocket science. It ain't even fucking globe science. This is
Nut
just
jobs I
stupid
gotta
contract
work
law.
with.
It's just retarded. To me, that a man, you know, he goes and does all these amazing things and gets out there, and then he breaks some kind of code or something. He doesn't even understand where he's at. He should learn the law before he decides to act upon his whatever actions he decides to take. He better know the law, because you don't know where you can find yourself. But look, I was wrongfully arrested 19 times. I got sick of it. I don't hate the legal society. I don't hate globe earthers. I don't hate nobody. I don't got no reason to. They made me a man. How to act like a man. That's all I wish. Turns
You mean a
out,
legal man or to use your dick? What are you talking about? You mean a legal man. So describe legal man.
I can only accept a title of a man. I don't adjective nothing. I don't say living man,
So
free
what's a
man, none of that shit.
traveler?
I
Is a
just want to be a
traveler
man.
a man? Is a traveler a man?
No.
That's something we know. Traveler,
If
people
you
use
decide
that
to
term.
travel and you're a man, you know, I don't
How do I
call
become a
myself a
man?
traveling man.
How do I become a man? Tell me about admiralty law. Is that related or unrelated? See, I'm trying to get you to relate this to things that we already know about. Because you think you're telling us something new, but what we need is practice. We need to know how to practice what you're saying, not being yelled at about what you're saying, because we're aware we all care about justice a great deal. It's the
I get a
primary
little
thing about
excited.
flat Earth. It's the
just
primary
important to
thing
me.
about flat Earth is it's an injustice. It's what we all care about the most. So we're with you, but
But
your
yeah,
explanations fall short of
That's
action.
not the only
I,
lie,
I
though.
agree. I
That's not
agree
the
with
only
both of you.
lie.
But listen, he's making a good point because you're trying to convey ideas to us, but you're doing it in a way that's very vague, and we don't understand what you're saying. All he's trying to do is make it clear for us because he's being, you know,
Sure.
we're
Isn't this
interested in what you're saying, and we know that we understand the admiralty law and the maritime law and all these things that were, you know, the federal government usurped the U.S. Constitution, but I'm not really familiar with the law of the land. I don't study
You
that.
guys are
So
like
when
the
you guys
12
talk about
apostles. You're like
traveler,
the 12 apostles. You're like the 12
but hold on,
apostles. They didn't
but hold
even
on. When you talk,
understand what Yeshua was saying. They didn't even.
no, yeah, and that's what we're saying. You need to talk to us in a way that we can understand what you're saying, bro. You said there's not a man in the back of the document. What's that even mean? There's not a man in the back of the document.
Front page is the public side of the document. The back is the private side. So if
Yeah,
I
but you
go
said
into court
there's
and I
not a
say I'm a
man on the
man,
back of the document. What's
a
that
man
even
is
mean? There's not a
private.
man.
He's not. He's got private affairs. He's a man. But the backside is the private side. So if you go into court and you say I'm an idiot, that means private person, by the way, in Latin. So if you say I'm a private person and the judge flips it over and there's nothing on the back, there's nothing there. So there ain't no man for him. He just refers back to the public side of the document and they interpret their code any way
Right,
they
so he
see.
should interpret
Hold
the
on,
blank
hold on.
back of a document. That makes tons of
Like,
sense, right?
give me a
The
second.
blank
Let me
back
just
of
say,
something he's interpreting for you. Great. You've
bro,
explained it now. Great.
I'm
You're
not
doing a
your
fine
enemy, bro.
job.
I'm
Because
not your
there's not a
enemy.
man. I know, I've
But
been
hold
telling
on.
you that for 40 minutes. I've been telling you that for 40 minutes.
No, what he's saying is that if he looks on the back and there's nothing there, then he's like, okay, well, there's no private man that's at play here. So then he just goes back to the public side and then acts accordingly.
He
So what should be
interprets
on
the
the
code.
back?
He interprets. He's a bar member. They're all bar members.
Why are you
They're
yelling?
foreign agents. They speak Latin. They're not speaking English. I don't care what anybody says. I already know. I've already went through the ringer with these fuckers. What do you think I spent my whole life doing? Besides flat Earth, I've been trying to
Yelling at
Getting
people.
learn
arrested.
the
Sounded
code
like
better
getting
than they know.
arrested.
Data, can you explain how one becomes a man?
Look, how come look, they owe me millions of dollars, bud. How come I'm not in the Gray Bar Motel? I sent them bills, sick bills, for many men. Many! Like, many
Why are you
men.
yelling, dude? You gotta stop
Oh
yelling
my
at us.
goodness, bro, we're not your enemies, bro. That's Explore Flat Earth talking, right? Bro, we're not your enemies. I believe in Yeshua too, bro. I'm your brother. Listen, I like what you're saying, and I actually want to know more about the law of the land. But lately, I've been studying the law of God, so that's out of my area of expertise. So you gotta break these things down in a palatable form for me, bro. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm interested, and I know that the federal government has usurped, the people, bro. These private organizations, they come out, they came together and they usurped the U.S. Constitution, and I know that the federal court is definitely a parasite. I understand, bro. I got friends that are Hebrews that are out of the system that have no social security numbers. They have at-home births. Their children are out of the system, are being homeschooled, right? And when they travel in their vehicles, they're travelers. They're not drivers. They're travelers, and they can usurp the system, bro. But that stuff's deep, bro. I'm not even prepared. I just started learning
Ways
about
to
that
beat
stuff
them.
like
I've been
last year,
trying to
bro.
do it for years. I know
Listen,
how to beat them really good. And this is not just acting like a man. I can act like a legal person and beat them redheaded. I know their stupid language. I know their tricks. I know their word tricks. They're word nerds. If you go to Hollywood and watch all the good movies, the smartest person in the movie's always doing a crossword puzzle. They're crossing words with you, bud. There's different meanings to words. Words are powerful. The
very
words,
powerful. And
they're
people here
extremely.
laugh at what you're saying, bro. I'm not laughing, bro. I'm taking you serious because words
Well,
mean a lot, bro. And when
do
you
me a
say
favor.
driver or
Matthew
traveler, that
18,
alone is
verses
huge,
15
bro.
through 22. That's conflict resolution.
Explore, man. Look, this is
You
interrupting a lot, and you're like yelling. Okay, like I don't think that people have a problem with what you're saying. It's like how you're saying it. So, like, if he's talking, can you just let him finish?
Yeah,
You
just
know,
let me finish real quick, please. Bro, what you're saying is very meaningful, and I'm not disregarding it or neglecting it. I'm not, bro. I'm actually taking you very serious. I just wish that you would explain it a little bit better. That's all, bro. And I can relate to what you're saying. Because I have friends that are out of the system, bro. Their whole family, their children are out of the system. No social security numbers. Their kids are not going to public schools. They're being homeschooled. They don't have their vehicles registered with insurance, and they're still getting away with it because when cops pull them over, they know the law, bro. Most of the population's been deceived, bro. And this is not, you got flat Earth on one side, and then that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother server, bro. People ain't ready for what you're talking about. I just started learning. I learned about the after flat Earth, and
until I found out about
I'm a
Witsit.
babe, dude, when
Listen,
it comes to that.
I had no intention of coming here and disrupting your Discord until I heard Witsit. Then I thought there might be a chance that he might be able to learn what I know and apply it real time and really make a difference in this place. Because look, I don't like talking about air pressure and fucking the nonsense you guys talk about on this Discord. It absolutely makes me sick to my stomach. I
Go ahead and
apologize.
explain, brother. Go ahead and explain how you become a man.
How do you become a man? Well, the legal society will teach you real fast how to be a man. In order to beat them, you better be one. If you're not a man and you're going up against the legal society, in other words, the absolute evil. I mean, these people. But I don't want to get into all that. But look, I hope and I pray and I keep praying, and I said it. I put it in the comment section in Witsit's comments. I said, I pray to the Father that Witsit learns contract law. That's it. That's the only thing I wish for. And the contracts that they're treaties that are written around the world. There's the Antarctic Treaty. There's the Dew Line. There's all kinds of these crazy contracts that they wrote. But the most important one is the law, and it's It's the only one with lawful authority on the earth. It's the postal union. They're the ones with the control of the corporations. And everybody's bitching and whining about these medical society, all these things. When all a man has to do is just gain his authority by knowing how to write a contract. But men are lazy. Men are so lazy. They're more willing to talk about air pressure than actually figure out what a contract is.
Dude, I bet I've sent in
Everything's a contract. So let me finish.
I've sent
Don't
in an
interrupt.
affidavit of status, an affidavit of fact to many different places, including the state of Florida, even the federal government. I've sent in a notice of claim, affidavit of status and fact.
And I get to yelling and get upset because I'm trying to send a message to Witch that I don't even want to talk to the rest of you. I'd rather have Witness or Witsit teach you, because you're more willing to listen to Witsit than me. But Witsit
Listen,
needs
dude,
to.
I'm getting tired of your bull. You're not the first. Be quiet. You're not the first guy that talked about this. Isa talks about it all the time. Get off your high horse. Who the hell do you think you are, dude? Tell me.
I'm a man made in the image of God.
So you're
and
a
I
man.
love my
Whoop-de
fellow man.
freaking do.
Even you, Issy. I even love you.
Well, I love you too, but get off your high horse, dude. You're not the only one that talks about this.
I
had
ain't on a
enough
high
of
horse.
you, dude. Pipe down.
I didn't get on any high horse.
Be a man. You talk like a man. Be a man.
Why are you interrupted? I'm trying to talk to Witsit here. Can you just be quiet for just 10 seconds and then you can have your peace?
No, you
But
don't
look,
tell me to be quiet. No.
Then you got the floor, bud. It's all you. Now let's hear it. Let's hear how you know about postal authority and authority here on this earth. Let's hear it. You don't even believe the words.
Listen,
You think
dude, all
they're
these guys have
nonsense.
been
You think they're
asking
made up of a
you.
bunch of ancient goat herders. Made up that shit.
Enlighten us. Enlighten us. How do we go forward? Tell us, your great one. How do we attack the court system? Please
Contract!
enlighten us.
Do I gotta yell it at you, SC? Contract.
Wait, look,
It's a
let me
contract.
add
Everything is a contract. It's a covenant. I have a covenant. I have a covenant that I have with my father. And you don't like those contracts. You want
Doesn't
to
negate the law of the land.
I respect
You
all your
want to step
contracts,
into
but
that
just
true life.
calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no,
Don't
you're the
talk-
one that brought
Don't
this
talk
on.
down to us, bro. Don't
And I
talk
have a
down to
voice.
us.
Hey, moderation, dude. This is super hard to listen to. Okay, the other guy asked you, Torvia, he asked you specifically how to be a man. The answer is that you're already a living man. They've gotten you to operate under a corporate entity, which is your all capital letter name. Okay, what you didn't do is you send in an affidavit of status saying, I, Austin Whitsitt, a living man, assert I denounce any alleged contract with the municipality of the county of whatever, the state of whatever. You go specifically through it. You establish that your status is a living man and that you operate under the law of the creator only, and that nothing can take that away from you, and that you did not agree to any contractual agreement with any of these municipal corporations that they call counties and cities and states. Right? You have Florida, then you have the state of Florida. The state of Florida is the corporation. When you send in the affidavit of status, you have it a notary signature. You send it in with an official stamp. You send it certified mail, and you preferably require signature upon delivery. Therefore, they cannot deny they have it. You send multiple copies. You have a copy yourself. It's all notarized. Then they receive it. You tell them that they have a certain amount of days to rebut your affidavit of fact to attach to it, which would be about whatever subject's going on, whether that's a ticket, whatever it is. And then if they do not respond specifically to the affidavit within the allotted period of time that you give them, then it's called tacit agreement contract, which means that they agree by tacit agreement, meaning that they don't respond, thus they acknowledge as true once they know that once it's provable that they received it. So everything you put in the affidavit of fact is true. The affidavit of status has been asserted, which means anything they do further or beyond that in the capacity of your corporation, they're not legally liable for that. This is a real thing because I've made the government fall back by sending affidavit of status and affidavit of fact. So what he's talking about is not entirely fake. He may have different interpretations of it. Any of the normies in here that want to say none of it's real, they can all kick rocks. I did it myself. I know for a fact it's real. I made the state of Florida fall back with a $777 million notice of claim with the affidavit of status, affidavit of fact. They've already agreed for tacit agreement, which means that once I send in any type of demand for money, effectively, then all that stuff within the affidavit of fact is permissible on the court record because they did not rebut it within the 30 days, which means that they've agreed to it, which means everything I've put in that affidavit of fact is now automatically undeniable according to the court. Okay. And then you establish your status, an affidavit of status. You establish your status. And you do have to send it through the post office. And that's how it works. Okay. There you go.
Okay, now stop. Before anyone fucking opens their mouth, let me respond. Look, you did a great summarization of exactly everything that I believe, except for a couple of things. First off, we live on this place, and you better understand the law before you start going out and doing whatever you think you're going to do and not break a law or commit fraud or any of that stuff. But if you understand the word and combine it with the law, natural law, common law, whatever you want to call it, but it's unspoken, it's not written down anywhere. Everybody knows what is wrong and what is right. It's a moral value. And listen, without combining it with the word, you're never going to figure out the law. I went through all the gurus. I spent 15 years of my life trying to figure this shit out. But look, there is no magic. There's no magic word that's going to get you out of trouble. If a code is coming against you, I can help you whenever you like. I will volunteer to help you if a code is coming after you. If a man's coming after you, if he caused you harm or you caused another man harm, I cannot help you. You have to go settle it yourself. Even the Sixth Amendment says assistance of counsel, meaning you got to speak for yourself. The foreign agents that run this country, and no, they perpetuate the globe model, by the way. They're part of the same, the Bar Association. And if anybody's did any study on the law and the word, they're going to know who their enemy is really fast. And everybody whistles past the graveyard at it. I'm not willing to do that. I don't consider them, I'm not going to go and murder them by a sword. That's not my job to judge another man just because he believes in the devil. He can believe the devil all he likes. I don't want to. I'd rather study the word and the law.
I'll give you a few more summaries for the room here that doesn't know. So, whenever he's talking about codes, you have all these things like speed tickets, all these different quote-unquote laws, which are actually regulations or rules. They're corporate rules. Like if you sign a contract to work with someone, you have to follow their rules. They can say you have to wear this, you have to be here at this time, you can't talk on your phone here. They can make up all the rules they want to, anything under the sun, because they're a corporation, and you are agreeing via contract to work for that corporation, which means you have to follow their rules. Everyone just is automatically thrust into this corporate agreement with these things that people call governments, which are actually the state of their municipal corporations, and everyone just follows these rules. The only true crime is where you harm someone or their property. You have to damage property or harm a person. That's the only true crime according to the actual law of Yah, effectively. Okay, everything else is just a corporate agreement of contractual agreement of corporation, meaning that you say, I'm not in your contractual agreement. I'm not in your corporation. I disavow that. I do not agree to your corporation, which means you do not have to adhere to any of these rules that claim to be having any authority over you, unless it's specifically about damaging property or hurting a person. If you hurt a person or damage a property, that is a real crime. This doesn't help you with that, but it helps you with the vast majority of these things that people think are laws, but are actually corporate agreements. The only way they even have this jurisdiction over you is because you agree through a corporate entity. It's like having an employee ID number, your social security number. You're agreeing that you have to follow their corporate rules. If you go in there and you represent that entity that effectively is their employee, then you are guilty because you agreed to a contract, even if it's unknowingly by tacit agreement. So you broke the contract by breaking the corporation's rules. That's how they can put you in jail for stuff, even though you didn't harm anyone. Say you had some weed in your pocket. Okay? So
now it's my turn.
A summary of
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Do you do this
So,
proactively or only
so
if you
if
get in
it's a
trouble?
code, hold on, don't interrupt, please. I get to retort. So what I'm saying is you're fighting a piece of paper. It's a code. You didn't agree to the law. You didn't agree to any of that. You didn't write your name on that and say, I agree with all those codes. You're not a code decipher. You're not a bar member either. You didn't get a bar association license. Those are all legalese. I just want a man to act by the law. And the law is a contract is everything. And if you have a superseding contract, remember, you're fighting a piece of paper. It's just a code. So if you put a superseding contract on top of their paper, guess who wins? The
So
superseding
that's the
contract.
solution, brother? That's your solution? Is
The
that what
best
you...
solution from my research is to send in an affidavit of status, which means that you're denouncing any type of contractual agreement they've presumed against you. There's a difference between, see, the Bar Association is like a corporation as well. So there's a difference in attorneys that turn things over, an attorney with the bar, it's a little corporation, and then a lawyer. A lawyer is actually representing the law. All these people that people call lawyers are attorneys. They work with the Bar Association. But the way to get them off your back also is you can send in a bar grievance, which is basically like a complaint within the corporation to their superior, and then it has to be filed, and they'll lose their insurance. If any law firms are harassing you via the bar lawyer or attorneys, you send in a bar grievance. You can do the same thing with a judge, a judicial complaint based on their judicial canons. You can make them fall back. The most efficient way is to just go ahead and whatever place you live in, sending in an affidavit of status that is notarized to that quote unquote county or city, and then saying, I am a free man, I'm a living man specifically. Say living man. And I build mine upon the scriptures specifically. I say the only true law is the law of the creator. And I specifically quote the scriptures. You don't have to do whatever you want to do. Okay. But you say that I get my rights from the creator. I'm a living man. Okay, and I am not in any contractual agreement with the municipal corporation called the state of Florida, the county of whatever, the city of Miami. I am not. You name them piece by piece, and you specify that you're not in any type of a contract with these corporate entities, and they will leave you alone. They will leave you alone. It is a real thing. So
I found out what freedom is. I found out what freedom is. Freedom is being free, and everybody else is a slave still. So I'm just trying to wake up a couple people. But look, I'd like to have a one-on-one with SE, but I like to yell too. It might turn into a dumpster fire. But I would love to have a one-on-one with SE about this discussion. This is one of my favorite things. So that's my solution. Is that what you said, SE?
No, I'm asking you. You identified a problem, right? Let's talk rationally now. We were yelling before. You identified a problem. We've heard this before. That's my point. That's why I got triggered when you're saying, oh, you guys don't talk about it. We have. Isa has talked about it like a nausea. We have spent hours talking about this, right? So we're not like illiterate in the subject. And Witsit just eloquently described the situation. We're aware of this, bro. Now, the thing is, what's the solution? What is your solution? Are you saying now, everybody, let's say I get a ticket now, right? I should go before the court and say, I'm a man of God, or I'm a free man. Is that your... I'm asking you.
I hate to interrupt you, but look. We're going to take this one step at a time. You're not going to throw me like... You're not going to scattergun my ass. Now, you asked one question. Now, let's be concise about what you're exactly asking me. What's the solution to this problem? How about every fucking man pick up a piece of paper and a pen and write down their thoughts and serve it properly to their fellow man? How about that? How about that solution? Have you ever done that to a Glober? Have you ever, like, written down a piece of paper and sent it to a Glober and said, prove your fucking claim? How about that? Have you ever done that?
I like your ideas. It's just that you're mad, you're yelling. Why don't you write a plan? Write out a plan.
Hold on.
We'll
I'm
discuss it,
trying
like,
to give you a solution. We write it to the NASA or whoever you want. If you want information from a government, you're a man. You have dominion over the earth. You're made in the image of the Father. So are you, SC. You're made in the image of the Father. You have authority. Believe it or not, you do. Whether you have I don't care if you got a fractional currency on your document. I don't care what you got. You're a man. You're made in the image of the Father. But you have to have conviction. And these people, I don't care how much conviction you got, they're never going to believe you. They're going to avoid the law as hard as they can. They're going to do everything they can to obfuscate. They're going to change the subject. They're going to lead you off in directions that you're never going to go. What I like to tell people is just make it simple. Keep your mouth shut. Make a simple claim. It's just 8 words. If I can break it down to 8 words, believe me, I can break most claims down to 8 words. And if you just repeat that, like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, they're going to have no other choice but to listen to that claim. And they have to take that into consideration because you didn't move off of your claim. They didn't distract you. They didn't send you off into outer space and trillion miles away stars and all kinds of fucking absolute nonsense. When you write
Brother,
your claim down...
I'm with you. I agree with you. I'm on your side. But what I'm trying to tell you is the approach that you have, yelling and screaming, don't take this the wrong way. I know you're passionate, right? But you can't do it like that, bro. You can't go in a room and start yelling. You have to come up with a plan, an explanation of the problem, right? And then the solution. And I think you have all that, but you haven't made a coherent statement.
I've been
That's
here
my
for weeks.
advice to you,
I've been here in this Discord for weeks, and believe me, the only thing that drug me back here to this Discord and the 24/7 was Shane and then Witsit. The only reason I am here is because I believe that they can actually truly make a difference. They can actually teach someone without getting impatient and screaming and yelling and using cuss words and getting... dude, I'm 53 years old and I've been through the ringer with this the whole nightmare.
To us, Witsit? What's your problem?
Hey, let me tell you guys.
It's your fault.
Look, everyone, listen real fast. If you want help with this, you can personally message me on Telegram at Witsit. I already have the affidavit of status and affidavit of fact forms for you. Well, you just have to put your information in it. Okay, you have to put your city, your state in there. Okay, and then I will show you the exact process of how to do it. What you have to go get it notarized. You have to send it certified mail, and you have to require a signature upon delivery. I know this from experience. They will pretend that they did not get it. They will try to lose it. They won't respond. They'll pretend to get... Dude, the mail will they'll even work with the post office. The post office will all of a sudden not update their delivery updates in like where they track it. Because I was going at the federal government, so I know firsthand it's not all hunky-dory. The post office isn't some like blameless saint. Okay, they will also pull tricks on you. You have to make them sign for what they receive. Okay, they have to sign it, certified mail, and then you put the stamp on there and you send it in with the proper format. Okay, and I can give you all the forms. All you have to do is put your name in there, and it's capital A, little USTIN, never all caps. Okay, and you always refer to yourself as a living man. You put your affidavit of status, affidavit of fact in there, right? And then you send it in. That's it. You send it in, and you're good. If you're dealing with something, say property tax, if you're dealing with something like a ticket or something, you have to do this for each specific thing until you can get out of the hole. Then they're just going to leave you alone. Okay. I can also give you the link to a Telegram group by Alfonso Fagiolo, who will help you with all of it. There's tons of people in there that are going through all of it, have been doing it for a few years now. Can answer any of your questions about anything regarding any ticket, any type of... Unless you actually hurt someone. If you actually hurt someone, no one's going to help you do anything. You deserve to get in trouble. Okay. Outside of that, you can message me. I'll send you in the right direction. I'll send you the forms.
So I just want to say this. Okay, first off, don't add an adjective to man. You're not a living man. Everybody knows what a man is, and they can tell you're alive. Why would you diminish your capacity? If you understand grammar and language, you would never add an adjective to a man. A man is the authority. It's the pinnacle of creation. It's made in the image of the Father. Don't adjective, just I man. It's that simple. I'm not a living man. Everybody knows I'm alive. They can see me. Why would you diminish your capacity? Anyways, he's right. And it doesn't really matter how you word it, as long as you have a lot of witnesses that are willing to prove it. And that's hard to come by these days. How many people go to court with you if you have to go? Nobody. That's why they hold you to the end of the day, so that there's no witnesses. If we don't stand together and start actually fighting the lies, if we just stand by and don't learn from others that have spent their whole life, I devoted my life to the law, learning the legalese better than they do. And if you choose to decide on affidavits and legalese and private language, they're going to interpret that code. I say stand freely as a man. The only way you're going to gain your freedom is by being a man. Not a person, not a mask, and definitely not following the legalese. It's a private language. It's copyrighted. The law is not private. It's public. Everybody has a right to the law. What's it? Legalese are private. And their duty and obligation, every lawyer, I don't care how much money you spend. You could spend hundreds of millions of dollars. The lawyer's, his duty and obligation belongs to the Bar Association, not to you, bud. So if you want to do a declaration of status, you're doing it in legalese. And look, I don't recommend that to no man. I don't recommend that no man puts living man in front of his name. That's an adjective. He's diminishing his capacity. He's diminishing his authority here on earth.
Can I ask a question real quick? It's a little bit, I mean, it's off topic, but I just want to get this in real quick. Austin, Rachie made a video about the downward bias and all that, the dielectric and everything, and they, I think they're under the impression that that like an electric storm or something. I don't think they, I could be wrong, but I don't think they understand the difference between current and voltage. And they did a video quoting you when you were having a discussion with Flatzoid, and I'm trying to set up a discussion with like Flatzoid and Rachie. If I could set that up in a few days or whatever, would you be willing to come on and help me or have a discussion with them and clarify some of the things I don't think that they I think they misunderstand?
Yeah, maybe.
I apologize for yelling at everybody. But man, if I don't scream it, I don't know how anybody's going to accept it. I just don't. I've been very polite. I've been trying to do my best. I've been here for Earth Awakenings and ADL. Thank God I found Battle Mod, because I was ready to end Cuddles. I was ready to just quit. I can't do it.
Dude, Brian, those people
I've been listening, man.
Dude. Did you listen to the conversation I had with them?
Yeah, was it a new conversation or the old one?
No, it was recently, yeah, like Sunday.
Okay. Oh, you just had one. No, I need to go back and listen to that. But
Dude,
they think that
I dumped all over him. He was doing a hit piece on me, like talking about how I'm actually an actor. I'm not a real flat earther, and I'm set up to make flat Earth look bad, and all my arguments are so stupid, and all this crazy nonsense. And yeah, Rachie's also dumb. So like, frankly, they're not very bright.
I don't think she's dumb at all, bro. Listen, I don't think she's dumb. I just don't think I don't think she understands the difference. I don't think she understands the dielectric, bro. Believe me, it is earful, at first, it takes a minute to truly understand that.
Listen. Okay, maybe they're not dumb. They suck. Okay, because you understand, it wasn't just about that. He was trying to say if there was something wrong.
Yeah, but listen, bro.
Dude, they were saying the microwave. They were saying the microwave argument wasn't good, and that the Globers can respond by saying it's a difference in frequency and angle that makes it go further, and it's a line of sight. It's a line of sight microwave. Then they were comparing it to radio wave frequencies that are lower, saying I was an idiot, and then I corrected him, and then he just blatantly lied about it. They're saying that since I said, look, the globe Earth claims there should be this much physical obstruction when I send out a horizontal line of sight microwave, it should be blocked from a 300-foot tower at 21 miles or a 100-foot tower at 12 miles. Yeah, we can send them up to 200, 250 miles line of sight horizontal propagation with the microwave. They were saying that and then I said, and mind you, they claim that it just magically reflects down from a few miles up. And this is not the ionosphere, mind you, right? I'm just explaining the globe position still manning it and
Right.
showing what's wrong with it in my presentation. And they saying you're bringing up globe arguments, you're defending for the globe. Also, I'm like, that's how you
Oh my god.
refute the globe is you show this is the globe's claim, this is why it's wrong. And they're all like tag teaming me, Neil's threatening to fight me, all this crazy nonsense. Right? They're literally just a waste of time, and they should be like completely excommunicated from True Earth. Like people shouldn't give them time or any energy. That's my
Well, let me
opinion.
make
So,
this
like,
argument, Austin. Let me make this argument. I've argued with Bob. Like I gave the RDD, not to that extent, Granny. I mean, that is an earful. Really, like that's surprising. But I was thinking maybe I might. So maybe I'll go on there first. But I used to argue against Bob. But then I started seeing like Fight the Flat Earth and McToon and all them like arguing on my side. And I'll be honest, that literally opened my caused me to open my mind up and re-examine it and study into it. And I did have to understand it. Like I was arguing for RDD and I still could put up an argument for it, but now I see that what you're saying and it makes sense, but I promise you it is complicated. And until I understood it completely, I was like against it. This is quite a long time ago. Now I'm completely open to things like that. And I think we all should be completely open to things like that. And yeah, so I didn't see the new one. I will watch the new one, and
yeah,
I'll
you
go
have
on
to
there
watch the new
and
one,
talk
dude,
to him.
because it's not about whether or not you agree with it. I don't care. Okay, it's about the fact they're going around talking about how stupid I am and how stupid it is, and that he said paramagnetic, ferromagnetic, and diamagnetic materials debunk that claim because
That's
diamagnetic
bullshit.
materials would. I know he's an idiot. That's what I'm saying. And then he tried to
I just
say
watched
that,
a video. I know this ain't the point you're making, but I just watched a video where even paramagnetic shit, a monster magnet will attract them, dude. But I know that's not the exact point you're making about it. But just that on its face, like, but they don't understand. I think they don't understand the incoherency part. I don't think they understand the scale part. But the main thing I don't think they understand is they think that when we say like when we're talking about the dielectric, when we're talking about the potential, they think we're talking about current. Like they think a lightning bolt, which is current, almost pure current, really, and the bias is like pure potential voltage. I think they think that current and voltage are like the same thing. I really think that. I might be wrong, but it's completely different, you know. And that's the trick part, in my opinion, and that's the part that needs clarifying. That voltage, you can have a car battery that's got full voltage and it doesn't do shit, won't even power a fucking LED, and because voltage is not the same as current. It's Ohm's law, you know. It's voltage and resistance.
dude, this
But
dude's
anyway,
saying that. Yeah, this dude doesn't
So
understand. He said
I didn't mean to, I don't mean to interrupt, but you know I didn't mean to raise my voice. But did I use an ad hom or a fallacy or anything like that with it? In my arguments, did I use a fallacy or any kind of ad hom?
I don't think you used an ad hom, technically, no.
I think the first one that uses an ad hom.
Your apology is appreciated and received. I think Witsit was going to respond to this next topic.
I apologize,
Yeah, like
Neo.
So what he was doing was he was saying stuff like electrostatic current. I'm like, do you know what static means? It means not moving. Current is moving. Okay, and then he's like, there's an electric current on the earth going down. He's like, yes. He's like, yeah, I agree. I'm like, okay. So then how would an electric current not create a bias? And then he just started freaking out, saying there's no bias. Things go up. Blah, blah, blah. Oakley regurgitation. I'm like, dude, calm down, dude. You agree there's electric current on the earth? I didn't say that. That's your claim. I'm like, you just said yes. And he's like, oh, yes, there is. I'm like, okay, how would you have an electric current without creating a bias? Oh, just change the subjects, ad homs, bunch of freaking out. Straw mans. Then he said that it's awful, bro. It's such a bad look for flat earth. Then he says that diamagnetic materials would float if what I'm saying is true. I'm like, what? He's
that's
like, yeah,
the part right there.
I'm like, how?
That's the part
like, when did I say anything about magnetism? Because I've said magnetism, but incoherent magnetism. So not what we call magnetism, right? Not what people think magnetism is. I've never said things are brought down to the earth by magnetism, which is the only thing that would be in like even relevant to diamagnetic materials, right? So he doesn't know what he's talking about at all. I'm like, and then he said, wait, no, electrostatics is magnetism. I'm like, what?
Oh,
I'm
God.
like, and then I'm like, again, it's a downward electric current creates a bias. He's like, that's magnetic. I'm like, no. I'm like, a current can create a magnetic field. That's Faraday's
All it,
law. He doesn't understand
right. I
any of it.
definitely
Is my
don't think they
point.
understand it, Austin. That's the whole point of why I want to intervene, because I don't think they understand the argument, and they still don't have to agree with it. But that's that minuscule current. I think it's the voltage, the potential. I think they don't understand that all it takes is a tiny speck. I mean, one tiny fucking speck of bias, and then everything else is going to be sorted out by the density of everything, because everything
Correct.
is inherently electrostatic, bro. So it only takes a
Yeah, but then
tiny
he
little
tried to go
speck.
on. He tried to go on to say that density was a force, dude. He's calling density a force. That's stupid, dude. Density is not a force. It's a characteristic. It's a compactness of matter. It's the amount of matter in a set amount of volume. Compactness of matter. That's not a force. Okay. And then
Well,
he
you
said
could
the
argue it's the
buoyant
normal
force
force,
isn't
but
real. I'm like, what are you talking about? Density
you
is the
could argue that it's
characteristic
the
of
normal
matter.
force,
It's how
though.
compact matter is. What does
I
that
don't think
mean?
it's a
What
force.
does that mean?
I don't think it's a force. I think you could pose an argument that it's like the normal force, I guess, but that's not
It
really
doesn't make any sense.
congr-
But dude, Ryan,
yeah, it
this is what I
doesn't.
asked him. I said, so I'm like, density, mass, and weight are intrinsically electrostatic. He's like, what is mass? I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. It's a concept we use to try to quantify matter, so we can set mass aside. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let's just talk about density, right? Density itself is electrostatic because density is compactness of matter. So you can't have compactness of matter unless you can have matter, and you can't have matter held together with, i.e., a certain compactness, unless it's electrostatically bonded, right? And then instead of addressing that, he's like, "Oh, now you're bringing up the subatomic, or now you're bringing up the atomic model and electrons that you don't believe in." I'm like,
Oh,
I
man.
never said electron. Okay, the phenomenon is real. What they say about it's not real, and how they define it's not real, and that's not the point. I don't need the atomic model to address that. We know that all material is held together by electrostatics. You can break material down to smaller scales and show that it all has a charge. Oh, wait, so you do have to believe in the atomic model? No, I don't. I don't believe that. It was the worst thing ever. It was like when QE was going against me, and he did the whole, like, him and Oakley and the whole panel did a 4-hour straw man of me.
It couldn't have been that bad, bro. It
No, it
couldn't have
was
been that
that
bad.
only live, dude. It was that only live. Seriously.
Bro, if you
He's
explain
repeating
that
everything.
already, bro, then that kind of takes away my idea, because I was thinking, like, I would, the first thing I was going to tell him is that the electric current is not a 1-to-1. That doesn't determine the weight. So you've already explained that, though. You've already explained that the density of things is all related with the electrostatics. But so that kind of throws my idea out. But still, I think that I'm going to hold on to hope and think that they don't quite understand it. And here's the thing with me. Is it always rung in my head, like when I was arguing for RDD, which, like I said, I still can put up a good argument for it, but still, even at the same time, in my mind, there's always a difference between up and down. Like, there's a fucking difference. And so to me, like, even, in the back of my mind, I'm like, what is the difference? There's got to be some type of something, that makes up different from down, whether it's, I'm not arguing against relative density disequilibrium. There's got to be something else. And the way Bob explained it finally was that the bias, and with the examples that Zach did and what you did with the Van de Graaff generators, there's no current to shock you. Like, it's just barely any, and it's just a voltage. And the fact that you can literally manipulate directions of things. I mean, and on a scale that makes iron filing like scaled to the size of Mount Everest, bro. That makes sense to me, man.
No, this is the thing. What you're not understanding is it's not a matter of being able to understand it or not, which they probably don't, right? And there's the common idea of don't attribute malice to that, which can be adequately explained with incompetence. But this is ego. So that they've already staked their flag about how I'm the one that's stupid, and I'm the actor, and I'm pretending to be a flat earther to make flat earth look stupid, and I'm making globe arguments. They say that the ether is a globe argument, right? So, and they say that everything I'm saying is on purpose to make flat earth look stupid. And then they laugh and mock and ridicule, and they say stuff like diamagnetic materials debunk Witsit. So when they've gone out on that far of a limb, they cannot acknowledge it at all. I don't care if they believe in it. They need to stop going around and slandering me about it. That's the only problem. Okay?
They don't understand it. That's and I mean, Flat's always a nice guy typically. So it makes me think he doesn't understand it. And when he's asking those questions in a debate fashion, I just feel like you could get somewhere with him.
Wait, how's
Rather
he a
than
nice guy though? He did a stream that said like the name of it has the title has my name in it, right? Like Whitson and Zerka, is this a joke? The debate I did in MDD where that guy was like a loose cannon, you know?
yeah.
And then he's talking about how I'm an actor, just bashing me, insulting me, talking about how I'm a terrible flat earth. I'm just an actor pretending to be a flat earth to make flat earth look stupid. And then just go watch the conversation I have with him when I jump on and explain to me how he's a nice guy, because he blocked me from the YouTube chat so that I couldn't correct him. He blocked me and hid all my comments, right, where no one can see it.
I say he's
And then I
typically a
ended
nice
up
guy.
jumping on. He knew I was in Glowbusters, so he thought I wouldn't jump on. I'm like, he's like, you're scared to jump on. I'm like, dude, you're blocking my comments on YouTube. And it was popping up on the Skype in the stream, whatever. I was in Glowbusters, and he thought, oh, well,
Yes,
since
I
Glowbusters
remember
going on,
that.
he was like, since Glowbusters is going on, he's not going to come over here. But I did.
Dude,
I
that's
stepped away
so
from
fucked up,
Glowbusters
dude.
and hopped up on him.
I gotta have a talk with him, man. Either way, dude, because I could argue
You have to
it
go
for either
watch
way.
it, though, Brian. You have to go watch it, bro, because you don't understand,
Yeah, I will.
right? Like, yeah, it's awful, dude.
It's not
just like
it's not
a joke.
cool
He
to
turned
like.
into a baller,
Yeah.
dude. He argued like an anti-flat earther. Everything I said, he strawmanned it. He avoided it. He obfuscated it. He used red herring fallacy. He kept on trying to say radio frequencies when I was talking about microwave, right? Like, it was so bad. It's just like the anti-flat earthers do in here, but like some of the ballers in here are better than what he did, right? Like, it was so awful. So like, I don't
That's
know.
dirty,
I don't
dude.
really
Kind
know
of,
what I
man. I
would
gotta.
gain.
Yeah. I didn't know all that, Austin. I will check it out, and I may go have my own conversation with them. But does anybody in here, just so I know, okay, I've argued for both. Okay, does anybody in here think that up is a little, I mean, different than down? Does everybody think up and down are the same, or does everybody think that up
Both.
and down are different?
I think both models have come to the same conclusion that down is down because of the Earth, and the Earth creates the downward bias. But some can have this conception of how the Earth got there, and then others just say, well, the Earth is here and it's level and it's horizontal.
Well, technically, it's going to be whatever's above us that creates it. But yeah, like the Earth is a part of it because everything's going there to ground out and seek equilibrium via the currents. But like something above us is basically pressing down on us. There's some energy source above us that's creating up and down.
Yeah, the sun.
I would say is literally the creator. The creator is literally creating up and down and literally holding this place together by his presence alone. Like quite literally, the presence of the energy is pushing strain through the ether onto the earth, literally holding the world together by electrostatics, right? So like that's what I think the actual cause is. But this is what's so goofy, dude. That you say you can put up a good argument for RDD, but I don't think you can, because density is not a force, okay? And just by adding
it has its limits.
Yeah, so you got to
that is pretty much the limitation. The limitation is the direction. You know, it does have that argument does have its limitations, which is why I opened up my mind. You know, after hearing McToon and Fight the Flat Earth, I was like, wait a minute. You know, there is something different. But so I would try and explain it like this. So if you had let's just say a magnet, okay, or a group of magnets that are incoherent, so they're not pushing nothing away, they're just attracting, and we took different objects, like different materials like iron, nickel, just a bunch of magnetic things, maybe even some paramagnetic things, and that would be like a good way to explain like the fact that look, they're all attracted except the couple that aren't, you know, would represent like helium, hydrogen, shit like that. But the ones that are attracted, it takes different amounts of force to like pull them away, you know, like say something denser or iron, you know, you might have to use more force, and we could call that like weight, but it's not going to repel pretty much hardly anything. Maybe that ain't a good example, but I think you see where I'm getting at. Like,
yeah, but this dude was like, what's it
pretty
so
much.
stupid? He doesn't know what paramagnetic, ferromagnetic, and diamagnetic is, and how it debunks his claim. He's so stupid, he doesn't even know what those things are, and then like challenged me to come on there and just define them. I'm like, are you kidding me? I jumped on there, and then the microwave thing was first, and then it got into that. And of course, for the room, paramagnetic is a weak magnetic interaction, a material that has a weak magnetic interaction. Ferromagnetic has a strong magnetic interaction. Diamagnetic has a negative interaction or repulsion, quote unquote. Okay, these materials, that's how they interact with magnetic fields.
Yeah, but even
And
the diamagnetic, like I said, the diamagnetic monster magnet, if you set it on water, like I said para earlier, I meant to say dia. Like I literally watched him repel and attract diametic substance sitting on water. Like it depended on which way he moved it. It was fucking crazy. There's a lot that that even mainstream definitely doesn't
yeah,
understand.
this is the
and I
part
think
that
that's
no
what we're
one
trying to do.
understands. This is what no one gets, man. It's like my position is not that the Earth is creating some immense attractive force pulling everything down to the Earth. That is not my position. My position is
Right. You need to stress that, bro.
Ryan, let him
I
finish.
did though. I did. I explained that to him. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. Okay, and that objects seek their equilibrium within this nature that has that downward bias set, no matter how little it is, which it is very little, measurably. Okay, and it results, or what happens is the density relationship causes what vector happens within that downward bias set, and that the density relationship between the object and the medium results in an interaction or a force so much stronger than that downward bias that that's the primary cause of what it's not really primary, because what primary means initial, and that's the downward bias, that's electrostatics, but it's the strongest cause, right? It's the most relevant cause because it's so much stronger than that weak bias. So if an object is more dense in the air, it's going to go down, right? The fact that it's diamagnetic means nothing, doesn't even interact, doesn't make any sense with the downward electric bias at all. But even beyond that, people are like, oh, well, if I have positive charge or negative charge, or during lightning storms, things should float and all that stuff. They don't understand it's so weak. And then the object's density, that relationship is so much stronger than that bias. You would have to implement a ton of charge to overcome it. So it's like
That's a good point, bro.
Yeah.
That
Would
just
you
helped me actually.
would you be able to look at it like this, Witsit, for example, is that every object is subjected to the field, whether it's space, time, ether, whatever. There's a field that all objects are subjected to. And you have this electromagnetic light sound in the field, right? Like everything's in the field. And as it's moving through the earth, it's creating like this magnetic flux, which is like very minute, as you suggest, because we can use density to categorize materials and give it a density weight, therefore giving it pressure differentials. But that's the way I'm seeing is that every matter is subjected to the field, whether it's in a Faraday cage or not. It cannot escape a field, and I think it's like vacuum energy is what I would describe it. And that vacuum energy.
Let me comment to Austin real quick, and because I got to go, guys, I got to go. But I want to say one other thing. Thank you for that, though, Austin. Yeah, I think data like the Faraday cage, the whole fucking cage is under the field. But the way you just explained it was awesome. I think you need to. I'm gonna chop that out and make a video out of that. Like basically, the way weight works and the way things are heavy, that's all pretty much the density and the medium and all that stuff. It's just the bias. It's just that little teeny fucking bits. All it takes is like it's almost immeasurable on a scale. But I bet if you had a sensitive enough scale during an electrical storm or a lightning strike, you might see a teeny little fucking bias. But they think that a lightning storm you should float or some shit. So we obviously haven't explained it good enough.
Your hair sticks up during lightning storms, dude. It's like when objects are too quote unquote heavy, then it would take a ton of charge to make something change direction. Your hair
sorry for
sticks up.
changing the subject, guys, man. I just wanted to ask him that. And yeah, they're still under the impression that in a vacuum shit would be way different, and during electrical storm shit should float. So I think we need to at least try to I'm gonna give it an attempt to explain it better. And I will go watch that stream, though. It's hurtful to hear that they reacted like that. But still, I was on that side at one point, so maybe we can open up their minds a little bit. Maybe something I say might open up their minds, but y'all take it easy. I'll be listening.
Well, there's a
this
lab
sounds
where
like a
they
continuation. This sounds like a continuation from when Bob went on there with Flatzoid. Remember that a couple months ago?
No, I don't.
Yeah, well, Bob had Flatzoid on Globebusters, but that started by, I think, Bob going on one of Flatzoid's streams. So it just sounds like a continuation of that, because it sounds like Flatzoid was bringing some of those same things, like, yeah, with the paramagnetic, and then I remember it was a bit of there was tension there, I would just say. So yeah, it almost seems like that At least just the way you're describing all this, it's like sounds like a continuation of that discussion.
Yeah, but this was so goofy.
Well, there's
too.
a
like I've been. Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Well, go ahead. I want to just get in after.
I was saying, like, with the whole like QE and Oakley thing, right? Like, I've noticed quickly it was bad faith. I just started ignoring them, right? And they tried to drag me in for months and get clicks and views. I just ignored them. I forgot they existed. I literally forgot they existed. But with Flatzoid, like, I stood up for him. And I even went on his show and I talked to him about the whole science proves things and ironed everything out between him and Jaren. And, like, I literally stuck up for him because he was willing to at least pretend like he was speaking for himself and not just conforming to the idea of whatever FED said. Right? So that's why I got dragged into it again, was because after doing that and like standing up for him, that he then does a video with my name in it just for clout, like just to get views, and then just bashes me the whole time, misrepresents me, strawmans me, and repeats everything QE and Oakley said after that peace treaty, if you will. So that's kind of what sparked it all over.
I don't understand how you would have to go up and bat. Sorry, dude. Go ahead, man.
Christ, there's a lab where they drop shit constantly. It's in the UK or Europe or some shit. And when there's a lightning storm, shit doesn't fall at the same rate.
Yeah. Yeah, if
But-
you can like tell me the name of it, that would be cool, because I found some papers about it, but it's hard to find information.
It just seems interesting you had to go up to bat for Flatzoid when he's like, he consistently bashes the ether. Like, he's kind of new in the realm of flat Earth, or at least the that specific server, pseudo versus science. But that guy's like completely on Nathan and QE's side when it comes to their materialistic perceptions. So
Yeah, but
I
I try to be the bigger person, though, right? So, like, when people disagree with me, I don't care. Like, I don't care if people have different ideas. Like, if people can show good faith,
well, that's the point.
Yeah, that's why I stood up for him. It wasn't because we agree or disagree on the ether. It's because I saw he was pretending to have his own thoughts and like kind of act like he's going against some of the stuff that they say. And so I stood up for him because he was acting like that. But it was just
you don't think that's part of the show? You
Yeah,
don't think
clearly
that's
I know it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay,
now, yeah.
all right, yeah, because they've literally, like, they've resorted to watching videos and listening to Nathan comment throughout the entire video they're watching. Like, that's pretty much the premise of their entire channel at this point.
Yeah, I don't keep up with it at all, but
It's pretty bad, dude.
It's crazy, man, because like they're still repeating the dude. I like dunked all over QE, dude, and they're still saying the same refuted nonsense, right? Like they're like, ether is a globe belief, dude. The ether that I'm discussing was thrown out because of the globe. You want to know what a globe belief is? Is the quanta definition of light. That's what a globe belief is. That's actually what Einstein won his Nobel Prize for.
I've explained this to these guys, like, literally over a course of like 4 or 5 years now. And this is what they've been telling me from the beginning, is that, you know, everything you've said, we're trying to make flat Earth look bad. We're upholding glober beliefs, like all this stuff that's completely not true. And it's hard to deal with, dude. But yeah, these guys are sus, dude. That's all I'm gonna say.
If there was like an award for making flat Earth look bad, I mean, you would have to give it to Oakley, and QE would be a close second, right? So it's pretty ironic.
Yeah.
Well, the globe belief, or in my opinion, right, did start with like trying to find out why apples fall down, and you know, what's this up and down about. So I mean, them correlating to trying to figure out the ether is just going back to the globe. You know, the beginning of the globe. It's not far off because that is really what, you know, looking up at the sky. How are these things moving in the sky? What's powering them? That is how the globe started, but that doesn't mean you have to give
ether
it up.
existed long before that, dude. Like that's
I'm
what they
not
were trying
talking
to
about
say,
the
is that
ether.
ether was. Well, you said, well, that's what.
I'm saying that's
You
how
said
the globe started, right? If they want to switch it, yeah. I'm just saying that's how the globe got going. Was how could the sun be possibly moving? It needs to have a force, right? There's something has to be happening. It's just a genuine it's just a genuine curiosity. Nothing tainted about it. But human beings standing on the ground, genuinely curious of what's making these things happen in the sky.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Earth is flat, and something still has to be making the sun and moon move, right? So, like, that is a real thing. But they're trying to say that ether was born from the globe. It was introduced to explain the globe. That is not. That is so ignorant. That's not true at all. The ether is thousands of years old. The ether came along way before the idea that the Earth's a ball, right? Like, this is just a well-known thing. I mean, just basic common sense will tell you that something akin to the ether exists, because all that exists cannot be the material world. Just basic logic shows you that. This isn't a realization that people had long ago. So, and this is what's goofy, man. It's like, dude, if you do any actual research, you find out quickly that the ether literally shut down heliocentrism and they had to run away from it. Like, that's what actually happened. So it's also goofy to me. Like, saying density is a force, that's what makes flat Earth look bad. Because when I go talk to physicists, like I met one in real life in San Francisco at the Giants playoff game. We were getting food afterwards. Real physicist, real life, just happened to talk to him. Me and Chris sat down, talked to him and his buddy, two physicists, have a deep conversation. He starts getting into the density and asking, like, what causes density? What would they have said whenever he got to, well, what causes density? Nothing. If they had, like, if I had told that guy that density is a force, he would have been like, wow, flat earthers are retarded. Literally, he would leave the conversation new to flat earth thinking flat earthers are dumb. They think that density is a force. So of course they can fall for something like flat earth. They think density is a force. It's not. It's a characteristic of matter. It isn't a force. So I'm just saying, like, I will never stop talking about it, because I know this is one of the things that, say, Eric Dubé missed the mark on. It's not just density. It is not. It cannot be. So, I don't know why it's such a sticking point, but I don't really care. Like, if people agree or disagree, like, I don't care. It's just, like, weird to me that, I don't know. I should have just kept ignoring it, to be honest. I should have just ignored it like I have been. So, I honestly
Either
messed
way,
up by even entertaining.
I find it funny that, like, if you could choose an antagonist to the ether, it would be relativity, right? And relativity is literally the glue they need to hold their model together, because of one or two major holes that they have in their model. So if the opposite of the ether and what they're trying to implore within the globe model is relativity, why would anybody on the flat earth side not be open to fully understanding what somebody who is proposing the ether would have to say? You know
Because
what I'm
it's too
saying?
difficult to understand. That's it. I mean, that's really it, in my opinion, anyway. Like, it's too difficult to explain, to argue, to understand, to get other people to understand. So you just say it's stupid. I mean, that's it.
I
It's
think it's
because
quite the
they don't
opposite.
understand it, and maybe they're stupid. Like, what's hard to understand about, if you have a vacuum chamber, there's still electromagnetic energy there, and inside that vacuum chamber, there's impedance of quote unquote free space, so that the vacuum isn't just a vacuum. It isn't nothingness. It isn't just a little bit of air in there. There's something else inside the vacuum chamber. Seems simple to me.
Yeah.
I see several young men get destroyed because they don't know. They just it's lack of knowledge. But did anybody learn anything about me yelling and ranting and screaming and yelling at everybody? Did anybody learn anything at all?
No.
Not with
Not to
that kind of
call a
delivery,
man,
man.
not to put an adjective in front of man.
No, that's smart. Don't diminish your capacity. Don't take on titles you can't. You know.
Like I'm a bored man.
Don't write
right?
checks with your ass. Don't write checks with your mouth that your ass can't cash.
Yeah, make
That's what I
your ass
like to
pay
say.
for it. Yeah, I understand. That's like prostitution. I'm a prostitution man. I get you.
I apologize for yelling at y'all, but look, I'm so spent at trying to just teach people just basic stupid stuff about contract law, and I get nothing. It's like I'm talking to Globers. I swear, it's worse than that. It's way worse. But with it, he seems to get a grip of it. He's getting a little bit of a grip, at least. I have some kind of semblance of hope in mankind. My goodness. I promise you. I didn't mean to yell and scream, but I'm just, man, it's tough. It's not
If
even
Winston or
funny.
if Winston or somebody else is still here, how come we can't vacuum the light out of a vacuum chamber?
Because what's left in the vacuum chamber is light.
Say that one more time, loud and clear.
What's left in the vacuum chamber is light.
Isn't it true though that there's
Thank you,
also
sir.
a low frequency that you cannot hear through the human ear? So technically, there is also a low sound frequency passing through the vacuum chamber as well.
Which would be basically the same thing, right?
Yeah, that's also light.
It's light,
But
man.
No, I know that, but just I didn't want to leave out sound, right? Because people don't understand it's also sound there too. So
It's the same difference. That's what we're talking about. That's the whole thing. Light is everything.
it's not even close to what they claim is outside the Atmos. It's not even close, by the way. What they can create on Earth is nothing close to what they claim is up there.
So the idea is that when we look at like X-ray technology, right? The idea is that all that stuff is traveling through the surface of the Earth and doing whatever, but as it's doing it, it's creating a what I would literature. I don't know what it means in the world of it, but I would look at it as like a flux field, a magnetic flux field, and as it goes in one direction, it's very minute. We can't, obviously, it doesn't affect the body
It's a
in that way.
disturbance.
Yeah, well, it's like like you said, it causes impedance, which is this resistance to change, and it gives it, we can categorize it through density or through the material matter, getting, through density, and I think that's how it works. Everything's passing through this field, creating a flux field because it's moving energy, right? So
You can detect the flux or the disturbance or whatever you want to call it. That's what you detect. That's why you can read it. That's why you can measure it. But it's still the disturbance of the medium that's there always. You can't get rid of it.
Exactly.
There has to be a medium there. It can't be any other way.
You know what Tesla called it?
We know it now. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Rick. Yeah.
You know what I wanted to
Hold on, bro.
Oh.
Tesla, you know what Tesla called it? Tesla called it radiant energy. And he said it comes from everywhere. It comes to us in the daytime through the sun, but also at night, not at nighttime. And he also had an apparatus to capture that. So yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he did that experiment like miles away. He was able to light up. So it wasn't like feet away; it was miles away. Where he lit up a city or whatever he lit up. But this is off topic and probably stupid, right? But I thought of it earlier, right? In that conversation you're having the other day, right? This is completely unrelated to what you guys are getting into, but that when humans cry, they also release the the endorphins that make them happy, like as far as being sadistic. That was just another thing that popped into my mind. I think you know the conversation.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I didn't mean to cut it off, Rakia. Rakia, were you in the middle of something, bro?
No, I'm done. Perfect.
So, wouldn't a downward electrical current be ions flowing downward?
No, my God. What are ions?
Well, they're the positive. If you have a positive electric flow, it's ions. It's atoms minus electron or more, right?
Wow. What is positive?
The opposite of a negative.
What does that mean?
Well, my point is that if you say that we have a electrical current flowing downward, that would mean an ion flow.
Why
and
do you always
ions
ignore
take
my
up the same amount of volume as
He doesn't like answering your
the
questions with
molecules
it.
do. And so this would mean that there would have to be a consistent, constant downward movement of the actual air to create a downward electrical flow.
Is this where you teach us instead of answering questions so we can all learn?
Yeah, he pretends to teach us whenever you can go outside and physically measure it, and he just says that nuh-uh because he doesn't understand it. And then every time I ask him a question about his claim, he just says, well, anyway, and then ignores it. So what do you mean by positive? What does that mean?
Well, the opposite of the charge that electrons have, right?
Okay, so what's the physical difference between positive and negative?
Well, I don't know how to explain it, but it can be differentiated with a magnetic field, and it can also be differentiated because we can make electrons go through the greatest vacuum man has ever achieved with no problem, but we can't make ions flow through them. So there's that differentiating factor.
Oh, so you're not going to answer what the physical difference between positive and negative. You're not going to actually even define what you're claiming, but I'm supposed to take your word for it.
Well, I'm doing the
He's
best I can.
contracted. He can't do that. He's contracted. He
I
can't
think
disclose.
What's an electron? What are you talking about? What's an electron?
Well, it's what would carry the electric or the negative charge flow. It's
It
something.
carries a negative charge. It carries like Santa carries a bag.
Well,
Take that bet.
if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay.
No, I'm exposing that you don't know what you're talking about. So what do you mean it carries it?
By the way, I read those other papers you gave
Dun,
me.
dun,
See what he
dun.
does?
You
Yeah,
have to use
wait, wait,
He's
wait.
not
specificity.
answering the question. Hey,
Expose
Jesse,
again.
answer the question.
Are you drunk, EFE?
No, I'm not.
Now
I'm
he's just trying to.
phone sober. I want you to answer the question instead of
Yeah,
Yeah,
doing
why
what
don't
you
won't
don't
you
run
answer?
don't run away, buddy. You invoked it.
Put a him
Let's get
on.
to it.
Him on. How about answer?
You made the claim,
Still
man, like
there?
you're teaching us. Can you help us out here?
Jesse.
Teacher Jesse, I have a question. I'm raising my hand.
Yeah, I really want to know, what does it mean to carry charge? I'm curious, dude.
Like,
Help.
you know what I mean. Maybe I didn't word it exactly right, but you know exactly what I meant, and you're being completely disingenuous.
I literally don't know what you mean. What carry is a physical action. So what do you mean? What do you mean electrons carry negative charge? What does that mean?
Quit
Would it
being
be
so
better to say they are
disingenuous.
a negative charge?
Well, it's your claim that you're pretending to teach us about. So is it carrying it or is it the charge itself?
Call it what you like. The point
You're the one
is,
making claims about it.
the point is, if we take and put an aerial up in the air and we harvest this atmospheric electricity, and we put a cathode at each end of a tube, well, we don't know, 2 heated cathodes, and we hook one end to the ground, one end to the sky wire, something which has mass and velocity will travel from one end of this vacuum tube to the other, right?
Wait, what? Mass? What are you talking about? Wait, can I ask you what an electron is? So now you're telling me it has mass, but you can't even tell me what it is. What is it? What are you talking about? What is an electron?
Furthermore, that was completely wrong that it travels, because that would completely disobey. What's it called? Oh boy.
Hey, Jesse, how many flies are on the bus?
Electrical induction.
Hey, Jesse, how many flies are on the bus?
Yeah, how do you have wireless power induction in a vacuum, Jesse, if it's
there
traveling?
You go. Yep. Game over.
So you're saying electrons don't travel inside a vacuum?
Well,
How do you
I'm
have
asking
wireless
you.
power induction in a vacuum?
That's an electric field. That's not an electron.
Oh, what's the electric field?
Yeah, you're just trying to change. You're just trying to avoid answering the question.
No, you're the one
No,
avoiding.
you're getting
Don't flip it around, Jesse. You're invoking things that you have no understanding of, and you're being cornered. So what's the difference between the electron and the electric field?
You guys didn't answer my question, and then 5 of you asked me questions. So it's like,
hey, Jesse, run along, little boy. We don't need to. We want answers. We don't want obfuscation. Quit running and hiding. Little
Yeah, you're
girls do
asking a
that.
question.
You're not a schoolgirl, are you? Are you a schoolgirl?
You're asking a question built upon all
Hey,
kinds
moderators?
of assumed terms. You're asking a question built upon all kinds of assumed terms that you can't even define. So how am I supposed to take your question seriously when it's incoherent gibberish and you can't even define it?
In all fairness, I'm trying to understand your position, Jesse, and they're not trying to be rude to you, or they're actually holding you to the fire, and it seems like you can't, just be straightforward. Why is that?
your statement was false.
No, I
Well,
agree. I'm genuinely curious what you have to say about these things, Jesse, and you're not. You're totally just saying, okay, I guess you guys don't want to talk about it because we ask you one question. That looks like running away.
Hey Jesse, quit acting like a little schoolgirl and just answer the question,
dude, that's
or
not helpful, man. Let's
come
not do
clean.
the ad homs and stuff. I mean, Jesse, you've built kind of a reputation at this point, although it's not fair for people to personally attack you, but you may need to be aware of the reputation you've created for yourself. Just throwing that out there. But were you going to engage in this conversation or not? I mean, I can try to moderate so that there's not excessive ad homs and all the personal stuff, but did you want to respond to the actual thing, or should we move on to something else?
Well, to be fair, he did ask a question that was followed by 3 or 4 other questions rather than an answer.
You see, that's
What's
what
his
Left Lane
question?
does, right? It's so funny. So, like, whenever the dude asks a question and it has like 5 different terms that Jesse can't even articulate a definition of, how can I answer his question when it's flooded with misnomers and misidentified terms that he can't even explain? How can I answer the question? So, I'm asking the question to show that his question is incoherent. So, if he would like to clarify what he means by his question, then we'd be able to answer it. But he doesn't even know what the words in his question means. So how in the world could I possibly understand what his question is when he doesn't even know what the terms mean?
Left Lane, can you answer that? Okay, enough said.
Yeah. So
No, I was just updated that the last 5 minutes has kind of been a waste of time, really.
yeah, as soon as Jesse gets exposed, it's
I
a waste
mean,
of time, huh?
what
You're breaking up.
what was your original?
We'll have to put him in the hot mic room.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Left Lane.
I think they do
Hot
that on
mic's
purpose,
more
by
for
the
hot
way.
micing, not necessarily roboting. But
God does work in mysterious ways.
I think that's purposeful. I think he's trying to, hide
all
behind
right,
a
so Jesse,
open up
outside of all
microphone.
the personal stuff and the reputation and the history and stuff, is there a conversation that the audience can glean something from? Is there some way to move this forward, or not?
Well, I'm sure glad to try. Are you familiar with the cathode ray tube?
Yes.
Okay, can you get cathode rays, whatever they are, to flow when your cathode is more positive than the target?
What does positive mean?
Okay, so do we at least agree
Real
that
crazy.
that an electric potential has
Well, dude, we got to go one thing at a time. All right, I'm not going to try to totally call you out on a fallacy, but there is a fallacy called avoiding the issue, where you just completely avoid the question or the avoiding the issue, and then you try to. So, can we go one thing at a time? He asked you what positive was. Do you want to? Can you respond to that, and then he can respond to something if you have a question, but. Because otherwise, it's avoiding the issue, and then you're just going to run down some other path, and then some other path, and it's not an actual back and forth.
No, I was.
Not productive.
He's saying he's acting like he doesn't know what positive and negative mean. And so
That's not what he said. He asked you what you think positive is. That was what he proposed. It's like a game of tennis. He hits the ball to you, you hit the ball to him. If he hits the ball to you and you just take the ball and you don't hit it back, you just grab it with your hand and chuck it over the fence, it's not really a conversation,
Well, here's the thing. He obviously doesn't want to talk about it because he knows that a battery has a positive and a negative pole. We may not be able to define exactly what it is, but he knows that. And he's pretending that he doesn't know that. And so
I
he's
can
just
define
trying to
it.
avoid
I
the
can define it.
discussion.
Actually, I can define it and you can't define it. So what does that say?
Well, how about you define it for us?
Oh, so you want me to help define your inept question?
Don't do it.
So would you like to just admit that like you're asking a question that you don't fully understand?
Well, but I do understand that a battery has a positive and a negative contact.
Yeah, and you
And-
understand it. So then, what does that mean? Then, if you understand it, then you know what it means. That's what understand means.
And we can use the cathode ray tube to unambiguously determine which is which, right?
Okay, there are different characteristics, sure, and you don't know what they are. Is that safe to say? You don't. You don't actually understand it. You don't know what it is or anything. You're just saying the word positive and negative out loud.
What would you like to call it if you don't want to call it positive or negative?
Well, there's no such thing as negatives in nature. So I'd like to actually define the phenomena we're discussing so we can get to a coherent resolution and conclusion.
Well, what would you like to call it? People have been calling it positive and negative for hundreds of years. If you don't want to call it that, what do you want to call it?
Did anybody actually define it though? Like, can we define what it means? Because just saying positive and negative doesn't mean anything. There's no such thing as negative charge. So what does that mean?
But why do we need to define it when we know that there's a difference between the two poles and we've got ways to determine which is which? But at least we can agree on that much, right?
Sure, we can agree that there's what people call positive and negative, and that they have different characteristics and that they interact with each other differently. But that doesn't actually help us understand the phenomena, which ironically is what's required for your entire purpose of talking right now, because you're trying to draw a conclusion that refutes my position. So you would actually have to understand the position, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he said negative can't make its way through something
Trying to
because
find out. He's trying to find any way to call you a liar. That's what he's doing.
Well, he's
And I don't
presupposing
like him.
travel. He's presupposing travel. He's presupposing mass and material characteristics. He's presupposing that something can carry something called a negative charge, and he's not defining any of these things. So these are all reification fallacies, and ironically, you don't even understand the concept that you're reifying. So how can I have an intelligible conversation with you about it?
Well, so
Beat you with it is to make you out to be a liar.
And what do
I
you
know
mean
you're
by
not.
what do you mean by the poles of? Are you talking about like polarity?
the two
Are you
terminals on a
just?
battery.
I understand that. And what do you think those are?
Well, they're electrical conductors, and there's an
Okay.
electrical potential between them, right?
Okay. So where does the negative and positive come into, other than the fact that it's like written on the battery? Like, can you explain that, or is this just we're just gonna sum it up to that?
Well, there's a difference between them. When we hook up a motor, a little DC electric magnetic permanent magnet type motor, if we hook it up backwards, it runs backwards. If we try to hook a cathode ray tube up to it backwards, it won't work. We have to hook it up frontwards to work. So there's something unambiguously different between those two poles. There's an A and there's a B, or there's a positive and a negative, or there's whatever you want to call it and whatever you want to call it. They're
How is
different.
whatever you want to call it unambiguous?
Well, could we, for the sake of discussion, could we just call them positive and negative?
But you have to actually understand what you mean by this so we can carry on the conversation. I'm not doing what you do, which is trying to get little pedantic gotcha. I already know what you're trying to say. And the conclusion that you're trying to get to is refuted by proper defining of terms. Hence why I'm trying to get you to define the terms.
Well,
So, you ever heard of Charles Proteus
Just
Steinmetz?
say never, and then
Steinmetz.
close your Discord,
Yeah.
Jesse.
He wrote the book Discharges, Waves, and Impulses. He's actually like the backbone behind 90% of Tesla's inventions and stuff. He's like who perfected the AC generator.
Yep.
He said in a quote in his book, and mind you, this is a guy who godfathered in 90% of what we use today in electrical field theory. But he said in electric circuits containing energy stored in the magnetic and dielectric field, the change in the amount of stored energy occurs by a series of changes from magnetic to dielectric and back again from dielectric to magnetic stored energy. I mean, nowhere in his books did he allude to a positive or negative charge or an electron. He actually called it a dicorpuscle of electric capacitance, dielectric capacitance.
Yep.
So these guys were understood on what makes up the energy field that you call electricity, and it wasn't this charged carrying particle, right, traveling down a pathway which emits 1,000 coulombs, equating to, one measurable, calculable form of energy. He was understood upon this dielectric field, and what comes from the dielectric field is the magnetic field, and in this series of steps is where we get the manifestation of energy, not the creation or genesis thereof. So I think you kind of need to go back to the fundamental roots, right? Instead of just trying to look at things from, you know, what mainstream academia is kind of put forth, because you don't really have a background on the things you say. It's pretty clear, not to insult you in any way. I
The
just
Well, and
think
you
you
asked the
need to
perfect
make.
question. You asked how do you have wireless power induction in a vacuum, and he said that's an electric field, not electrons.
The definition of dielectric is having the property of transmitting electric force without conduction or insulating.
He's just
See,
looking for a gotcha.
he is not upon the vacuum. He is. I will not bring up this entire idea is the idea of matter traveling to a. So then we asked you the question, then how do you have wireless power induction? And you said that's an electric field, not electrons.
And
What does that mean?
just what it means. I mean,
Okay, then tell me what's the difference.
Real quick. I just wanted to throw this quick quote out there from Steinmetz. He said many textbooks speak of the electric charge on the conductor and the energy stored by them without considering that the dielectric energy is not on the surface of the conductor, but in the space outside of the conductor. Just that also is the magnetic energy. So, like when you talk about, you know, the flow of charge down a wire per se, like the wire going outside your house, why is it, Jesse, that you can take a 10-foot copper pole and get within 2-3 feet of that wire and see discharge of energy, i.e. your ass will get electrocuted and fried without ever touching the wire? Why do you think that is, Jesse?
what's the setup?
So you could take a 10-foot copper pole, go to the AC power line going to your house, and get within 2-3 feet of that wire with the end of that pole, and you're going to get fried without ever touching the wire.
The 60 kilovolt wire?
Yeah, if you go to the terminal end of that where it goes to that discharge box or anywhere around that area, like you're going to get fucking fried, dude. Why do you think that is?
Well, if you get the your copper pull close enough for a spark to jump, then plasma's a pretty good conductor. Are you talking about jumping a spark to the power line from yourself?
I don't know. I thought I was pretty clear in what I said, but yeah, basically what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't actually physically have to make physical connection to receive electrical inductance.
Well, you could be talking about two different things and you don't seem to know the difference between them. You can either, if you get sort of close but not close enough to jump a spark, there's a lot of capacitance and you can get kind of a buzzing feeling in the pole. If you get close enough that a spark actually jumps, then the air breaks down into plasma, which is a very good conductor comparatively, and then thousands of amps can flow through you to ground, and then of course that's why you get zapped. So I'm not sure what you're asking, but those are the two scenarios.
The point is, Jesse, is that there's a such thing as wireless power induction, meaning you don't have to have the flow of material in order to have electrical charge. And that's due to this.
Do you understand?
Yeah, that's due to the field that electricity is. It's a field rather than a material component, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
and it's omnipresent. It's omnipresent. Can you address what he just said about wireless power induction? Can you explain wireless power induction within your little like materialistic pseudoscientific worldview?
DC or AC?
Whatever type of wireless power induction you want to explain.
Well, just anything. You just want me to ramble. I mean, like on everything. That's ridiculous.
You can't do it. You can't.
Well, it's off the topic. Gio was just getting after me for changing the topic. My question is still very
This is
simple.
the topic he brought up. I asked you the same question. We brought up wireless power induction in a vacuum. You said, that's an electric field, not electrons. I said, what's the difference then? If you think an electron, quote unquote, is traveling through a vacuum, I want you to tell me the difference and explain to us how wireless power induction works.
You mean a radio wave?
Oh my God, dude.
Jesse,
you're
is
God,
this is this intentional, or is this just how like your mind operates or something? I don't understand.
It sounds like y'all are talking about shooting 120 volts across the sky and supplying a house with power from a remote
No,
location.
man, that's not. You can take an iPhone, all right, like a modern iPhone, and you can hold it away from that charging pad and still have charge. Like not very far, but you can separate it to where there's no physical contact.
Okay,
And then you can do that. And then you can do that in a vacuum. If you were to put that in a vacuum chamber, it would still induce. So what's happening there? If there's no physical contact, like not even your flow of electrons because it's within a vacuum, then how do you explain that?
That's an electromagnetic transformer. There's a high frequency electromagnet in that charging base that creates a high frequency alternating magnetic field. Okay, a magnetic field, and there's
Okay.
another similar one in the phone, which
Okay.
takes that changing magnetic field and converts it back to a change. It's got a lot of wire wound up in there. I've taken them apart, and it's got an electric, and it takes that electricity that's generated from that pickup magnet coil to
Okay,
charge
so
the
you're
battery.
saying there's something different. There's something different about this one, is what you're trying to say. But now what I'm going to ask you is does the other version of what you were anticipating, does that have a magnetic component involved in it? Is there any electrical inductance you can show me that doesn't have a magnetic component? Because you can never have electrical inductance without magnetism, being that magnetism times the dielectric field is what creates Q and Planck of electrical inductance to begin with. And this is another quote from Simons. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, Jesse, like, yeah, in order to have electricity, you have to have magnetism. It's the premise of electricity.
And dude, Jesse, stop trying to antagonize me in the chat with your claim how I know I'm wrong about downward electric current. Like when you're just getting dunked on left and right? Like you have no idea what you're talking about. You can go out and physically measure the downward current. The fact some person on Discord that says no to everything claims it's not possible because I think that little particles of matter that can't be seen, measured, or have any size or shape are carrying charges that I can't define doesn't somehow change that. So can you address what he just said? What's the difference? How is the wireless power induction in a vacuum somehow distinctly different? Is there a situation where with electrical induction won't create a magnetic field?
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about the question I originally asked, and I'm not going to force anyone to talk about it. You're just diverting to trying to pull it off into AC and radio waves and magnetic and
Oh, now they're diverting? Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, like no one in the room heard it, right?
Jesus.
Where like all I did was ask you to define the terms in your question, and you fell apart and claimed I was running away because I exposed to the room that you can't even define the terms you're using. You can't even tell me the physical difference between positive and negative, and yet that difference you're about to proceed as the foundation. You're proceeding with that as your foundation for your entire line of questioning. Is the physical difference between positive and negative and how things interact accordingly. And you can't even tell us the physical difference between positive and negative.
No, I did. I said that the negative pole on the battery will provide what's needed for cathode rays to go raying off the cathode towards the target in a cathode ray tube. The positive pole of the battery does not provide that. That is a physical description of the difference between positive and negative. It's how we can measure it.
What's needed. So the way that we know the difference in what positive and negative charge is that one of them, quote unquote, provide what's needed.
And that's not even true to begin with. Just to let you know, Jesse, you should try looking into the Leyden jar experiment.
Is that in a vacuum?
Does it have to be?
Well, what does a capacitor have to do with a cathode ray tube? So are you saying, Geisel, that it's not true that only the negative pull on a battery provides what's needed to create cathode rays in a cathode ray tube?
Well, there's no such thing as negative charge, Jesse.
That's
So
not the
all they're
question I
doing is
asked.
creating a circuit.
And why doesn't it create a circuit if you take and reverse the polarity of that battery and connect the positive, what we call the positive pole, to the cathode?
You would have to actually know the physical mechanism of what you're calling positive and negative for the 500th time in the very first question I asked you.
No, that's a fallacy. We don't have to know the mechanism to quantify and understand a phenomena, at least how it acts.
You don't have to understand it to understand it.
We don't have to understand why it works in order to understand how it works and that it works, right?
You don't even know how it works. How does positive and negative work? What's the physical mechanism, which means how it works? What's the physical mechanism in the two, and how are they different? How do they work differently? What's the physical mechanism? How does positive and negative work?
I just said we don't have to understand the physical mechanism if we can measure it and quantify it. But you obviously don't want to talk about it, so that's okay. I'm not gonna. Geo doesn't want me forcing people to talk about things they don't want to talk about.
You're clearly just terrified of. You can't. You have too much ego to say like you don't know. You can't just say out loud like you don't know, and you just use the word positive and negative because it's what you've heard before. You can't just admit you don't know. You have no idea what the difference in positive and negative is. So then you obviously can't draw some type of intelligible conclusion as to why something happens or doesn't happen regarding those terms when you can't even define them or understand them.
And Geo can hear you. He didn't stop you, so you are allowed to continue. He can hear you.
Yeah.
Nobody's stopping you.
No, he's talked to me before about
No.
talking to people about things they don't want to talk about, and
Are you the
about
one who
having a
doesn't want to talk about it,
reputation.
though?
I don't know what my reputation is.
Are
but
you the
anyway.
one who doesn't want to talk about it?
Well, that's right. You're painfully oblivious to your reputation. That's the problem. Can you verify that these things that you call electrons that you can't define or explain or even understand, can you explain to me how you know they're traveling through a vacuum?
Well, because they take time, and when they hit, they impart energy on whatever they hit.
Okay, so they take time. They take time. What does that mean? First of all, what is they, and what do you mean they take time?
And I'm curious about energy, like what he means by energy.
Well, they cause heat. When they strike a hard object, they cause it to get hot.
So the definition of energy means to cause heat, and they take time. What is they?
Well, I call them electrons.
Okay,
but
what is that? What is that? What is taking time?
Well, something that behaves as a particle that can move at different speeds, including no speed, seems to have a mass. It seems to have an electric charge.
Wait, how does it seem to have a mass? How does it seem to have a mass?
Now, let me look it up.
Okay, so you don't even know why you're claiming it has mass. Whenever you say that it can move at no speed, what does that mean? When is electron stationary?
Oh, like in Millikan's oil drop experiment, I suppose.
Oh, really? So you think that electrons are stationary?
No, but that they can be.
No, they can't. Not even according to your own particle physics paradigm. There's no such thing. You use a quantum field probability distribution. It's called a electron cloud. It's a probability distribution. They can never actually isolate where the electron is specifically. They can just give a radius of where they think it's moving within.
Dang, you got to educate him about his own model.
Yeah.
So
is there anything else? You need a fortune cookie with that?
Can they have a low speed?
Wait, well, what is speed? Can you define speed? What's the equation for speed?
Distance over time.
Okay, can you verify that it's traveling, please?
Well, I mean, it takes time to traverse the distance of a vacuum tube, right?
Oh, by begging the question. So the way that you verify that they're traveling is by saying it takes time for them to travel.
Well, if there's time and then there's distance, why couldn't we calculate a speed?
What if it's just a rate of induction and it's
Well,
already
then
there?
Well, then it would be the speed of the rate of induction, which we can vary with the voltage, right?
But that's not traveling from point A to point B across the vacuum tube like you're assuming.
So is the rate of induction what you claim is traveling downwards
I don't have to
towards
claim
Earth?
anything is traveling, dude. I'm not claiming anything is traveling. So it's like you're lost. This is why you can't critique my position. You don't understand it yet. So can you please verify your claim that there's a quote unquote negative charge carrying particle of matter traveling at different speeds? Can you please verify that sentence drowning in pseudoscience?
You mean like exists in the cathode ray tube?
Yeah, can you verify a quote unquote negative charge carrying particle of matter traveling? How do we verify this is the case? Do I have to just believe you that that's the case, or
They've isolated it.
No, you can you can build a vacuum tube, build a high vacuum tube, a nice long one, put an electron gun at one end, and pulse it on and off, and see how long it takes the electrical pulse to get to the other end of it.
what do you mean to get to the other end of it? You just keep on reifying the assumption that it's traveling and it's a particle. So
Right.
what do you mean get to the other end of it? How do we register it at the other end?
With a electrical conductor called the plate.
Okay, and what happens?
You just
Like
presume it.
a little electron paintball explodes on the plate or something?
No, it shows up as a pulse of electrical current, right?
Oh, whoa. Look at that. So
Yeah.
we have a plate that reads an electric interaction, a pulse, and you therefore know it's a little paintball gun of electrons.
Sounds like they set up the experiment in such a way as to perceive the outcome based on their narrative to begin with. Interesting.
And if they basically assert and affirm the consequent, it becomes true via reification.
Nice presumption there you made, just.
See, everything is pressure mediation. So we have the process of charging building up above us. We have the ground where everything goes to discharge. And in fact, everything's really in the process of trying to get back to its pure potential state, its initial state of inertia, right? And that's how it actually discharges. Like lightning is actually a discharge towards counter space or pure potential initial inertial state. Oh man, pseudoscience. And or oh man, word salad, because I don't understand its word salad. And so yeah, we have the process of charging in the air, and then we have discharging going on at the surface. So the system that's charging is seeking equilibrium towards the system that's discharging.
Discharging
Oh man,
what?
look at me actually charge. What?
Define charge.
Intrinsic vibrational resonance, etheric displacement based on the strain on the ether.
Can you prove that?
Well,
sorry, bro. I was just doing what you did.
Yeah, but it's funny, right? Because like you can't explain or define anything that you're saying, but mine actually does explain the phenomena, right? So what I can show is that even in a vacuum chamber, we have this intrinsic energy. Where's it coming from? If energy cannot be created nor destroyed, it can only be transferred. It can only be transferred. So where's it being transferred from? I'm saying there's a background medium there sustaining the electromagnetic energy.
I'm just curious because I asked him what energy was, and he alluded to the electron and not the charge within the electron. And they're obviously two different things, right? You have an electron, and then you have the charge within it. So, what do you mean by charge within the electron?
Well, I'm not sure how many questions that was, but what I said, energy was indicated by the fact that it created heat when it struck a target.
And what is that? Like, what are you alluding to that's creating heat?
When an electron impacts a target, it creates heat. Right?
Gotcha.
Have you heard of E-beam sputtering?
Well, regardless, I can't say I have.
Yeah,
but
I have. Yeah. Actually,
okay, maybe he has.
That the electron is it debunks that the core of the electron is corporeal.
Is an electron not a charge carrying particle? Jesse, are you saying something different than that?
Let me look up the definition.
E-beam sputtering. Basically, it's like where, say, for example, if you use an electron microscope, material has to be sputter coated in order to have the actual reflection, which is actually dielectric inductance reflection. So it's a dielectric inductance reflector, and they call it an electron microscope. And it doesn't work on all material. It has to be sputter coated with metallic material that'll interact with it. Like if you're looking at some organic material, it has to be sputter coated with, say, like really tiny flakes of gold, for example, because it isn't corporeal. If it was corporeal, meaning material and tangible, you could shoot your little magical paintball gun of electrons at any and all material, and there would be a material tangible interaction. But that's not what we see. With certain materials, you actually have to have it sputter coated. That actually debunks the claim that electrons are corporeal.
Oh, so the electron is a subatomic particle with a negative 1 elementary electric charge. Electrons belong to the first generation of the lepton particle family and are generally thought to be elementary particles because they have no known components or substructure. From Wikipedia.
So charge carrying. I mean, that's illogical on its face. I mean, it just contradicted itself. But nonetheless, so we can fairly say in simplification that it's a charge carrying particle. Can we not like agree on that?
I mean, in general, yes. I don't know what sort of gotcha you're going to try to twist out of that by switching the meanings of words later, but yes, otherwise, yes.
I don't know why you would assume that, but anyhow.
As far as E-beam sputtering, they may use that for setting up an electron microscope specimen for a scanning electron microscope, but E-beam sputtering is also used to make sunglass coatings and any kind of metallized coatings. And some non-metallized probably, but they take a high-speed electron beam and they use magnetic fields to steer it onto the surface of their sputtering material, whatever it is. It could be titanium, whatever, gold, whatever, and the electrons hit it with such high speed that they blast off super fine atomic-sized particles of the material, which then drift over and then plate onto whatever their vapor, their sputter plating.
No, what actually happens is that there's an electric interaction, which is actually intrinsically etheric, and you have to have a metallic structure to do this, which shows the electron's not corporeal, or I can shoot it at everything, including things that are not metallic.
So you can steer etheric waves with electric or magnetic fields? Interesting.
Well, what do you think a magnetic and electric field is, Jesse? This goes back to my first question, or one of my first questions, when you said that's an electric.
Try again, you cut out.
You said that's an electric. You said that's an electric field, not an electron. And I said, what's the difference?
And then it goes back to my question when I asked you, can you ever show me electricity without a magnetic component involved? Jesse, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I mean,
Do we need to repeat all that?
That was interesting, right, Jesse? Like you said, that's interesting. That does make sense. Which it like, then why doesn't it stick to everything? Right? You could say that, right?
I was busy typing in the text. I says, "Bah, is Dyslow tag wrestling with Witsit or what?" So, Witsit, when you say that there's a downward electric current towards the Earth,
yeah, dude, that's your reputation you're building. Like, what are you doing?
It's like Witsit asks a question, and immediately before I get a chance to respond, Dyslow throws one in.
Because it's all interconnected. I'm trying to like lead down a trail of logical assumption here on what we're talking about, and you just keep just invoking all these other like red herring words and stuff to like beat around the bush instead of looking at the direct connection to what we're alluding to. It's not an I got you moment. We're not like I can go do better things than sit here and fucking try to get some kudos for beating Jesse at a debate. Like it's not my MO here, bud. Just trying to like show you.
The main thing he's trying to do is somehow debunk that there's a downward electric current on the Earth, and it's measurable. It's measurable. You can literally run a Corona motor off of it. It's measurable.
So how would I measure that and measure the direction of it to know if it was upward or downward?
I don't remember exactly how they measure because it's got to be a very delicate machine. It's very small amount, and the current goes down to the corona motor.
But what is current? The etheric current?
Okay, you're the one telling me you know it's impossible. Remember, you're telling me you know it's impossible. So why are you asking me to define terms that you're not actually interested in good faith in trying to understand them, right? When in fact, nothing. Electric fields and magnetic fields are nothing more than perturbations of the ether. They're specific modalities of the ether, and then of course to get electrification, you actually have the hybrid of these two fields, right? And so then you get into, well, what is light? Well, you have what they call the photon, which is nothing more than the intersection of the oscillating electric, oscillating magnetic field. All you're doing is exciting or disturbing or perturbing the actual etheric background itself. And then we can classify it based on the rate of induction. We quantify it with our caveman minds, assuming that it's physically traveling from point to point so we can give it a speed, when in fact the rate is of induction back into its etheric state. There's nothing physically traveling anywhere. So there's your answer that you're not going to actually digest at all. So I missed your answer because I got a quote. What's the difference in the whenever we said how do you have wireless power induction in a vacuum, and you avoided it like the plague, right? Then you said, well, that's an electric field, not an electron. What's the difference?
Because an electromagnetic wave travels at the speed of light for whatever speed that medium is in, whereas an electron travels at different speeds, whatever the speed of however much energy was imparted to that electron to accelerate it.
The electromagnetic wave travels. Well, so like the electromagnetic wave is a thing?
Well, it's detectable, it's measurable.
So it's like a thing, like a wave is a thing?
I don't know what you mean.
Waves are not things. So I can't hand you a wave. I can wave my hand though. You don't understand the important distinction there?
No, I don't. Personally, I
You
do
don't?
not.
Can I hand you a wave, Left Lane?
You know what a wave of water is, or an electric wave, or I mean, what is this damn definition game that you have to play that inhibits progression of conversation?
What are you talking about? It's called philosophy. It's called basing your knowledge on something that can be substantiated and logical and concise and rational. Like you're gonna say a wave of what?
He said a wave of water.
Yeah, he named a bunch of different things, but nothing of a way. Like you just don't. I don't understand like why you're not
You
being
know what I
honest
mean,
about
though.
this.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You know what I mean when I say a wave of water. You know what a wave of water is. You know
Yeah,
what an
that's
electrical
water.
wave is. You know what a
Those are all
well, come
things
on,
of
man.
themselves, though. Those are all things of themselves moving in a wave-like motion. You can never say a wave of a wave because a wave isn't a thing. It's what something does. Like
Yeah.
how more fucking simple can this get? I mean,
Nobody says a wave of a wave.
Left Lane, can you go in there and pull the wave out of the water?
Jesse didn't disagree with you, with it. So, and I don't know why Left Lane's disagreeing with Jesse, who did not just the.
Hey, real fast, Left Lane.
I'm not disagreeing. I just don't like the all these definitional propositions that everybody knows what electrical wave is or
No, you don't know what
EMF,
it is.
you know, and things like that. Yeah, I do.
Okay, define it.
I understand what it is. I mean, this pedantic. I mean, like, I'm going to put you in a situation here. I'm under the car wiring the car, and you're standing outside the car. I've got the positive post unhooked from the battery, and if I say, "Hey, Witsit, hook up the positive battery post," you know what post to put it on, right? You don't have to know what positive means. You just know to put the wire on the correct post, right?
So we're like cavemen now. You guys can come make claims.
No, that's where you're dragging us down to.
No, you're the one that just because there's a plus sign on the battery, now we can make claims about reality. Okay?
Yeah.
So I asked you, can I pull a wave out of the water?
Yeah, like if you're gonna invoke a wave as being a thing within the context of a noun, then what is a thing within the context of a noun? Like, what are we actually talking about?
Can we give him time? Because the silence is beautiful.
Yeah, can you go pull the wave out of the water?
Can you answer Jesse's question, which you avoided?
Everyone's trying to save him. You see what they do? Left lane jumped in to save Jesse, and now this dude's jumping in to save
No,
left lane. And they just
no, I'm
bounce.
not saving.
No, you never answered the question.
I'm not saving anybody. I would just like to. I would
What
just.
question did I not answer? What question did I not answer?
No, I mean you're invoking all these definitions of electrical wave. What is a wave and shit like that? It's senseless.
Can I
Okay,
get Jesse?
No,
Did
it's not.
Did Jesse leave the room? Jesse, are you gone? Did you
No,
run
I'm
up?
here.
Are you gone, Jesse? All right,
Hey,
just
what
checking.
question did I not answer? Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, left lane, you
Go
can.
ahead, Jesse. Ask him again. Watch him dodge again.
No, he said I didn't answer the question, but he doesn't even know what the alleged question is. And I did
Oh,
not
I know, but it's Jesse's question, which you avoided, not mine.
Don't say anything. Okay, if you know, then
I'll keep talking.
show the whole room you're not lying. Tell us what the question I didn't answer is.
What is this downward electrical current you
Yeah,
speak
you
of?
see what I'm
And
saying? They
See, you can't even listen. You're so triggered.
You're a
how
cult,
can
dude. You're a cult.
how can
said,
I
Jesse,
measure it?
I said, Jesse, don't answer and jump in and save him. And then literally he had to do it. They're like a cult. So they're like, oh, wait, I can't answer. Someone else, please jump in and change the subject and pretend they're the ones running away. Oh, let me jump in and save Jesse. Oh, let me jump in and
Are
save
you gonna let him finish the question, which you avoided, or not?
This
I
is
didn't
sad,
avoid any
Ed.
question. I didn't avoid any question. I answered every
Yeah,
single
you did.
question he
He's
had.
just trying to repeat it, and you're talking through him.
I already told him I don't remember the specific device. It has to be hypersensitive. That's not answering the question.
You didn't even listen to the question.
So was it a voltmeter of some sort?
I don't remember. I just said I don't remember the device. I've sent you the paper from Richard Feynman multiple times. So this shows that you're intentionally ignoring evidence so you can come back like Groundhog Day every day and pretend you have no idea. Hey,
You're projecting.
To distract away from the question you asked left lane. Yeah.
Left lane, can I pull a wave out of water?
And just so
can
you
answer
know,
1,000
the
times
relevancy,
you want to answer.
the relevancy behind it, left lane, because you said it's not really relevant. It is very relevant because your understanding and the materialist understanding, everything is based on particles and waves, right? Which boils down to light. Everything in quantum mechanics boils down to their understanding of light. And when you ask them what light is, it's a particle wave duality, the merging of quantum and relativity. So when we ask you what a wave is, it's highly relevant within the context of understanding our reality. So what is a wave? What is a wave, left lane?
I don't want to define things we're talking about. That would be illogical.
A wave is an amplitude of frequency.
Okay. Math is not a thing.
Is this downward electric flow a wave, though?
No, waves aren't things.
That's not an answer.
I did answer.
So Feynman's paper is talking about an electric field in the atmosphere, and he would measure it with a voltmeter. Okay,
You said it
right?
didn't exist, though.
What didn't exist?
You said the downward electric current doesn't exist.
Well, yes, because it's an upward electric current.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, so Feynman's an idiot.
If I were to take, well, just bear with me here. If I were to take a cathode ray tube and connect the cathode to the ground and the target, the plate, to the sky wire, I would get an electrical flow through that vacuum, right?
What's there to sustain the flow? Like, how are you getting this flow that you speak of without something there to sustain it?
I've got a sky wire way up in the sky collecting electricity from the sky.
Okay.
No, you don't.
But you said it. You said in a vacuum. So now we're going to an open dynamic system.
This dude's saying that the Richard Feynman lecture within his own paradigm is wrong and has it exactly backward. Well, since Jesse says so, okay, there you go.
Well,
we
are you
can't
gonna?
physically go and measure it. We can't physically measure it. Can we measure current going down to the earth? Yes or no?
We can
Yeah, are
measure
you saying
current
there's no
going up.
downward current?
It's
Really? Then
upward.
how do I run a corona generator on the ground with the wire going up?
A corona generator will run on either polarity. The sky could be positive or negative, and it would still run.
Oh, so the current's moving away from the motor, and that runs the motor?
Haven't you noticed that motors run regardless of if you hook them up backwards or frontwards?
Have you noticed that he didn't answer? Is the current moving away from the motor?
No, the current's moving through the motor. It's got two terminals. The current goes in one terminal and out the other terminal, right?
And you wouldn't even need the wire then, right?
You need one wire to each terminal
No, why do I need a wire going up in the air if it's coming from the ground?
because you need electric potential to create a current, right?
Yeah, but why can't I just create that on the ground?
Where are you going to get it from?
I don't know. Put it up 1 foot. Put it up 1 foot. According to you, it's coming from the ground. That means there's a current going from the ground up to 1 foot or even 5 feet. I shouldn't need a wire going up in the air. Of course, in reality, what actually happens, opposed to the opposite nature of what Jesse's claiming, and then him contradicting his own actual paradigm. Like
That's not a rebuttal.
Dude, I'm gonna mute you, buddy. You shouldn't even be allowed in this room.
Stop poisoning the well and personally attack.
Shut
I was
up.
going to ask that somebody muted Ed Freeze, but
He's never
thank
said
you.
anything intelligible ever. Okay, so Jesse, you're saying that Richard Feynman has it backwards. He's completely wrong within your own paradigm, right? Even though it can be measured. But this is what happens in reality. We put the corona motor on the ground, we connect a wire to it. The higher the wire goes, the more current it gets. And the current goes down the wire to the motor and runs it. You're claiming that actually the current is coming from the ground going up.
Correct. And Feynman wasn't wrong. You just don't understand him. But either way, citing him is just an appeal to authority.
Wait, time out. I'm not appealing to authority. You can measure it, and I just invoked a specific experiment. So when you say that I just don't understand Feynman, when Feynman says there's a downward electric current coming from the sky going down towards the earth, it's that I don't understand him, and what he really meant was the opposite.
Yes, because in the early days before the electron was discovered, somebody, probably Jefferson or whoever, just says, you know what, we're going to call this one the positive and this one the negative. He didn't actually know which was which. He knew they were different, and so he needed different names for them, so that's what he called them. And so, because he thought electrons were flowing from the positive towards the negative. It turns out it was the opposite, but we didn't know that yet. So that's what he called it. So the in conventional electric flow terminology, people speak of a positive flow. And so that's the terminology he's using, because that's the context. The people his audience understood that. His audience didn't mistake him for saying that the electron flow was down. They
But
knew
he
that he meant
specifically says it comes from the sky down to the earth.
But anyway, let's.
Oh, but anyway, all right, I'm disengaging from Jesse for at least a week. Every single time I make a point, he acts like he's like got some juice, like he's like the big star receiver in the high school, and I'm some like little freshman bitch, right? And he's like, well, anyway, like he would look me in the face, and I make a point, and he would just say, anyway. He would never do that. He does it in here all day, every day. Every single time I make a specific point, he thinks he just shows blatant disrespect, and he's like, well, anyway, and just completely ignores my point every single time. It's
It
a
was
waste
a
of time.
great.
I'm disengaging.
Yeah, it was a
Jesse,
great
are you
point
saying
that
there's
you
no
made.
downward?
Yeah.
Jesse, are you saying there's no downward current on Earth?
I'm saying that it's an upward current. If you actually take something which measures electron flow, which is what will be carrying the current, that the flow will be upwards, not downwards.
So Feynman got it backwards.
No, he was using a terminology that sounds the opposite, that sounds backwards to people who aren't familiar with the history and the context.
Which way does an electrical current flow, Jesse?
Are you talking about
an electrical current?
I mean, we went through this with Zanuck and Ruckus. Remember Witsit like 2-3 months ago? I feel like it's Groundhog's Day every day up in here.
Yeah.
Every day.
What did you mean by polarity, Jesse? Like you invoked that word. I'm kind of curious as to what you mean by that.
You mean like the polarity of a battery?
Sure.
Well,
Polarity.
polarity comes from the word pole, and in this case, there's two poles on a battery, and they're different from each other. We call one positive and one negative, right?
That's what you're boiling polarity down to?
It's not. I thought it was like the arrangement, but maybe Jesse's onto something.
I mean, so the polarity of a magnetic field, is there two poles there, like physical poles, or
A
is
magnet
there even a difference?
there's two kinds of poles on a magnet. We call them north and south, and they're different. They're
Okay.
uniquely different. Of course, a magnet can be composed with any number of even number of poles.
Okay. So in polarity, and generally speaking, only pertains to specific things, or is it like all encompassing within magnetic polarity or electrical polarity?
Well, and you can have a basketball that's got two poles. Polarity really has something to do with the word two opposites somehow.
Okay. Okay. So in electrical polarity, it just boils down to the terminals, the terminal ends of a circuit.
In the case of a battery, yes.
Okay. And how about in the case of energy?
Well, it depends on what definition you mean for energy.
There's different types of energy.
Energy in physics is the quantitative property that is transferred to a body or a physical system recognizable in the performance of work and in the form of heat and light. Energy is a conserved quantity. The law of conservation of energy states that energy can be converted in form but not created or destroyed. Also Wikipedia. So I'm not sure how you would put poles onto energy, frankly.
Polarity.
In the general. What?
Polarity. It wasn't poles. Yeah, you invoke like physical poles. I was talking about polarity in general.
Now, the word polarity literally comes from the word poles,
I
which
don't
are
know about that.
opposites.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, opposites, not like a physical pole. That's what you're equivocating it to.
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
From Oxford Dictionary, polarity, the property of having poles or being polar.
Okay, dude.
So,
I don't know.
The point I'm making,
Can I
Jeremy,
read the
is that
second definition? Because I knew you'd be missing off one of the definitions. The state of having two opposite or contradictory tendencies, opinions, or aspects. Which one do you think is in force here?
for example, the polarity between male and female. So yeah, there's
Yeah.
non-physics. I was reading the physics definitions, not the social sciences definitions, if that helps
Oh,
you.
but the Oxford Dictionary doesn't have neither of them as physics definitions. They're both just definitions. So, just thought I'd mention that.
Well, anyway, Jeremy, in answer to your question, there is an electric current between the sky and the ground. I've measured it myself. But if we were to actually take an electron ray gun, a cathode ray tube, and use it to measure the direction of that electric current between the sky and the ground, we would find that the electrons are actually flowing upward. Nothing's flowing downward as a result of that electric current. That's my point.
No doubt, we got to set. Yeah, no doubt, we got to set Zanuck and Rumpus straight though, because they think there's a downward flowing current. So when they get in here, we got to let them know. Maybe you guys can battle it out. You want to set up a debate?
Oh,
you and Zanuck, or you and Rumpus, maybe?
I don't think it would be a debate. I don't think they disagree. I think they were just using the traditional what's the Franklinonian direction of flow standard, not the electron flow standard.
Sure. So we got him in here one night. Witsit went through the same thing that he just did with you for an hour with Witsit and Rumpus, or sorry, with Zanuck and Rumpus. And at the end, they were like, "Oh yeah, we know there's a downward current. Of course, there's a downward current." And they were fighting him the whole time on it. And in the end, they were like, "Yeah, of course there's a downward current. We know that." They acted like they taught him all about it at the end of it. It was weird.
Odd. Well, neither of them have measured it. I've measured it.
Awesome. Let's set up a debate. You guys can hash this out. What day is good for you?
Don't you think it would have been? Maybe you got a day in mind. Go ahead. Sorry. Don't you think it was a little? Yeah, next week. Yeah. So like when you got stuck at that moment, like there with Witsit saying, you were saying that that you could then pull the energy from the ground, right? But then you can't demonstrate that in reality. Like, didn't you think that maybe that was a good time to like, you know what, that's a good point, but I can't address it. Can we move to a point that I can address?
No, he was misrepresenting reality. I wasn't moving to a different point. I was trying to bring around some common understanding of reality.
Now I'm going to dunk on you again, by the way. So electron current versus conventional current. Uh-oh, Jesse. In 1752, prior to electricity being identified with the electron, Ben Franklin chose a convention regarding the direction of current flow. Franklin assumed that positive charge carriers flowed from positive to negative terminals. We now know this is incorrect. In metals, the charge carrier is the electron whose charge is negative by definition. The flow of electrons is termed electron current. Electrons flow from the negative terminal to the positive. Conventional current, or simply current, behaves as if positive charge carriers cause current flow. Conventional current flows from the positive terminal to the negative.
Yeah, it's just he came up with an arbitrary equivalent of a coordinate system, not realizing what actually carried the current, what current really was, and he had a 50-50 chance and he got it backwards.
He literally talked right past me, and he knows he's doing it. So to classify it as anything but dishonest would in fact be dishonest, right?
I mean,
so I'll read it again. The flow of electrons is termed electron current. Electrons flow from the negative terminal to the positive. And this is obviously just all your little pseudoscientific belief, right? Conventional current, or simply current, behaves as if positive charge carriers cause current flow. Conventional current flows from the positive terminal to the negative.
So what's actually flowing in conventional current? It's not the electrons. What's actually flowing through that wire from positive towards negative?
I think this was to first address the point of it's in the sky to the ground.
Energy.
First that, I think that, and then move forward maybe.
Well, it's hilarious. It's hilarious because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He just now said that he just made the baseless claim that Feynman actually meant the opposite of what he said. No, he didn't. No.
He was speaking within conventional current flow theory or terminology.
Is electron current and conventional current the same thing?
Conventional is when before they knew about which way the electron flowed, right? Right? Am I right?
Dude, no.
Conventional was. So are you saying conventional current flow was described after the direction of the electron was discovered?
So see, this is what I'm saying to you. Whenever we actually look at current, right, when we have something in the process of charging and then there's more material that has negative, the energy goes towards the material to dissipate. So it migrates to what people call negative. And this is provable. We can measure it on the Earth. And when Richard Feynman says that the current's going down towards the Earth from the sky, that's what he means. And he actually specifies why. Because it's seeking to dissipate into the Earth.
So can I put it in these terms that might be more simplistic? If my phone has lost most of its charge and I want it to charge up, So it has a lack of charge. Would the energy flow from the lack of charge to the charge
You lost
to
me.
be imparted into my phone?
No, that makes no sense. I would go the other way.
Yeah. The energy would flow to my phone where it's lacking, where there's less charge. So discharge in the direction of my phone, correct? Where's the energy flowing within the sky? Where's the charge moving from and to?
Well, talking about energy flow and current flow is as if they're the same thing, just as meaningless. We need to talk about, we're talking about a current flow.
Which way does the current flow? Like he said before, Feynman was talking in terms of conventional current. Conventional current flows from positive to negative.
So, what's it? Back before the direction of the electron was discovered, and they had simply assumed that current carrying charges were flowing from positive to negative. Did they actually have anything that was actually flowing from positive to negative, or was it just a construct?
You don't know. All of it's a construct, positive, negative. The idea that there's two different things moving two different ways. There's no actual travel at all. Your belief system is completely incompetent and incoherent gibberish that's flooded with pseudoscience. So, which way do these quote unquote positive ions go, Jesse?
In you mean in the Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah.
Well, if a positive ion is just an air molecule, say a nitrogen molecule missing a couple electrons, it's not going anywhere.
Really?
Because, I mean, unless the wind's blowing, but the point is for an ion to carry a positive charge, that ion itself, that ion being a fully fledged molecule just missing few electrons, that ion itself has to be physically moving. So that would require a constant downward wind straight into the ground everywhere over the whole Earth.
Buddy, how does a corona motor work, Jesse?
Runs on St. Elmo's fire.
And it's not funny. It's not cute. Like every single time that you get back into a corner, you do this. You say, well, anyway, or, Elmo's fire. Or like, you always do it. You always avoid the conclusion. Every single time it starts to expose your claim, or it shows that you actually don't know what you're talking about. Like when we said, wait, what do you mean by positive and negative? What do you mean by the electron? What do you mean by its carrying charge? Every single one of those, how do you verify it has mass? Every single one of these questions, you avoided them for the last hour and a half. You've avoided every single point blank question, but then proceeded to pretend that you're teaching us and we just don't know the basics.
I did answer
the terms you're using.
I did answer your question. A corona motor uses the high voltage to create corona, and that corona shoots off into the air and creates a reactive force against the air and makes the motor spin, right? And that's called St. Elmo's fire, that fuzzy spark going into the air, right? Or am I wrong?
It shoots energy off into the air, which makes the corona motor spin.
No, it shoots some ions off into the air that makes the motor spin.
What's up?
Wait. So you're saying that what's happening is this motor has a wire going into the ground, and then the current's going up.
How much?
And that makes the corona motor spin.
I'll say it again. I was trying to tell if Jeremy was getting after me.
So the wire's going into the ground, and then you're saying that the current's going up, and that's making the motor spin.
Yeah, corona motors can run on either polarity as well as AC.
So then I could just take the motor, plug it into the ground, move it up a couple feet, and then it should run.
Well, you have to have sufficient current. So I don't think I think you need an aerial to get enough current to make them run.
So if I just put it up with nothing going above it, it's just going from the ground. So if I put a corona motor 40 feet in the air with the wire going down to the ground, the corona motor will run?
No.
Oh,
You need a potential across the corona motor. You need a large aerial on the. It's like you're asking like, will this motor run if I hook it up to only one terminal of the battery? And then the answer is no. You have to hook it to both terminals of the battery, right?
The current goes from the air down to the motor, Jesse. And let's
Which
just read
current?
what Feynman said so we can watch him pretend that it says the opposite.
2 wires to the ground would do it.
But what actually is going towards the ground? We agree it's not the electrons going down towards the ground, right?
I'm about to just read Feynman.
I'm just asking you because you said it. No, it needs 2 terminals. So you're saying like 2 wires to the ground would do it then, and you'd be good, or you still need the air.
No, I said
still need to be
both
up.
terminals of the battery.
Yeah.
You need to connect to both terminals
I
of the
hate
battery.
you, Jesse.
All right, here we go. So electric currents in the atmosphere, Richard Feynman 9.2. Another thing that can be measured, in addition to the potential gradient, is the current in the atmosphere. The current density is small, about 10 microamps across each square meter parallel to the Earth. Parallel to the Earth. The air is evidently not a perfect insulator, and because of this conductivity, a small current caused by the electric field we have just been describing passes from the sky down to the Earth.
And what is actually moving towards the Earth? What's actually made? What is this current actually made of?
Well, that's a good question. I obviously don't believe in pseudoscience, but what we're now going to do is take a picture of his diagram that shows the arrows going down to the Earth, and he actually means the opposite of this. Just everyone that reads it was supposed to know it means the opposite of his words and his diagrams. So let's get this over.
Yeah, because he shows the positive and negative signs, so everyone would know that the electron current would be going up, right? We at least agree that the electron current would be going up in his paradigm, right?
Come over here.
Right, going now through the ground.
The these diagrams are actually backwards, right, Jesse?
No, I already told you. He was using conventional current terminology. He was not using electron flow. There's no actual known motive actuality for positive current flow. There's no physical thing of positive current flow. It was just a convention they came up with before they knew which way the charges were going. Right?
You're just going to keep repeating your same nonsense.
Well, am I not right?
Right.
Yeah, dude, the whole positive and everything about it is just arbitrary determination. Even the assumption that it's physically traveling from point to point. All of that is just these assumptions that people make. Okay? I don't care. I don't care that you believe in little charge-carrying particles in matter that you can't define, that you don't even understand your own paradigm claim. You said that they can literally be stationary, which means you don't even understand your own pseudoscientific worldview. You made all kinds of claims that it's mass. You can't tell me how you know it's mass. It's matter, but you don't know what size or shape or any type of characteristics that it has or any physical properties other than assuming it has to be material because there's an interaction on a plate that causes a pulse, right? You can't define any of the terms that you're using. You have a construct in your mind where you just assume that things behave a certain way. That's it. That's all you're doing. So, but just to clarify, right? He's saying the opposite in this entire paradigm. This entire paper is the opposite of what he really means.
No, because see, he shows the electric potentials. 0 volts on the ground, plus 100, plus 200, plus 300. He and his audience would know that that would be an upward electric or electron flow, right? An upward electric current.
Why does he say the current is going down?
I'm asking you, he would have understood within this context that the electron flow would be up, right?
I thought there was a difference in the electric field and then the electrons.
So that's what I'm asking. Would he have understood in this context that the electron flow would have been upward?
It may be, yeah. And according to your paradigm, can you answer my question? You said specifically the cause for wireless power induction was that there's a difference in electrons and electric fields. So what's the difference?
Okay, what's your question?
You said the difference. You said that when we brought up wireless power induction, that was different because that's an electric field, not electrons. and now you're bringing up electrons, and he's talking about an electric field. So earlier you said that they were different. Now you're saying they're the same thing?
This is a different kind of electric field.
How many different
Oh.
types of electrical
No,
entities
seriously.
are there?
No, seriously. A field is basically an area that has a gradient across it. At any point in that gradient, you have an intensity and a direction, basically. And in a vacuum, you can have an electromagnetic field. You can have radio waves in a vacuum. There's no dispute. You can't have an electric flow in that vacuum, though, a DC electric flow, unless you somehow liberate electrons, like with a cathode or something, a hot cathode or whatever. But in air, you can have a field where it's how charged the air molecules are across the gradient. So it's not exactly identical to the electromagnetic field inside a vacuum, but it is a field. It is an electric field.
Wow.
So wait,
That's
real
just
fast. So here we have
bullshit.
with Arizona University, we have Richard Feynman. Can you please drop some accredited source from your paradigm that says that the current on the Earth is actually going up?
Was that 2 sentences?
You see what he does?
Saying that, like,
Like, shouldn't
electric
he, am I
can't
the
have-
only one that thinks he shouldn't be allowed to like talk at some
You're
point?
saying something about some
Make him go away,
university.
please. Never come
Well,
back.
yeah, he wants some sort of a formal accredited stamp of approval on the things you're saying, dude. Because it sounds like you're just throwing out contrary to what we're saying. Like anything you have to say is just automatic, like the opposite, including Feynman and Ben Franklin, and everyone else we've cited. So it's just kind of odd.
Take that
Right,
potato out
right
of your
here,
mouth.
Arizona University. Negative charge on the ground and positive charge in the air above means that there is a downward pointing 100 to 300 volts per meter electric field at the ground.
Right, that's using conventional polarity, right?
Can you please cite a credited source saying that the atmospheric electricity, the current on the Earth, is actually going up?
The electron flow?
The atmospheric electricity, the electric current. Can you please cite an accredited source that says the electric current on the Earth is actually going up, please?
But then also, why did he say that you can't have electric current in a vacuum or near vacuum?
I said, unless you can liberate electrons from your cathode.
The hell does that mean?
Well,
doesn't mean anything. He's just talking nonsense.
That's.
Ignoring.
I don't even want to hear you tell. That doesn't make sense, though.
Do you have a source at all, Jesse, or is this just things that you're coming up with that you heard from your professor? Or you think you thought you heard somewhere?
let's see. So are you questioning whether electron flow is the opposite of conventional flow?
Can you please cite an accredited source that says that the electric current on the Earth is actually going up?
Well, no. Well, not conventional. I don't think I can find any source that says conventional current is flowing up, because conventional current is flowing down. But conventional current is just a convention that's opposite of actual electron flow current, right?
So can you source that? What you're saying? Don't ask us. Just source what you're telling us, dude, so that we can see what it is you're saying and not just have to take your word for it. Because
Okay,
we're not really trusting you.
So we all agree that conventional current flow, the current is towards the Earth, right?
Hey, can you just say you can't cite it?
I just said I could not cite an article that claims that conventional current flow was flowing upwards.
It doesn't say anything about conventional anywhere in any of this. You're just saying that's what they mean, but so you're claiming the opposite's happening. So can you show an accredited source within your own paradigm that says this, please?
This says what?
I think Kosho drops a picture like he's adding clarity from the actual thing that I dropped. The thing that I already provided 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Kosho.
So could we just have, I mean, you're really being bad faith here, Witsit. Why don't you answer whether or not you
You're
realize...
once again avoiding my question. I promise you I won't answer anything you say until you just concede straight up that you're just saying it and we have to just take your word for it, and you have no accredited source in your own paradigm claiming that the current on the Earth actually goes up.
I'm claiming that the electron current goes up. Do you disagree?
And then your source is what?
Of course I disagree. I don't believe in any of your electron pseudoscience.
But I mean, you're asking for accredited stuff from mainstream, right? So we're looking at the mainstream, right? Why are you asking for accredited stuff from the mainstream if you don't even believe the mainstream?
Well, maybe pull your crayons out and write this down and then listen to the words I said specifically, right? I said from your paradigm. Because you're denying it within your own paradigm. Do you understand that?
I disagree with it anyway.
Of course you do. And then you revert back to that's just like when I was dunking on you guys earlier with the axial rotation. And everyone's like, it says gravity in here. You have to use gravity to make this argument. No.
So, can we at least agree that the conventional current is the opposite direction of the electron flow current according to the mainstream narrative? Or do you not know about that?
Wait, didn't we already discuss that?
What's that?
Why would you ask if I don't know about it if we've already discussed it?
So do you agree then that the
Why
mainstream...
did you ask if I don't know about it if you know we already discussed it?
So do you agree then that according to the mainstream narrative, the electron flow is opposite to conventional current?
In your paradigm, people claim that the electron current is different, yeah.
Okay, so Feynman, in his paradigm, would have been claiming that electrons were flowing upward. Is that right?
I don't know. I didn't see Richard Feynman claiming that.
Do you think Richard Feynman was aware that electron current was opposite to conventional current?
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay, so if he drew minus signs and plus signs on his diagram, then he would have known that the electrons were moving from the negative region towards the positive region, right?
Okay. Are these positive ions, quote unquote, going down? Yes or no?
Do you mind answering the question I asked? When
I already
Richard
answered
Feynman
Jesse,
drew the negative signs and the positive signs.
Jesse, I already answered your question, dude. I just answered your question. This is so annoying to me. You can't answer one question for 3 straight hours. I answer your question and you want to keep repeating it, pretending I'm not answering it when I've answered every question, and you've literally avoided every question for hours.
Not every question, but why not just answer? If Feynman drew a minus sign and a plus sign, would he not have realized that the electrons would have been moving from the negative sign to the positive sign region?
He would know that the positive ions are moving down.
It's not an answer.
It is an answer.
No, it isn't.
Well, how could
Literally not.
How could you ask what someone else who isn't here, Feynman, would or would not have done? I mean, how could anyone have known that exactly, what his exact perspective is?
Because it was like physics 101 that he was teaching.
Just provide some actual evidence for any of the...
I just want to see evidence that the current on the Earth goes up, like you claimed. Can you please provide evidence for that?
He's never going to answer, Jesse.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, the guy who literally never says anything intelligible has something to say. I'm absolutely shocked.
That's not an answer either.
Have you ever said any actual point, or do you only try to antagonize people without any actual point? Definitely the latter.
Yeah. So that's not an answer either.
I've already answered his question.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
What was the answer?
Well, he did say that he read the thing about electron flow being opposite to conventional current. He posted Feynman's diagram that shows the ground is negative and the sky is positive. So it's quite clear that he knows that Feynman, if you had said, hey, Mr. Feynman, are the electrons flowing up or down? Witsit knows that that Feynman would have said the electrons are flowing up.
But this is such a pedantic. See, I've already said that. So wait, real fast. Equally applied. Did I answer the question? Yes or no? So you were wrong this whole time. You kept repeating the same nonsensical, intelligible thing that I didn't answer the question. Even though I've already answered it 3 times. So I don't just continually answer it because Jesse's being disingenuous. Hey, did I answer the question? Equally applied, did I answer the question?
So it does go up then.
Hey, equally applied, did I answer the question?
So it does go up then.
See what I'm saying? You guys are all the same. You're all disingenuous. Jesse, this is the problem. Just to clarify for the room, right? They claim that these electrons move differently or whatever, and there's conventional current, but they say that the current behaves as if it's going down. Meaning, like in real physical reality, the behavior that's observed that we utilize is as if the current's going down. That's the behavior that we actually observe, is that it goes down in this situation. That's what we actually observe. It behaves as if going down, and that for all intents and purposes, it doesn't really matter because it behaves like it's going down, which is why everyone keeps on using that convention, because when it comes to actually utilizing it in physical reality, it behaves as if it's going positive to negative and going down.
But you already conceded that it's not going down.
No, do you see what he's doing? So, like in physical reality, what they see is you're really low, Elijah. It behaves as if it's going down. So whenever we do anything, that's how we utilize it, because that's what we see in physical reality. We actually see it behave as if it's going down. It has the same exact result.
Behave as if.
Yeah.
Yet it's not going down according to your own source that you posted in the chat.
Wait, Jesse, don't save him. Hey, equally applied. How do you know? Jesse, don't save him. Equally applied. How do you know it's not going down?
That's what your source said.
No, it doesn't. Wait. Equally applied. How do you know it's not going down? So you don't even understand anything about the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Can you answer his question equally applied?
Yeah, Ed, if you want to contribute, man, you got to you can't just heckle from the sidelines. If you're going to be engaged, then you have to actually be
Right. Well, Gio, you're doing that exact thing. And second, Jesse just went over it.
So then can you tell, no, wait, Jesse, don't say anything. Equally applied, can you tell us how you said we know it's going up. Can you tell us how we know that?
No. That's not what I said, though.
You
said
did
according to your source, according to you.
No, that's not what you said. You said we know it's going up, though. So how do we know that?
No, that's not the words I used, though.
It's verbatim what you said.
No, literally, I didn't use those words. Literally and objectively.
See, so watch what's going to happen. Just to expose him, I'm going to play it.
You can't expose me because I didn't say those words.
I'm literally about to play you saying it, though. All right, it's going to be silent.
That could work.
So
it's annoying.
In 17.
Ed, are you saying it's flowing up or down?
Well, according to Witset's source, it's going up. So
it says it's going down, though. My source says it's going down.
I mean, it is interesting in a toroidal field. You have like centrifugal and centripetal flux lines, which do have, the up and down motions, connected to the dielectric plane. So it is interesting because there are, although at the same time, there does seem to be like the dominant flow in this particular part of the field that we're in, which is interesting to think about.
So in 1752, when Ben Franklin chose the direction for current flow without knowing about the electron, what did he base that direction on?
Hey, wait, real fast. How do we know it's not going down? That's what I'm asking.
What's not going down?
You say it's not actually going down, that they're just saying that they actually mean the opposite of that. So how do you know that? How do you know it's not going down?
Well, because I'm talking about electron flow, because that's what we can actually measure as having a direction.
Talking about what he's talking about, then. You're moving
wait, real fast. Wait. How do you know? How do you know that it's actually going up and not going down? Can you answer the question specifically, please?
That electron flow is going up?
Yeah.
Right. So because you can take a voltmeter and you can measure this this potential in the air. I've done it.
Oh wait, is potential the same as current?
What's that?
Is potential the same as current?
Well, potential is what facilitates the flow of current, and technically voltmeters draw a little bit of current. So I've measured both the potential and the current.
Is potential the same as current?
No. Potential facilitates current.
Okay,
Without
so how do you know that
can't
the
have
electron's
current.
going up?
What's that?
How do you know that there's a flow going up?
Because the voltmeter tells you which way the the flow is.
How does it do that?
If you're using like a standard voltmeter, and if you hook it up to the battery backwards, it puts minus, say, 9 volts. If you hook it up frontwards, it says 9 volts. In other words, implied positive. Or if you used a cathode ray tube, you would find that the cathode rays were generated when you provided positive or provided negative voltage to the cathode, but not when you provided positive cathode voltage to the cathode, right?
Yeah, that's totally irrelevant. You have a cathode and an anode. Those are intrinsically different. So of course there's an interaction with one and not the other. That's called a non sequitur. Then you immediately basically conceded that your voltmeter just measures potential, thus that doesn't answer the question. So then you went over to the cathode ray tube where you just then isolated the cathode, of course, knowing cathode and anode is different. So how do you know that the flow is going upward?
Well, let's say you had a cathode ray tube with 2 cathodes, one on each end. Okay.
That's a concession. He doesn't know nothing.
No, because I described, I didn't.
Because you didn't answer the question. You demonstrate by not engaging that you don't actually have knowledge. Because if you had knowledge, when asked for that knowledge, in good faith, you would just give that knowledge. But because you're not, and under the assumption that you are operating in good faith, which is obviously not the case, but regardless, you move the subject to something else.
What is it? What do all these
and what-
sources mean by saying that it behaves as if it's going down? It behaves as if the positive charge carriers cause current flow. Well, what does it mean by that? What does it mean it behaves as if the positive charge carriers cause current flow, and it behaves as if the positive goes to negative? What does that mean?
That's just the convention he chose. He
No, it
didn't
says it
actually.
behaves that way. What does it mean?
The hand wave dismissal. That's
He
what
won't
that is.
answer. He never answers. And Left Lane's like
He's
itching to
answering.
jump in White Knight for him. Jesse, what
no,
does it mean by it behaves as if? What does it mean by it behaves like the positive goes to negative, and it behaves like the positive is carrying the charge? What does that mean? Carrying the flow.
That's how conventional current models it.
No,
That doesn't
no.
mean anything is actually flowing in that direction, though. And you haven't shown that anything is flowing, and you haven't shown that Ben Franklin actually knew that anything was flowing. He just picked a direction, right?
We're not
And
talking about Ben Franklin. We're talking about universities right now saying that it behaves as if it's going positive to negative. What does that mean?
that's how the convention behaves.
Well, yeah, well, I can answer it. When you connect this, when you connect the medium we call the air, when you connect that to the ground, is when the field actually activates and the charge discharges to the ground. If you want to call it a charge, yeah.
Bingo.
That's reality, right? So what we actually see is that it goes to the ground. That's what we actually observe in physical reality. Now you're making up pseudoscientific fairy tales about electrons and reifying them and saying that they're particles of matter that carry negative charge that you can't define, and that they can be static, but never mind, my paradigm says they can't be stationary, and that I can't actually tell that they're traveling other than reifying and assuming it. And then there's a pulse on a board, and I assume that it's a little paintball gun. And if I do all of this, then I am under the pseudoscientific reified assumption that actually that there are electrons that are particles of matter, physically traveling from point to point, actually going the opposite direction. What we see in reality is that the interaction actually is facilitated towards the ground, which is what it means by it behaves like it goes positive to negative, because the actual physical interaction that we see, the physical effect, goes down to the ground.
What is actually going down to the ground, though, considering that the electrons are going up from the ground?
Dude, his rebuttal was, what's actually going to the ground, considering my reified concept?
He's begging irrelevant questions.
Well, I mean, the potential voltage in the environment that can be actualized. When it's actualized, it like in the laws of thermodynamics, it's connected to that system as well. But the field vigorously and severely rushes to the ground, which is the Earth.
It goes down to the Earth. So what we see in real physical reality, like the actual phenomena observed, is that the phenomena facilitates down to the Earth.
Right. All that voltage, at 100 volts per meter, the higher you go, all that adds up potential. literally like in a exponential way where it adds to the point to where when that's actualized, you get, like, let's say lightning, for example, you get that complete movement. However, it is interesting that the light of lightning does sometimes go from the ground level up. What do you think of that, Witsit? That is interesting. You know how lightning can go from up, from the ground to the sky or from the sky to the ground?
Yeah, you'd have to think about what light is, like the way a light is a disturbance in the ether. So that discharge that lightning is, which is it's reached its level of capacitance, whatever the system is, has too much charge, so it discharges the excess, trying to seek equilibrium. It really discharges back to counter space or like the ether, and then that causes basically a reciprocation or a ripple effect and excitation inside the ether that we then see. So then, just based on like where that disturbance is, we just see the reciprocation, which is what we call light. The light itself is not actually the discharge; it's just the effect of the discharge. So to me, and it can go up and down, right?
Makes me think of that game Pong, where you have the paddle on the left, paddle on the right. It's like the light can go either way, but the actual field charge is coming from, from the positive above to the negative below, as it were.
I would say, yeah, it depends on how much is being discharged, what the surrounding conditions are, as to where you're going to see it reach that certain vibration that becomes what we call light. The light is just the effect. It's the excitation, which is the effect. It's not the primary thing that's actually observed. We just see like the byproduct of the discharge. I saw you were going to say something. What do you disagree? Agree?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I agree. Yeah, I agree with what you guys were saying. I was just going to say, if you were to take an overlay of the Charles Proteus-Steinmetz electrical field with the supercell, they're identical. And it's due to the conjugate geometry of force and motion and inertia and acceleration, and force towards magnitude and the creation of space, and inertia towards the force and dissipation and the increasing charge. So basically, the dielectric has two modalities in the loss, which we call magnetism, and lastly, the torsional or cyclical energy is carried in tandem with magnetism, and this is what we call electricity and light. So yeah, basically it's all interconnected within this dielectric field. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Well, basically, it comes down to this summary. If we set aside like the pseudoscientific interpretation of electrons and all this stuff, and assumed physical travel from point to point and stuff like that, what we actually see is that the phenomena that begins, say, up in the air, it ends at the ground. That's what we actually see. It discharges.
Exactly.
That was the other thing I want to say. There's no directionality in terms of like polarity being like one way or the other. It's actually a three-dimensional force vector, and that's by definition what polarity is. And it's often confused with like one way or the other, but there's nothing that's like straight. It's always curvilinear, which extrapolates this conjugate geometry that I just previously explained. So yeah.
Yeah, like you got to cram the pseudoscience of electrons down its throat to even like make this like asinine claim. What we see in reality is that there's a bunch of stuff that's building up potential the higher you go, and that phenomena that's up in the air, it ends at the ground, and this creates the downward bias.
Yeah, exactly. And since there's more charge as you go up, what does that then indicate could be the potential for what could be above us? Because if that continues increasing, could that actually be the limiting barrier?
Well, I think that there has to be some type of surface, even if not tangibly material the way we interpret it. It could be even like a superfluid could act as a Gaussian surface, but something has to create like basically a finite real estate, right? To have that equal potential. Like if not, then there's no reason for it to balance out. Kind of like how the globers don't understand that to have a gradient of pressure, right? To have a gradient of gas pressure, you need the container the limited volume to have the gas pressure, and then there's a gradient within that limited volume, meaning everything can equalize based on its potential or its gas pressure based on the finite volume. But if you don't have that finite volume, then you actually can't have that gradient. Same thing with the electricity. Like just like when I'm in my room and I did the Van de Graaff generator, I had to have two Gaussian surfaces, one above and below. That's the only way I could flip the polarity, and that's the only way I could attain equipotential increase from the bottom plate to the top plate, was to have the two plates. So actually, I can't. There's not even a physical demonstration that can exist in all of mankind's history to show that you can have equipotential increase without two Gaussian surfaces, one above and one below.
Yeah, separating the waters from the waters.
Seemingly, yeah. Creating this like this electrical gradient, if you will.
Just a quick one. So can I just ask Jeremy just to check his DMs? That's all.
So yeah.
Hey, Dyslo, are you Nathan who debated on Modern Day Debates recently?
No.
No?
Not even
You
close.
sound just like him.
Oh, you mean Pitch Lumen or like Thompson?
No, not Nathan Thompson. The dude who you just recently debated with maybe 2 debates ago.
Nah, different guy.
Gotcha.
I gotta make a kind of important phone call, but like just to clarify here, like I think we've made the point, right? Which is like they can make up all their little pseudoscientific fairy tales they want to, and they're like, oh, but you can treat it like it's either way. It doesn't really matter. But they have to assume that things are physically traveling, which is why they say it has to be going one direction or the other, because they have to assume things are physically traveling, which obviously requires a direction. And that's because they have to assume that everything is material. So then they have to name electricity some little ton, and they call it the electron, right? And so then they have to claim, well, if there's a little material particle that is electricity, then that means for it to be in two different locations, it has to physically travel, which means you now have to choose a direction. They arbitrarily chose a direction, arbitrarily chose positive and negative. And since then, they've kind of like said, oh, well, it's counterintuitive because positive would makes you think that there's more, where negative makes you think there's less. And it's actually backwards. But in reality, what's happening is you have charging and discharging, which are really just geometric expressions of seeking equilibrium. And these systems try to equalize, and everything goes down to the ground where it has more material real estate to dissipate. So that again, like we have the phenomena up above us building up, and it starts up there where we have this charge, it ends at the ground. Just like clouds discharge whenever polarity is attained, that's what makes them rain. So yeah, this sets the downward bias. And actually, to be technical, like I think that what actually sets it is etheric. I think that what we see with this like this intrinsic tendency to go find equilibrium down to the ground, that's actually just an effect. That's an effect of etheric strain. There's something pressing down through the ether, and that physically manifests as what we see of this natural process of going to the ground. I don't even think that's actually the primary cause. It's just like I know, like when I'm talking to say certain groups of flat earthers or even in debates, if I bring up what I think the actual primary cause is, it's just gonna be like impossible to get to a conclusion,
So then would you say the entire toroidal field is under strain and then equalizing at the dielectric inertial plane in the center of the field, of the toroidal field?
That's an interesting question. Like, is the whole magnetic field under strain? I mean,
So the dielectric is the ether under torsion, and the magnetic is ether under polarization, which is ultimately the true holography that which gives rise to mass and magnitude to all things. And dielectric and the magnetic are the dimensionalities and the conjugate pair of total expression of fields, and the versors or material intermediaries of the conjugate fields, which are time and space, or respectively measure, lag, torsion, and volume.
Well said, bro. And what do you think? How do the elements play into that? How does physical matter?
Well, like I said, Ken came up with a really nice formula that explains all of that, you know, down to the atom, actually precisely the atom, and how it's essentially boils down to spherical geometry of a toroidal frequency, essentially. I mean, that's a lot more in depth than that, but he posted it all on his shit. I mean, I sent it to a few people and I posted it in here. But yeah, essentially matter's just light. And light is just the expression of the ether, whether it be visible or non-visible. So it's all reconciled: light, matter, magnetism, electricity. Like all these things are literally manifestations of one field, that being the dielectric field. And the loss of that field is what breeds magnetism, and magnetism is what breeds space, and it's all just kind of interplaying off one another. I hate to make it sound complicated, but it's really not. It really just boils down to that geometry that I just laid out with the toroid and the hyperboloid, and the interplay between those two geometries, and that literally extrapolates everything,
And then
like
how do
all nature.
And then how do vortices tap into that?
Oh, because that's like half the expression of the toroidal field, like literally what a vortex is. But yeah, like vortices play into everything, like from the micro to the macro, and all connected. It's literally just a torsion tether pattern for field pressure and the release or manifestation thereof. So it's the hyperbole and torus both express mirror vortex geometries, because each is the conjugate of the other. So, and that's why I say there's no straight line in the universe, contrary to the claims of Newton, because all force, motion, and movements are tied in their expressions against their conjugate, analogous to a dog being tied to a rope staked at one end to the ground. And as such, the dog will run in decreasing curvatures towards the stake, because all force and inertia vectors are tied in counter space, which is the shortest distance of pressure expression is always curvilinear, which extrapolates out of vortex. And a torus is a force vortex, which creates a spatial vortex polarity, which is a torus by definition. And a hyperboloid is an increasing inertia vortex, which terminates in counter space. So we only partially conceive of vortex as a funnel, which terminates into this ether or counterspatial realm. However, the explicit vortex, which is centrifugal, is likewise the conjugate vortex of magnetism, which is polarized, as all force vectors are by definition, which manifest the toroid, and that being polarized, a polarized force vortex. So in short, the fastest low pressure mediation of a force and inertia is the curvilinear vortex.
So then do you think we see in a toroidal field?
Yeah, I mean, everything in circular or radial geometry is essentially a vortexual field.
And the stars are vortices as well. The movement of them.
Yeah. Sure. That's how we get the holographic paradigm.
It's this kind of understanding that allows you to contemplate why certain beings can go through seemingly solid matter.
Isn't this all just a little bit because there's like the ether to move it, right? Concentration of density material is going to be more at the ground than at the higher elevations where we can't get. What we're supposed to say, like ion collision is happening, creating a bunch of whizzed up little particles, start to try to leak charge to the next layer of available conductivity. Da da da. What do you think, guys? Am I right there so far?
You'd have to express what you were trying to say in a more.
I gotta turn you up. I can't hear you.
You'd have to reiterate what you said. It's somewhat incomplete. I don't want to say incoherent, but it wasn't. It wasn't stitched together. Maybe just rephrase it.
It makes me think about how like matter being formed by the strain tension of the vortice. Like I see it as like light and sound vibrations that are combined, like physical matter. And by combining light and sound and then vibrating at a particular frequency, and through like a vortexual nature of combining them, because the two need to be combined in some kind of, almost like the double helix structure of DNA. Not even saying I'm going with their whole story of DNA. I'm just saying that kind of structure where you have these two elements that are blending together to create a particular frequency and vibration. And then it seems like out of that, the light and sound, it seems like they can just create a myriad of different things that we would call elements, molecules, matter in all of its different forms and all those different frequency ranges.
Out of the double helix comes the rise of the phoenix.
How familiar are you with transmutation, Gio?
And then the serpent as well has that transmutation quality, and the spiral in the positive expression of like the snake spirits as well.
Mic check. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Hold on to your beers. I just. Oh god.
Jeremy just voice checked me in. Hold on to your beers.
There we go.
Buckle up.
Who are
Hello?
you? What's
Anybody?
the purpose?
Voice check.
Yo, what's up, Sin Cleanser?
All right, Gio, I gotta put some shit on you real quick, homie.
What up?
Me and McToon are gonna talk later tonight. You think there's anything I should need to know about flat earther to flat earther? Like, what's the best maneuverings? I need some flat earth homies.
Just
Gus,
saying,
don't let him goad you. Whatever you do, don't let him get your goat. Okay, that's it.
Leave awkward pauses for him.
Yeah, from what I hear, you're gonna have a barrage of constant ad homs being thrown your way.
Just stay cool, right? Be cool. That's all. Just be cool as fuck. Like the more he might push to try to insult you or get you to give an emotional reaction, do not do it. Stick with the information. And if he starts really going nutsoid, just don't even talk. Just be like, okay, are you done?
That's really difficult for me because I always have a response
listen,
for
bro,
shit.
that's like the only advice I could give. Okay, so there you go.
Try to be sober, Sin, when you go in.
Well, you can go fuck yourself because that's not gonna happen. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is that like, here's my impression, and you guys, if you guys are fellow flat earthers, shoot me some shit that I need to know about. I think that the only thing that's ever gonna happen is I'm gonna be like, here's what I think, and he's gonna say, tell me why I believe these things. Tell me why I think the Earth is a ball. Tell me why I believe in this math. Tell me why I've bought into all this shit. And I'm gonna be like, bro, I don't know. I don't know how you validate. I don't know why you believe this stuff.
Sinclair, are you even going to be awake for the debate? You sound pretty wasted already, and it's another 7 hours.
I don't think you're gonna make it.
Here we go again.
Yeah, maybe just say why you're tripping, homie. You can say it to him.
Can we take a roll call? How many haters? We got Ed.
I'm not hating. I'm just being realistic. You're not going to make it, buddy.
Shame on you, Dice.
No, I'm not a hater, dude. I'm
Shame
hoping
on
you're the
you.
best.
I'm the best that ever did it. Witted's gonna come out here with some sort of gibberish like bickering. I don't do that shit. you know what I do is I ask them, "You're telling me a whole story. Why do I gotta believe you? Who told you I need to think about these things?" And I think that's where
Seriously
flat Earth
though, what are
gets
your
really
arguments?
strong. Flat
What are
Earth
your
is
arguments, dude? That's whatever you just said. I don't know, but what are your actual arguments?
okay. So here's the arguments, Jeremy. He's gonna come at me with some shit like here's why I believe the Earth is a globe. And I'm gonna be like, okay, how did you validate that? And that's where he falls apart. You know what I mean? Like I think that's where it's game over. He can't justify or
That's not
validate
gonna happen, dude.
anything.
That's not gonna happen. He's gonna say a bunch of shit real confidently, and no matter what, it's gonna make you look stupid. So you got to come with
To
some
me,
gravy, some calm gravy.
maybe
Yeah,
you don't know who I am, but I don't like get fucking exposed. I'm probably more articulate than most flat
already I can
earthers,
tell
to
that.
be quite
that
honest
All
with
right.
you.
Well,
already
let's
I can
give it
tell
a
this isn't
test
gonna
run.
go your way.
So slow
Let's
down
give
and
it a
buckle
test
up,
run, dude.
homie.
So he's got the
So
checkmate right here.
since he's gonna be
Man, try again later.
since he's gonna be McToon, and we're gonna give it a test ride, dude. Go ahead.
That's I was
No,
looking
don't
for
let
the
me- don't
best
wanna do
flat
that,
Earth
dude.
arguments,
Sorry,
Slow.
somebody else can play that motherfucker. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, no, you need to just try again later.
All right,
What
where's
I'm
Ed
saying
at?
is that we know what they're gonna do. You have somebody like McToon. His whole shtick is to make fun of flat Earth.
Okay,
He
I'll play
won't even
McToon.
really
You
debate.
ready?
He'll just laugh on mute. That's
All
what he
right,
does.
Jeremy's gonna
Okay.
be McToon.
All right.
Jeremy got you covered.
Okay, you're gonna say, how do we know Earth's the globe, right? And then he's gonna say, we have spherical excess measurements, and he's gonna have this giant 900-page arc of the parallel thing to show you.
Yeah, probably.
Then what do you do?
Well,
Do you
when
even know about the spherical excess thing, or?
no, that's a whole story, isn't it? Isn't it a
At
story?
least what did we do? That was about a month on that document, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
he's gonna have to
and Sins
talk me
wasn't
into
paying
believing that
attention, and you're
shit.
gonna get wrecked now.
No. Like I've talked with him many times. I don't know if you know how I talk with these
Look,
people,
just tell
but
him about volumetric pressure.
volumetric pressure is a great one. It's better than what is the flat Earth argument? Relative density. That shit is a disaster.
Bro, what's your rebuttal when he says spherical excess and breaks you off with a 900-page paper detailing it all?
I'm gonna reject. Here I'm gonna ask him about. You know they have a term, Jeremy? It's called geodesics. Are you familiar with that?
Dude, I got a 900 spherical excess. What's your rebuttal, bro? Geodesics? What's
Geodesics.
your rebuttal?
Yes, that's
what you're gonna
exactly
say.
where it goes to. Real quick.
That's what you're gonna say?
No, that's what he's gonna remind me of. He's gonna say, check out all the math. Think of the triangles, and I'm gonna be like, okay, how did you validate any of these things? And he's gonna get all frustrated and be like, I don't have to validate. Flat earthers just deny math. And I'm say, you can have all the math in the world. Just show me what you're talking about in reality. And he's not gonna have anything because he's just gonna be like everybody else.
Isn't that like
It's
the
just gonna
DMOC
be
position, bro? Like, show me a
well, DMOC.
demonstration.
Listen. I feel like you guys really dog DMOC out, but DMOC is probably one of the best flat earthers to ever come around these parts, dude. I swear to God. Now I don't know if every flat earther knows that, but you really do need to appreciate it, man.
No, I'm just saying, like, DMOC's all about the demonstration. Where's your demonstration? So I'm just saying, if you're gonna take the DMOC position, I mean, that's gonna last all but 2 minutes, bro.
What actually happened to DMOC? I haven't heard anything from him.
Sins, you should have been paying attention the past like 6 months, 8 months, maybe in here. You'd be in a better position for this McToon thing. Like, I don't know what you've been doing, but
Can you guys hear me?
yeah, we spent like a month. Gio was right. We hear you. Yeah, we hear you. Gio was right. We spent like 4 weeks on that spherical excess thing.
No. Okay, so hold on. Guess what? I don't really care how long you guys spent on this, but if you're a flat earther, you should acknowledge the fact that they never demonstrated anything. Here's the problem I have with a lot of flat earthers is that they get all sort of hung up on a formula. Oh my God, here's an equation. Now your whole day is ruined. Like, why do flat earthers let these guys talk to you like that? Like, that's so fucking rude. That's so wrong.
Bro, you ain't been paying attention, dude. We've been using our own formulas against them. Me
Fuck the
just went over
formulas, bro. Who
F equals
told you
MA.
to believe in it?
We've been using their own formula against them. Me and Winston just went over how F equals ma absolutely destroys the idea that relativity is true, and they both can't work.
But have you ever told
at the same
Witsit,
time.
here's a formula, Witsit, F equals my fist in your ass? It doesn't matter. These formulas are so bullshit. Why do you guys give them any credit? You guys respect this shit. Why?
We've been
Hello?
using their own formulas against them. Are you
No.
listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth?
So do you know that you can use math to describe anything that you want? You can use a formula. Math is a language. You can use that language to describe anything that you want. Did you know that? And this is why they describe philosophy. This is why they describe all the things that they can't say with normal vocabulary. Like, they need math because they can't fucking make any sense out of this shit in reality. Like, that's a huge flaw. Not for us, for them. And that's why it's their crutch. Like, why doesn't Flat Earth recognize that math is the biggest fucking crutch that they got? So,
Well, but I mean, that spherical excess document claims that they are taking measurements in reality.
no, because no. Here's why they don't, Geo, is because they're gonna tell you something about spherical excess. You've heard that shit. I've heard that shit. Now, when you ask them what is spherical excess, do you know all the sorts of the shit that they tell you? They tell you all sorts of stories, man. They tell you every sort of fucking story about, oh, the measurements of the triangles over a ball. Like, are you kidding me? You
Yeah, I'll
never
play
did.
mid-tune real quick. So spherical excess is a triangle that can only be on the surface of a sphere. It is a spherical triangle because it has an excess. The angles are in excess of 180 degrees when you make the measurements in reality. So when we take measurements of reality and we achieve spherical excess, how would you explain how reality is not spherical if we've measured reality?
Dude, that's a good impression.
God damn, you're kind of too good at that, Napalm.
I know, dude.
You need to relax, bro.
You can do it.
You need to stop talking like that.
You can sit
We
here and
should
say
just do it here.
all
We
day
should just
long.
do it here with.
Oh, stop! You're already good
Yeah,
at it.
see, no, look, this is
Why do
perfect.
you
You
guys let
can
him
prepare
get
for
out
the
that
debate
way?
by
That's
debating the
too
MC
good.
Toon clone.
We should
Well,
just do it here
again,
with.
You need to relax, bro. Don't talk to me like that.
We can just do it here with napalm, and then we can do it here with napalm instead, and then you don't get any ad homs.
Dude, no, I almost got offended even hearing the whole equation thing. Like, math equals MC squared. I got pissed off even hearing that. How did you get good at that, dude? Holy shit, you
I
need to
can add some
relax.
add-ons if you want me to. I can really dig into it. Yeah. So
Add on. Yeah, you could have like an add-on.
Hold on,
So
Napalm.
again,
Okay,
simply, we have
Napalm.
another-
I'll take you where you're at, right? Let's be flat earthers about shit, right? Let's be professional.
Let's go.
So you got talked about spherical excess. Somebody told you about that shit. Now, do you know? Like, I have the whole documents of everything they've done in sort of spherical excess. Do you know what they have as their error bars?
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the calculations and the actual measurements of reality that were taken is that they threw out any outliers, right? So all the outliers have been averaged out.
Of
We have
course.
a average of all the empirical measurements that were made, and with all of those, we still retain spherical excess. Because we wouldn't want to take an outlier as our actual measurement, would we? No, so we throw out the outliers.
Napalm, you need to stop getting good at this shit, bro. I swear to God, you need to slow down, bro. Okay, so, but honest to God, because I think it is kind of funny. Did you know that when a glober says something like this, like think of the error bars, you need to ask them what were the error bars, what were the parameters of what they measured as to be correct versus what was false. It's very important for flat earthers to know what their perimeters are because most flat earthers don't even know what their error bars were. But the glober, the whole problem of their globe is they got all sorts of wacky shit, man. I
The
swear to
error bars
God.
are irrelevant when all we do is we take the mean, which means we get the average. So we're trying to take as many measurements as possible to ensure that there is no actual deviation from what the intended measurement should be. So what we do is we average them through a mean, and then we take the mean. And even when we do that, through all of these empirical measurements, we still get spherical excess, which can only happen on a sphere.
Well, that's not scientific.
What do you mean it's not scientific?
There's a man in named
Measurements are not science.
No, this is my whole point is that
You understand what science is, right?
well, I have a degree in English, and when I took my degree in English, we had
English
to
isn't science.
now check this out. We had to major in psychology, and I learned a lot by a man named Carl Jung. And Carl Jung always ever said that, you know, if you take a whole like pile of pebbles, the whole pile of pebbles, they're not all going to equal the same thing, but you can get a mean value. Math and all these other fucking things that people use to fucking pass this off, that from that shit, all that shit from this, it's all bullshit because most of reality is based on the uniqueness of what shit is from the other thing. That's the only way we can ever understand any differential from anything is that this is unique from that. But if you want to say, and this is what most math fags only ever say, is that it's all equal. This must equal that. No, most of science is based on it's a miraculous thing that we even thought of this. Like, what's the probability of us even having this conversation? It's almost
Well,
a
I'm sure
miracle.
we
It's
can work
almost
that
a
out with
miracle.
calculations.
Isn't it a miracle?
But what we're actually talking about is physical measurements within reality. And as we take those measurements, we do know that there are certain conditions which can maybe cause our apparatus to not be exactly accurate. So we want to take as many measurements as possible. And the reason that we do that is that we can find a mean, meaning the most commonly measured or the average measured angle is going to be the most accurate. So we take that.
No,
and
that's
then when we
that's
do
not
it-
true. That's just scientifically not true. I just quoted you Carl Jung. Carl Jung makes the whole point is that if you take a pile of pebbles, you can have an average weight of all that whole pile, but it doesn't necessarily mean that any pebble in that whole pile ever meets the fucking mean outcome of any of that shit. So, like, I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but there are certain things in math that people let them get away with that shit, but that has nothing to do with the reality necessarily. And the mean and the average is a great example of shit that there's no requirement that just because you got an average on something, you could find a whole pile of this and that. It doesn't mean that there's anything that ever weighs that or this. Like, maybe you never were taught that, but it's an important part about this is a huge fucking flaw in mathematics. Like, I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but
so now you're
the
claiming
problem I
mathematics
have
is
with people
incorrect.
like you
What
that
are you going to tell me next?
crush
2
on
plus
this
2
shit
isn't
is
4? Is this what flat earthers think, that math is incorrect? 2 plus 2 is always 4, is it not?
it's not. You know why it's not? Because there's, you know what they call it? It's called the
It's
you know,
called
oh no.
addition.
Check this out.
Addition and subtraction. You know, the first
No.
that
Check
you
this
learn.
out. Check this out, Napalm. Check this out. Did you know that there's a problem with mathematics? Is that the problem with math is that you accept the axioms from which all of that whole fucking formula is built on. And guess what? This is the problem with logic. Logic isn't necessarily true because A equals A. If you accept A equals A, you've conned yourself because there's no requirement that A equals A. But a
Well,
lot of
first of
people,
all,
that's where you get all sorts of fucked up, man.
It's
Real
MC Palm to
quick.
you, okay? And what we're actually doing is
I
we're making
fucking hate
measurements
you.
with triangles, and you understand the mathematics of a triangle, right? If you
I
have a
forgot about the
triangle,
triangles.
yeah,
Yes.
triangles can only equal 180 degrees, unless, of course, we're talking of spherical triangles, which is where a triangle can be formed by 3 different angles on a spherical surface, right? And lucky for
Napalm,
you,
bro, Napalm, bro,
think-
you're dangerous. You're dangerous, bro. You need to slow down.
all right.
You're really dangerous, man.
Bro, you're gonna get wrecked tonight, dude. How many hours do we have to teach
you
you
need
this
to
stuff?
slow
If you gave
down,
me
man.
6 months, I can get you up to speed, but I don't know.
No, I'm anti-science. I'm anti-math. You guys
this
love
is-
math. You love science. I hate math. I hate logic. I hate science. A lot of flat
Yes, we
earthers.
know that is the flat Earth response, just anti-science. We hate
Ah,
science. we
well,
hate
no.
math. You're
It's
just a science and math denier. We understand this is exactly what the flat Earth position is. I appreciate you for coming on today to just prove to everybody that the flat Earth response to most everything is nuh-uh. And yeah, we just want to deny math and science because we are math and science deniers.
Gio, you better be paying this man. You better be paying this young man. I swear to God, Gio. What
Hey, 'cause
the fuck are you doing if you're
Bro,
not?
you crashing into the wall. This is Days of Thunder, man. You're eating the wall.
Well, let me tell you guys this. Let me remind you, fellow flat earthers. Here's a problem with logic, and I've talked with not Geo, but I've talked with
Oh,
talked with
what? So now
Bev.
there's an issue with logic. So flat earthers are not
Yes, yeah,
logical theorists as well.
I'm anti-logic. Yes, sir. Get it right. I'm anti-logic.
Yeah, well, that makes
What?
sense. Nothing logical
Okay.
has been said from your mouth all day.
Why am I anti-logic? You tell me. You can't
What is that? Yeah, what do you
fathom
mean
an
by that?
argument against it.
What do you actually?
You know why logic is wrong? Because it's filtered by interpretation. You know why there's a problem with that? Interpretation requires that I believe certain axioms. There's no requirement I believe A equals A. And
Well,
this
I
is
disagree
it's the
with your
same shit. I talk this shit with fucking Bev and all these other flat earthers that don't call themselves flat earthers. Like, why don't you guys like? There's a lot of people that crutch on this shit. Absolutely fucking wrong. Shame on you, man. You need to get it right. You think that logic is going to tell you something? Well, what in logic doesn't require you interpret something? If you want me to believe A equals A, how did you determine that? What validated in your mind A equals A? Why are you going to talk me into any of this shit? You got nothing, man. A lot of these guys don't have shit. I swear to God.
Well, I would say that at least probably the truth of this matter is that at least probably 95% of all McToon's watchers and listeners and followers are probably not going to be people that are going to come to any change of mind of the shape of the earth. There might be some that are like on the fence, but it's probably pretty small because anyone really attracted to his channel is probably got that like the like hate for the earth being a stationary plane.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah, so most of them are already on that in that whole thing. And to even be attracted to that guy and to watch his content, you have to kind of already be like in that state. But there could be a small percentage that are on the fence. But
well, no. Here's my whole point, Gio. And this is why I came in here to begin with, is that I think that there's a lot of flat earthers that get all sort of panicky and weirded out by shit. Like, if you're a flat earther, you have everything on your side. You have all the winning arguments. And I hear Witsit, like, he gets all sort of panicky and weirded out, like, he stalks. It's like, dude, slow down. You have all the time in the world. You have everything on your side. And
Well,
I think it's very important for people to understand you
access.
clearly. Say that again.
You got everything on your side. Yeah, you got everything on your side except for this 900-page spherical excess document that McToon's going to hammer you with that you have no rebuttal for.
No, all I have to do is ask him why he believed it. It's over. Who told him to believe that? How did he get talked into believing this shit? What about any of that did he validate? Who told him into believing that
the
shit?
measurements that gave us the maps that we use
I'm
to
sure they gave you the
navigate
whole
throughout
world.
these territories. So
Yeah.
if you don't think that people actually navigate in these territories, well, I don't know what to tell you. But the only reason we've been able to map them is because we have measured the area through geodetic surveying by professional geodetic surveyors who came up with the survey proving that it is spherical, and we travel across these territories reliant upon the sphericity of them. Otherwise, we would not be able to get to where we're going.
Isn't that what they say to us?
it is true, though. He is for some reason believing that document in the first place. It is true.
Yeah, like what led him to believe any of that shit? That's what I'm saying.
No, that is a big thing with it because it was claimed to be done like over 100 years ago, and there's no validation of it. Well,
Gio, that's my whole argument. Gio, is that we have to stop them right there. Like, what in your mind convinced you of any of that shit, dude? Like, slow down. Like, what about these things talks you into believing it? Let me just start there because you're convinced. I'm not. Like, what about this shit really fucking did it for you, man? Now, I want to hear them tell me. I don't have to tell them shit. Like,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a list. It's a list of numbers that they admit are coming from averages. So at the end of the day, that's what he's going off, is essentially numbers on a page. Although it's claimed to be connected to doing these theodolite measurements, on mountaintops and so on. So they're claiming
no, but hold on, Gio, I'm gonna post it right now. You know they published all their findings. Like
It's actually the same trick that Ruhif and Jesse Gordon both also do. It's the same theodolite from a mountain thing.
Let me
yeah,
ask
but
you a question.
they
If
published
you're
this shit, right? They published this shit, and this shit has error bars to it.
if you're going to do a report where you're going to have put one number to represent all of your observations, you've done one observations 10 or 20 times. What number? I mean, what are you going to do to put that one number down on your report?
Put them all down, my friend.
Yeah,
that's
give me
not an
all
option.
of it.
That's
yeah.
not an option. That's not an option. You can only put
What
one
do you
number
mean it's
down.
not an option?
It has
give me
to
it
be.
all.
If you're doing it right, yeah.
Did you run out of paper, or did your pencil break? Like, why
You
can't
can't
you
write
write all
that
this
us to
one
believe
down.
that you can't
No,
get every single
you're
one?
not gonna you're not gonna present something that you've done that consists of page after page after page of columns of numbers. You're going to do your
That's what is
report
required,
averaging
sir. That's what we
averaging your
call
observations and
That's
putting
what's
in
required.
one concise report with one
That's
number
what is
representing your
required.
observations.
No, for hyperspecificity, it is required that you give us every
Yeah,
single
you're wrong.
tiny little bit of
Yeah,
detail.
You're
but
wrong.
don't interrupt, though, Sensei. Sensei, don't interrupt, dude. Relax, man. You need to listen too, because you were there in Tartaria last time McToon was there. Heads
Yo,
need to
hold
start
on. Check
listening
this out.
more.
Check this out, boys and girls. I just posted this in chat. This is the formal when they say they measured the curvature of the Earth through geodesics, this is their paper. Now, if you guys, anybody can see this shit, right? On this little graph, they have what's called error bars, error percentage. I have never met a glober who can ever tell me anything about that fucking error percentage. Why is that? How is it throughout all my years of flat Earth debate, I can never find a single glober that tells me what that error percentage means in the geodesic measurements. Why is that? These guys want to tell me up and down it's the Earth curve. What is this though?
I recently heard that what it is horizontal refraction. So it changes the horizontal, and then you can adjust the vertical to match that tilted horizontal.
Of course.
And that
Oh
makes
my
good.
god, I should have known. No, but look, if you look at that chart, it even tells you that they were off by a certain amount and they were right about a certain amount. But like, you ask a glober what that means, you're not gonna find a goddamn one that knows what anything that about this shit. Like you're not gonna find a single anybody.
You're going to find out tonight with MC Toon
Oh,
about what he
I hope
knows
to
about.
God I do. He's gonna make my day, isn't he?
I love
He's
how
gonna
you just
make
said
my
that.
day.
You're gonna find out tonight, aren't you, boy?
Left lane, you dirty bastard. How dare you
know,
say
Good
that
old
shit?
McGooner.
You know, I'm gonna find it. Yes, I will find it.
I don't know. I mean, my thoughts
He's
is
gonna
that
be like most every other glober.
What about just having? You might even want to just have a different kind of live stream, like maybe more of a philosophical talk. Maybe talk about like religion or something, spirituality, something else with it. Maybe.
Well, like here's the thing: the way that I want to approach it with him is like, there's no requirement that I accept any of his shit. He's gonna tell me about all these sorts of different like things that I should like buy into, and I'm like, I'm as a flat earther, I don't know if I believe any of that shit, but he's gonna really try to make an effort to talk me into believing it. I'm like, dude, good luck,
No,
man.
is your fact
I'd
that you
love to
just
see
don't
you have your
believe
go
it?
at it. Go ahead, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you really. It doesn't sound like you want to take him on like a hardcore, like that type of debate.
I'm not gonna come out with him some math equations. No, God, no. I'd lose. I don't do math.
Are you going to assert what the Earth is, though?
I think that if you and I are not liars, we can see shit for what it is, and the world that presents itself to us is like, there's not much of a confusion in that. Like, it seems to be pretty fucking stagnant. We don't seem to be moving or drifting or whatever. We don't have to call ourselves liars for believing in certain fucking God-given facts. You know what I mean? So like, they're gonna try to gaslight us into thinking that, oh, everything you thought was wrong. Here's an equation. Like, my God, bro, like, that's on them. Like, that's not on me. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna let them. He's gonna have to prove all the equations, man. I'll give him all the math in the world. Like, I got all the time in the day. But dude, I feel like it's a real big problem for globers when they start trying to fucking explain math equations. X equals this plus that. Okay, show that. Like, good luck, man. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
yeah, exactly. They have to try to make it tangible for the layman.
Make it
to
realistic, man.
Yeah, like how the fuck are you gonna really explain to somebody like, how these numbers and together with these other numbers based on these averages makes us believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space. How do you translate? How do you communicate? Those two things. I'm sorry. How do you meld those things into the
Yeah, I'm not
truth?
going to tell them what to believe. Here's where I think flat earthers win is that you're only ever going to hear globers tell you what they think. And as a flat earther, I think we have like the whole shit on our side when all you have to do is listen to them tell you, Mr. Flat Earther, why do I believe this and that? Oh my God, I don't know why. I don't know why you believe this and that. You're going to have to tell me. Is there an equation that you bought into? Is there some sort of what? What the hell are you doing, man? Like I feel like that's the game-winning argument for Flat Earth is that you only have to listen to these people talk. All you have to do is listen to them just fucking. They just say all sorts of crazy shit, man. I don't know if you've heard them, but this means that and that means this and upside down and oh my God, here we are. Like holy shit, bro.
So
And
it
this is
sounds
why
like
I
what
wanted to talk with
you wanna
flat
do-
earthers because I'm like, holy shit, do you not hear this shit? It's crazy.
Well, sounds like you want to do more of like a philosophical discussion about cosmology rather than like a detailed, numbers and science and digits and things.
No, I don't like math. I don't like science. Yeah. Now there are people like Witsit, like he likes the equations, and I honest to God, I'm really not good at any of that shit. I don't really like any. I think that there's something evil about it personally.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
if you're able to, you could at least reflect, I don't know. I mean,
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, listen, because I feel like we're getting like out of touch with some certain. Let me just ask you this, Gio. Do you think that math is just another language that they use for their own advantage? Like, I feel like they use math to describe things that are just so like, I don't want to say retarded, but what else can we say that it is? Like, it has nothing to do with reality, and the only reason why they use math is they're trying to describe shit that has nothing to do with reality. Like, I really do believe that. I feel like it's
they
so different.
They usually take some quotient out of reality. Like they will take some ratio or quotient, and then they'll use a mathematical equation that fits with that, and then they'll make an erroneous assumption of how it links to the observation of a phenomenon that then correlates to the reified model that they're asserting.
Yeah, well, okay, so Gio, you would agree with me. When people come to me with math and like all these equations, I'm like, dude, from what I understand, math is a language, and languages can describe anything. So, what?
Well, it can't necessarily
math
describe anything. Well, it can't necessarily describe anything. It describes the particular phenomenon that they're trying to use for that ratio or that calculation.
No, Gio, they make video games out of math. Right? Like, you can make a video game that has nothing to do with reality. They can just invent a whole theory of fiction just out of mathematics and equations and formulas and a whole coding of language that has nothing to do with reality. And it's just any other language that just describes something. It's just as good as language or English or anything else. Like, that's what I understand it. Like, I might be wrong, but like, I think people worship math and they get all weird about it because they don't know what the formulas mean. But like, it's not like...
Yeah, describe why water boils using math. Tell me why water boils using math.
Yeah, well, that's
Just
my
math.
point. Like, I think flat earthers really get fucked up when globers use math, but it's really not that impressive. They're just trying to like talk about the same shit you already know in a weird way that you get confused about. And it's like, don't get confused. Like, it's really not they're talking about anything different than what you know in English. It's just they're trying to fuck you up with the shit. Like, so I know what they do when they use math. Like, I know they're trying to fucking like be weirdos about it. Like, but
Well,
it's
like,
just
for
another way of
example-
describing the same shit you both and I know. Absolutely.
Well, for example, the claimed radius value, the 3959, roughly 4,000 miles. I do think that's a meaningful number in this realm. Like it's built into the sacred geometry of how multiple things function. Like that, it's a ratio point of the Fibonacci sequence. So there is something to that 3959 or that roughly 4,000.
Sure,
There is
maybe.
something to that.
Sure.
So when they're using it to then plug into other mathematical equations, there is something real that they're using. It's not all just BS. There is something real, but then it's the assumption that they then make from that, which is where the problem becomes, because then they're linking it to something that is now not reality. Like they're linking something in reality, something that's not reality, and trying to claim that one is proving the other.
I just think that okay, no, I see what you're saying. I feel like you can sense that they're talking about some deep shit, and you've caught on to the fact that like they're referencing real deep shit. Absolutely. My worry for flat earthers is that I feel like most flat earthers get caught up in mathematics because they're using math as a way of describing shit that's retarded. Like, I know that sounds offensive, but they really are using math to describe things that have nothing to do with reality anymore. Like they're all
Bro,
sorts
don't
of.
worry about us. Sin, don't worry about us, bro. You're about to go into a gunfight with a knife in a minute here.
Oh,
We're
I'm
gonna
about
be
to
fine.
stab his ass, ain't I? I'm about to dagger his fucking ass.
Just let
Nah,
me, Sinclair, what Jeremy's talking about, Sinclair, is
You guys
like,
think that I'm not
like if
equipped. That's
Witsit,
fun. You don't know who I
Witsit,
am. Maybe you don't know
well,
I've been
like,
here for a long time.
I mean, Witsit, for instance, if he could show me the manufacturer of the car that he's selling, I would probably buy one of them. I just have trouble that I don't think that his manufacturer exists. He's got a gig though. He's got, he's done a lot of research, a lot of study.
Absolutely,
He's
absolutely,
got a lot of shit.
Leftland.
But if you go up against somebody on a public platform in front of the world, and all you say is, "I just don't buy that shit," that's going to make your community look a little silly, isn't it?
No. Here's the thing. I don't think most any flat earther is going to agree with what I have to say tonight about the flat earth. But you know why I think that it's funny that you would accept Witsit's shit is that he goes out of his way to relate to people like you. And I think that's an intentional motive. Like I've noticed, I've heard Witsit talk about a lot of shit, and he actually goes out of his way to relate to Globers because he's wanting to tell Globers, like, dude, this is what you think, this is what this means. Here's the logical conclusion. Here's this from
I
that.
agree with you. I agree with
And
you,
guess
sir.
what? And guess
Yeah.
what? That's why I think it makes sense to you, Left Lane.
He
Now,
goes through
when
so
I
much. He
say
goes through
something like,
so much
I
trouble.
don't
He goes
like
through so much
logic, I
trouble
don't like
earlier.
math, I don't expect you to believe anything that I'm saying. So
You're kind of monologuing.
I'm not your fucking
Yeah.
teacher here, and don't get it twisted.
That's sin. That's how he rolls. You must not. That matters.
Oh, no, Tanks, don't butter me up, bro. I already love you.
I think
No, but I just think if you guys want to quote formulas and math, good on you. Good luck. That's a lot of work, man. Good luck. I'm not gonna get in your way. Like I hear Witsit every day saying X equals this, that times this shit from the other, and I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? I'm not gonna do that. I won't even lie to you like I can. I won't ever even try. But I feel like he's really making the effort. He's really putting the fucking work out there to like get across to certain people that believe in this shit. If you believe in math and formulas, Wits is out there meeting you where you're at. Good on him. That's God's work. Honest to God, real shit right there. I just don't like math. I don't respect science. I don't like any of that shit. So I'm not gonna offer you what he's doing. But that's why he could sell you a car, Left Lane, and I can't.
I would love
You
to
said
talk
it best.
formulas with Whitson.
You're a little quiet, Jace.
I was just saying I would love to talk formulas with Whitson.
No, here's the thing. I think you guys should on Witsit. Like
that was your statement.
like okay, dude, check this out.
No, I mean, Jay, is that what you want to get down with? Is formulas with Witsit?
Why?
Oh, we
Go to
gonna
bed,
get down.
bro. Go to sleep.
James is like clearing out his schedule
Go to
to
bed.
get the whole Saturday to just spend all day.
I was looking forward to it.
You should make a show, formulas with Witsit.
Huh.
No, I would love to. This is why kind of one of the reasons why I came in here. I was like, I do kind of want to ask Witsit, like, I really don't actually think he enjoys talking about that shit. Honest to God. So I wanted to kind of curiously ask him that shit. I don't know if he's here, but like,
Well, the thing is,
who would want to talk about fucking formulas? My God, you're playing their whole game. Like, what
Well,
a
because
goddamn waste of time.
to have a shift in the paradigm, you have to actually know what they're currently saying. You have to know what.
No, there's no requirement that you play that shit. Are you kidding me, Gio? Get out of
Yeah,
here,
you have
dude.
to know what's correct and what's not correct.
What's correct?
That
The formula? Oh my God.
truth is correct.
Okay. Well, dude, here's the thing. Like, you can agree with me. I think that there's a lot of flat earthers that don't like math. Do you agree with that?
I think most people don't like math in
Come
general.
on. Okay. That's a very fair answer. Like, that's a very non-aggressive. Okay, yeah, you might be right. But like the thing with Witsit, he's like tries to meet them where they're at. I'm like, dude, you need to just stop doing that. Like, okay, you can do that. Of course you can do that. But like, oh my God, you're gonna get tired, man. You're gonna wear yourself out, and fuck, dude, I don't even
we're
care
trying
about
to
doing that
debunk or
shit either,
falsify
man. Come to
something.
think of it.
Dude, we're trying to debunk or falsify something. Like, you got to get into it. You can't just run around going, I don't believe that. Like, what?
Yeah, but like he tried to have that conversation with Jesse earlier, and there were like 3 points or 3 or 4 points where they did it together. Like Jesse and Witzik came to that a conclusion or like a dead end or a contradiction together, and no appreciation was shown by Jesse at all for and Jesse's smart too. Like for Jesse to know these, these formulas and how some things are said to work, but there's no like gratitude.
Yeah.
I tried to point it out to Jesse 3 times. Like, hey Jesse, couldn't you just say that's interesting or something? And nothing. He wouldn't do it.
I gotta do something else. Sorry.
Like, how can that be sustainable? Like,
Well, okay, so that's my whole point is that like I really do think flat earthers lose when you try to talk to them about math. They want you to talk about math. They want you to get
Or you
all
haven't
wrapped up
been
in these
listening then.
formulas, dude. Okay, hold on. Let
If
me
that's
ask
what
you
you
this.
think, you haven't
Jeremy,
been listening.
let me ask you this, dude. Brother to brother. Do you think they want you to talk about these formulas?
Dude, I don't
Why do you
care
think
what
they
they want.
mention them to you?
I'm
I
going
don't
to
know,
agree.
but
I'm
we've
going
been
to agree
using-
that they do want us talking about the globe a lot. I will say that. Yeah, I'm. Anytime we don't talk about the globe, I'm happier off myself because yeah, they do want it always on like space and globes and just reiterating that stuff. However, there is a larger situation here because we're not at a point where it's like been dispelled yet in terms of in society that it's a deception. So many people are believing it out there that the people here are just a small representation. Like each person here that has their perspective represents like hundreds of thousands of people out in the world, in terms of these perspectives. And so there's so many more out there. And that's the thing. Like, if there's going to be any shift in all of this, you have to understand like the roots of it, the history, where they're coming from, what they're doing, what their model is. And then, like I said, what's correct in that and what's not correct, what's true and what's false.
Gio, can I put it to you this way? Like, here's what I see in flat Earth, and I really want you to relate to on this because you're a voice. Here's what I sense. I sense that the thing that they do immediately is they try to fuck people up with the math. Like, do you see that? Like, I see that pretty clearly.
Oh yeah, there's
like
a
the
whole
first thing they try to do is complicate it with math and formulas and shit.
There are major components of this entire false model that is built on using math as a deceptive tool. Yes.
Well, okay, that's where I get a little weirded out. Like, now there are certain flat earthers like Witsit who try to navigate through the formulas and learn all this shit and that shit and the x equals the y times the x and squared, all that shit. Like, but goddamn well as me, they're using that intentionally to like, I don't know if it's a camouflage for a lot of their non-arguments, but like, dude, what is that? Like, what is that? Honest to God, like, they're doing it. And they're using the math as a camouflage for like a non-argument. Like, that's what I see it. Absolutely. I can't describe you why I think this way, so here's the formula. Good luck. Like what? What the fuck? What the hell? Go the fuck away. Are you kidding me? X equals this times who gives a fuck? Don't.
Well, I mean, the other thing about math, though, like in my viewpoint, it's also fundamentally built into what reality is. Like math and mathematical formulas, ratios, equations are all part of vortex patterns, and they're all different frequencies and ranges of vortex patterns. So within those ranges of vortex patterns, you can get like unique expressions. Like mathematical equations are all part of vortices, which are built into the actual foundational function of matter and this whole realm.
Right, you're saying these are just these are known spells of talking about shit that is like fundamentally absolutely essential or something.
Yeah, they're twisting it basically. Yeah, they're taking something that is like sacred geometry and they're taking the actual mathematical synergy and harmony, and they're taking that sacred geometrical harmony, like the creation essentially, and then they're using part of it and then co-opting it, twisting it, and then adding a deception and all the manipulation and the assumptions and all the different tools that they then use to try to push it like that.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Gio. Do you think that if you were to say that to like McToon, like what can you anticipate from that? Because honest to God, Gio, I think that's like a really fucking like well thought out opinion about shit and relative to reality and shit, all that beauty. But like you can't just say that to somebody like a staunch Glober. You know they're gonna just dismiss that shit. So like what do you do about that? Like I'm asking you specifically.
Well, I mean, I think it would just depend on what type of discussion it is.
Well, you know he would not accept these things.
Well, I'm just saying in general, like what the scope of everything is. But no, I mean about the mathematics though. No, I would tell him or anyone that.
Well, Gio, I'm not here to tell you you're wrong about anything. I'm just saying, like, you know how these guys talk to us.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? They're gonna just try to just like degrade us every step of the way. Like, you know that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a bunch of ad homs in it, it changes the whole vibe. Because, like, for example, we're discussing right now. If one of us just started hurling insults at the other, it's sort of like if we were in person, one dude just takes like tomatoes and just starts throwing them in your face, So now all of a sudden, like you got tomato dripping off your face and you're like trying to respond. That's why that's why it's so inauthentic. And that's the problem with, in my viewpoint, part of when there's all the mudslinging and the ad homs involved.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't really have the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
But your go-to though was like Carl Jung to talk about values or equalities, or I'm not really sure what you're.
Yeah, no, I think yeah.
Is there more
I like
math
Young.
world sort of way to do that?
Carl Jung. Well, I like to talk. Here's a lot of people that in flat Earth like to approach the math world, and I'm not. I hate math, dude. I swear to God, I hate math. I don't even like science, but I have a real liken to Carl Jung, and Carl Jung talked about archetypes.
Okay.
And archetypes are these ideas that don't really necessitate. They don't really necessitate. There's no necessitation of any reality with these ideas. You can think about these in a Platonic sense that they're not necessarily real, but we can imagine them. Yeah. So I think these are. Yeah, absolutely.
I am.
If you really want to get on, there you go.
But tell me some like mathematicians he influenced, or tell me about some mathematicians that influenced him. Because if he's if he's outside the field of mathematics, maybe it's not like the best reference to bring up to a guy like.
No. I think it's if you want me to describe why I like Carl Jung with math, no, I can't do that. If you want me to tell you why I respect Carl Jung through any other medium, absolutely. Carl
Oh,
Jung,
fine.
the best
I'm
thing.
not asking you to get into Carl Jung, but I'm saying like if you're
Yeah.
going to use that as an evidentiary like sort of anchor for an art,
Yeah.
or I'm saying like I like, but if like let's say Carl Jung influenced some mathematicians, maybe that's
Yeah.
a better gateway to like to speak to somebody else that like really values that
Yes.
thing. Even though you're not trying to appeal to anybody, it doesn't seem like you're trying to appeal to anybody's.
I'm not trying to appeal to anybody's mathematical,
Yeah, I
like
gotcha.
whatever.
Okay, yeah, just my 2 cents. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's mentioning maybe because earlier you mentioned Carl Jung, and then you said also something about averages and math, maybe. But now you're actually saying what you're.
He's got a lot of good shit about that. Absolutely.
Well, he was like a psychologist, and he was archetype.
No, here's something that's really cool about Carl Jung, and this is why I love talking about him. Is that like his whole thing was that like math won't ever tell you any sort of absolute anything, because everything in reality has to do with uniqueness. And if you and the example that I gave earlier, and it's a Carl Jung example, is that if you have a pile of pebbles that all have a median weight, say there's an average weight of 1.5 kilograms through the whole pile of pebbles, it doesn't necessitate that any one of those pebbles actually have that weight. And he says that most of the requirements of life and most of the impressive things that we learn through science is the miraculous things. And his whole argument is that he circles back around to this, and this is where I think he wins. Here's where I can put it to you guys, very simplistically. What is the probability of anything happening? What's the probability of you doing this and that? What are the odds that anything happens at all? It's almost a fucking miracle, isn't it? When you think about why did this happen, why does that happen? If we get into a statistical probability of statistics and mathematical equations, it's not going to really tell us anything. This is why math fails all the time, is because if you really think about everything that ever happened, it's almost a miracle that anything ever happens at all. And that was his whole fucking argument. And I really do like, that's like some deep shit. Like, what are the odds anything ever even happens to begin with? Like, nobody can tell me. No one's ever told me. So math has certain limitations, and there are people who are in the mathematical like glober worshipping realm that just worship math every day. Math says this, math says that. Well, if we took math for what it says, everything's a fucking miracle. So how about that? Let's like, holy Christ, like literally.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, there's very real mathematics in this realm, and radius of a circle, for example. And we do have a distance to wherever we're at to the North Pole. So there's always a ratio like that happening. So then you get a right triangle going up to the sky, and builds out the entire mathematical structure of geometry.
Sorry, I don't know if I got interrupted or my shit went in and out, but let me ask any glober here, what's the probability of anything happening at all? All these fucking math worshippers, all these guys that give us these formulas, what's the probability of anything happening at all? What's the formula? Can anybody tell me?
Well, the probability when you roll it, flip a coin is 50-50, right? 50-50.
I don't know.
Coin flip. You don't know?
I don't know about that one, Jeremy. No.
How about a 6-sided die? 1 out of 6. You're gonna get one of the
I
numbers.
don't know about it.
Yeah, a quarter.
What's the
probability
probability
of
that
this
you would even
Nicktoons
roll the
debate?
dice to begin with? Like, that's where it gets all sort of weird. Like, what's the probability you would even roll the dice?
Bro,
So
what
what
does
does that
that
mean?
even mean?
That we just stop and because you're wondering about probability? and stuff? I mean, does life just cease to exist because you don't think we should do probabilities, or what does that mean?
No, what I'm saying is that if you get into the mindset that probabilities mean something, you have to think of the probability of this happening and that. What is the probability that I even did this or that? It's such a small statistical likelihood that anything even happens to begin with. Is that how do we account for that, Left Lane? How do we account? What's the probability that anything happens at all? Like, if you're gonna start accounting for shit, like, you're gonna find out real quick that, oh my god, it's like a miracle.
It's 100%.
Well,
The things that
I'm not gonna give you any odds. It's just
the things that happen is 100% that they happen.
yeah. So who is anybody to say like here's the chance and probability that it could have not? Well, we don't have that because it happened. And this is where I'm like, look at see that boat over there? It looks flat. What are the odds that it looks flat? Like, I really don't think when they use math that like they should be as like strongly opinionated as they are. Like, you can use math to justify anything. Like, what's the probability I see anything? Like, that's not anything. That's fuck all, dude. Oh, think of the equations. Think of the probability. Think of the likelihood. Like,
Right, but
oh
dude,
my god, it's all a miracle.
Right, but a lot of those equations that are used are many of them are accurate in terms of like thermodynamic equations and like there's
Okay, Gio, you can't just say that shit though.
Yeah, the way like heat dissipates, like also the inverse square law, dissipation of heat, dissipation of light, and how different gases and materials move within different mediums. There's
I
all
wonder what technologies do we enjoy today that are dependent on the mathematics that wouldn't exist without the math?
a ton of stuff. Computers, big time, major with computers. Yeah, mathematics. That's what I was saying. Mathematics,
but you can't use statistics.
Hold on,
no, you can't use statistics.
Like I'll say this: it's a polarity. On the one hand, mathematics is foundational, in my understanding, absolutely built in and foundational to reality, physical, material, human, like this entire realm. Mathematics is fundamentally built into it. However, there also are other forms of mathematics that are theoretical and are not actually based in anything physical. And then there's ways to use those theoretical mathematics by linking them to assumptive concepts to then be used deceptively. So just because the math is legit, it doesn't mean how it's being used and what it's being used for is legit.
Well stated. So taking that point, Gio, very well stated. The truth exists whether you choose to observe it or not. Use your mathematics to observe the truth or not, as you were illustrating earlier when it comes to the horizon or the tangential relationship that we have to celestial bodies. These interior internal angles of a triangle all add up to 180 degrees. And that triangle, when you cut it, it unfolds to a line which is 180 degrees, which matches the horizon. So these are the things that, again, the truth exists. It's the horse and carriage idea. And then we pull forward the mathematics in order to help stonewall the truth. That's in my humble opinion. Thanks for that space, gentlemen.
Yeah, that requires you believe a lot of things.
Where did I state believe when I said the truth exists whether you choose to observe it or not? We take the mathematics to observe the truth. There's no belief in that. Those are all fact.
Do you think that math gives you certain truths? And if so, what truths do you think that it gives you? 180 degrees, you think that does that?
When I stated that the truth exists and you take the mathematics to observe the truth, where did I misspeak in that statement?
You seem to suggest to me that there are certain truths that mathematics offers that we should just accept through axiomatic whatever the fuck. I'm asking why. There's no requirement that I believe anything that you just said. Now you're trying to talk me into 180 degrees. Where did you get that from? this is just another example of me showing you that there's no requirement that I believe anything in mathematics.
Well, I
But
mean, dude,
you're gonna say 180 degrees is something or the other?
Yeah, you know
No.
why?
Who told you that?
You know why? Because 3 points create a plane.
Who told you that, Gio?
That's the facts of geometry.
No, that's an axiomatic claim based on logic.
I'm having a really
Logical axiomatic claims
You can
require you
physically
just
do it.
accept certain shit.
You can do it in physical reality. You can take 3 points, create a plane with as a triangle with 180 degrees at each angle of the
and
triangle.
even down to the definition of a
No.
triangle.
No.
What's
No.
required to make a triangle is 3 straight lines. By sheer definition alone, and the
Yes.
observation of the 3 internal angles all added to 180 degrees.
You just said it right there, my man. You said through definition alone. This is the problem with logic. Did you know that logic requires you accept certain axioms? Did you know that? Logic in and of itself requires you believe certain things without questioning them.
So do you not
A
find-
equals A. Why doesn't A equal B? Who told me? What requirement does A equal A? No, you have to accept it. Why? Why? Like the Earth is a globe? No. Like this is what I'm saying. Slow down, guys. Logic isn't working on our side all the time. Like, where do you guys get off saying that A equals A? Like, this is the whole problem. You can't just say shit and expect people to believe it. That's my whole fucking problem with it. A doesn't always equal. The Earth doesn't only ever equal 3959. Like, that's just not true.
Have you considered what you're saying is actually very aligned with solipsism?
I was just gonna say that, Gio.
That's a
He's
non-argument,
been told that
dude.
several times over the past 3 years. Yes.
No, hold on.
Yeah, you know
Hold on,
that.
Gio. If I could talk with Gio on this one specifically, it's very dangerous that you come at me with that shit because listen, they require you believe certain axioms, right? They're telling us about A equals A. This means that you can't deny the radius equals 3959. And when we are out here, me and you are like, no, I don't really think that it does equal 3959. They're saying you're axiomatically wrong. It's an axiomatic. It's a logical fallacy that you even deny that shit because A equals A. It's like, I don't really know if A equal does, you know. And so that's where I have to start with them. Like,
are you
I
also
hope that you know what I'm saying. Like, I hope that we're not all out in the outfield here. Come on.
And are you also claiming that you are you also claiming that you can't know things?
No, I'm not saying you can't know things. Listen, dude, this is where it gets really dangerous. Is that
So just that the things that other people are saying you don't think are the correct thing. You have another truth or other information that indicates it's something different.
Gio? Okay, I'll answer it by asking you and relating to you naturally. I'm gonna relate to you naturally on this, man to man, mano a mano. Do you think that they're gonna try to tell us certain things and they want us to believe certain things? Okay, I'll answer the question. I think that they do want us to think certain things. There is no requirement that we think A equals A. Now, when they say the radius of the Earth is 3959, there is actually no requirement that we accept that. And I think it's important for flat earthers to remind themselves that there is no requirement when these guys tell us A equals A, radius equals 39. Like you're a flat earther. Like, you got to remember, there's no requirement that you accept this shit. Okay? That's my whole point.
Sin cleanser
Now,
is
I'm
drunk.
here with
Charlie
you.
proved
I
me
don't
wrong.
know if you know what I'm saying. But I feel like my
Dude,
point's
at the
pretty
end of the
clear.
day, that's
I feel like I
horse
made my point.
cocky because
Slam
at the end
dunk.
of the day, there has to be a cohesiveness to reality, and it can't just exist solely in one's mind. There has to be evident truths that are unified through culture, religion, and philosophy.
Base axioms that we all observe. You open a can of pop, it's the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. You're literally displaying it every time you do it. You pour a medium into a containment device, you automatically see the meniscus, which seems to defy gravity Like you sound like a simulation theorist, which like to me, I don't even know how you get up in the morning, make your bed, and brush your teeth. The Lord be with you, truly.
You can't bend the spoon. That's impossible.
I think you're almost ready for the debate, Sam.
There's no spoon.
Exactly. Sin Cleanser, you kind of remind me of a drunk Charlie man. You know Charlie?
Don't disgrace me. How dare you?
Kind of, the solipsism.
You know what? You can call it whatever you want. Here's the honesty of what I'm saying is that I only ever have to say what I know. I don't have to lie to you, bro. There's no reason or cause or alignment that necessitates me that I fucking bullshit your ass.
Yeah,
But
but
what
to
can
deny
you?
something that
So
someone
let's draw the line somewhere.
But
I'm
what
not gonna
can you
lie.
know?
I'm not
What
gonna
can you
lie
know?
to you. There's no
Hey, Sin
requirement I
Cleanser.
blow
Well, Sin
smoke
Cleanser.
up your ass,
Sin
bro.
Cleanser.
maybe
Hey,
just
Sin Cleanser.
Come on.
Where do you go? Sin Cleanser. Where do you go when you die?
I go up into the divine. What the fuck you mean? I
Okay,
go right
so
up to the
is
divine.
that just in your?
Absolutely.
Is that just in your mind?
No, it's pretty fucking well acknowledged.
Well, at least he believes in a creator, which is positive.
No.
Yeah, he's a communist. Zinc Cleanser is an admitted communist,
See,
right?
here's the
So
thing.
Mark,
You guys got all sorts of wild ass opinions. Like, you know where this all comes from is because you don't know shit. You guys have all these wild opinions because you don't know what the truth is. And here you are talking to me about sin cleanser, what's the truth? And I can help you out. I have all the time in the world to walk you through some shit. But dude, you guys get caught up on some globe shit, bro. Motherfucker, I need to pull you out. I need to
All right.
grab you out of that
Well,
shit, man.
you say
I need
a
to
lot of people
rip
don't
you
know
out of that
anything,
fucking world.
right? Sin? A lot of people don't know anything, right? But have you put forth any claim of specific knowledge that you have?
I'm not here to tell people what to do. I'm here to help people out of their situation.
I didn't ask you to tell people what to do. I asked you if you came with any knowledge.
I have all the
Or
knowledge
is
in the
knowledge
world.
based on logic and you just don't believe that
Okay,
stuff? So
no, I
could you
don't believe in
provide us
I don't
with
believe
like
in logic. You're right. I don't believe in logic. Now let
could you
me ask you
provide
this.
us
All right,
You
Holmes, do you believe in Carl Jung, or do you even believe in that,
No,
or do you just
Carl.
did you just use that as a
See,
crutch
I
to
mentioned
for
Carl, and
conversation?
you guys got all fucked up about Carl Jung because I
But do
mentioned
you
Carl
believe
Jung.
in stuff?
Yeah, by the
No,
way, I was actually going to ask on that.
like you guys don't know how to even talk
No,
to me, so don't talk to me, man.
just
Like
trying not to
I
interrupt.
can talk with you, but
Oh,
like
can you hear
don't
me?
get all sort of weirded out.
Is my mic low?
I hear you, Gio. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask you the thing you said about Carl Jung. Are you sure that actually was attributed to Carl Jung, or I was just
Yes,
wondering?
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. No, Carl Jung was a Gnostic. He had he actually, I don't know if you know this, but you can look it up and you can like, doubt me all you need to. I think I'm a firm believer that you should doubt me until you hear another version of what I'm saying. Carl Jung, he had these nightmares, and he kept having these nightmares, and they were all Gnostic nightmares. And he kept saying that he had these dreams about these people, and they were just different people from another generation. And he was like Basilidas and Valentinius. We know who these guys are. They're Gnostics. They're Christian Gnostics. And he said he had dreams about them, and they filled up his house. Here's the thing, like I could talk with you about him. There's not really any necessary. There's no necessity that you even accept any of this story. So like.
No, that's cool, man.
I don't know if I want to keep talking to you about this shit because like there really is no requirement you accept any of it. So I don't want to waste my time or yours.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I studied Carl Jung and for many years. Yeah, absolutely. I've read a lot of his work and in undergrad and in grad school. So yeah, he's brilliant. And
Well, I think that if you really did do that, you would know what I know in the sense that most of his brilliant shit was it was like the best shit that he ever came up with was him talking about shit that was immaterial. He frustrated his whole life on focusing on shit like the aeons and all this immaterial shit that has nothing to do with science or physics or any of that mathematical bullshit. Like, that's why I like him. Because I don't think he was on the same shit as, like, he didn't give a fuck about science, to be honest. Like, he was on to a whole different world of imagination. And he got clued into that shit because he understood what, like, he was like a Neoplatonist, like all that other shit. So it's kind of retarded to talk to with most people about this, but unless you know what we're on, you're never gonna find out. So I don't even really think people need to hear about these things, to be quite honest with you. There are certain things that I don't think people have any right to even hear about, if you ask me, Gio. So,
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're just kind of letting you go, but woo! What's happening with you today? Yeah.
well, I'll say this again.
A big amount of word salad. I've been saying word salad for the last 15, 20. Like, I felt bad for Young because I felt like you took his stuff and you word saladed Young too, but maybe that's just me.
Do you guys know who Carl Jung is? Like, oh my god, am I out here alone?
Oh my gosh!
Do you know why I'm saying what I'm saying?
You're the only person who has
Don't
your
try to
understanding.
alienate my ass, bro. I swear
No,
to
it's not a
God.
question.
Read it for yourself, man.
No, my friend, I don't need to appeal to any kind of an authority within the confines of this conversation. You're the one person here appealing to him
I
as
paid him some respect, didn't I?
of the conversation. What I would like to hear from you is you speak with some oomph, speak with your chest, and provide some pride for
sir.
observation for your axioms, perhaps, to give you some substance of observation, because you've done nothing but that.
Well, dude, you also have to realize that not everybody deserves to hear certain shit. Have you considered that? There's a huge likely here. Hold on.
Oh man, you've been talking
Here's
forever.
here's a
How is
problem
it
I
that
have
you're
with
an
a lot of you
authority in
guys.
any
Like,
way? In any stretch of the imagination, how is it that you, sir, self-proclaimed only, are an authority? Come on now. What?
you know what Jesus says? Jesus says, "I'm only gonna tell you what you need to hear." You think that's
Oh, here we
real?
go. Fucking A.
Yeah, get fucked. You got wrecked. Here's the thing. Here's the fact about reality.
Jesus also
No,
said,
no.
"Be
Slow
be
down. I'll tell you where I'm coming
Listen,
from.
I'm sorry. Be slow. Be slow.
Yes, sir. I'll
To
tell you where I'm coming from.
answer. Quick to listen. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, that's right. You're quoting the gospel right there. Yes, sir. Here's the thing. There's no requirement that I need to tell you anything. Now, I can relate to a lot of you motherfuckers on certain shit. Absolutely. I can see you. You can see me. We can talk about shit. We can have a whole fucking day. You and I could fucking probably relate to like brothers in Christ. Absolutely. But there is no requirement that you and I relate to shit on anything. Necessarily nothing. Absolutely.
Okay, bud.
But no.
Cool.
Do you disagree with me?
I don't care about what you're talking about. We're here to talk about so much other shit right now, not how you feel about us. Okay.
Okay. Well, what's your best fucking opinion?
My best opinion? I'm not here to express anything like that.
Yeah, you got nothing. What's next? Listen, dude, I've been doing this for a long time.
Oh, and that means I haven't. Got it.
No. I'm not dismissing you. I'm just saying, like, dude, I've been in.
Better than this.
Dude, you're not just gonna fucking whitewash and shit on everything.
already happened.
I've been doing this for a long time, bro.
You did that to
And I
yourself.
don't really think you're. I think you're about nothing. I think
So who
you're
looks
really
stupid
not
here?
about anything.
Who looks stupid here, me or you?
I don't really care. You're the one worried.
I'm trying to figure out what
Yes,
it is we're doing other than
worried about
talking.
what you think, sir. No. You know what, Kiwi? Let's hear what he has to say.
Why are you coming at me like so weird? That's so
I'm trying to protect everybody else from this banality, dude.
Yeah, for real.
Weird,
Let's get back to
No, let's get it right. You're coming at me. Why? Tell
right.
me.
Sin Cleanser, I don't want to. We don't have to mute people. Can we just get back to a real conversation? Because you're kind of interrupting, and then kind of just now it's turned.
No, Gio, he's coming at me. Don't lie. He's coming at me. I didn't say shit to this. I don't even know who this dude is. What do you
All
mean?
right, well, we're talking about some level of conversation. So can we get back?
No, he asked me about certain shit. I was gonna answer him about certain shit. But Gio, don't get all gay about shit. He came at me, bro. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Stop coming at me, and I won't come at you, bro. Go back and do whatever you're doing.
I don't know why you're play the victim when you're just kind of coming at the whole time until somebody starts to ask you questions about things, and yeah, you kind of divert away. So,
dude, I have no problem answering your questions, dude. There's no fucking issue with me talking with you. Like, I don't know why you get so all sorts of bent out of shape.
So can we just? How about this? Can we just go one at a time and be on a topic? That's all I'm requesting.
Yeah, like, dude, I'll
we
talk
can-
with you,
is
bro.
there-
Just don't get pissed at me, dude. Don't get weird.
Is there a way that we can do a test to see if maths can actually represent reality? Like, if you're bouncing maths off something tangible in a measurement, you should expect to get a result which is also going to be something tangible. Is there any evidence that using a theory in maths, something that you can think of, that you get a tangible result back by measuring something tangible with a mathematical theory?
Yes. Like the
Yes.
mathematical ratios, the mathematical formulas and ratios of a vortex that can then be validated in, let's say, a tornado.
No, Gio. No, that ain't right. Gio, you know, like they say that they can moon bounce.
If you're gonna say the thing I said is not right, do you want to actually rebut what it is, or are you just trolling?
No, they said they can moon bounce shit.
No, you're just gonna change it. You're gonna say something I said was not right. Just put that on the public on the live stream. Meanwhile,
No.
change the topic.
No, G, I'm not, dude. Okay, I'm not against you. What I'm saying is that you've heard the moon bounce theory. Has anybody here heard that shit?
All right.
They said they bounced like the radio waves off the fucking moon.
Okay, that's
All
a
right,
different
cool.
topic. That's a non sequitur. It's a different topic.
Yeah. So, okay, here's a question I'm going to put it for consideration. What is one base axiom that you have operating within the observable real life? I'm appealing to your intellect with that question, and I'm hoping for honesty. Please go ahead.
I think that's for you, Sin Cleanser.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you for that direction, Gio.
Well, dude, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. Like, I feel like I'm gonna get shit on every day. Like,
you're not gonna claim victim when I ask you for.
No,
one
I have
base
no. Check this out. I have no
one-
problem telling you what I
claiming you're the
think.
victim.
But
No, I'm good. Thanks, dude.
no, I have no problem telling you what I think. But I'm just worried that, like, I mean.
All right. Well, I mean, that is going back.
I think you guys are gonna shit on me either way. Like, I feel like that's kind of unfair. So.
I don't. That's not. That's
like,
not,
I really do think Gio's just gonna shit on me, like, for even talking about this shit. So, I really don't know if I want to talk about it. So I probably shouldn't.
All right, so I'll try to reiterate what he asked you. You were saying before that you don't go on axioms, and I hear that. Like, it makes sense, like, not to just necessarily go off of someone else's asserted axioms if you haven't validated them or know that they're true. So that's fair.
Good shit. Yeah,
you were alluding to that. So to the next step, then I think he was then asking you, what would you say? What do you have any axioms you do live by? Do you have any? How do you structure your reality, your life, your experience? Now, maybe that's expanding on what he said. I'm kind of summarizing a little bit what Kiwi said. So yeah, what do you think on that?
Well, dude, like, can I say something and you're not gonna shit on me? Like, you're not gonna get mad or anything?
Dude, no one's shitting on anyone, bro. I
Well,
mean,
I'm just saying, like, if they're specifically asking me, don't get mad when I say what I fucking think. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Like,
I mean, that's why we moderate here for like the excessive ad homs, all that stuff. But no, man, you're welcome to share your ideas. So yeah.
okay, well, okay, honest. Okay, so if you ask me, honest to God, I think that everything is a revelation. If I've been revealed some certain shit, I have to deal with that. Absolutely. On God, I have to fucking address certain things. But the certain thing, I don't have to answer for, like, why there was a retard born in Ukraine or why, like, certain people died for this and that. I don't have to answer for anything. other than what God has revealed to me. So in my life, just as in your life, God has revealed to you certain things that are uniquely for you to fucking wrestle with this. It's for you to wrestle with certain things, just as it is for me to wrestle with certain things. Now, I'm not poor, I'm not ugly, I'm not retarded, I'm not any of that shit. You know why? Because that's not for me to even fucking deal with that shit. You know what I mean?
You're
So
wasted though.
what I'm saying very clearly, and I'll end it with this because Ed is European. God will show you certain things, and whatever He shows you, you have to deal with those certain things. Absolutely. Case closed.
I didn't really. Did that answer it?
I think that does it. Yes, sir.
No, man.
You know what's so impressive about that? A lot of people have fucked up lives. How did my daughter die? How did this happen? You know, a lot of people ask me this. I don't know if you know me that well, but a lot of people ask me, like, how did my daughter die? How did this abortion happen? How did this shit get in a car wreck? I get a lot of people that ask me a lot of shit, man. I don't know you from Adam, but guess what? A lot of people come to me for some real answers, and I say the same shit, man. I'm not gonna lie to you yesterday, today, or tomorrow. I'm gonna say the same shit I will only ever tell you. You know why? Because I feel like it's real shit, man. I'm not gonna fucking lie to you, bro.
Has anyone ever responded with you? They felt like they wasted their time.
Yeah, kind of like a whole bunch of words to not get to any point, kind of thing. Is that what you're alluding
It's
to?
just basic
Kiwi?
self-esteem issues. That's all
Exactly.
that's happening.
Like, it's one of those things that I feel when somebody like this
Yeah,
speaks.
hold on. Can I tell you? I
I'm
can
sorry,
answer
did I
that. I
start
can
speaking
answer it. I can
first
answer it.
before you, or did you decide to cut me off halfway? Do you drive like this too? Do people honk at you a lot?
I
Okay,
can answer
So you
you.
drive like this too? That's hilarious.
I can answer when you're done complaining, bitch.
Hey, Sinclair, I still love you, man. I didn't quite get in fast enough to let you know that I still love you.
Oh, dude, I love you too, man. I think there's a couple flat earthers that are actually real deal motherfuckers, so I put you on that list, man.
Word.
But if you're gonna ask me, oh my god, why did my kid get crushed in the car wreck?
Yeah, but you did
Who asked you that?
answer.
Did
Ask me
somebody ask you
again.
that? Did
Ask
somebody
me
ask you that?
again. Ask me
Yeah, but
again.
Did somebody
dude, you
ask you
did
that?
answer the question. Can I just say
I'd rather
something? You
not
did
talk
answer
about
the question saying that they bounce moon signals off the moon, and I was asking if there was a tangible result from that from that experiment. What was the tangible result to prove the maths is real?
Everything happens for a reason. What else do you need to know, motherfucker? What are you confused by? Why did my kid die? Oh my god. God bless. I
Why do you keep saying
I
that?
get so many people come at me with some stupid shit like
Yeah, man, stop talking like that. It'll be
you what?
You can say that for me too,
You
bro.
don't think God's will works every day?
It's a
You
quick way to get
are a
you.
confused little
This is a good thing to
boy.
save for your interview later.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna tear you apart.
This is why I'm superior
I'd
than
pull your
you
card
are.
right now if I could. If Flat Earthers had a card.
Let me tell you this. There's not
Get
a
us
lot
to
of
stand.
you have no let me tell you this, bro. You know what's
You're
so
all right, man.
funny?
You're all right.
You will never have a voice in flat earth.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not looking for that.
Yeah,
Next.
you're never gonna get it, little man. Here's the thing. I have a
Wait
voice
a
in
minute.
flat
Here's
earth.
the thing. I thought we were.
And you can
I
hear it
thought we
tonight, and I'm
I
gonna do
thought.
what I do because God bless.
There's a mute button that tells you that you're wrong. Someone's about to hit it. I wish I
Right.
had the burns right now.
I thought.
This
I
fucking
thought
shit.
we were on a flat Earth server, and I just heard his voice.
No,
So
we're
it
in a
sounds like
therapy
he has
session
a
for this guy
voice
now.
just fine in the flat Earth. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it's just a therapy session. A little cathartic release for this young man. Go ahead, Sin Cleanser. Get the rest out. We're here.
There's
Or
no
we move
requirement that
on,
you
or
know.
we.
Hold on. There's no requirement that you know who I am. There literally isn't. Like,
All right,
absolutely.
we're back to having a
It's of
conversation.
zero consequence either way. Doesn't matter who you are.
But
Couldn't
let me
matter what.
remind you, all of your shit, you fell into it. I was here way before you.
Thanks, bro. That's super
I
enlightening.
there's
Appreciate it.
nothing you ever even thought of that was
Nothing
even
at all.
uniquely your own. Yes, sir.
Do you know who I
absolutely.
am? Do you know who?
No.
Yes, you know who I am.
No, hold on. Let me remind you. I said there's no requirement that you know anything.
Do you know who my
That's
dad
good.
is?
Yeah,
Wait
you
till
can.
you find out.
You can stay ignorant. You can
Who
stay
Do you know who my dad is?
absolutely gone forever.
I'm gonna show you my dad.
Who is
Yeah.
your daddy and what does he do?
Dude,
I
do you
would
even know?
suggest
Hey, you
healthy
know what? You
drink
know
of
what?
some
You know what people say to
H2O
me?
before your
They
debate,
say,
right?
"Sin Cleanser, what's the state of flat Earth?" And I say, "Right here, right now."
You're doing a drunk debate with McToon where he's sober and you're drunk.
No, I'm probably more articulate than most flat. See, Gio, that's
You could go ahead and cancel.
see, Gio, that
You're a
like
horrible
hold
representation
on. That's one of
of
those things,
anything.
Gio. Like that's
Human beings. You're
like,
a
Well,
bad
I mean,
representation,
yeah,
bro.
because some other guy's gonna talk for Gio. I can't talk to Gio. Okay. Like Gio, I don't even think that's right that you said that. Like that's not correct, bro. Like you can have other people jump in and like intrude, and we can never talk to each other. But I've been here longer than you, Gio. I don't know if you know that. So you can go fuck yourself right off to right where you came from because
Yeah,
you know
I don't
what?
know, man. There it
Guess
comes.
what, bro?
Here it
Guess
comes.
what?
Here it
Hold
comes.
on. And guess what? Everybody can jump in your defense. Nobody's gonna jump in my defense. You know why that is?
Hey, maybe you should come back when you're clean.
Gio, you don't have to shit on me, bro. Why would you even do that, bro? That's
Look,
fucked
St.
up.
Cleanser, it's time for a cup of coffee.
Hey,
wasn't,
Ed,
it
can you
wasn't-
remind him who I am? Ed?
No,
I've
man,
been around.
it wasn't shitting on anything. I was just saying that you're clearly drinking, and then you are going to do a debate. That's all I said. Yeah, because that's what's going on. Looks like where he's going to be sober, and you're going to be in a different state.
Wait, are you rapping flat Earth?
Wait, this is happening.
I voice checked him in like 10 minutes ago. He sounded fine then. I don't
Yeah,
know.
somebody
Wait, is he
pulled
rapping? Are you rapping flat Earth in the debate? What?
You know what listen.
He's going to claim to
Hold
be a
on,
flat
hold on,
earther.
hold on.
Yeah.
See, here's the problem. Everybody wants to fucking intrude in any sort of conversation that we ever have. So, like, how could I talk with you or Gio or anybody here? Get the fuck out. Line up one by one at least. Fucking A.
Are you rapping flat Earth?
You don't rep flat Earth. Watch your mouth.
Are you going to the debate to rep flat Earth though?
You're gonna say true Earth?
I prefer true Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not a flat earther, right?
No.
So that's the fucking difference between you and me. I'm flat Earth. You're not flat Earth, bro. You go in
I
true
think
Earth.
the
Go
difference is
do
that
it. Oh,
Vincent
no.
is sober.
No. I've talked with people like Bev. You remind me like Bev. You remind me exactly like Bev.
The difference is Witsit is sober when he does debates.
Yeah, and he's schizophrenic too, just the same.
What?
Scatterbrained as hell. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't come at me. Do you even know who I am? You don't. You know, I talk with Witsit one
Hey,
other
do you
time.
know who my dad is?
Listen, I've talked with Witsit one other time, and he was
Are you
perfectly.
projectophrenic?
No, I don't have to project. I can relate to Witsit naturally. I talked with Witsit one other time, and guess what? He was completely relatable. Real ass fucking dude. So I don't know if he got talked into talking bullshit, because I think he's being
I was literally just asking. I don't recall. I remember when I was driving. I had a really long drive one time. Like
No, I caught your ass on Nathan's server. Yes, sir. Me and you had a long conversation. You may not remember. There's no requirement that you even remember it.
I do remember having a conversation with you while I was driving one time.
You don't have to get all sort of opinionated. You can relax.
I was just wondering if you thought the Earth was flat. If you're talking to McToon about the Earth being flat, it seems like a pretty.
Listen, I'll tell you. There's a difference between me and you. What's it? I think the Earth is flat. You don't think it is.
But is that what the debate is? Is it a flat Earth, globe Earth debate? Is that the?
There are certain people. There are very few people in this world that think the Earth is flat. Witsit doesn't think the Earth is
Geo
flat.
Witsit, the answer is yes. He's dancing around it.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
the
spherical
Earth is
axis,
flat.
which is
Yes, sir.
I'm confused.
spherical axis.
Why do I not think the Earth is flat?
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah. I mean, it's a topographical plane.
I thought it was a true Earth.
Yeah, because we're in the process.
Oh, you want to be pedantic or do you want to pick and choose?
Sin Cleanser, please try not to interrupt, man. You're
No,
interrupting.
don't insult me with this shit. This is just
Well,
retarded.
at least let people talk and respond.
Well, I'm not gonna let him shit on me just because you like him.
You know who I am.
Do you know who I am?
I'm not. I don't even know what you're talking about. How am I shitting on you? Like, we decided that True Earth was maybe better branding because it's not quite as polarized and it maybe just intrigues people instead of having all these preconceived notions.
Shame on you.
I traveled the United States and repped Flat Earth on a microphone in front of hundreds of thousands of people. So I don't really think you have a position to tell me that I'm like scared to say Flat Earth. Like literally.
You're gonna mute me?
I didn't.
Well,
Do you
yeah,
know-
you shouldn't. You know why? Because I've been here before you, little boy. I've done more Flat Earth material than you've ever done. You walked around Flat Earth. You don't even claim Flat Earth. What are you talking about, bro?
What are you talking? I just explained that I clearly.
You just explicitly said you claimed True Earth.
Yikes.
He's talking about years ago, man.
Yikes on you! I say Flat Earth. You say what?
I
So
still
if you get a couple drinks
You
in
say
you and
you say some
like-
shit Bev would say.
Hey,
Oh,
if
it's
you
a
get a
true
couple
Earth,
drinks and you had a
true
friend-
horizontal.
You go off like
Hey.
this. Does your family love it when you have a couple drinks? Is that what's going on here?
You know what? You know what I'm really worried about is that flat earthers don't call themselves flat earthers anymore. And a lot of people like Bev have corrupted the whole fucking flat earth community where flat earthers can't even call themselves flat earthers anymore.
Dude, I've
and
never
you,
even
and you
listened to
got people like Witsit who wants to say, yeah, you know, I'm not technically true earth. Like, bro, I've been flat earth day one. Are
Hey
you
guys,
fucking kidding
the
me?
black hole game is strong with this one.
Yeah, like
The
I've never
black
even
hole
listened
game
to.
is very strong.
I've never even listened to Bev. It's weird. Like flat earthers are actually kind of like you're projecting schizophrenia. They were doing the same thing. Whenever I was talking to what's his face, Flatsoy, people in the comments talking about how I stole all my stuff from Southern Israelite or something like that. I've never heard that guy talk. I've never listened to literally not 1 second of Bev other than hearing other people talk about him. Don't know anything about him. You know what I'm saying? Jaron and I had a discussion and we were like, we think if we were going to, for one, we actually glitched out the algorithms. And when you type in True Earth, you get some brand that's spelled differently. And then our summits pop right up. Our website pops right up. True Earth actually gets past the censorship. So if you were to rebrand that, you wouldn't have to worry about shadow banning until they caught on, which means you could actually glitch it out. Secondly, people aren't as like polarized over that subject. Kind of like how I say I'm a believer and Yah as saying like Christianity. It's just a tactic to try to like subvert like this crazy response that it invokes in people. That's really kind of the whole point. Seems pretty simple.
Yeah, Witsit, I meant to ask you, Jaron, you used that argument I came up with about the flight paths. Do you know what was that on his channel, or because the last time he went live was like 3 months ago or something?
Well, he just doesn't keep the lives up. He goes live all the time. But I mentioned it. I mentioned it on Globebusters. So
Oh, did you? No doubt. Which the last one or?
yeah, like the lead the path thing.
So,
all right, no doubt.
Yeah, Jeremy,
Yeah,
you done
no,
with
'cause I
that?
wanted
You
to
done
see
with
it.
that one, Jeremy?
Bro, are you done with
You
your
want to
thing?
ask?
We're
You
not
want to ask
even
Wits any more?
doing
I'm going to
nothing
get
with
my
your
green
thing.
bean casserole.
Yeah, I'm all done, Sins. What do you got, bro? You got something good or what? Because I feel like the last hour has been a waste.
Well, I've been muted like
You probably
90%
shouldn't
of the
debate
time,
McToon
my
tonight if
man.
you just want my advice. I know you've been here for so long, but if you want my advice, I wouldn't debate McToon tonight if I was you.
Let me ask you this, Jeremy. Why do you think a lot of flat earthers respect me? You may say no, they don't. Let me ask you this. Why do you think a lot of flat earthers respect
Nobody
me?
knows you. Nobody knows who you are, man.
Nobody
You
even
don't.
knows who you are
Okay,
here.
so here's why
I'm scratching my head. It's maybe I forgot who you are. but
This is
maybe
why
I do
I'm
know
here.
you.
Yeah, this is why I'm here. this is what you. Who do you, listen?
I
Oh
mean,
my
but haven't I been
goodness!
here
Hey,
before you?
Sin
But I'm not
Cleanser.
fucking
Sin
sunning you,
Cleanser.
man.
Has anybody called you a legendary Sin Cleanser?
Listen, Flat Earth Data at least has enough knowledge to know. I don't even think you guys give Flat Earth Data respect. You guys are so fucked up about all this shit. You don't even give Flat Earth Data respect. My
Dude, I
God.
give respect where it's due, but if you're,
No, Jeremy, I really don't like. If you don't
I get
respect
no
me,
respect.
bro,
I get no
yeah.
respect.
All right,
There's
Well, I think that Data showed a
listen,
lot of
listen.
social awareness.
There's no requirement. Like there is no requirement.
St. Cleanser,
Yes.
what's going on with you, man? You've been MIA for a minute and I haven't seen you. You just came back and you're just kind of, you seem like you got a bit of the Eeyore syndrome, bro. Like, is it?
No, my God, that makes me feel. You're making me feel special. Slow
You know
down.
Eeyore, right? Where you
Slow down.
and Winnie the Pooh's
Stop.
like, look how beautiful of a day it is. Eeyore.
Oh my
Beautiful it
God.
is. The sun's out. It's just such a pretty day. What are we gonna do? And then Eeyore's like, there's a cloud. You know.
Okay, listen. I do have a lot of respect for you, Witsit. Like a lot of my friends really actually do. Like here, check this out, bro. A lot of my friends are like, dude, what's this about this about that? Let you hear this shit about this? Out here slaying. I feel like you are out here slaying. Like, I don't want you to get the
Guy
impression.
flipped
Listen,
flop.
hold on.
Fish out of water.
Here's the problem. We're gonna have Jeremy or somebody else interrupt my shit. Listen, I have a lot
it
of
wasn't
respect
me,
for you.
bro.
Stop. I have a lot of respect for you, Witsit. But you've come a long way, my man. You come a long fucking way.
Yo, we all did. We all did. We all came a long
Nah,
way.
I'm not trying to
Big journey.
relate to you right now, Jeremy. I'm trying to relate to him. Because you know what? Here's the thing, Jeremy. I'll tell you this if you want to relate. He used to come into Nathan Oakley's server and like get tossed around. Like they used to treat little Witsit like shit. I swear to God they did. Are you gonna tell me they didn't? I was there, and I talked with this little.
Who
I talked with
cares,
this
dude?
man.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm telling you everything. It has to do with everything.
You guys want to know how much horsepower
Sounds
my
like you were the
car
guy
has?
probably treating him like shit.
Nah, okay, so
Seems like who you are.
Okay, so I can't talk to Witsit because you guys want to jump in. That's incredible.
Yeah, you
No,
want to
it's
know
an
how
open
much
forum.
horsepower my car has?
All right, Witsit, good talking with you, man. I can't have
You could catch him in his DMs too, and then we could actually have a conversation. In the
you guys are fake as fuck. You know why I know you're fake? You're not about anything. You guys are
Says
not
the
about
solipsist.
anything.
We got it. We
No,
get it.
dude, I've done more for Flat Earth than you've ever done in your life, bro.
Yeah,
Get the
you're
fuck
right,
out of
buddy.
here.
100%.
Yeah, because you're ignorant.
100%.
You don't have to know shit.
Currently,
Yeah.
you're making people go back to the globe. I'd say so. Can we wrap this up?
Well,
what's your
I
channel? I need to
hope you go back to the globe, you dumbass fucker.
Yo, Legend.
You need to
Yo.
go right back to the globe.
Yo, Star.
It's don't drink and disco.
Get the fuck out of
There he
Did you mute
goes.
him? Just leave him muted.
I still love you, man.
Here's something. I've been around a long time too, and I remember seeing Sin Cleanser in and out for years. Yeah, but I don't remember you doing anything, Sin Cleanser. So there's that.
Yeah, me either. Just come back when you're sober.
Yeah.
Don't drink in Discord. That was probably one of the best things I've heard ever.
Yeah, don't drink and disco.
I mean, we have our moments.
A
Right?
double D.
Yeah. The
Don't
ego,
drink and drive.
the ego cup had flowed over a little too much. I think there.
What happens to everybody?
Superfluous
Oh,
ego.
man, I was wiping the ego off my face.
What were we talking about a while ago?
Can I say something real quick?
Bring us back. Yeah, thanks.
I was like, he who seeks respect for himself or others, the people that are seeking it may not be respectable.
You want to know how many pizzas I can bake in one weekend? I can bake much more pizza than you guys can.
Hold on, Paul. Your mic was a little muffled and a little quiet. Could you say that again?
I said, he who demands respect of himself or others may not be respectable.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
may not statements kind of worthless. But I know I see there is profundity in your point. I'm just saying, like, well, they may be, I guess.
It made me do a double take, and when I did the double take, I realized that there was some substance to it. I did appreciate it. Consideration, respect is huge.
I'm kind of trolling him.
It's like the person that demands. Hold on a second. It's like the man who demands tolerance is more than likely not tolerant. The same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Finally, that belligerent drunk is muted, bro. Listen, man. I've been listening respectfully, but I don't know how you guys just listen to a belligerent drunk for hours.
I like how he said he thought math was evil. He didn't like it, or slightly evil, but he said GD a lot. I think he's confused.
I mean, I checked.
He was dissing
I
Witsit.
checked him in
right?
like 20.
He was calling him a schizophrenic
before-
1 second, and then the next second he's like, "Oh, I respect you, Witsit." It's like that's a double-minded person. He's double-minded. He's double speaking, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I checked him in like 20 minutes before this.
Jeremy's trying to talk, guys. I don't know if you can hear him.
Well,
I checked him in
I
right
don't
before.
think if we're gonna talk about him, we shouldn't leave him on mute. So I don't know. I mean, but
No, let's go. Let's move on. You're right.
So,
I mean, unless we want to unmute him and let him respond to any of this, but I mean,
yeah, don't drink on Discord. We already said it.
what do you guys think about barometers and what they do?
What?
I don't really think about them.
Why not?
you got barometers on the mind.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. I think about gas pressure. I think about a barometer, and you look at it and how the pressure changes and how the weather changes based on barometric pressure and so on and so forth. But I wonder about the fundamental observation of what a barometer does and if that can function in an open system. That's all.
Okay. But it's very important for airplanes.
Yeah, I get your point. I would say no.
I use barometric pressure all the time at work every day.
I produce my barometric pressure.
Instead of using lasers, we can use barometric pressure to level out, floor plans and like talking about warehouses too. You don't always have to use laser surveying. You can use like barometric pressure, and it's pretty damn accurate. I mean, I don't know how accurate it is when it comes to like 20, 30, 60 miles, but within 20,000 feet, I would say it's pretty accurate.
So could we build a long distance barometer that could go over the land to test the pressure gradient?
I wondered that myself actually, but how different is a mile down the road biometrically, right? It probably differs.
You'd have to have like multiple barometers or one large one. There's be different ways to do it. You could have digital ones. That would be something we could add to, because we talked about like having like drones that would all be like hanging tethers under them, and then you could test the entire like atmospheric gradient. So if we added to be able to get the barometer readings for the pressure differences throughout along with the temperature and the other components of the medium.
So there's these things. You
I'm
ever heard
telling
of
you, the thing with drones.
You guys ever heard
The
of a
thing
zip
with
level?
drones.
Sorry. No. Yes. Maybe so.
Just so you know, Jeremy is always a little bit delayed. So like if that happens, you just kind of got to give him like a 2-second cushion.
Yeah, the other thing, Jeremy, when you hear someone else talking, you always back down, which is very legit because that's very respectful that you do that. It's awesome because a lot of people just bowl through. And if everyone did that, then yeah, just like it's more natural that the one person who's meant to speak will speak. However, you back down so much that like if you start talking at the same time with someone else and the delay, it does this like thing where you keep stopping. They think you're telling them to go, so then they go, and then you think you're going. And it happens. So I don't know how we can. I would say, Jeremy, sometimes just bowl through, maybe, man. I don't know, like just.
No, Jeremy, you got seniority, bro. You can go. It's all good.
Well, no, it's not. No, we don't have anything like that here. It's not about that. I just think that sometimes, like, if you start, maybe you should just go. But I don't know. I guess do it your way. But it's a consideration that you could possibly like just try to kind of.
We could always have Jeremy play WWE music before he starts talking. That way we know.
All right, so the thing to do with drones, the best thing that I can tell so far that's even feasible, like within our budget, would be to check to see if parallel lines are plumb. Now, I don't know how to measure the drones when they're high up, how far apart they are. Crypto said tie a string to it. I don't know how feasible that is. Maybe want to get some range finding laser thing or some shit. I don't know, but
Have you ever heard of a zip level?
Zip level. What the? You blew my mind about the whole level using a barometer. I didn't even know you could use a medium-based device to establish level. That blows my mind. However, further with this zip level, please tell me.
Yeah, it uses biometric pressure, and no, not it's barometric pressure, and it uses a wire, and theoretically, like within that's what I'm wondering, like within a certain amount of distance, it's pretty accurate, but I don't know how how averaged the barometric pressure is, you know, like at what point does it deviate? Like a football field, 2 football fields, 3 football fields. You need if you're going to use barometric pressure, the pressure of the atmosphere has to be consistent within at least a couple miles to at least be able to test the curvature. You know what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't make any sense to use pressure if it was too erratic. But like we make concrete floors, right? And foundations, and depending on the size of the warehouse and the size of the floor plan, we don't use, like my company usually uses the zip levels for that reason. We don't typically use surveying lasers or those things that they set up the tripods with the relay. Sometimes we use that, but we really don't use that like that anymore.
hold on, you're a concrete guy.
Yeah. So the floors have to be pretty level, you know. They can't just be off by an inch. They got to be pretty damn close. And they are pretty damn close.
You only get a 2% runoff for if you're dealing with fluids.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, you got to be bang on with that stuff. It's like you're shooting elevations based on the surveying, whatever they shoot the finished floor level to be, to establish that elevation line. But once you have that elevation line, like you got to be spot on all the way up, all the way around.
Yeah, you can't be off 2 inches, bro. Like 1 inch is, if you're off 1 inch, is pretty bad. But you know what I mean? Like you can have a 2% pitch. And that's what I'm saying. Like we use barometric pressure consistently and don't have any problems with it. But I've never used it like miles long. You know what I mean? I don't think it's possible that far. I think the atmosphere would change drastically by the time, you know, 5 miles down the road or whatever. Has anybody have any idea how accurate it is?
The only thing I can say is barometric pressure is given to you in the weather. So if it's for that area, isn't it?
Yeah, and then that's what I'm saying. Like if if it's sunny, all of a sudden you get clouds that overcast, wouldn't that affect it? If a low pressure system came in or something like that.
Ooh, this sounds like something I might be able to answer, but I just got here. Like I just recently bought a watch actually that it's not a smartwatch, but it's like an outdoor watch. It gives you the barometric pressure based off of the altitude that you have set and stuff like that. And it's pretty darn sensitive actually. Like if I drive, because it's also got an altimeter in it, and so like if I drive just 20 miles away, I don't know, drop maybe 100 feet, and that's all. And it's enough to make like the graph for the barometric pressure like change completely. When I return back home, because I'm going back uphill, the pressure lowers, and then it sets off like a storm alarm. It thinks that it thinks that there was a quick drop in barometric pressure, which usually means that there's a thunderstorm coming in. Yeah, I don't know exactly what your question was, but clouds, no, that doesn't necessarily change it. However, like
is there
so they're going to use drones to test the curvature, but if they're using barometric pressure, I don't think that would work. It's too erratic.
But isn't it?
But I can't prove it. I'm just theorizing because of the overcast and everything. Go on.
There's a relationship between pressure and electrical conductivity in the air.
I mean, according to Whitsitt, there is.
Barometric pressure and electricity. Yeah, there's got to be like a relationship there. Just the open air conductivity would be more restricted if you had higher, or is it greater conductivity if it's, anyway, there's a relationship there. I'm not trying to say I understand.
Well, if the electric potential goes up as you rise up and the gradient becomes less for pressure as you go up, then less pressure would equal higher electric potential. Just going along that basis of thinking.
But just with higher air pressure, you get higher electrical conductivity within that higher pressure air medium as compared to something of lower pressure. So a sensor could be working on this kind of phenomenon.
Yeah, it's accurate to within 1/8 of an inch. But yeah, I don't think that would work with the drones. I think that the drones, there's too many variables. There's too many. It's just even the way, it just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It wouldn't work.
I'm not sure that drones keep their altitude based off of pressure necessarily either. Well, I suppose they would have to, but at least with mine, like it sets its reference based off of where you launched it from, and then it keeps an altitude based off of that. It's not necessarily keeping it based off of sea level or anything like that.
Well, you just said something interesting. What if we had a barometric system to that where you could get the barometric reading, and then you would have a system that would adjust the altitude of the drone based upon the pressure differences. So then the drone would actually fly in the direction of the pressure gradient. I just thought of that for some reason.
Yeah, you absolutely could do it. I'm looking up a sensor part that would do that, just using electrostatic and barometric stuff there.
Yeah, you would just have to have like a transfer system to transfer it over to the altitude controls. I'm trying to think though, what benefit would that bring though? It could be interesting. You could have. I was just thinking of some other ideas too. You could have drones that would like release a material that would be going in the direction of the gradient, and then you could actually see the gradient and how it's actually like manifesting itself, and then equate that to the surface of Earth. And then we could finally get to the point of validating that we're not seeing around a curve. We're just seeing mirages and distortions over the planar foundation.
Hey, Lou, what are you reading for your pressure locally? I got one of them smart watches too. It tells me I'm smart sometimes.
Was that for Lou?
Yeah, but he's probably AFK. All good.
Maybe he stepped away for a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I did cut out for a second. I ran out to the barn to realize that I left my watch. I left my watch out here in the truck. I wanted to grab it.
Nice. Yeah, it sounds like a cool watch for sure.
It's yeah. What's cool about it is it's got a lot of pretty good like smart features you might need in like a. What? Now I'm back. Shit.
It's a lot
You
of
okay?
A lot of
You all
background.
right? Did you get hit by a car?
Sounds like you just got swept up by a.
Got to get closer to my Wi-Fi again.
Hey, Lou, did you move in, by
He's
the way?
inside
Sorry
the
for all
vortex.
questions, man.
No, I still haven't moved into the new place yet. as of Friday, checked up on the tenants that are supposed to be out, and they were maybe 80% gone. Got to give them a little more time. I told them they got to be for sure, like last straw, like they got to be out by this coming weekend, so I can start moving shit in. But yeah, this watch, it's the, I don't know how you pronounce it, Sunto or Sunto. It's a Finnish company, Suunto. It's the Core is the watch that it is. And so they make a lot of smartwatches where it is like connected to your phone and all shit like that. But I don't want to be wearing a tracker. I carry one around in my pocket, but I don't need them talking to each other. I wanted something that, like, you know, perhaps in like a survival situation or whatever else, like you could use it. It's got a compass on it. It's got an altimeter on it. It's got a barometer on it. Gives you like storm warnings, stuff like that. And it's literally just a dumb watch. So it's like based off of what you program into it. You have to know your altitude for it to have a reference. But you can find that on maps and stuff. So, but they make a lot of like the smart ones too. Thing is, it's like smartwatches. You got to like charge them like once a week at the minimum. You know, this thing, just a coin cell battery, and it's supposed to last about a year on a coin cell. You know, just a regular watch battery.
So yeah, what are you reading locally for your pressure?
Right now, 1 second. 30.14 inches of mercury.
Okay, I'm reading HPA, which would be, I believe, hectopascals, 994.
Yeah, I could set this to use a different reading. Let me go into the settings, change the units.
You know how water cavitates at 33 feet above sea level?
Cavitates, please define that.
It's similar to boiling.
Okay.
But it's not hot. It like bubbles, vaporizes, and it like boils, but it's not hot. So that's why it's often referred to as
So a noticeable change of state. That's what I've heard. Like for every 33 feet that you go down in depth, the pressure changes by 14.7 psi. That
Isn't
kind
there
of
a little
to
toy
the pressure change. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead, please.
Isn't there a little toy that mimics that? Damn, I can't remember the name of it. You hold it in your hand, and then the pressure rises, and then it looks like it's boiling. It's bubbling, but it's not actually boiling. Does anyone know that toy?
yeah, it's like a glass thing that has a liquid in it, and you hold onto it with your hand, and by heating it up with your hand, it starts to do the cavitation. Yeah, the like boiling type.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it.
Called a hand boiler, I guess.
Yeah, it is a similar effect, although arguably somewhat different. But because it is like the same effect, but brought about by a different way. Because with your hand, you're heating that particular liquid, and the boiling point
Changing the pressure.
so the boiling point of the liquid is really low. So you basically start that process by heating it, and then it does the cavitation. Whereas with the 33 feet in the atmosphere, it would more be like the suction difference between sea level and 33 feet up. So it's not really heat related. It's not necessarily heat related. It's like pressure related.
You said 33.
I don't know. I think it's the same thing.
You sure that number's right?
That's it. 33. That's built right into nature.
Magic number.
Wait, I don't even understand. So at 33,
I mean, why do you think they use that number? Like they didn't.
I have no idea, but I thought the same thing when I heard it again. For every 33 feet that you go up or down, like within the sea itself, this pressure change of 14.7 psi. I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, wow, 33 again, 33 vertebrae, 33, 33, 33. Illuminati confirmed. Let's go.
So Kiwi, you were asking. I did, or King Clown, whichever of your fucking names you like to go by. Yeah, I switched over to
master.
switched over to
33 is a master teacher number as well. So usually masters who have symbolized the number 33 are your teachers.
Anyway, I switched over to HPA and I'm reading 1020 HPA.
So the thing with the 33 feet, if you take a tube with liquid and you have to put a container at sea level with the liquid in it, take the tube and then take it up 33 feet. So you can do it like a stairwell or something like that. So you pull a suction to 33 feet. And once you hit that 33 foot point, the water will no longer pull up the tube any longer. It's limited, and it will start to do the cavitation.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It'll start to do that boiling cavitation effect at 33 feet by pulling a suction with like a hose or a tube, 33 feet up from sea level.
But that's
I'm telling you, I think that
when you
hand
reach like
bubbler
high
thing is
altitude.
the same.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
I think that hand bubbler thing is the same things happening there. It's just changing the pressure inside the tube. I don't think it's like a low liquid boiling point or something.
That's why the fluid moves from one side to the other, because you heat it, and then the pressure is what creates that.
It's kind of like when water boils at high altitude, not regarding
Just
temperature.
had a question. Just had a question, Gio. Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt somebody?
As usually, yeah.
So if you had a width of a tube, does it matter on the width of the tube? Because if the tube gets bigger and bigger, you can still stack water past 33 feet, right? But if the tube is narrower, is that the issue? The size and the width of the tube that the water's in?
I don't think so. No, it'll still happen at 33 feet, even if you had a larger one. It's actually connected to that like distance above the sea level.
Well, hold on. We have. You could stack water from these towers, not the water towers essentially, but these what do you call them? Reserves, if you will. They themselves can stack water higher than 33 feet, and they're just cylinder shaped vessels, and then they're way higher than 33 feet.
Well, but you're pulling a vacuum with it, though. You're pulling a vacuum to 33 feet. You're not just holding water, because you could put water up at higher in that, you could have elevations of water, but I'm talking about actually pulling it in a vacuum.
Yeah, no, I know that's an effect that you see at that level. What I'm saying is it translatable all the way through? For instance, if I have, obviously you're going to have more volume of water if you have a larger diameter of the tube. I'm just saying, does this effect take place at a certain threshold of the size of the diameter of the tube? Because you just said if I keep increasing the tube, it should apply all the way through. But then again, you have these reservoirs of vats of water that are basically large cylinder tubes, but they have higher than 33 feet of water in them.
Yeah, but it's the difference if you're pressurizing it and pushing the water up, or trying to make suck it up. They're not like sucking it up, right? They got the water under pressure and it's pushing it up.
Right. Okay.
All right. I don't know. Is that how it works?
Well, I just thought if you obviously are trying to fill the volume of the tube, it's going to require an amount of pressure to do that.
Here, I'm going to read this real quick just on the hand boilers. All right, hand boilers demonstrate Charles' law and vapor-liquid equilibrium. The colored liquid in the boiler is comprised of a volatile mixture of liquids, methylene chloride, that have a boiling point just above room temperature. The body heat from your hand causes the liquid to boil, which in turn makes the liquid evaporate, turning it into a gas. The expanding gas pushes the liquid upwards, and when you release your hand, equilibrium is reestablished. The gas condenses into a liquid again and flows back into the lower bulb. So it basically has like 2 glass bulbs and the liquid's in one side of it. So it's kind of both, Jeremy. Like when you put your hand on it, that methylene chloride chemical has a very, very low boiling point. So when you just put the heat of your hand on the glass, it does heat it and technically creates that boiling process. But what that does is it causes it to turn into a gas, which then, due to like the law of thermodynamics, it starts pushing the pressure into one side and the liquid into the other. So that's why it's cool. Like the liquid goes flowing into the other side. So it's like
right.
both. It's both. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't looked that thing up in a long time. You got me.
No, it's not a got you. No, you were saying the right. No, I was describing it. I was describing it the one way that the healing, the boiling point is lower, but then it also is the same cavitation effect due to the pressure difference. And then you just maybe said you weren't sure if it was the liquid to boil part. It's not. So it's like both of those things we were describing is what I was saying.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Because it's not doing it because it's actually it's like it's cavitating. This is what's so crazy about it. It's cavitating because of the pressure difference, which is the same as the 33 feet thing. The boiling effect is just the fact that it turns into a vapor and therefore transfers it to one side to the other.
So that means space is real?
No, this all happens inside of a container.
Yeah. Not only that, but it also means you live on a globe. Freaking shut it down, man.
Shut it down.
Yeah, I was really slow to the mute button, but I highly recommend it's coming down from management that we should proceed to shut down the server. Thank you.
Anyway, I'm not familiar, King's Clown. Like you were asking in HPA, like you asked what I was at. It's 1020. What did you say you were at? I know it depends on if you're in a high or low pressure system and stuff. It's not like one is related to the other, but like your number was quite a bit lower, wasn't it?
I'm at 995.
Okay.
But
Actually,
I mean,
not too far off.
based on the globe model, I am further north than you, so I would understand that my impression. No, I'm kidding. To me, it would just be our relative elevation difference to sea level, because sea level is absolute zero for everybody, no matter what. Right? We have that apparently 70. Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. Apparently, right, the water that's within the system is 70% of the contribution. That means the 30% remaining is 30% land mass. And from my understanding, sea level is the absolute zero. Therefore, the reading at sea level would be 14.7 psi. And I think based on our elevation difference, where you are relative elevation to myself, that would dictate the pressure gradient difference. Thanks. Now,
do you know your altitude above sea level?
I'm gonna go based on what the quote unquote smartwatch is telling me. Bear with me, I'll get it for you in 2 seconds.
I'm at like 883.
Okay, hold up.
You think that barometric pressure at sea level is
I have a
universal?
thought experiment, or maybe somebody can explain this to me. If you had a
we were just comparing altitudes.
It's related to the content of the subject. The subject we're talking.
Well, yeah, just give us a minute, please.
My stated altitude per my smartwatch is 948 feet.
Okay, so you're a little higher in elevation than me. But yeah, it also then is also dependent on whether you're in a high or low pressure system. So
with
like
the local weather, yeah, that's a good point, dude. I didn't even think about the local weather. Sorry, I cut you off because I got happy. But yeah, that's a really good point. Okay, sorry. Now I'll withdraw.
That's what I was saying. That you don't actually think it's universal, right? The barometric pressure at sea level. It couldn't be.
That's what it's reported to be. I mean, with probably slight changes depending on your local like weather, whether you're in a high pressure, low pressure system. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, shouldn't it change every day because they got the air getting so hot high up in the atmosphere on the sun on the daylight side? It gets the gas moving so fast that it reaches escape velocity or whatever you want to call it. But it gets the gas going fast, so shouldn't the price and that translate down if you're raising the price?
I'm not sure about the gas reaching escape velocity because of heating. But then again, I didn't hear everything he was really saying.
Well, here's my question for anybody who's willing to answer. If you had a reservoir of water and there is 34 feet in height of water inside this vat, if I took a tube and it was a 36-foot tube, but I would fill it up to 34 feet, and then I transport that tube outside of the vat of water, what would happen to the water in that tube that is now filled up to 34 feet?
Actually, could you just say that one more time? I wasn't paying attention at first. So, like, if you had the water,
so you have a reservoir, right? It's this big reservoir. It's 34 feet in height of water. If I took a tube that was 35 feet or 36 feet or whatever, longer obviously than the height of the water, and I took the tube outside of the reservoir, what would happen? Because to the water in that tube, it's open. The bottom is obviously closed, but the top is open in the tube, right? It's just I've collected the water inside this large vat at 34 feet, and then I transported the tube outside of the reservoir of water. What would happen to the water in that tube that's now at 34 feet?
you should keep the same amount, but I would suppose it depends on where you took it. Perhaps if you took it to a lower pressure area, that it actually might expand slightly and read as though it's like a taller, like a larger amount. Or if you took it to a higher pressure area, perhaps it would condense. But that's just speculation, and it would be very, very small because water is already so dense. It's not going to I doubt it would compact anymore or anything like that. But perhaps it would. I mean, very, very minutely.
So, because the idea is if you try to suck water upward, it has a max capacity before it can be sucked upward, which is apparently 33 feet, right? So, just saying, if you have a tube with pressure in it, well, your tube is still pressurized due to the atmosphere, so it's the same conditions, but you now then have a tube with greater than 33 feet.
When you're talking about that, like this capillary, like you're talking about basically when you turn your tube, like you were saying, closed on the bottom, open on the top. Like, wouldn't you have it open on both ends, dip it, and then you plug it at the top? Like when you ever used a straw in a glass of water or whatever.
Well, you could do that way too, right? Yeah, you could do it that way.
I think that's kind of what they're talking about. How much water it could hold for capillary action? Like it can hold up to 33 feet. I think that's what it's talking about.
Yeah, the top is closed. Yeah, the top is sealed.
Okay, so the top is closed. Okay, so it's reversed. So then theoretically, if I had a 34-foot reserve of water to draw from and a 35-foot straw, and I did that, you're saying that it wouldn't hold the 34 feet?
That sounds like the claim. Yeah, it wouldn't hold 34. It would only hold 33.
Well, no, you could suck it higher with like a pump or something.
Yeah,
well,
but you're talking
claim
about
is that you can't once you. Isn't that the claim? Is that when you draw it at a certain height that you can't draw past?
You could do what, bro? I'm just kidding.
Suck it higher. Yeah, dude.
You just gotta suck it harder.
Yeah, I mean, you could pump it up higher than 33 feet or whatever. It's just pulling the vacuum with its own weight is where it doesn't go beyond 33 feet.
I'm just saying if you could violate that law with that having a vat of water at 34 and a straw at 35 feet, and then doing it.
Well, that's why it cavitates, because at 33 feet, it no longer will continue to rise in its like level. Let's say the amount of water, like the water will stop, as it were. You know, but that's
that's pressurized through what? Like another like what you're pushing that water through the straw, right, or through the tube. You're pushing it upward, right?
Well, yeah, there's air at the top of it. Yeah, there's air at the top, so it's the pressure of the air compared to all the water in the tube below it.
Well, you got to have another source of volume because obviously the tube as you fill it up has to have a larger pressure to fill that up, right? So you're going to be pumping that in, or a vat of water that has that volume enough to draw up the tube to 33 feet.
Yeah, it's in a vat of water at the bottom. The tube is
I know.
connected to the container of water at the bottom, and then it's water all the way up the tube. But then at the top, there's an empty gap, basically, of air. So it's the pressure.
The top isn't closed.
No, it is closed. It has to be sealed.
The top is not closed in the tube. If you're talking about you just said the top is open, right?
No, I never said it was open.
Is the tube exactly 33 feet long, Gio?
No, it's longer than that.
No, you can do like
that's why Data said like a 34-foot tube or a 35-foot tube. You know, you're gonna need it. Needs to be
what I'm saying is you're drawing.
Yeah, if you have like a 35-foot tube, the water will stop at 33, and then it'll cavitate, and the bubbles will be coming up to that 33 point, and then after that, it's turning into vapor. It's doing that boiling thing into the air above the water in the tube.
Okay,
does that work
that's what I'm saying.
For any size tube? Like with the amount of like, what if it's like a very narrow, like skinny tube versus like more volume, like a 1/4-inch tube versus a 1-inch tube? Does that change?
My understanding is that the 33 feet is the same on both. Like that part, that doesn't change it because it actually has to do with the atmospheric pressure layers.
I think it was Vsauce or the Action Lab did this with a tiny tube. A little tiny tube.
So it's the process of which the observation is taking place because you're pushing water up through the tube, right? Through another vat that's larger volume.
You're not really pushing it. You're pulling a vacuum.
No, I know, but okay. So if I'm filling up 2 cylinders and one cylinder has a larger volume space than the other one, well, I'm going to have obviously a required amount of volume to push it up the level to cause this effect, right? It's you have to have more volume of water to have this effect observed. I'm saying that the way that you're pushing through the tube up to that top cap of 33 feet that you say, I'm saying take the tube of water that's already filled up to 34 feet, but the tube itself is, of course, 35 feet. Now, when I cap it off at the top, like you say, I pull out, it will then just drop the amount that's required to be 33 feet, or will the whole water come out at the bottom?
Well, I'm trying to think about how you describe that.
I put
the thing is, you want to cap it.
I put it 34
cap it at the ground. If you got to cap it at the ground, because as you walk it up up the stairwell or whatever it may be, that's when you're pulling the vacuum.
Yeah, see, I'm not invoking that per se. I'm actually just already using the depth of water and the tube, and then I'm withdrawing it from the vat of water that's 34 feet. So I'm not applying that volume of pressure to pass it through the tube to create the effect, right? Because you need the gravity of the water to be pushing on the tube, but creating a vacuum where it's sucking it up, right? Due to the pressure difference between the volume of the one cylinder and the volume of the two, right?
Might be talking about a couple of slightly different things. Like I'm picturing when Data's talking, I'm picturing basically, like I said earlier, like putting a straw in a glass of water and then capping the top, like, and then lifting it out of the glass, right? You can
That's what I'm
that
picturing
water
too when Data says it.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like Gio is talking about the same thing.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is there's 2 different ways to approach this effect, right? You're claiming that the one effect is caused, which is fine. I agree that it happens at 33 feet. If you take a tube and you walk it up, you can't the volume of water, that's the larger volume pushing the water through to to compensate for the height of the tube, right? You're going to have this differential pressure causing the water to go up. But that's a sort of a different process than putting a tube in the water, putting the top of your finger and capping it and removing it, right? It's not going to have the same, I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking too hard about it. You know what I'm saying? They're two different processes, two different effects. But are you saying that if I draw in 34 feet of water in this straw effect, or I cap the top and remove it from the vat, that only 1 foot will drop out, or will all of the water drop out? Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, not all of it will. Like if you can just literally do this with a straw and a glass of water right now if you have a straw at your house. Like
no, I understand the effect. Everybody knows the effect. It's a thing. So it's just to exercise it. The other way I was just capping.
You won't be able to carry necessarily all of it. Like the bottom might drip out a little bit, but yeah, you will trap a lot of that water in there, and then be able to move it to another glass if you like. But I think the idea is what you're saying is like you can do that with a 33-foot straw, but a 34-foot straw will lose 1 foot of that water.
He's saying
Right?
put the 34
The process of observation are different, right? Like when you're getting the tube filled up with water, as Gio said, walking up a set of stairs, it's a different process than taking a straw and capping it off at, it's a 35-foot straw and you're collecting 34 feet of water. You remove that straw, 1 foot is supposed to come out. There's two different processes here, but I guess the idea is that you're still subjected to the pressure and the vacuum created when you cap off the top as you remove it from the vat of water, right?
In my head, that everything you said there sounds pretty sound. Other than there could be some slight discrepancy. Now I'm getting that storm alarm, like I said, because I came from lower altitude to a higher altitude to come home. There's no storm coming. Anyway, yeah, it all sounds good, except for also, I would think that there would probably be some having to do with like surface tension and stuff like that, where a little bit extra might even fall out the bottom in what you're saying.
Well, are you talking about the way the water forms at the top? Are you talking about the way the water forms at the top of the straw?
Well, no, at the bottom, like, so the 1 foot of water that you just described that falls out the bottom would kind of like grab a little extra with it, possibly. It would be, again, very minute.
So without any other aid mechanically, there's no way to get it past the 33 feet. There's not a way we've figured out how to do it without machine.
Yeah, I don't know. This is something that I've just heard joining this conversation. I'm just following along, and like, it's a mental experiment for me. That's all. Like, I've never done this. I don't know how to answer. I'm just going with what I would expect, a hypothesis, so to speak.
I mean, we can obviously get water higher than 33 feet. We get water at top of skyscrapers and shit, right?
Yeah, I know, but without machine,
without sucking harder, without a pump, without pumping and sucking.
Yeah, like the process of siphoning.
Yeah.
Essentially, that's what this is. Like the siphon breaks at 33 feet. So you can't siphon past 33 feet, which is why I was talking about when you're pulling a vacuum. It cavitates beyond that 33 foot point. So you can like siphon.
You guys ever?
Yeah, because siphoning is like liquid. Well, no. Yeah, sorry. Just siphoning is like pulling the liquid with the pressure in the tube. You know how you can like siphon liquid from one container to another? So that's what breaks at the 33 foot point and begins to cavitate at the 33 feet. So you can't pull a siphon past the 33 foot point. You could pump water or do some other form of holding water at higher than 33 feet, in tanks or whatever you want, but you can't pull a siphon past 33 feet due to the atmospheric pressure layer.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry. Yeah, I probably did pause there, but I just yeah, go ahead.
Okay, have you ever seen the thing where they got 4 flower pots and they're all siphoning into each other? Not flower pots. Little the things you water your garden with. Water pots thingies. I don't know. I've always loved the idea of having some kind of perpetual motion thing using siphoning water.
Yeah, it uses capillary action. I think these glass tubes that you can use basically where like excess water gets transferred to the next pot, right? Essentially. Through like heating of the tube as the sun hits it or whatever. It'll create a siphon and move that water.
You can daisy chain siphons, but you can't. In one particular siphonic action can't be more than 30 feet with standard atmospheric pressure.
Sounds legit based off of what we've been saying.
Because the cavitation at the top prevents hydraulic flow. If you go up a higher altitude, if you install a siphon at a higher altitude, a much higher altitude, the limit for the siphoning drops significantly because the differential between the pressure.
Here's an interesting thought I just had. Like, couldn't you do that? Or perhaps they do. I doubt it though, because I know that like in locks they use pumps and everything. But couldn't you actually just possibly use this, like, to just move water from one to raise and lower ships, like to open and close locks?
You can do, so long as you keep the inlet and the outlet of the siphon below the range of water depths of both sides of the lock. There's no reason why you put a valve at the top of the siphon.
If you just go 33 feet at a time and no more.
Yeah, siphoning is incredible. Yeah. Like, have you ever like you can if you've ever had to, like, you know, with like gasoline even, where you can siphon gas from one tank to another, where you take a tube, you know, put it in the one tank. The thing is, you got to like suck it, but then if you don't want gas in your mouth, you got to quickly, you know, pull your mouth away before the gas gets there. And if you're really good at it, you can siphon it perfectly. Can't say I've done that a lot of times in my life, but I do remember having to siphon gas at least a couple times in my life. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of like, it's like Russian roulette. You're kind of trying to pull the siphon before the gas gets there. Anyways, but once you get it, then you put the tube into the other tank or whatever. And it's pretty cool. Like, siphoning is amazing because you can have one thing that is at a different, one tank that's at a different elevation than the other. And once you start that siphon, the tank will empty all the way down. It's pretty amazing. It's like a natural pump.
Do you think it would be possible to get like? Do you think it would be possible to get? Would it be possible to get like siphons going? Like, say you got 4 buckets, and I want to get the siphons going so that it's like pouring into all the buckets and just as like this continuous thing that never ends.
Daisy chaining, yes, that's called daisy chaining siphons. You have buckets at different altitudes, and you siphon from one to the other.
Free energy machine right there. That's what's up.
Can't you just put a water wheel under?
I believe this submarines work on the same basis. I believe they're able to take on water, and that's how they're able to dive and go up to the surface, if you will. One of the other theories that was presented, how the pyramids were built, was basically using water, channeling it upwards, using a dam system. They were able to, apparently, one of the theories presented again, move those blocks by using that dam system, which is, again, the same premise of moving a medium upwards.
When I was about, I'm 50 odd now, but when I was first married, we moved into this house with my baby boy, and it was quite a small garden, and the garden was lower than the actual house itself by a couple of feet, you know. And in the back of the garden, when we moved there was one of those, you probably have them in the States as well. It's a swimming pool. It's not actually a hole in the ground. It's just literally like a metal cylinder on the ground, and you fill it up. And they're not very big pools. They're not very impressive, yeah. And there was one of those at the bottom of the garden, completely full of heavily chlorinated water. The garden had loads of lovely plants, and I didn't. And when I moved in, I wanted to get rid of it because I had a little kid, and it was full of leaves and shit anyway. But it was full of water. So what I did is I used a garden hose, and filled up the garden hose completely with water in the bottom of the swimming pool, and then by sealing off the end, took the hose all the way up to the house, and took the hose through the side of the house to the front garden to a slightly lower position, and then just dropped it into a small tray of water. And it was siphoned.
Yeah, you actually don't even have to suck. Yeah, you don't have to suck if you just fill the hose up in the thing,
That's
and
exactly
then
what I
it'll
did.
just automatically. Yeah, it'll just start the siphoning process. I tried to do my pool, gets full of water like that sometimes on the top.
Yeah, and it's really weird because you put the hose in the tray and then you just put a brick on the hose to keep it in place, a couple of stones, and it was literally a few pints of water just oozing over the side of this tray continuously, and it cascaded down my drive onto the road, just disappeared down the drain. But I left it like that. It took 2.5 days, and it literally took all but about 4 inches of water out the bottom of the pool out without any effort on my part. I didn't want to smash up the pool with the water in because the water was so heavily chlorinated. I think it would have killed all the plants. I just wanted to get rid of the water. And my first thought was, this is a fuck ton of buckets and a fuck ton of trips up to the top of the house.
You can do the same thing. You can do the same thing though, and have basically a free pool heater. So like, use black hose. Something that's going to heat up well in the sun. You create that siphon and create like a coil of hose where it comes in one side and dumps back in on the other. And it might not be. You might be able to be creative with it and like make it something that isn't too unsightly or something. Because you need a pretty good length of hose. It's a big coil, but but yeah, you can heat your pool like for free
You put it.
just for the cost of like what that hose is.
If you actually build if you actually put that hose in a box, it'll work even better. Like you can make like solar air heaters and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's how a lot of houses have solar water heaters that work just that way. They have a like a
solar water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think you don't want to put the hose in the box though. You want it like a dark colored hose that is exposed to the sun, so that the sun itself heats up the water. Like so, you might have to kind of disguise it somehow if you want it to be, if you're looking for a pretty looking pool area,
Yeah, on the roofs they do actually case them. They do actually box them. They do actually put the copper tube that meanders round in the box cavity at the base. It's a very shallow box. It's all painted matte black, and they use a special glass which allows the UV through, but it's got a thermal barrier coming, so you get a greenhouse effect going on in there. And it's remarkable how much
solar air heater. They can use solar water heaters like that. Yeah.
And if they couple it with an electric solar panel, which is with a rudimentary
Think
pump,
how hot your car gets in the summertime.
something good for northern environments when you're trying to heat your pool, extend because in the south you don't need a fucking heater.
Right.
You need a fucking cooler in the south.
So
bro, I got all kinds of crazy ideas on how to heat the house. My wife won't let me do any of them because they're ungodly sightings. It would look ridiculous. The stuff I want to do.
You would look like a crazy person with all your riggings that you have fucking set up. I get you.
Like I don't know if you've ever seen that Dual Survivor show, but one of the first episodes, they went and stayed in this really cold place, and they made this awesome tent by putting clear plastic on the front and one of those Mylar sheets on the back. Those like emergency blankets. It got so hot in there. They were in like the Arctic or something. It got so hot in there they were sweating. You just have a fire on the outside of the plastic, and then all the rays reflect, some nerd stuff happens, and it gets mad hot in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
dude. I believe it like 100%. Like it's amazing working outdoors on houses. Like there's been times during the middle of winter. I'm in Wisconsin, man. It's cold. It gets cold during the middle. January, February. Fuck, it's cold as shit. But there's been times where in January, even though it's like a negative like 12-degree day. I've had literally a negative 12-degree day where I was working in the corner of a building, like at the chimney and wall, like in the direct sun. And I was sweating my ass off as the sun was reflecting off the Tyvek and shit. Like literally, I was just shedding layers. Where like I got down to a t-shirt and I was still fucking hot. And I just for the fun of it, I took my shirt off and freaking was working in negative 12. Like dude. If you can work the elements around you correctly and bounce that light around, that energy around or whatever, like there's always, as long as there's sun, man, you can be warm.
Yeah. It's giving off an awful lot of energy, that big yellow thing in the sky.
I actually made a solar air heater before, and I had a heliostat. Heliostats are neat. Little sunflower heliostat. Shit was awesome.
My dad was a carpenter, and he worked for this guy who had a load of contractors, and he's like mega wealthy. This big house in the country, and he at great expense to himself. I think it cost something like a third of £1,000,000 or a quarter of £1,000,000. It's something ridiculous. He had his own hydrothermal bore well dug in his garden here in the UK. There was absolutely no way he was ever going to see a profit return from it. He just
You're not going to get that on sale. You're not going to get that back.
No, exactly. And he was just rich, and he wanted to do it. He liked the idea of heating.
Hold on, what did he have? You said hydrothermal?
Yeah, he had a hydrothermal bore well in his garden.
Is that like a geothermal heating?
Exactly. He had a geothermal bore with a massive pump and actuator on the top, and he was pumping water in underground and bringing hot water out to a heat exchanger.
Yeah, no, that's the move right there. Geothermal heating. Yeah, you can get your money back off of that quick. The money you save on heating and cooling.
It's only tenable in
you're not going to get that money back, dude. He's talking about $750,000 he spent to do it. He's not going to get that money back.
In certain parts of the world, it's right under your feet. Like in
it depends on how much is.
In certain parts of the world, it
depends on what you're trying to heat. Go ahead.
Hey Jeremy, I just want to ask you something. Can you can you check in this girl? She's waiting in the voice check-in. We're about to have a Bible study and she can't talk.
She's probably a Satanist.
It's your friend? I'll just voice verify.
Yeah.
It's your friend?
Yeah. We're about to have a Bible
I'll just
study.
give her the permission. What's her name?
Tamaya. She's in there right now in the voice
That's
check-in.
her screen name, Tamaya?
Shemaya. Please, thanks.
In certain parts of the world where they got volcanic activity or very close to surface geothermal activity, then it's cheap. There's a couple of places here in the UK where it is actually tenable, but what they actually when they're building a massive complex of flats or buildings, they can offset the cost of making one of them and distributing that heat amongst a whole load of buildings. Then it is potentially viable. But, an individual house, forget it. If you're in a certain part of the world, it's just ridiculous.
Give me a break.
Nice idea, though, isn't it? Getting all your heating for free.
Yeah, of course, dude. And it's something that, like people who put solar panels on their house, they can't legally even fucking do it unless they connect it to the grid and get a fucking credit from the energy companies. Like, if you do it with hydro, with the sun and, like we're talking about, like wrapping a coil of hose, like, dude, they can't. There's nothing they can do. You just don't depend on them. All of a sudden, they're like, "Why is this guy using no fucking energy? Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, there was this guy in the UK. I saw a TV program about these called Grand Designs. Do you have in the States Grand Designs? Anybody heard of that at all?
Yeah, I did.
They have these rich people who just basically build their dream house, and each week is a different kind of style or they've got
It does ring a bell. I don't watch much TV and stuff, but it does kind of ring a bell. I think I might have seen an episode of it at some point.
Sure. And there's one couple who were like massively into, like getting their energy, getting their energy costs down and living, energy, cost free. And they had this. They bought a plot of land on the side of a valley, and they basically just cut a section out of this hillside, and effectively made a almost subterranean mansion. And on the side that was exposed to the hill, they had this enormous, great big glass facade, like the side of a pyramid. And
That's
inside that, there was all these
the way to live, bro.
It's
And
called
inside
passive
that,
solar. My grandparents built a house like that.
yeah, and they had all this.
It's called
They had a couple of
thermal mass. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
Also, since you're referencing him, dome-shaped houses are really good for energy efficiency and heating and stuff. It creates a circulation pattern that always keeps the air moving. Now the problem is like design, like layout. You kind of have like it's hard to get furniture that fits like a dome design and stuff. Because you want to keep that air flowing. So you can't push anything up against the walls, and you want to try to look for like curved things to fit the aesthetic and stuff like that. And anytime you do work on a place like that, you have an extremely high cost because you're gonna have to find the most skilled contractors to do custom work and stuff like that. But I mean, the idea of like living in a dome or like a series of domes, whatever, where the air flows and everything, it's way more efficient. And then you can do some of these other things too, where you do just a little bit of like hydroelectric or solar or whatever.
The thing you want to do is have a lot of thermal mass in your house. I don't know if you guys remember those earth ships they were building where they would pack dirt into the tires. You want to give your house tons of thermal mass, because think about a refrigerator. If you we just heat the air right now pretty much, which is the worst way to do it. You want to heat a large amount of mass so it retains the heat. That's why we put insulation in the walls so that it just can't just leave. But Lion King, I gave your girl voice verified permissions, but I couldn't hear her mic, so it's massively beneficial to live underground or in the side of a hill or something like that, where you're just surrounded by thermal mass like that.
Well, I mean, okay, if you want to have a regulated cool temperature, yes. So especially in like hot environments, like that's extremely beneficial. In colder environments, I'm not so much sure. Like, yeah,
It keeps a
because
regulated temperature.
it keeps it regulated, but it's still gonna be a very cool temperature.
It uses less. It uses less. I've seen people heat their whole house with just a bundle of sticks for the day by having tons of thermal mass around the thing they're burning, like in a barrel.
Right. Well, I mean, you only have to dig. You only have to dig like what is it, like 6 feet into the ground, and it's a constant temperature all year round, like no matter what.
So if you want, I can tell you about my grandparents' house, which is a passive solar house, how they heated and cooled it very efficiently, if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Your turn.
Yeah, so they built this house basically into the side of a hill, and the southern exposure, the hill was slanting towards the south. So the southern exposure was the only portion of the house that was not built into the earth, and it comprised of just all windows. So the windows would help to allow for the sun in the winter time, since it's lower and in the south, to come directly in through those windows and help to heat up these like terracotta tiles that they had. So you would use the sun's heat coming in during the day, and at night they had these like quilted blinds that would go down to help retain the heat during the nighttime. And the direct center of the house, they had a high efficiency wood burning fireplace that operated fans and stuff like that circulated the heat throughout the house. And it was also like stucco, like adobe. So it would heat up the fireplace itself and radiate heat throughout the house as well. So building it into the side of the earth helps to maintain a more constant cool temperature. So in the summertime, they didn't really have to run the AC at all. They could just open up some of the windows or keep the windows closed and just retain that like 60 something degree temperature.